Introduction. In the realm of fan fiction derived from a song of ice and fire, one finds oneself transmogrified into the king of the Undulls, the Roiner, and the first legitimate sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms and guardian of the realm, the true dragon, Viserys Targaryen III. The ground trembled with the thunderous clatter of hooves, the impact resonating through the very membranes of the onlookers' ears, while tiny stones danced beneath the weight of the advancing forces. Clad in resplendent armor, a knight brandished a bloodied spear, the tip of which flung a lifeless body onto the riverbank. In the waning light of the setting sun, the ruby embedded in his chest sparkled as vividly as the blood upon his weapon, evoking the figure of a war deity. At this moment he perceived the resounding gallop of war horses, raising his head in mild astonishment, caught unawares. It was revealed that the two battling factions had engaged in a fierce struggle, now teetering on the brink of exhaustion, when a cohort of heavily armored cavalry, clad in black, surged forth like a bolt from a crossbow, crashing into the fray with uncompromising ferocity. In an instant, the cacophony of battle cries and anguished screams filled the riverbank, mingled with the sickening sounds of blades piercing flesh and bones shattering beneath the weight of galloping steeds. Leading this fearsome contingent was a black-armored knight, his physique reminiscent of a towering mountain. The visor of his helm obscured his visage, yet the flickering flames of wrath were discernible within the narrow slits, accompanied by a grimace revealing yellowed teeth. Every warrior who drew near him felt the palpable intensity of his fury, prompting them to scatter in terror. As the battle neared its denouement, this fully armed cavalry unit plunged into the fray, shattering the morale of their adversaries entirely. As the tip of the spear, the black-armored knight donned a helm adorned with antlers and wielded a colossal Messian implement so weighty that even 2 or 3 fully grown men would struggle to lift it, charging directly toward the royal army's central banner. His intent was to annihilate the one who stood beneath the royal standard, a knight resplendent in ornate armor, his chest adorned with a radiant ruby. He was the commander of the royal forces and a prince of House Targaryen Targaryen. He had violently abducted his betrothed, an act that ignited the rebellion which began in 281 AC. The brutal reign of the Mad King, Aerys II, ultimately escalated into full-blown insurrection by 283 AC, engulfing the entirety of Westeros. For the Seven Kingdoms Dorne, Storm's End, the North, and the River Lanshad raised the banner of rebellion, forging a formidable alliance against the Iron Throne. The black-armored knight, Robert Baratheon, descended from the bloodline of Aegon V's daughter, Rhaelle, had emerged as the leader of the insurgents, openly contesting the throne. Now, after protracted combat, the valiant Rhaegar had grown weary upon the battlefield. His silver hair, matted with sweat, clung to his handsome visage, while his dark violet eyes, having registered surprise, steeled into determination. The Targaryen prince gripped his spear in one hand and unsheathed his sword with the other, unflinchingly accepting the challenge from his adversary. At the center of this maelstrom of warfare, the commander prepared for an unknown duel. Yet, as Robert raised his formidable mace high above, the outcome was already inscribed in fate. The formidable force toppled Rhaegar Targaryen from his steed, casting him to the ground. His long sword pierced through the crevice of armor, striking Robert's thigh with precision. Yet Robert's mace came crashing down upon Rhaegar's chest, causing the ornate breastplate to crumple. Scattered upon the banks of the Trident lay shattered rubies, entwined with the noble blood of House Targaryen, glimmering with an eerie radiance under the bright sunlight. The weary soldiers from both sides paused in their combat, relinquishing their weapons to rush toward the riverbank, vying for the fractured gems. Amidst the battlefield, the long and mournful horns sounded as the rebels launched their final assault, leading to a complete rout of the royal army, which fled in disarray. Thus concluded the Battle of the Trident. The grim tidings soon reached the Red Keep. The hurried footsteps echoed throughout, as servants whispered in hushed tones around the corners of the hallways. King Aerys II Targaryen sat upon the Iron Throne, seething with rage. Although he had received intelligence of the defeat the previous day, he still ordered the execution by fire of the soldier who brought the news, vociferously accusing him of treachery and deceit. Yet, the air within the throne room was thick not only with the acrid scent of charred flesh, but also with a palpable heaviness. All the courtiers understood the implications of Prince Rhaegar's death and the collapse of the royal forces at this critical juncture. Despite being labeled as mad by the realm, Aerys, as the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, possessed moments of lucidity. Even after his outburst, his face remained ashen, with veins bulging on his withered hands as he gripped the armrests of the Iron Throne. It was then that Aerys seemed to reach a resolution, turning his gaze toward the young king's guard standing behind him, his voice low yet commanding. Jaime, the tall, golden-haired knight, taken aback by the king's summons, quickly approached the side of the Iron Throne, bowing slightly, sword in hand, ready to obey. The sound of white armor brushing against itself echoed softly. "Your Majesty," he replied, surprised that the king would suddenly call upon him. As the youngest member of the King's Guard, Jaime Lannister had often felt invisible among his peers. He was acutely aware that Aerys too had not chosen him for his valor or loyalty, but merely to undermine and humiliate his father. However, he had forgotten that the rest of the King's Guard had followed Prince Rhaegar to quell the rebellion, leaving him as the sole option available to the king. Despite his disdain for the golden-haired Lannisters, Aerys had to temper his emotions, for he still needed to rely on Jaime's father, the Duke of Casterly Rock, and his western forces to restore order. Standing beside the Iron Throne, the white-clad knight listened intently to the king's quiet instructions, his youthful visage taut with tension. He could scarcely fathom how events had spiraled to this point. Though Prince Rhaegar fell in the Battle of the Trident, tipping the scales of war towards despair, the Targaryen dynasty still possessed formidable strength. Particularly, his father and the poised forces of the Westerlands rendered it no simple task for the rebels to breach King's Landing. Yet, it was unexpected that His Majesty had already begun to prepare an escape route. Make haste. As Jaime stood momentarily dazed, a man seated upon the Iron Throne, clearly losing control of his emotions, fixed his shadowy gaze upon the young King's Guard, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous intensity, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his soul. Jaime's throat constricted slightly, prompting him to stand upright and take a step back, the armor clinking as he moved. He would not forget how King Aerys too delighted in executing those who defied his orders by burning them alive. "Yes, Your Majesty." He then swiftly made his way through the passage behind the Iron Throne, heading deeper into the Red Keep to relay the king's command. Chapter 1. Viserys. Soft footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the door as a figure approached the entrance of a spacious bedroom on the second floor of the tower. The door was ajar, allowing faint candlelight to spill out, revealing a small silhouette seated at a round table within. One hand propped under his chin, silver locks framed his ears, and his gem-like violet eyes reflected the flickering candlelight.
Chapter 3. The Dragon Slayer. As Viserys glanced back momentarily before assisting Rhaenys into the carriage, he spotted a woman cradling a child within an open window of Maegor's holdfast. With her chestnut hair and dark eyes, her frail form swayed gently in the breeze, holding a swaddled infant in her arms. He recognized her as his elder brother's wife, his sister-in-law, Elia Martell, the Princess of Dawn, and in her embrace was his nephew, Aegon Targaryen. Yet, his mind was clouded, grappling with the reality of fleeing just as he had entered this world, urging the little girl in his arms to remain calm. He had no time to ponder why his father had kept Elia and her two children in King's Landing when they could have escaped together. The advancing rebel forces meant that remaining in the capital was perilous. At the last moment, Viserys audaciously decided to take Rhaenys with him. Uncertain whether his father would send soldiers to retrieve them or what unforeseen consequences his small act of defiance might unleash. For now, he felt he had done his part. At least in the court of conscience. Should the Goldcloaks pursue them, demanding Rhaenys' return, he doubted he would possess the courage to intervene. "Let us depart." Meanwhile, Elia, standing in Maegor's holdfast, watched as her daughter fortuitously boarded Viserys' carriage, leaving the Red Keep. Her already fragile health faltered momentarily, and tears glistened in her eyes as they traced down her cheeks. A premonition washed over her. She sensed this might be a final farewell to her daughter. The seas were tumultuous, and storms loomed on the horizon. Originally, the convoy escorting the Queen and Prince would have sailed directly to Dragonstone from King's Landing. But under the prudent counsel of Sir Willem, they opted for the land route to minimize their exposure to the treacherous waters. The grim tidings of the king's demise had not stifled the spread of rumors. The Red Keep was already riddled with chaos, and news of the royal army's defeat and Rhaegar Targaryen's death permeated the city. The rebel forces relentlessly approached King's Landing, plunging the bustling metropolis of over 500,000 into a state of panic, as the specter of war loomed ominously overhead. The escort departed from the Red Keep, traversing the Hill of Aegon, where fully armed soldiers worked to disperse the frenzied crowds. The carriage bore no insignia of House Targaryen, its curtains drawn to conceal the identity of its noble occupant. "Clear the way." Soldiers urged their steeds onward, ruthlessly wielding their whips to drive pedestrians from the streets. The cacophony of chaos swiftly transformed into order under the crack of leather, as the wailing masses were herded to the sides, allowing the convoy to pass. Queen Rhaella's carriage led the procession, closely followed by Viserys and Rhaenys' carriage. The boy gently pried open a small gap with his fingers, revealing the scenery beyond. The carriage wove through the narrow streets, flanked by soldiers. Looking up from this vantage point, one could see a distant hill, overlooking King's Landing, where the Targaryen family kept their dragon lair. That hill was known as the Rhaenys Hill. Inside the carriage, Viserys, seeking to soothe the excitement of Rhaenys, who believed they were embarking on an outing, struggled to find a topic to divert the little girl's attention. The landmark that shared her name was undoubtedly the most fitting subject for their conversation. As anticipated, the brown-haired girl, cradling her small black cat, Beggar, gazed at him with eager expectation. However, her excitement waned upon learning that the hill had not been constructed by her beloved father in her honor. Viserys racked his brain, recalling the knowledge gleaned from history books over the years, grateful for his remarkable memory. He then recounted the tale of the conqueror Aegon and his sister, the young Queen Rhaenys, which had transpired over 2 centuries ago. The Rhaenys Hill was named by Aegon in memory of his sister, who had perished in battle, and he had constructed a memorial shrine, which was later destroyed during a rebellion, replaced by the dragon lair. The brown-haired girl listened intently. Her small cat nestled in her arms, until she reached the poignant conclusion of the tale. The news of the queen's fateful fall from her dragon brought tears to her eyes. In the future, I too wish to find a husband who loves me as dearly, she thought. Viserys noticed Rhaenys' eyes glisten with unshed tears, her gentle sobs indicating her emotional immersion in the story, as she drew a parallel between her fate and that of the queen who bore her name. After all, sharing both name and lineage made it easy to feel sympathy and connection. Coupled with her youthful romanticism, she was at an age where stories ignited her imagination and filled her with dreams for the future. Yet, she remained blissfully unaware of the tragic fate that had befallen her father. The name Rhaenys seemed to carry a certain curse. Her current destiny was no less dire than that of the queen from over 200 years ago, and she could not inspire pity or compassion. At merely 3 or 4 years old, she had not undergone rigorous court etiquette training, thus forgetting to address Viserys as uncle rather than calling him brother or simply using his name due to their similar ages. He could even bravely slay a dragon for me, she mused. The tales of dragon slayers had long been chronicled in biographies, and it was natural for her to indulge in such fantasies. Rhaenys, with her stubbornly lifted chin and delicate face, seemed almost tearful as she earnestly expressed these unrealistic dreams, prompting an involuntary smile from Viserys, a blend of embarrassment and politeness. The wheels of the carriage rolled on with a rhythmic clatter, signaling that they were not far from leaving King's Landing. Meanwhile, the pursuing soldiers sent by her father had yet to arrive, suggesting that he had tacitly approved of Viserys taking Rhaenys away, regardless of the motives behind his father's detainment of Princess Elia Martell and her son. The presence of more significant individuals rendered the fate of one small girl trivial, especially considering she was his own granddaughter. Viserys felt a profound sense of relief wash over him as he reached out to tousle the brown hair inherited from her mother, allowing it to become somewhat disheveled before finally speaking. There are no dragons left in this world, Rhaenys. The last dragon perished over a century ago. As he spoke, Viserys gazed into the distance at the Rhaenys Hills, silently contemplating that if House Targaryen still possessed dragons, perhaps they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. Chapter 4. Swordsmanship. Subsequently, escorted by soldiers, 2 unmarked carriages traversed King's Landing. Instead of proceeding through the grand steel gates, they opted for a more discreet route. Quietly departing through the Dragon Gate, the procession embarked upon the Rosby Road, heading directly towards the port of Driftmark. Sir William resolved to take a ship to Dragonstone from Driftmark. Meanwhile, a large vessel also set sail from the port of King's Landing as a diversionary tactic. The middle-aged instructor had his own considerations. He was acutely aware that King's Landing, even within the Red Keep, was already riddled with spies of all kinds. All news discussed among the lords in the throne room that morning could be circulating in the most sordid of Floridan dens by afternoon. His Majesty Aerys's mobilization of the Red Keep guards was no minor affair. If the news of the Queen and Prince's relocation could somehow be concealed, it would truly be a miracle. Thus, after careful deliberation, Sir William devised a deceptive option. Taking a ship directly from King's Landing to Dragonstone was undoubtedly the most prudent course, despite the recent prevalence of storms at sea. Conversely, traveling overland to take a ship from Driftmark to Dragonstone was also a viable route. However, with Westeros in disarray and rebellion rampant, there was perhaps no truly safe haven beyond King's Landing. Choosing to travel overland also entailed certain risks. May the Seven guide us. The rough fingers of the red keep instructor pressed against his brow, gently kneading, as they believed the forehead to be the abode of the soul. Such sincere prayers would surely reach the divine. May all proceed smoothly. Time flew swiftly. A day later, after half a day's journey and a night's rest, the party passed through Rosby and continued along the main road of the Crownlands, heading for the port of Driftmark. That place belonged to House Targaryen, where the loyal Count Rhaenys steadfastly guarded the somewhat insignificant port of Driftmark for his majesty. Although the middle-aged instructor considered Count Rhaenys to be potentially unreliable, in this time of great upheaval, his indecision still counted as loyalty to the king. The weather today was rather gloomy. The carriage's curtains parted slightly, allowing dim light to filter in. A light drizzle tapped against the roof, turning the road into a muddy path, making the carriage's progress somewhat arduous, swaying left and right. Viserys sat within the carriage, gazing at the scenery outside. The trees lining the road were shrouded in a misty veil of rain, and a cool breeze brushed against him, deepening the sense of foreboding in his heart. I always have a sense of impending doom. Sir William. The silver-haired boy shifted his gaze from the outside landscape to the man seated across from him, while Rhaenys, cradling a cat, sat obediently beside him. At this moment, the astute little girl understood that they were not embarking on a leisurely journey. Otherwise, her grandmother would not dare to travel in such inclement weather. Within the carriage, Sir William Darry, seated directly opposite Prince Viserys, gazed out at the passing scenery, momentarily enveloped in silence. He had donned his armor, a long sword at his side and a short spear in hand. A troubling piece of news weighed heavily upon him, yet he hesitated to share it with his royal highness. The grand vessel that had departed from King's Landing alongside them had encountered a band of unidentified pirates shortly after setting sail from the Blackwater Bay. Reflecting on this, he realized that misfortune had befallen them. The news, delivered swiftly by a soldier from King's Landing that morning, sent a chill coursing through him. Although he was already aware of the numerous weaknesses and vulnerabilities within the Red Keep, making it inevitable that the rebels would catch wind of their journey, he had not anticipated their swift actions. Moreover, to his knowledge, the coalition formed by the North, the Vale, the Riverlands, and Stormlands was at a disadvantage in naval strength, possessing scarcely any seaworthy vessels. Otherwise, the besieged Wind's Rest would not still be under blockade by the fleet from Dragonstone. Fortunately, he had prudently chosen not to take the ostensibly safe waterways that others had suggested, but instead concealed the Queen and Prince within the carriage, departing King's Landing discreetly and shielded from prying eyes. It was likely that the enemy had already discerned that Queen Rilla and Viserys had not taken to the sea. Your Highness need not worry, the soldiers are fully prepared for battle, Sir William declared, gripping the hilt of his sword in a low voice. However, we must hasten our pace. Unbeknownst to Viserys, who remained oblivious to the dire news at sea and to Sir William's contemplations, he merely nodded. Compared to the soldiers outside, he found solace in the comfort of the carriage adorned with soft furs. I understand soon, he murmured, as dusk fell once more. After a long day of arduous travel compounded by the wretched weather, a light rain had persisted throughout the day, rendering the roads utterly treacherous and exhausting for all involved. At that moment, calamity struck. The carriage carrying Queen Rilla unexpectedly suffered a broken axle, possibly due to a collision with a stone. The horses whinnied in distress, nearly toppling over, but Sir William and several soldiers managed to restrain them just in time, freeing the reins to allow the animals a moment of respite. The Queen and her two handmaidens emerged from the carriage in a somewhat disheveled state, though fortunately, the relentless rain had momentarily abated. The sudden misfortune necessitated a halt in their progress, yet it offered the weary travelers a chance to rest. Sir William had previously ordered an accelerated pace, compressing their rest periods by half, leaving both soldiers and steeds fatigued. With the command for a temporary respite relayed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Viserys leaped down from the carriage, generously offering the intact vehicle to his mother, who had stumbled and found herself in a rather awkward predicament. He too sought to stretch his limbs, for while riding in the carriage had afforded him some comfort, the day's exertions had taken their toll. In this era, the roads are far from smooth, and the horse-drawn carriages lack effective suspension. Soon, a middle-aged instructor was spotted, leaning on the hilt of his sword, pausing before an abandoned carriage. The silver-haired boy hesitated momentarily before striding towards him. Sir William Valerian, he addressed politely, may I seek your guidance in swordsmanship? William Darry, who had been silently bowing his head, was taken aback by the sudden inquiry from the prince. For a moment, he was at a loss. How could His Highness harbor such thoughts? This unexpected question prompted the middle-aged instructor to reminisce about events from over a decade ago. When a studious boy with a passion for literature and the harp had approached him one day, declaring, "Provide me with a long sword and armor. It seems I must become a warrior." Indeed, he later became one of the most skilled knights on the continent of Westeros, none other than Rhaegar Targaryen, the elder brother of Viserys. "I am now 7 years old, the age at which one may commence knightly training," the silver-haired boy stated, tilting his head without directly answering the instructor's question. "And surely, I shall make use of it in the future, will I not?" Chapter 5. The assault at the behest of His Highness the Prince. The man with somewhat disheveled hair readily acquiesced after only a brief moment of hesitation. As Viserys had aptly noted, the future would inevitably demand it. The present circumstances, however, were far from favorable. He had once imparted knowledge to Rhaegar, and now he found himself teaching Viserys. It was a source of pride that these two brothers of House Targaryen regarded him as their mentor. Yet, as they paused for a moment during their journey, the breadth of wisdom he could share was limited. Nevertheless, whether for knights charging valiantly upon their steeds or warriors grounded in the fray, the fundamentals remained unchanged. The middle-aged instructor hesitated only slightly before drawing his sword from his waist with a swift motion. The sharp glint of the blade was somewhat blinding, and the crisp sound of steel being unsheathed captured the attention of several resting soldiers, including Queen Rilla, who was adjusting her attire within the carriage, and Rhaenys, who leaned against the carriage window, observing the silver-haired boy beneath the distant tree. "Viserys, Sir William is quite fatigued. Please do not disturb him," Queen Rilla gently admonished, her brow furrowing with concern as she spoke. In her lavender-hued eyes, the image of Viserys struggling to wield the heavy sword flickered. Her primary worry was whether Viserys might injure himself. In truth, the weight of a sword was not excessively burdensome, yet wielding it with ease required considerable stamina. Particularly for a boy of merely 7 years, just now of an age to embark on knightly training, it appeared somewhat arduous for him. And this was the essence of knightly training. "Fear not, your majesty," the disheveled middle-aged man replied, turning his gaze towards her and inclining slightly. "This is merely a small toy. Every boy is destined to lift it in time." Many soldiers, lounging on stones or leaning against the great tree nearby, chuckled in unison at this remark. "Indeed, your majesty," they echoed. As the guards of the Red Keep, they were well aware of Queen Rilla's gentle and kind nature. Were it not for her intervention, countless souls might have perished by the flames of her husband. Sir William Deary had served as the Red Keep's instructor for many years, even training her eldest son, Rhaegar. After a moment's hesitation, Queen Rilla chose silence, trusting that Sir William would exercise prudence and ensure Viserys' safety. Moreover, he spoke the truth. In these times, a boy was destined to grasp this small toy, to protect his cherished loved ones with unyielding bravery. Subsequently, the middle-aged instructor looked down at the boy, who was struggling to embrace the sword, his smile diminishing slightly. "Your Highness, at your age, you ought to wield a wooden sword for practice. However, these are extraordinary times, and thus you must make do with my sword." As the instructor of the Red Keep, Sir William Deary possesses extraordinary skills and has trained numerous formidable warriors and knights, which is precisely why Viserys sought his guidance. No one is better suited than Sir William to impart the knowledge of self-defense. As Viserys listened intently to Sir William's words, he struggled to maintain his grip on the sword, preventing it from slipping to the ground. The middle-aged instructor observed Viserys' efforts with a sense of satisfaction, nodding approvingly. By the 7, Viserys was not significantly inferior to his elder brother, at least in terms of attitude. He continued to speak while drawing a long sword from the waist of a soldier seated beside him. "Regardless of whether it be spear, lance, or sword, these weapons have a fundamental technique that is both simple and immensely effective." Sir William regarded Viserys with a steady gaze before thrusting the sword forward with force, creating a sharp whooshing sound as it sliced through the air. The essence of combat lies in learning to pierce the enemy with the pointed end swiftly, accurately, and with lethal intent. A well-timed thrust can sever an opponent's throat. After demonstrating the technique, he returned the sword to the soldier beside him and turned his attention back to Viserys. "Have you grasped it, my boy?" Viserys nodded slightly. "Is it simple?" he asked, knowing well that young trainees often exhibit impatience, eager to become champions and conquerors within mere days. However, the path to becoming an exceptional knight requires years, even decades, of diligent practice. For instance, this most basic thrust, which he now practiced repeatedly, aimed for the utmost precision and speed rather than becoming entangled in convoluted and flashy maneuvers that serve little purpose beyond spectacle. Yet, upon hearing Sir William's question, Viserys hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. He was no mere child, the question was clearly a trap, and he certainly would not foolishly walk into it, risking a lecture. Thus, he replied, not simple. You are mistaken. Sir William began, but he abruptly halted mid-sentence, taken aback by Viserys' unexpected response, which left him momentarily speechless. Am I wrong? Viserys tilted his head, slightly puzzled. No, you are correct. Sir William patted his chest, regaining his composure, and spoke with a hint of annoyance. Not far away, Rhaenys, leaning against the carriage window, witnessed the scene, her exquisite eyes curving into crescent moons as she could not suppress her laughter. She believed that Viserys was being intentionally clever. Then, a disheveled middle-aged man patted Viserys on the shoulder, advising him to practice the thrusting technique a few times to simultaneously strengthen his wrist. At present, Viserys found it somewhat challenging to lift the sword, handling it in a rather clumsy manner. Subsequently, Sir William adjusted his trousers and strolled towards the nearby edge of the woods, seeking a moment of privacy, necessitated by the presence of womenfolk, requiring him to venture a bit farther. At that moment, the middle-aged instructor's peripheral vision caught sight of a large flock of birds suddenly taking flight in alarm from the direction they had arrived. The man paused momentarily, an unsettling premonition surging within him. Simultaneously, he sensed a slight tremor beneath his feet, as the rapid pounding of hoofs began to resonate, approaching with an ominous rumble, gradually intensifying like distant thunder. More soldiers, seated on the ground in repose, reacted swiftly, grasping their weapons. Enemy attack! Shouted the sentry stationed atop a nearby hill. Chapter 6. The slaughter. The somber sky weighed heavily upon the hearts of the people, shrouded in an unshakable gloom. The drizzle had subsided, yet the enemy's assault descended like a tempest, their hoofs thundering against the ground, long swords and spears raised high, charging towards the carriage guarded by the royal attendants. All assailants were cloaked in black fabric, their family crests stripped from their armor, seemingly intent on concealing their identities. At the forefront, a knight wielded a spear tucked under his arm, its sharp tip slightly lowered, glinting ominously as it aimed at the red-tipped stars. The black cloth obscured his face, revealing only his piercing eyes, as a guttural roar echoed forth, methodically enunciated, "Kill. Light. Damn." It reverberated like thunder. In the next heartbeat, iron hoofs surged forward, a howling tempest approaching. The masked attackers possessed a singular purpose, to bring death to Queen Layla and her child. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, Queen Layla and her maids stood paralyzed, their minds racing to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Among them, the battle-hardened Sir William was the first to react. However, at that moment, he wielded no longsword. Instead, he unsheathed a javelin, proficiently crafted for his use, and hurled it with force at the foremost enemy. Whoosh! The javelin sliced through the air. The leading knight of the masked assailants was caught unawares as the projectile struck him squarely in the chest. Thud! Although the rigid breastplate withstood the blow, it created a significant dent. The knight, failing to secure his legs around his steed, lost the balance of their charge, and was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Thud! Dust billowed as the knight tumbled, his foot entangled in the stirrup, dragged several meters by his horse before he managed to extricate himself with great effort. The cavalrymen trailing behind, seasoned in battle, quickly recognized the unfolding crisis, maneuvering around their fallen comrade to continue their advance. Had they not acted swiftly, the unfortunate knight would have been mercilessly trampled underfoot. Thus, the ambush on the grand thoroughfare commenced in earnest. In an instant, the cacophony of battle erupted, resonating through the road and the surrounding woods, akin to the roar of thunder. The guards of the Red Keep, caught in a moment of respite, were taken by surprise and quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Several soldiers were directly struck by charging steeds, while others met their fate before they could rise. Their throats slit, blood sprayed forth, and cries of agony filled the air. Some soldiers abandoned their weapons, fleeing into the thicket in a desperate bid for escape. Meanwhile, the fallen masked knight had risen from the ground, struggling to regain his footing. His leg appeared to be broken, the spear long lost, and he leaned on the scabbard of his sword for support, painfully standing upright. In his eyes, a palpable mixture of shame and rage flickered. The disgrace of his fall would haunt him for a lifetime. He had once been vanquished in a martial tournament held by the crown, defeated by a red-robed monk from Mill. The monk had wielded a flaming longsword, startling his steed and causing the esteemed knight to be unceremoniously thrown from his mount. Little did he anticipate that today, in a moment of carelessness, he would again find himself unseated, and this time it appeared he had fractured his leg. The masked, limping knight leaned heavily on the sword sheath, struggling to maintain his stance as the pain in his leg surged like a dull blade carving into flesh. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Yet, he gritted his teeth, enduring the agony, his countenance unwavering, with eyes as sharp as a hawk's, meticulously surveying the battlefield. He observed several red kit guards tasked with escorting the queen and prince attempting to flee. With a decisive wave of his hand, he pointed towards them and commanded, "Eliminate them all. Leave not a single one alive." Prior to the onset of the Usurpers' War, his family had remained neutral, vacillating between the rebels and the Iron Throne. However, following the Battle of the Trident, with the royal heir slain, the situation had become increasingly clear. The Targaryens were waning, and his family had lost faith in the Iron Throne. Simultaneously, they had identified the opportune moment to engage in the conflict, poised to reap the rewards of victory. Presently, the heads of Queen Rhaella and Prince Viserys would serve as the most potent declaration of allegiance to the rebel cause. Yet, for various critical reasons, they could not reveal their identities just yet. Thus, at the command of the Limping Knight, several masked bandits swiftly emerged from the fray, expertly trained for such covert actions. Thunderous hoofbeats echoed as they galloped, churning out mud, the masked assailants riding their war horses, blooded longswords in hand. Without hesitation, they urged their steeds to part the foliage and plunge into the woods, determined to eliminate every enemy and ensure that no information would be leaked. Excellent. The Limping Knight nodded in satisfaction at the unfolding scene. However, a surge of pain coursed through his leg, causing the muscles of his face to twitch as he gripped the sword hilt tightly to steady himself. Though the army of the warlord was corrupt, the guards of the Red Keep remained formidable. Taken by surprise during the ambush, they found themselves at a disadvantage, suffering heavy losses, yet when they regained their composure, they mounted a fierce resistance. In an instant, under the guidance of the Red Keep's commander, several masked cavalrymen were unhorsed, their heads severed from their bodies, blood gushing forth as if it were free of cost. "Protect Her Majesty the Queen," cried a middle-aged man with slightly curled hair. His form drenched in blood as he seized a steed and mounted it. Crouching low against the horse's back, he charged forward, wielding his sword with one hand, deftly evading enemy strikes amidst the chaos of galloping steeds. With his exceptional swordsmanship, he swiftly slashed the throat of an opponent. The startled warhorse, dragging the lifeless body, bolted towards the woods. Meanwhile, young Prince Viserys, clutching Sir William's sword, found his mind blank, engulfed in a haze of confusion. He suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet his legs felt as though they were encased in lead, rendering him motionless as he beheld the horrifying scenes unfolding before him. The piercing screams, the splattering blood, the severed head rolling on the ground, all these vividly striking images momentarily stifled his breath. Then, he witnessed a panicked warhorse careening toward him, dragging the lifeless body of an enemy. At that moment, the fog in Varys' mind lifted abruptly, as he realized that if the horse collided with him, his demise would be imminent. Summoning every ounce of strength to conquer his inner terror, his leaden legs seemed to regain a flicker of vigor. Just as the frightened steed was about to crash into him, he hurled himself aside. Chapter 7, Courage with a Thud. Viserys tumbled awkwardly onto the blood-stained path, his azure velvet tunic becoming solid. Startled, the war horses thundered past him, their heavy hoofs striking the ground and causing the stones to tremble. The prince felt as if his ears might burst from the cacophony, collapsing to his knees, curling in upon himself. Breathless, he gasped for air, his cheeks flushed and hot. He longed to utter some words of survival, yet the rapid beating of his heart surged within him. The tense situation was ever-changing, leaving no room for reflection. Sir William's sword lay not far from him, mudded yet still glinting with a cold shimmer. The chaos around him was filled with the sounds of combat, blood splattering as both sides fought with reckless abandon. As Viserys pressed his hands against the ground, panting heavily, he lifted his gaze to the long sword that seemed somewhat weighty for him. Suddenly, a surge of courage and strength welled up from within him. Damn it! The silver-haired boy gritted his teeth, striving to summon his resolve, and with great effort, he rose from the ground, disregarding the frantic pounding of his heart. He dashed forward, seizing the sword tightly. Its icy touch sent a chill through him, the blade emanating an almost tangible frost. Perhaps in a past life, Viserys would have hesitated to wield such a slender, sharp weapon, fearing legal repercussions or self-inflicted harm. Yet in this moment, the sword felt profoundly familiar. Amidst the turmoil, when everyone was absorbed in their own survival, he realized he was his own protector. With a determined clench of his jaw, the silver-haired boy vowed silently as he grasped the long sword. No matter who sought to harm him, he would not surrender like a timid rabbit, even in death. He would ensure he took a piece of his assailant with him. I will not. However, just as Viserys rallied his spirit, a bandit who had fallen from his horse due to a severed leg, propped himself up with one hand on his sword, the other clutching his head, wobbling as he stood. His leather armor bore a gruesome gash, narrowly escaping a fatal blow. Yet fate had smiled upon him, allowing him to survive. As the bandit regained his footing, a flash of red and the emblem of a golden lion appeared beneath his tattered armor. In that moment, by some twist of fate, the red kit guard who had severed his horse's leg was swiftly dispatched by others in the fierce battle, leaving him unscathed. Once he steadied himself, pushing aside the bodies of his fallen comrades, he shook his head and caught sight of the boy standing in the clearing of the battlefield, clutching the sword. The iconic silver gold hair and pale violet eyes, reminiscent of precious gems, framed the youthful, exquisite visage of the boy clutching a sword. He too had noticed the looming presence. As panic vividly flickered in his previously resolute gaze, akin to a startled rabbit, he never anticipated that mere moments after vowing silently to himself, he would find himself targeted by an adversary. The fallen masked brigand, upon spotting this unguarded big fish, gradually unveiled a sinister grin. The dark fabric shrouding his visage swept away by the wind. Yet, he remained unfazed, approaching Viserys step by step, sword in hand. An unprotected Targaryen prince appeared as vulnerable as a fish on a chopping block, regardless of the boy's noble lineage or pure blood. The once humble figure could scarcely claim to have even glimpsed the boy's toes from his kneeling position. However, at this moment, noble birth and lineage offered no sanctuary from the brigand's cruel blade. Viserys, whether paralyzed by fear or other causes, stood motionless, his breath quickening as he gripped Sir William's sword tightly, its tip aimed at his foe. His mind was a blank slate, filled only with the words imparted by his middle-aged instructor, to learn to thrust with the sharp end against his enemies. Unbeknownst to Viserys, a swirling black mist began to envelop the scene, coalescing into an indescribable form, as a pair of crimson eyes opened within the obscurity, fixated upon his back. A layer of scarlet gradually washed over Viserys' gaze, his breath growing heavy as he tightened his hold on the sword. In that fleeting moment, thunderous hoofs thundered forth, churning blood and mud beneath. William Derry, drenched in crimson, uncertain whether it was his own or that of his adversaries, brandished his sword, droplets of blood cascading down the blade. He raised it high as his steed galloped past the brigand, the sword carving a trajectory through the blood-red dust before crashing down with formidable force. In the next heartbeat, a severed head soared into the air, followed by a geyser of blood. The middle-aged man's slightly curled hair, now stained with blood, appeared somewhat grotesque. He was consumed by a bloodlust, his legs firmly gripping the flanks of his warhorse. He swiftly transferred the sword to his left hand, the hoofs thundering through the sanguine mud. As he passed by Viserys, he bent slightly, pressing his body against the horse's back, extending his arms to lift the young prince and place him securely behind him, urging breathlessly, "Your Highness, hold on tight." The seasoned instructor, realizing Viserys was in peril, hastened to slay the foe, rescuing the young prince, who had been prepared to confront the enemy. The hot blood of the adversary splattered across the boy's delicate face, and it was only then that Viserys awoke from his daze, shivering as his senses returned. The unseen black mist behind him gradually dissipated, restoring the clarity to his gemstone-like pale violet eyes. His throat quivered slightly as he clenched his teeth. Only then did he realize what had just transpired. He actually wished to confront his adversary with fervor. Where did such audacity stem from? Yet, he found himself cradled upon the steed by Sir William. Hearing the words of the mentor, without hesitation, Viserys resolutely grasped the other tightly. An enemy, mere feet away, had just been decapitated, blood splattering upon his cheek. Yet Viserys felt no inclination to retch, nor did he possess the opportunity to do so. Instead, his resolve only intensified as he tightened his fists. He understood all too well that if he wished to survive, now was not the time for disgust or nausea. The youthful blood coursing through his small frame ignited with a fervent blaze. For a 7-year-old boy, few could claim to exhibit greater bravery than he did at that moment. Kill! And thus, the battle erupted like thunder from a knight's mouth, reverberating once more along this blood-soaked thoroughfare. Chapter 8, Kevin Lannister, Blood-Red Sunset. A brutal slaughter had come to an end, the air saturated with a nauseating stench, the once smooth pathway now marred by blood and muck. Rainwater mingled with crimson, adhering to the boots of the middle-aged instructor. With a splatter, he staggered forward, sending droplets flying, leaving a small pit that quickly filled with the red deluge. With a thud, William Darry staggered only a few steps before his knees buckled, collapsing into the mire. One hand pressed against the ground. Sweat trickled from his brow as he gasped for breath, akin to a fish tossed ashore. His other hand clutched tightly at his abdomen, blood seeping relentlessly between his fingers. He had sustained a grave injury, a mortal wound inflicted by a masked brigand who, in his dying moments, had thrust a blade into William's side. Numerous other wounds adorned his body, many of which he could scarcely recall. Not far away, a limping knight struggled to draw his sword, delivering a final blow to the last Red Keep guard intent on ending his life. The long sword pressed brutally against the guard's neck. "You damned wretch!" With a fierce downward stroke, blood erupted forth as the guard's body crumpled, collapsing into the muck. The limping knight, having slain the soldier, swayed precariously for a moment, then planted his sword firmly in the ground to steady himself. His chest plate, battered by the impact of a spear, rose and fell as he gasped for air. Golden strands of hair matted with sweat clung to his face. At that moment, the black cloth he had once used to mask his visage lay forgotten. Yet, he no longer cared. Panic-stricken shouts echoed in the distance, shadowy figures glancing back as they fled, darting through the hills and disappearing into the woods, leaving no trace behind. This had been a fierce battle, with both sides suffering the flight of deserters who had underestimated the morale and strength of the Red Keep's guards. A miscalculation that bore a heavy price. As the conflict reached a stalemate, the limping knight contemplated retreat, yet his broken leg hindered his escape. The deserters had abandoned their once mighty lord, scattering like leaves in the wind while leaving him behind. Now, the battlefield lay strewn with the wounded, with only a few Red Keep soldiers leaning against trees, lamenting their fate. In the aftermath, the Red Keep instructor once again struggled to rise, the only one left standing alongside the limping knight. The knight's hawk-like eyes, sharp and piercing, conveyed an undeniable fatigue. He understood that since his men had forsaken him, his chances of survival were dwindling. Unless he could extinguish the lives of all present with his last breath, including the trembling Queen Layla hidden within the carriage. At that moment, the limping knight appeared to have a revelation. His gaze momentarily faltered as he pressed his hand to his forehead. It was then he discerned that beside Sir William Darry stood a boy with silvery golden hair, his form also marred by mud and blood, cradling a sword indeed. It was he who had aided Sir William. It turned out there was another man present. The limping knight leaned on his sword and let out a silent, sardonic laugh. Not far away, the middle-aged instructor, with his slightly curled hair clinging to his cheeks, pressed a hand to his side, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. This was a sign of excessive blood loss. Nevertheless, he recognized the mastermind behind this attack. The black cloth that had covered the limping knight's face was now discarded. "Kayvan Lannister. It's you!" The golden-haired, limping knight's visage bore signs of age, yet he was scarcely over 30. His deep-set eyes, pronounced laugh lines, and a neatly trimmed golden beard gave him a somewhat disheveled appearance at present. Sir William's lips quivered slightly. He certainly recognized the man before him. He was none other than the infamous uncle of Jaime Lannister, the king's guard currently serving at the side of his majesty. So, the Lannisters had indeed betrayed the Iron Throne. The astonishment was palpable in Sir William's voice. If the Lannister family had resolved to forsake the Iron Throne, then King's Landing was surely in peril. For prior to their departure, the Westlands army had already marched towards King's Landing under the banner of loyalty to the king. Should King Aerys command the gates to be opened for the Westlands army, this city, which had never fallen to external siege, would likely succumb from within. Moreover, Jaime Lannister stood beside the king. "Sir William, let us take a step back." Kayvan Lannister seemed entirely unperturbed by being recognized. His situation was dire, and he could only plead for his life, with all else rendered inconsequential. With one hand resting on his sword, he raised the other slightly, striving to imbue his words with sincerity. The Lannister family was not known for their novet. Perhaps it was an inherent adaptability within their bloodline, as everyone knew the lineage of the Lannisters. Now, ensnared in such a rigid predicament, Kayvan did not relinquish hope for survival. Yet, he refrained from attempting to sway the instructor into surrender. Both parties understood the futility of such an endeavor. If the instructor had wished to capitulate, he could have done so long before, rather than engage in such brutal conflict. Thus, he sought a mutual retreat. Despite the presence of Queen Layla, several maidens, and a young boy on the opposing side, Kayvan had undergone rigorous training since childhood and was well versed in combat. A few women and the boy posed no threat to him. He could dispatch them all, even with his injured leg. The only potential threat lay in the form of the battle-worn instructor from the Red Keep. Hearing the words of the knight known as Kevin Lannister, referred to as such by Sir William, Viserys felt a twinge of anxiety within. He raised his head to glance at the man beside him. Impossible! Yet, Sir William, clutching his side and appearing pallid, resolutely refused. He could not afford to let the opponent escape, otherwise, once Kevin rallied his fleeing soldiers, it would be their lives at stake. His gaze then turned to Viserys, who stood by his side. Child, do you remember what I just taught you? Learn to strike the enemy with the pointed end. Viserys nodded heavily, gripping his sword. Follow me. The middle-aged instructor, bracing himself on his sword, staggered forward step by step toward Kevin. Aware of his opponent's unwavering resolve and recognizing that his own lamed leg would hinder his escape, Kevin drew his long sword to confront him. The two once noble lords now resembled wounded, famished wolves, stumbling and grappling amidst the mingling of rain and blood. Chapter 9. The Twilight City. Under the crimson glow of the setting sun, two long swords clashed violently, sending sparks flying. The already dulled blade bore yet another spar, and Sir William staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Kevin, dragging a broken leg, lunged forward and delivered a powerful punch to the instructor's face. The man with slightly curled hair was momentarily disoriented from the blow, blood filling his mouth as his teeth felt loose, ultimately falling backward onto the earth. Die! Kevin sought to capitalize on this moment, yet he was caught off guard and tripped by William's foot, sprawling to the ground, his sword slipping from his grasp. The two men, enshrouded in blood and mud, struggled in the silence of the battlefield, where only their brutal combat and the faint groans of the dying could be heard. The blood-red sunset enveloped the entire avenue, and a gentle breeze whisked away the heavy scent of blood into the distance, while carrion birds circled in the sky, emitting mournful cries. No one bore witness to the ferocity of this battle. Meanwhile, Viserys, clutching his sword, finally found his moment. Without inflicting harm upon Sir William, he thrust through the gaps in Kevin Lannister's armor from behind, driving the blade deeply within. Die! With silver gold hair, the boy rushed forward, delivering a chilling blow as the sword's tip effortlessly penetrated the knight's chest, emerging from the front, its bright point stained crimson, blood dripping down the blade. The seasoned knight of House Lannister, who had once fought valiantly in the Battle of the 9 Copper Coins, had not anticipated his demise at the hands of a mere child. Subsequently, the lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Viserys, panting heavily, withdrew his sword, unbeknownst to him. As he dispatched Kevin, an unseen black smoke slithered along his blade, entering his palm from Kevin's lifeless form, a warm sensation coursing through him. Gasping for breath, the boy swung his sword again, aiming for Kevin's neck. Fearing he had not finished the job, he sought to sever the head completely. However, due to his insufficient strength, the sword became lodged halfway within the corpse's neck, blood spilling forth and staining the earth. Kevin Lannister was undeniably dead. With a thud, Viserys finally relinquished his sword, collapsing onto the ground, his chest heaving violently. Having witnessed the battlefield up close and personally taken alive, he had rapidly progressed in his struggle for survival, forcing himself to flee. Meanwhile, Sir William, sprawled on the ground, nearly beaten to death by Kevin's fists, bore bruises and spoke through swollen lips, lacking even the strength to rise. Child, why would you do this? He gazed at Viserys' final act of madness and cruelty. This mere 7-year-old child not only possessed the audacity to slay his enemy, but also harbored the intention to sever the foe's head. The stark contrast of this scene left him momentarily stunned, reshaping his impression of the Targaryen prince. Whenever a Targaryen is born, the gods cast a coin to determine whether he shall be great or mad. The tutor found himself unable to discern whether this was the mark of a hero or the manifestation of cruel insanity. I too was at a loss. Meanwhile, Viserys, panting heavily, sat upon the ground, casting a glance at the lifeless form of Kevin, noting the sigil revealed beneath the breastplate. He then helped the middle-aged tutor to his feet. Perhaps I was simply afraid of not having killed him. He uttered no words of vengeance. Everyone knew what the Lannisters would do next, and he was merely collecting a small interest for now. At that moment, the group of noblewomen hidden in the carriage disembarked. No one blamed them for not having assisted earlier, as their prowess would have been of little use and might have hindered instead. Just then, the distant sound of thundering hoofs echoed once more. The expressions of Viserys and Sir William shifted dramatically. However, this time the sound emanated from the direction they intended to head. In the next moment, a troop of cavalry bearing banners appeared within their sight. The following day, just before dawn, the blue backdrop with a white diagonal cross and 2 crossed war hammers fluttered in the breeze. The gates of Brown Castle creaked open, and Count Riffrey Lightbur rode forth on a grand steed, donned in a black cloak and sporting doeskin gloves, personally welcoming Her Majesty the Queen at the gates. Upon seeing Queen Layla's carriage approach, Count Riffrey dismounted and led his family and servants, whom he had gathered in a dense throng, to kneel en masse. They had received word from King As Landing and thus set out to escort Her Majesty and the Prince to the Vale of Twilight. Little did they expect to arrive just in time to capture several deserters from the Red Keep, who bore news of the Queen's encounter with bandits. Sir Jeremy Lightbur commanded them to hasten, escorting Queen Layla and the Prince to Brown Castle, the ancestral stronghold of the Lightbur family. Perched upon the hills overlooking the entire Vale of Twilight and its harbor, Sir William sustained severe injuries and was urgently treated. After the scholars of Brown Castle meticulously stitched and bandaged his wounds, he was administered opiate milk and, at that moment, had sunk into a deep slumber. Queen Layla rested alone in her chamber, while Viserys shared a room with little Rhaenys. With a soft tread, Viserys, his silvery hair cascading in gentle waves over his shoulders, returned to their bedroom, cradling the frightened Rhaenys, who had also succumbed to slumber. For reasons unknown, he felt a surge of strength, finding it no arduous task to carry Rhaenys. The small black cat, Balerion, trailed closely behind, having survived the fierce battle. Viserys gently laid the young girl upon the bed, the flickering candlelight in the bedroom casting a soft glow, while outside the sounds of armored soldiers echoed, accompanied by the rhythmic footsteps of their patrols. The Lannister family, for the time being, appeared to remain steadfastly loyal. Viserys found himself plagued by insomnia, perhaps a consequence of enduring too much turmoil. The bloody reality of this world starkly reminded him that existence here was far from idyllic. It felt as though he were mired in a quagmire, where even the act of survival demanded every ounce of his strength. A boy stood atop a stool, leaning against the narrow windowsill of the chamber, gazing out at the landscape. The city of King's Landing and the sea were cleaved in two, the morning waves of the ocean whispering a sense of tranquility as they lapped gently against the rocks. The briny sea breeze wafted through the window, caressing the boy's exquisitely delicate features, reminiscent of a young maiden, while playfully tousling his silvery gold locks. Viserys understood, this loyalty would not endure for long. Chapter 10, Attribute Enhancement. He was aware of the Lannister family and the events that unfolded subsequently, albeit not in great detail, but he grasped the general narrative. He also understood that the current power underpinning King As Landing was the support from the Westerlands. However, the reality was stark. The Lannisters had betrayed the Iron Throne, which would serve as the final straw in the destruction of the Targaryen dynasty. Fortuitously, the Lake family had not apprehended any deserters from the Lannisters, nor had they pursued the identities of the assailants' corpses. Sir Jeremy had taken to heart the words of Sir William, believing it to be an attack by the rebels. Moreover, due to the lack of timely information, Brown Castle had yet to receive the latest news from King As Landing. At this moment, the silver-haired boy was in a state of anxious urgency, yet he could not display any outward signs. To him, the guards outside served both as protectors and as overseers. He needed to embark before any information was leaked. Viserys gazed out the window at the merchant fisherman setting sail, silently resolving himself. Just then, the little black cat, Balerion, let out a meow and nimbly leaped onto the bed. Its soft paws trod upon the owner's brown locks, and it extended its tiny tongue to gently lick Rhaenys' cheek, subsequently curling its tail beside the little girl. Viserys' thoughts were momentarily interrupted by Balerion's call. He turned his head to observe Rhaenys, who had fallen into a deep slumber, overwhelmed by fear and fatigue. He then averted his gaze to the nearby silver mirror, pausing for 3 seconds. A cloud of black mist began to unfurl. Viserys Targaryen, Strength, Sun, 5 Constitution, Soil, 6 Agility, Raindrop, 8 Spirit, Moon, 18 Hum. A youthful, delicate face appeared before the silver mirror, seemingly frail, appearing no older than 7 or 8, with silvery gold hair and pale violet eyes. At this moment, due to the intense stimuli and a night devoid of sleep, his eyes were tinged with bloodshot hues. Viserys furrowed his brow slightly, directing his gaze towards the elevated Valyrian script composed of the black mist, his focus landing on the symbols for sun and soil. If his initial analyses were correct, they likely represented his strength and constitution, respectively. He distinctly remembered that before departing from King As Landing, the sun data should have been 3, while soil should have been 5. Had my strength and constitution undergone a sudden transformation? Viserys felt a twinge of bewilderment, unable to grasp the situation. To him, these represented metrics of his physical state, which would only evolve alongside his bodily development or training. He had previously been perplexed as to why only he could perceive this swirling black mist. The silver-haired boy stood before the mirror, gently massaging his temples. Too much had transpired overnight, and Viserys was indeed fatigued. Even though his moon attribute was markedly more potent than that of others. However, at that moment, he still mastered his spirits, striving to comprehend the current state of his own body. His gaze fell upon the sword resting on the table, the very blade with which he had slain Kevin Lannister. Sir William, having sustained grave injuries, had succumbed to slumber after consuming poppy milk, leaving the sword in the care of Viserys. A half-burned white candle flickered atop the round wooden table, swaying gently with the sea breeze that wafted through the cracks of the window. A small black cat, nestled upon the soft silk bedding, gazed curiously at Viserys with its bright green eyes, unaware of the boy's intentions. In the reflection of the boy's eyes, the shadow of him drawing the long sword emerged. The blade's cold gleam mirrored the candlelight, illuminating the room, revealing the smooth, water-like surface of the sword, still marked with unclean splatters of blood, alongside the visage of Viserys. My strength seems to have truly increased. A glimmer of joy was clearly visible in the reflections of his eyes. Viserys sensed that the once cumbersome sword now felt less burdensome. His strength had quietly grown significantly, so much so that he scarcely noticed, as if it were an inevitable progression. Pressing his fingers against his chest, he pondered whether it was merely an illusion, but even his body felt somewhat more robust. What could be the reason for this? The silver-haired boy stood before the mirror, returning the long sword to the wooden table, and fell into a contemplative state. He meticulously recalled the events surrounding his escape from King's Landing. According to his mother, the ill tidings had arrived the day prior to the incident. The following day, Viserys learned of the news and was promptly ushered onto a carriage to flee, his mind clouded and bewildered as he daringly rescued Rhaenys. During this tumultuous period, he had not acted out of the ordinary. Then, on the journey to the Vale, they were ambushed by the Lannisters, and he had personally slain Kevin Lannister in that combat. Was it because I took a life? The journey had been simple, devoid of excessive complexities. Save for the creaking of the carriage and the tension during the ambush, where he had mustered all his courage to fight back in order to survive. Viserys was no fool. He quickly discerned the sole difference in this journey compared to his usual life. He had taken a life with his own hands. His thoughts swirled chaotically, as the silver-haired boy stood in place, his eyes once tinged with bloodshot weariness now sparkling with vitality. If his thoughts were to be believed, he had stumbled upon a path of enhancement. If he continued to vanquish foes, would he then perpetually grow stronger? With these thoughts, Viserys' heart raced, and he recalled how he had once been bewildered by the enigmatic black mist that only he could perceive. It seemed that this was his golden finger for arriving in this world. But why had it chosen him? Was it due to his lineage? He was a Targaryen. Viserys' thoughts began to scatter, his mind gradually awakening. And the first notion that crossed his mind was this: it was the most distinguishing feature that set him apart from others, the true dragon blood of House Targaryen. Yet, he soon recalled that the text manifested within the dark mist was in High Valyrian. Viserys hesitated slightly. Was it because I am a Targaryen, or rather, because I am a Valyrian? Many descendants of Valyria still exist in this world, yet Viserys seemed to be the fortunate one. He perched on the edge of his bed, resting his chin on his hand, contemplating for a long while. However, due to the limitations of his knowledge, he could not fully comprehend the reason. Fortune does not simply fall from the sky. Viserys, possessing wisdom that transcended his years within his frail frame, was acutely aware of this. Thus, when the day came that he might receive a divine gift, he found himself excessively cautious. Chapter 11, Setting Sail. Thus, the silver-haired boy lightly tousled his hair and resolved to abandon his troubling thoughts. He was acutely aware that even if he fled to the town of Sunset Vale, he had not entirely escaped peril. Only upon leaving Westeros for the sea might he find a semblance of relief. After a sleepless day and night, despite the fortitude granted by the merging of two souls, fatigue began to take its toll. He desperately needed rest, awaiting the moment when Sir William would awaken, so they, along with his mother, could discuss their journey from Sunset Vale to Dragonstone. His understanding of the history unfolding before him was limited. Yet he retained the knowledge that for the next decade, the banner of House Baratheon would continue to flutter proudly over Westeros. This was the prevailing tide of fate. The Targaryen dynasty had exhausted its fortunes and was destined to perish in the forthcoming war of usurpers. Yet, at this moment, he was merely a 7-year-old boy, incapable of affecting change, let alone reversing the course of history. For Viserys, both now and in the distant future, there remained but one singular task: to survive. A day and a night had passed. Morning broke. Sir William Derry, grievously wounded and pierced by a blade to his ribs, finally stirred from his slumber. The middle-aged mentor appeared somewhat pallid, yet after the scholar's ministrations and sufficient rest, he had regained enough strength to rise and take a few steps with assistance. Outside, a raven flapped its wings as it approached from afar, alighting upon a wooden perch, tilting its head slightly to reveal the glimmer in its blue eyes. Tethered to the raven's leg was a letter. The scholar responsible for the raven's care soon arrived, soothing the bird and offering it a morsel as encouragement before retrieving the missive from its leg. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. Within the banquet hall of Brown Keep, Earl Rivalry Lightborough sat cautiously at the side, in attendance of Queen Layla. He had seized the opportunity presented by the upheaval in Sunset Vale, during which the Targaryen family was executed by the king, allowing him to assume control of both Sunset Vale and Brown Keep. Now, contemplating the war of usurpers, Earl Lightborough had made the calculated decision to align himself with the royal family. He believed that House Targaryen could surely quell the insurrection, presenting a chance for his family to ascend once more. "Your Majesty," he said, slightly portly with a pronounced belly that groaned beneath him as he sat. In his hands, he held a piece of intelligence from King's Landing, which he extended to the silver-haired woman. Sunset Vale was not far from King's Landing, and due to the defeat at the Trident, its geographical position had become precarious. Yet, the rebels were too preoccupied to concern themselves with the loyal nobles, their forces directed straight towards King's Landing. Meanwhile, on another front, Storm's End, the seat of House Baratheon, was besieged by the forces of Lord Mace Tyrell of Highgarden and had been encircled for an entire year. Robert's two brothers, Stannis and Renly, are also in the city, their fates currently unknown. Were it not for the primary objective of attacking King's Landing, Robert might have considered personally descending south to rescue the beleaguered stronghold of Storm's End. Although Riverrun's Lord Tully has taken the perilous risk of remaining loyal to the crown amidst increasingly dire circumstances, it does not imply that he would stubbornly adhere to blind loyalty. He has been consistently dispatching individuals to gather intelligence from King's Landing, adapting to the situation as it evolves. The information he has presented to Queen Rhaella is the result of such efforts. On the surface, it appears that the situation has yet to reach its most critical juncture. The forces of House Lannister, led by Duke Tywin of Casterly Rock, seem to have arrived at King's Landing. However, for reasons unknown, His Majesty King Aerys has not chosen to open the city's gates to allow the Western forces entry, instead keeping them confined outside. Might the king be exhibiting excessive caution? Lord Light, observing the Queen's demeanor, cautiously ventured, "Should you consider penning a letter to advise His Majesty?" Yet, as Light's words reached her ears, Rhaella's expression remained unchanged, her grip on the intelligence report causing her nails to pale slightly. Ultimately, she inhaled deeply and shook her head. "No need. I trust the king's judgment." She had intended to use the Ravens of Storms and to send a letter cautioning her husband of the Lannister family. However, now that she has received news of the Western forces' arrival at King's Landing, she realizes it is too late. Due to the lengthy journey, the message has likely been delayed. Understanding her husband as nature stubborn, reckless, suspicious, and often capricious, she feared that the Lannisters might have already deceived their way through the city gates and surged into King's Landing. The Targaryen dynasty has clearly seen better days, yet, even if King's Landing were to fall, this would not be the most desperate hour. Queen Rhaella knew she must summon her strength for the sake of her two children and her granddaughter. Before leaving King's Landing, she had discovered she was pregnant once more, though she was uncertain whether this child would be a boy or a girl. This revelation filled her with joy, as she had previously endured many pregnancies. But only Rhaegar and Viserys had survived, with the others being stillborn or lost. She hoped to give birth to another child. Her stay at Storm's End had already stretched for quite some time. The silver-haired woman fell silent for a moment, then, placing the intelligence report aside, she raised her gaze to Lord Light, her voice steady as she declared, "Lord Riverrun, I believe the ships to Dragonstone are ready." Upon hearing the Queen's words, Lord Light promptly rose to his feet. "Indeed, Your Majesty, you may depart at any time." Though he wished to retain Queen Rhaella and Prince Viserys for greater future advantage, the overwhelming threat of the rebels left Lord Light no choice but to refrain from keeping the Queen at Storm's End any longer. Otherwise, the meager forces at Brown Castle would scarcely suffice for the rebels to enjoy a cup of tea. After a long wait, Viserys finally set foot upon the vast sea. The waves gently lapped against the hull of the ship, merging the sky and ocean into an endless expanse. Seated at the bow, Viserys felt the sea breeze tousle his silvery golden locks, and his gem-like eyes winked with wonder. Though he had encountered the ocean before, Each return rendered him irresistibly enchanted. He relished this tranquil and serene atmosphere, which momentarily allowed him to forget his troubles. Today, the sea resembled a mirror. Apart from the two-masted vessel slicing through its surface and causing gentle ripples, everything else appeared undisturbed. Under the radiant sun, the scattered reflections gleamed like shards of gold. Behind Viserys, the deck was bustling with individuals clad in diverse attire, each speaking in a multitude of accents. This ship hailed from the 9 great free trade city-states, with the owner said to be a merchant from Braavos. They intended to dock at the small harbor of Old Town to replenish their supplies before embarking on their journey back to Essos, with their ultimate destination being Pentos. The merchant vessel would make a brief stop at Dragonstone while traversing the narrow sea. Thus, when Duke Lake contacted the ship's owner, the latter readily agreed, charging only a modest fee of golden dragons to escort Queen Rhaella and Prince Viserys to Dragonstone. Chapter 12. Dragonstone. The days at sea were monotonous, swiftly passing by. Night fell. The deep blue ocean roared, waves crashing against the ship's hull with a thunderous sound. The two-masted merchant vessel cleaved through the tempest, slicing through the fog that enveloped the sea, and in the distance, an island emerged from the darkness, gradually coming into view, growing ever larger. At this moment, Viserys stood on the deck, cradling a small black cat. The sea breeze tousled his hair, and his youthful face flushed slightly. He had endured the relentless assault of the ocean winds and truly grasped the hardships faced by sailors. The emotional torment of solitude was compounded by physical discomfort. The sharp wind stung his face, akin to tiny daggers grazing his tender skin, which struggled to withstand the harshness. The initial thrill of being at sea had evaporated entirely. During their brief journey, they had even encountered a minor storm, but aside from broadening Viserys' horizons, it had posed no true danger. Ultimately, they had successfully reached their destination, Dragonstone. From afar, Dragonstone loomed larger in the boy's sight, resembling a mountain rising from the sea, or a mighty dragon displaying its claws and fangs, gazing down upon those who dared approach from Westeros. It seemed poised to unleash a torrent of fiery breath at any moment. Yet Viserys, undaunted, met its gaze while holding the small cat. Due to her seasickness, Rhaenys had not ventured out of the cabin for quite some time, spending her days confined within, eating a little before succumbing to sleep, lest she be overwhelmed by nausea. The poor girl was beset by a dizzying malaise, accompanied by a slight fever, which greatly alarmed Queen Rhaella, who had devoted herself to caring for her granddaughter during these trying days. Dragonstone has arrived, Your Majesty. Standing behind Viserys was a portly man clad in luxurious garments, who inclined his body slightly and then beamed at Queen Rhaella. His voluminous sleeves could not conceal the exquisite gem-encrusted bracelet adorning his wrist, which shimmered under the bright light of the torches, his oily visage almost blinding. Viserys turned to regard him, instinctively sensing that this man was not as simple as he appeared. Perhaps he had not merely happened upon the Vale of Arryn and fortuitously journeyed to Pentos, passing Dragonstone by chance. There may have been ulterior motives at play. However, he kept these thoughts to himself, withholding his suspicions from all. The sound of water lapping against the ship's hull echoed in his ears as they drew closer to the shore. Soon, those on land noticed their arrival, and after a brief exchange, the vessel smoothly docked at the pier, where those sent to greet them hurriedly approached. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! 2 hurried figures arrived. One was an elderly scholar dressed in white robes, while the other was the steward who had governed Dragonstone in Prince Rhaegar's absence. 2 individuals knelt on one knee in reverence to the arrival of the Queen and the Prince. The elderly scholar, whose age was evident, trembled slightly. Upon receiving a subtle cue from his mother, Viserys hurried forward to assist the old scholar, who seemed to have one foot already in the grave. Master Daniel, it has been far too long, he remarked. Queen Rhaella rested a hand gently on her abdomen, her silvery hair flowing softly in the sea breeze, as her striking eyes gazed quietly at the gray-haired scholar, as if reflecting on the unrelenting passage of time. After a moment, she spoke softly. Indeed, Princess Rhaella. As a devoted servant to House Targaryen for many generations, the old scholar had begun his service during the era of Rhaella's great-grandfather, Aegon V. Master Daniel had watched Rhaella and the current King Aerys grow up. He had witnessed Rhaella's spirited youth and had once blessed her passionate romance with Ser Bonifor Hasty. Ultimately, he also bore witness to the wedding of Rhaella and her brother, Aerys. Due to the weariness from their journey, the group did not linger at the port, continuing instead along the rugged path towards the distant castle, which resembled a great dragon perched atop a hill. In the distance, the village lay shrouded in the twilight, steeped in solemnity. Dragonstone had a sparse population and limited resources, yet it was the ancestral home of House Targaryen, the very place where Aegon I Targaryen, over 2 centuries ago, had devised plans with his 2 sisters to conquer the continent of Westeros. Queen Rhaella supported Master Daniel, resembling a pair of affectionate grandparents as they reminisced, while Viserys guided the somewhat dazed Rhaenys. Another middle-aged man, who had accompanied Master Daniel, cast several glances at Rhaenys. David Shad, the man, clad in leather armor, abruptly introduced himself after scrutinizing Rhaenys. Viserys turned slightly at the sound of his voice, realizing that the man was looking at him. My name is David Shad. Your Highness, the middle-aged man reiterated. Greetings, Sir Shad. Viserys politely nodded while still holding Rhaenys' hand, puzzled as to why this man sought to engage in conversation with him. However, he was momentarily taken aback. The man, noticing the expression on Viserys' face, seemed unfazed, as if accustomed to such reactions. The surname Shad was associated with the bastards of Dorne, and the man himself had been bestowed as a gift to Prince Rhaegar when Dorne and House Targaryen had forged their alliance. Many of Rhaegar's supporters hailed from Dorne, which explained their loyalty. The two exchanged pleasantries before falling into silence once more. Aside from Queen Rhaella, who was engrossed in conversation with Master Daniel, the rest of the group remained quiet. As they approached the towering castle perched upon the hill, the ancient stone drum, the main stronghold of Dragonstone, loomed closer. Whenever a storm approached, the old walls of the stone drum would reverberate with a resounding echo, thus earning its name. Upon entering through the grand entrance, the castle's gate resembled the gaping maw of a dragon, flanked by torch stands that bore dragon claws, their flames casting elongated shadows of the entourage and illuminating the castle's interior. The castle of Dragonstone was entirely constructed from black stone, exuding an atmosphere that was both oppressive and solemn. As Viserys traversed the castle's interior, he gazed about with an insatiable curiosity. Soon, the group arrived at the great hall of the main keep. Queen Rhaella occupied the principal seat at the hall, while Scholar Daniel and the former steward, David Shard, took their places on the adjacent benches. The elderly maid who had fled to Dragonstone with the queen cradled Rhaenys, leading the young girl away for some much-needed rest. Meanwhile, the servants and soldiers within the castle busied themselves with cleaning and organizing. At that moment, Queen Rhaella turned her gaze towards Viserys and abruptly spoke. Viserys, kneel here. Chapter 13. The Coronation. Viserys knelt there, momentarily taken aback by his mother's request. However, neither Bachelor Daniel nor Master David, seated beside the throne, displayed any semblance of surprise. News from King's Landing had gradually reached them. As Queen Rhaella and Viserys departed the continent of Westeros, the capital had already fallen. Duke Tywin, leading 12,000 soldiers under the banner of loyalty to the crown, was rebuffed at the gates by Aerys Targaryen. Among the royal advisors, Maester Pycelle managed to persuade the king to open the city gates to welcome the forces from the Westlands. Yet, once the gates of King's Landing swung wide and the Lannister army poured into the city, the Duke of Casterly Rock, who had previously professed unwavering loyalty, suddenly turned against them, commanding his troops to plunder King's Landing in the name of Robert Baratheon. This city, which had never before succumbed to external siege, fell from within once more. Meanwhile, the fate of His Majesty Aerys Targaryen, still in King's Landing, remained uncertain. No definitive news had reached them, but it was presumed he faced dire straits. Thus, Queen Rhaella's sudden decision was not difficult to comprehend. Your Majesty, the elderly scholar spoke up, trembling as he rose unsteadily from his chair. To crown His Highness, we must adhere to the will of the Seven. The coronation of a new king is a significant event, necessitating an elaborate ceremony. First and foremost, a proper cathedral is required. During the Targaryen dynasty, most kings were crowned at the Great September of Baelor. Fortunately, Dragonstone possesses a sept, where it is said that on the eve of his conquest of the Seven Kingdoms, Aegon the Conqueror knelt in prayer. However, according to the Targaryen records, this is questionable, for Aegon only turned to the Seven after reaching Old Town during his campaign. Thus, this sept was likely constructed after the conquest. Moreover, it is insufficient to have only a cathedral for the coronation of the new king. The High Septon and several archbishops must convene to conduct the coronation ceremony, which entails anointing with sacred oil and the recitation of blessings, among other rites. Yet, on this barren Dragonstone, apart from the presence of a sept, there exists nothing else. Even the number of monks and nuns is pitifully scarce, let alone archbishops and the High Septon. Upon hearing Bachelor Daniel's words, Queen Rhaella momentarily appeared dazed, lowering her head to rub her temples. I apologize, Bachelor Daniel. I have momentarily lost my composure. Although the silver-haired woman presented a audit of strength, the anguish of her fallen kingdom gnawed at her like relentless ants. Unsettling her thoughts, she yearned to ensure the continuation of the crown, to crown her child, so that the flickering flame of hope within her would not extinguish. The Targaryen dynasty must not perish in her generation. In that case, let us proceed to the sept. Subsequently, the elderly maid assisted Queen Layla to her feet, while Sir Shad, seated nearby, rose with the support of his sword and spoke. Your Majesty, I shall summon the clerics. However, the butler's suggestion was immediately dismissed by the silver-haired woman. Queen Layla stood before the round table, gazing at those present. The golden crown inlaid with rubies sparkling brilliantly under the torchlight. Taking a deep breath to master her spirits, she addressed the assembly. This is a moment of great significance. I come to crown Viserys, as long as it is under the watchful gaze of the seven. Within the sanctum of Dragonstone, statues of the seven loomed. At that moment, Viserys knelt partially before the effigies, his mother, Queen Layla Targaryen, standing beside him. Clad in a resplendent black velvet gown, the queen appeared even more regal. Her elongated and graceful figure accentuated by her silver hair cascading down to her waist. One hand rested gently upon Viserys' head, while the other held a solemn oath penned by Scholar Daniel, which she recited in a low, resonant voice. This sensation, Viserys knelt on the cool stone floor, feeling an unsettling vulnerability, as if he were stripped bare, exposed to the gaze of onlookers. In the expansive sanctum, Queen Layla recited the oath for her son, while Scholar Daniel and Sir Shad, along with others, stood at a distance, bearing witness to the moment. The focus of their attention, the silver-haired boy, seemed restless, twisting and turning. He was then gently restrained by Queen Layla's hand. Do you pledge with a heart full of compassion? The voice of his mother resonated from above. Yet, at that moment, Viserys felt his breath quicken, his face growing flushed, as if the blood within him ignited. His mother's words reached his ears, but all he could do was vacantly nod and utter, I promise, while lifting his gaze in bewilderment to the surroundings. The towering statues of the seven loomed above, overlooking the diminutive figure below. In the sanctum of Dragonstone, the old woman's eyes were like pearls, the father as beard gilded, while the stranger resembled more of a beast than a man. The statues were carved from the masts of ships, the very vessels that the ancestors of the Targaryen clan had used to escape from Valyria across the sea. For centuries, they had been adorned with layers of vibrant paint, gold leaf, silver gilt, and embedded jewels. The sanctum also housed several altars, their stained glass reflecting dazzling light under the flickering torches. It is so hot. Viserys felt his palms pressed against the ground of the sanctum, the sensation akin to searing heat, as if he were ensconced within a great furnace, flames consuming everything around him. No, it is unbearably hot. Yet, those surrounding him appeared oblivious to such discomfort. Only Viserys felt this peculiarity. What on earth is happening? Why do I feel this way under the gaze of the seven gods? Viserys pondered, yet his body temperature continued to rise. He understood the significance of the coronation ceremony at this moment and endeavored to maintain his composure, striving not to reveal any aberration. However, his breath grew increasingly labored with the passage of time, as if he were to be consumed by flames. His skin, muscles, blood, organs, and bones were all being reduced to carbon, ultimately turning to ash. At that moment, Queen Rhaella's lengthy oath finally reached its conclusion. Subsequently, the silver-haired woman removed the golden crown adorned with rubies from her own head and gently placed it upon Viserys' brow. From this day forth, my child, you shall be the king of the Undols, the Ruiner, and the first man, the rightful ruler of the seven kingdoms and the protector of the realm, Viserys Targaryen son. Chapter 14. Fury. At that moment, beneath the statue of the seven gods, Viserys could no longer endure. The silver-haired boy's body temperature had soared to a frightening level. His fair skin tinged with a flush, as if an inferno were raging within him. His mother, Queen Rhaella, finally noticed her son's distress. Viserys, what is wrong with you? Yet, as the world spun and his mind succumbed to a haze, he could only perceive his mother's crouched figure and her anxious countenance. Then, his body weakened, and he collapsed, his fevered, crimson cheeks pressed against the cold ground. My lord, the newly crowned young king has fainted. In the sanctum of Dragonstone, chaos erupted. Meanwhile, in the distant city of King's Landing, the formidable Tywin Lannister was in a furious rage, for this was the true calamity. No one could have imagined that the calculating and ruthless Duke Tywin would display such uncharacteristic emotion. With a resounding clatter, the knights of House Lannister knelt on one knee, imploring their lord to temper his wrath. They had not forgotten the haunting melody of the Reign of Castamere echoing over the ruins of the Tarbeck Hall, nor the blood-soaked land where men, women, and children of their king had been mercilessly slaughtered. The soldiers of House Lannister who had managed to return were now bound to wooden stakes, awaiting the Duke's wrath as he prepared to flay them alive. The source of Tywin Lannister's fury was quite simple. The secret mission he had dispatched to hunt down Queen Rhaella and her young son Viserys had resulted in near total annihilation, with only a handful managing to escape. The news had arrived too late, a harbinger of doom. Just days later, the body of Kevan Lannister, Tywin's most trusted confidant, was discovered and brought back to King's Landing. Kevan's demise was horrifically tragic. Even those who witnessed it could barely bear to look. The women folk, unaccustomed to such gruesome sights, retreated to corners, retching in horror. Kevan had suffered a fatal wound to the chest, a sword having pierced through from behind. In a desperate bid to sever his head, the enemy seemed to falter, their exhaustion causing the blade to become lodged, leaving his head hanging at an unnatural angle as his body was transported back, a grotesque sight, already emitting a foul stench, infested with maggots. Even the priests, who endeavored to prepare him for burial, could only manage to stitch his neck wound, unable to mask the overwhelming odor. At this moment, the tall and imposing Duke of Casterly Rock, with bloodshot green eyes and a thick golden beard quivering slightly, struggled to fathom the loss of his own brother in such a brutal fashion, casting a shadow over the victory feast that should have celebrated their triumph. Even so, a subtle sense of panic stirred within. This was intended to be a jubilant division of the Targaryen legacy, yet the Lannisters, though late to engage, struck with unrelenting ferocity. It was universally acknowledged that if the Targaryens were not utterly eradicated, they would forever remain a ticking time bomb. Those possessing the true blood of dragons would inevitably demand retribution for their spilled blood. Until now, everything had proceeded smoothly. But just as Kevan was on the verge of reaping the fruits of victory, he fell unexpectedly, casting a psychological shadow over Tywin, who was already burdened by guilt. The corpse of his old friend, Aerys, lay before the Iron Throne. The ruthless bloodbath in King's Landing unfolded under the tacit approval of Tywin, as the Lannister army rampaged, pillaging and burning in the name of the new king. The bodies of Rhaegar's wife, Princess Elia, and Aegon were draped in the crimson and gold Lannister cloak, presented to Robert Baratheon as a token of allegiance. These blood-stained images flickered incessantly in his mind, blood, death and retribution, a cycle of cause and effect. Yet, throughout it all, Tywin Lannister maintained an unbending posture, his cold and unyielding countenance shrouded in a veil of gloom. He would not allow his inner turmoil to seep into the hearts of his vassals. He remained the Duke of Casterly Rock, wielding absolute authority. Then, with a thunderous crash, a middle-aged man clad in a scarlet robe, embroidered with a vibrant lion in gold thread, seemed unable to contain his emotions any longer. Without warning, he violently overturned the table before him, scattering its contents across the floor. Targaryen! He bellowed, drawing his long sword and frantically cleaving through everything in the room. If the death of his wife, Joanna Lannister, had stripped away the last remnants of warmth from Tywin, the demise of his brother, Kevan, had extinguished his composure. The furious Duke of Tywin appeared utterly incensed. His loathing for the Targaryen family was palpable. Otherwise, he would not have executed such ruthless measures, nearly exterminating every last dragon spawn. Years ago, at his wedding to Joanna, the drunken Aerys Targaryen's actions towards his wife weighed heavily on Tywin's conscience. Following that incident, he sent his wife away from King's Landing and returned to Casterly Rock, formally severing ties with Aerys, his former comrade from the War of the Nine Penny Kings. Now, Tywin's wrath instilled a deep fear in all the knights and vassals of House Lannister who had accompanied him. Only Gregor Clegane, known as the Mountain, stood defiantly, arms crossed, exhibiting an arrogant demeanor as if unperturbed by the Duke's fury. Regardless of Tywin Lannister's rage, he ultimately refrained from directing his ire towards others. Instead, he executed all deserters himself and ordered the concealment of Kevan's death, orchestrating a grand funeral for his brother under the pretense of an accidental fall. He vowed to avenge him, vowing to eradicate the remnants of the Targaryens. Yet the truth cannot remain hidden forever. The city of King's Landing, recently cleansed by blood and flames, seemed to have momentarily shed its foul stench, only to be cloaked once more in the putrid aroma of decay. In a narrow alley barely wide enough for two to pass, nearly every household hung white cloths. The night was profound. The city guard had just completed their patrol. At that moment, a round silver stack clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Moments later, a diminutive figure darted from the shadows, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. Swiftly, they retrieved the silver stack from the ground and tucked it into their bosom, vanishing once again into the darkness. Chapter 15. Nightmares and catastrophes, the true cause of Kevin's demise, quickly disseminated, aided by those with ulterior motives. In the aftermath of the recent pillaging, a considerable number of individuals in King's Landing harbored animosity towards the Lannister family. Moreover, among the rebellious nobility, many were envious of the Lannisters for reaping the fruits of victory. Through a tacit collaboration, the nefarious reputation of the Lannister family swiftly spread throughout the city. Countless commoners rejoiced at Kevin's death, believing that the Targaryen family would inevitably return, demanding that the Lannisters repay their debts. Among the populace, the Targaryens still retained their favor. Duke Tywin, during a recent outing, was met with a foul egg hurled at him. His countenance darkened, icy and ashen, unmistakably revealing his fury. However, the gold-cloaked guards, known for their obsequiousness, conducted a frenzied search yet failed to uncover the true perpetrator of the assault on Tywin. Instead, their actions spiraled into absurdity, painting Tywin as a vile fiend. Ultimately, several Lannister soldiers patrolling the streets of King's Landing were ambushed and brutally beaten to death by a mob that appeared from nowhere. The situation continued to escalate, and within the ranks of the usurpers, many reveled in witnessing such events, eagerly stoking the flames of discord and heaping blame upon the Lannister family. After all, the fewer individuals sharing the spoils, the better. In a distant place, Dragonstone time had slipped away unnoticed. Viserys lay in bed, ensnared in a deep slumber, as a cascade of tumultuous dreams invaded his consciousness. He dreamt of past lives and present realities. He envisioned a colossal dragon unleashing its fiery breath upon him, intent on reducing him to ashes. He witnessed scenes of apocalyptic devastation, where volcanoes erupted in unison, showering the sky with countless ashes, smoke, and flames. The earth split open, devouring majestic temples, palaces, and vibrant towns. Where was this place? Viserys was perplexed by the nature of such visions, yet he trembled as if ensconced within them. He recognized this as a manifestation of fear, akin to the sensation he felt when attacked on the road, as a panicked steed charged towards him. It was reminiscent of a fish flung ashore, gasping desperately for breath, pleading for the calamity or the wrath of the gods to cease. Why was such a dreadful disaster befalling this place? Yet no one could provide him with an answer. Countless images of annihilation flooded Viserys' mind, as if he had lived through this unparalleled catastrophe, embodying various roles and experiencing the perspectives of countless individuals caught in the throes of disaster. This cycle repeated endlessly, an entanglement that seemed inescapable. Ultimately, the calamity subsided, dissolving into a wisp of black mist that vanished amidst the vast sea of smoke. The psychological torment that Viserys endured in his dreams has finally come to an end. Everything dissipated into nothingness, the surroundings gradually fading into darkness. As the boy's soul seemed to return to him, he then heard a series of indistinct sounds around him, fragmented conversations, and the gentle sobs of a girl. Ultimately, he felt a soft, rasping tongue brush against his cheek, as if attempting to rouse him from his slumber. At that moment, Viserys slowly opened his eyes. However, he felt utterly drained, as though he had just emerged from a severe illness. All his strength had been sapped, leaving him powerless to do anything but lie on the bed, barely able to move his fingers. His throat ached with thirst, akin to parched, cracked earth. He pressed his dry lips together and, in a hoarse voice, requested a glass of water. The little black cat was the first to notice Viserys had awakened, licking the boy's cheek until he opened his eyes. The cat tilted its head slightly, its emerald eyes sparkling with a hint of joy. The first to hear Viserys' voice was the girl, who was perched beside his bed, softly weeping. "Oh, Viserys, you're awake." The brown-haired girl, tears streaming down her face, was filled with delight upon hearing his voice, which stirred the attention of others in the room. Queen Rilla hurried over, and a seasoned scholar brought a cup of warm water, gently assisting Viserys to sit up against the headboard. He was offered the water to soothe his parched throat. "Child, how do you feel?" his mother inquired, sitting beside him. Yet, Viserys' mind remained somewhat foggy, and he could only muster brief responses before succumbing to slumber once more. This time, Queen Rilla ensured that no one else would disturb him, allowing him to rest quietly in the room. She believed that Viserys had endured too much in recent times, subjected to intense fright and stress, compounded by his exhausting journey, leading to his illness and a days-long unconsciousness. The loss of his beloved brother weighed heavily upon him. They had been compelled to flee King's Landing in haste, encountering an attack along the way, where he bravely vanquished an adversary. They had hurried to reach the Vale, with barely any respite before embarking on a several-day sea voyage. And upon reaching Dragonstone, he was hastily crowned without the opportunity for rest. Viserys must surely be exhausted. After all, he was merely a 7-year-old child. Queen Rilla felt immense guilt, constantly reflecting on her own shortcomings, to the extent that it was Viserys who comforted his mother, assuring her that he was fine, merely suffering from a fever. Now, he felt much better, though he required some time to recuperate. Once everyone had vacated the bedroom, Viserys, who had just been asleep, opened his eyes once more. A pair of pale lavender eyes gleamed even more brightly than before as he propped himself up against the headboard, slightly tilting his head to gaze at the mirror on the bedside table. Sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, illuminating the reflection. 3 seconds later, a wisp of black mist arrived as anticipated. Viserys Targaryen, Strength, Sun, 5, Constitution, Soil, 6, Agility, Water Drop, 8, Spirit, Moon, 20. The silver-haired boy in the mirror still possessed an extraordinary beauty, albeit with a slightly pallid complexion that hinted at fatigue. His silvery locks appeared even more resplendent, cascading over his youthful shoulders like molten silver. However, Viserys did not dwell excessively on his own allure, for it was a fate destined to accompany him throughout his life. His gaze was primarily fixed upon the black mist that only he could perceive. Moon Attribute 20. This indicated that his mental prowess had already far surpassed that of an ordinary individual, and now it had remarkably ascended from 18 to 20, reaching double that of a typical adult. No, perhaps this multiplier is not to be calculated in such a manner. The abilities manifested by the black mist might become increasingly challenging to refine as one delves deeper. Moreover, upon reaching a moon attribute of 20, it seemed he had awakened a formidable special ability. Chapter 16. The eye of the moment. The silver-haired boy sat at the edge of his bed, his lavender eyes suddenly deepening with a profound intensity, revealing a faintly intricate pattern resembling a magical hexagram, radiating a soft golden light. In the silvered mirror, the boy's eyes emitted a subtle golden glow, and his demeanor shifted abruptly, becoming imbued with an air of cool detachment and tranquility. As his gaze swept across his surroundings, everything appeared to slow down, including himself, the dust gently descending in the fragmented sunlight streaming through the window, the gradual rise and fall of his breath, and the hand that was slowly lifted in shock. Then, it felt as if a heavy blow had struck his mind. Bam! The boy collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath, his eyes tightly shut in pain. What the hell? Everything before him vanished, the hexagram in his gaze dissipated, and his aura reverted to its previous state. The piercing pain in his pupils forced him to halt, accompanied by a lingering ache in his mind. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he perceived an abundance of sights, as if time itself had momentarily frozen, with all moving elements around him drastically decelerating in his vision. How painful! Viserys sat at the edge of his bed, his hands covering his eyes, yet tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks as he gasped for air, taking a while to regain his composure. He realized what this special ability, awakened by reaching the threshold of a mental state of 20, truly was. It was a form of dynamic vision, akin to the legendary bullet time, allowing him to perceive the surrounding motion at a leisurely pace. This ability is immensely valuable. Without a second thought, Viserys understood the advantages this unique power would bestow upon him. It could grant him additional time for reaction and judgment in perilous moments, enabling him to turn misfortune into fortune, as well as to gain an upper hand in evenly matched confrontations. Furthermore, having achieved a mental prowess of 20 endowed him with even greater capabilities, far surpassing those of ordinary individuals, aside from his photographic memory. In truth, the ability of the eye of the moment did not slow time, rather, it was his extraordinarily potent mental strength that allowed him to rapidly analyze and structure the movements of others upon first glance. What manifested in his eyes as the deceleration of his opponent's actions was, in fact, a reflection of his own heightened reflexes. However, this joy was fleeting. Viserys soon tempered his smile and steadied his mind. The road ahead was long. After all, he found himself in a world replete with mysterious and arcane forces, and the fact that he had been reborn from another realm, taking the place of Aegon Targaryen, was already sufficiently fantastical. Consequently, other matters no longer stirred his emotions. Moreover, he concealed this secret deep within, refraining from revealing to anyone that he could perceive that swirling mass of darkness. Since discovering that this dark mist could enhance both his body and soul, his attitude towards it has undergone a profound transformation. No longer regarding it as a mere amusement, he now approaches it with heightened seriousness and caution. He contemplates attempting to practice repeatedly, while meticulously controlling the intensity of this newfound ability. After a brief respite, Viserys' eyes have fully recovered. However, he refrains from hastily activating the Eye of Moment again. He fears that repeated experiments in quick succession may jeopardize his vision, as he certainly does not wish to don spectacles in this lifetime. Reflecting on his earlier attempt, Viserys recalls that he had unleashed his power without adequate control, resulting in an overwhelming outpour. In hindsight, it seems plausible to intentionally restrain this release. While this may not slow the effect dramatically, it could extend the duration of use and mitigate the apparent side effects, avoiding the uncontrollable tears he experienced moments prior. Viserys ponders silently, realizing that he is merely navigating uncharted waters, relying solely on his conjectures and deductions, with no one to offer guidance or assistance. Days later, dire news arrived. A raven journeyed from the continent of Westeros, making its way across several great ships before alighting on Dragonstone. This cunning raven conserved much of its strength, flapping its wings as it landed atop the Sea Dragon Tower, a structure resembling a slumbering dragon facing the ocean. The tower's staircase is narrow and winding. Beneath the raven's cage at the summit lies the Chamber of the Scholars. Due to Rhaegar's neglect of Dragonstone's affairs, only Master Daniel now resides there. As the raven fluttered its wings, it rattled the silver bells strung on a thread. Master Daniel, ascending the staircase from below, retrieved the message from the raven. Upon unfurling it, his countenance shifted dramatically. Grasping the handrail of the narrow stairway, he hurriedly made his way towards the garden near the dragon's tailgate. At that moment, Viserys was practicing swordsmanship in the Ygritte garden. Thrust! Slash! Sir William, recently injured, still bore the bandages around his ribs but was now able to walk. He stood beneath the shade of a black tree, instructing Viserys in the art of swordplay. Under the guidance of the middle-aged mentor's voice, Viserys trained diligently, wielding his long sword with utmost seriousness. Due to his height, the sword felt akin to a two-handed weapon in his grasp, with both hands firmly gripping the hilt. The weight of the sword somewhat distorted his movements, yet he persevered in correcting his form, striving for perfection as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Meanwhile, the still recovering knight observed the boy practicing on the sunlit grass, his complexion pale. Although his face bore no discernible expression, a flicker of astonishment shone in his eyes. How has this child achieved such progress? He recalled that not long ago, the boy struggled to lift this very sword. However, he is now able to wield it with remarkable agility. Could it be that Viserys truly possesses a talent that rivals that of his elder brother? Rhaegar had once been the most gifted knight he had ever encountered, capable of mastering any weapon. Yet, the astonishing pace of Viserys' progress now leaves him questioning whether his earlier casual remark might indeed be prophetic. Even the height of Viserys seems to have subtly increased by a few centimeters, though he still retains a slender physique, with silver hair cascading to his shoulders and cheeks that remain youthful. Nonetheless, there is an undeniable sense of growth that pervades Sir William's perception of him, particularly accentuated by his gem-like, pale purple eyes. Each time Viserys gazes upon him, the middle-aged instructor feels a faint flutter of trepidation in his heart. This. Chapter 17, Fury. Moreover, Viserys seemed to have transformed entirely, becoming remarkably diligent and industrious. Sir William Darry, the master at the Red Keep, had watched Viserys grow over the years. In his memory, the young prince was not particularly easy to discipline. He had been mischievous, playful, and somewhat unruly. When he initially sought lessons in swordsmanship, Darry did not take it seriously, believing that Viserys would likely abandon the practice after a couple of days, finding it too arduous. However, when faced with an attack, the courage displayed by the silver-haired boy was admirable. Ultimately, Viserys personally killed Kevan Lannister and attempted to sever the man's head, a failed endeavor that left his instructor utterly astonished. A seemingly innocent and charming little boy wielding a long sword, attempting to decapitate his foe, only to have the blade stuck in the neck, blood splattering everywhere. Such a stark contrast was an image that would forever remain etched in Darry's memory. Perhaps the recent series of unfortunate events had profoundly impacted him. The middle-aged man, with slightly curled hair, was acutely aware of the many occurrences that had transpired. Events that even an adult would struggle to comprehend. Yet, he took solace in witnessing Viserys' complete transformation, categorizing it as a reaction to severe trauma. His loyalty to the Iron Throne was unwavering, much like that of his brother, a member of the King's Guard. Thus, he naturally hoped for Viserys to regain his strength. Only if Viserys could become a true dragon could House Targaryen reclaim its former glory and exact vengeance in the future. With one hand resting on a wooden sword, he stood lost in thought. At that moment, the elderly scholar, Master Daniel, shuffled by with labored steps. nodding toward the instructor and Viserys as a form of greeting before continuing on his way. What's happening? Sir William scratched his head, perplexed, while Viserys, panting slightly, lowered his sword and wiped the sweat from his brow. The boy gazed at the scholar's retreating figure for a while before turning to ask, "Is he walking so fast that he might trip?" His sword master paused momentarily, then glanced down at his student. Viserys sometimes exhibited a maturity akin to an adult. Yet at other times, he seemed as innocent as a child. No, he was merely a lad. Sir William was equally uncertain if Viserys was concealing something. At that moment, he could only shake his head and respond, since the scholar is in such a hurry, something significant must have occurred. The instructor's brow furrowed as he spoke in a somber tone, and his expression was grave, indicating that this matter might not be good. The Aegon garden was filled with the delightful scent of pine, with tall black trees rising from the surroundings. Wild roses and towering thorns adorned the area, while cranberries thrived in the muddy ground. Viserys and his mentor practiced swordplay in the distance, while Queen Rhaella played with her young granddaughter, Rhaenys, nearby. Initially, Rhaenys wished to join Viserys in his activities, but the queen gently informed her that it was not the right time to disturb her uncle's training. Viserys represented the last flicker of hope for Queen Rhaella. She yearned for her younger son to become a pillar of House Targaryen, much like his illustrious brother, and to reclaim the Iron Throne's dominion. At that moment, the aged scholar, Maester Daniel, approached with unsteady steps. He whispered something softly into the ear of the silver-haired woman before presenting her with an anonymous letter. This correspondence, originating from King's Landing, ostensibly pledged allegiance to House Baratheon. Yet it clandestinely supported the legitimacy of the Iron Throne. The missive contained secret intelligence detailing the recent turmoil in King's Landing. Encompassing a plethora of grim news and intricate details, significant events had transpired before the eyes of the informant, rendering the information more precise than the rumors circulating not long ago. Initially, Queen Rhaella listened to the old scholar's words with a hint of confusion. They had sought refuge on Dragonstone, accompanied by a fleet loyal to House Targaryen, while House Baratheon lacked a formidable navy. For the time being, Dragonstone appeared secure. However, as she unfolded the intelligence handed to her by Maester Daniel, her gaze shifted, and after a mere glance, her expression transformed dramatically. Tears welled in her eyes as she raised a delicate hand to cover her mouth, unable to contain her anguish. "Your Majesty!" Fortunately, the old scholar reacted swiftly, supporting her. Otherwise, Queen Rhaella might have fainted on the spot. The letter bore numerous distressing tidings, but the foremost news struck like a thunderclap, rendering her unable to continue reading. She then succumbed to heart-wrenching sobs. Rhaenys, witnessing this distressing scene while with her grandmother, stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. The innocent child was oblivious to the circumstances unfolding before her, even unaware of her father's death, and even if she were informed, comprehension would elude her. Meanwhile, Viserys and his middle-aged instructor, having paused their sword training, hastened over upon witnessing the commotion. The instructor did not glance at the letter, while Viserys picked it up and examined it quietly, falling into a contemplative silence. Although he struggled to recall specific events from certain periods, he had an inkling of the broader picture. He understood that these circumstances were inescapable, especially now that he possessed no means to alter the situation. Thus, he fervently practiced his swordsmanship, not with grand ambitions in mind, nor with the intent of avenging House Targaryen's blood debts. In truth, since his arrival in this world, he had never laid eyes upon his father, the origin of all tales, the infamous Mad King Aerys, our Targaryen, not even once. He had been hastily whisked away in a carriage, fleeing from King's Landing. Thus, he had never contemplated notions such as grand ambitions or revenge. All his endeavors were solely aimed at altering his destiny and striving to survive, rather than descending into the depths of becoming a beggar king, or even meeting a demise adorned with a golden crown. These beasts. Eventually, the silver-haired boy, who had been crouching on the ground, clenched his fist slightly and uttered a sound. Although he had previously exhibited no emotions, rescuing Rhaenys had merely been a spontaneous act, and he had even considered returning her to them should his father send troops in pursuit. Yet now, as the once abstract words had morphed into a gruesome reality, his nephew Egan lay shattered against the wall, his head crushed, while his sister-in-law, Princess Elia, had been both violated and slain by the bloodied hands of the Sorceress Mountain. Such atrocious methods could ignite fury even in the heart of the most cowardly individual. Chapter 18. The Prince of Prophecy. I vow that one day I shall avenge these murderers. Mother, just days ago, the silver-haired boy solemnly pledged to his mother. Leaning on his sword with one hand, that he would one day seek retribution on behalf of House Targaryen against those who wronged them. Viserys hoped that such words might provide a modicum of solace to his grief-stricken mother. Yet, despite his youthful ambitions, survival was paramount at that moment, as evading the relentless pursuit of House Baratheon became his foremost concern. Over the past fortnight of torment, Viserys had fully reconciled with the reality of his existence in this unfamiliar realm, though, in truth, this world was not entirely alien to him. Previously, he had merely observed the unfolding events with detached curiosity, but now the silver-haired boy grasped that the sense of impending doom was all too tangible. The tragic fate that had once been merely a distant specter now felt like a noose tightening around his neck. A constant reminder that if he did not strive to alter his circumstances, he would ultimately find himself ensnared by destiny, facing a dire end. His very existence ensured that, regardless of his inaction, House Baratheon would not relent in their pursuit, having made a promise to his mother to seek vengeance against their foes. The days that followed saw Viserys embark upon a frenzied regimen of training. Those newly resolved often possess an abundance of zeal, and knightly training encompassed not only swordsmanship but also horsemanship, polearms, archery, and sabers, among other disciplines. However, driven by fervor, Viserys inadvertently overexerted himself, resulting in injury. Ouch! 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 The silver-haired boy sat despondently on a chair, grimacing in pain. The old maester, with a gentle smile, had witnessed such impetuousness before. Viserys' grandfather, Aegon, had similarly succumbed to folly in his youth. Seeking to bolster his frail constitution through rigorous training, Aegon had ultimately harmed himself through overexertion. I understand your fervent desire for vengeance, my child. There is no fault in that. The old maester began to apply ice to the boy's injured area, soothing the pain, and then carefully dried the icy water with a cloth. But remember, do not let hatred cloud your judgment. It is merely a small facet of your life. You are a Targaryen, the future true dragon, destined for a more noble and significant purpose. Viserys sat on the bench, gazing at the aged maester, whose hair was streaked with white and whose face was lined with wrinkles, listening to his musings. Although he comprehended each word, he sensed an underlying implication in the old man's discourse. A more noble, more significant purpose. The boy's silvery hair cascaded over his youthful shoulders as he tilted his head in mild confusion, his light violet eyes reflecting the visage of the maester. Yet, it seemed the old man had not noticed his curious gaze, for he abruptly ceased speaking, offering no further clarification on what he meant by a more noble and significant purpose, before subtly shifting the topic. Although the chivalric code represents an ancient tradition of nobility, the pursuit of knowledge holds greater significance for a distinguished nobleman. The old scholar shifted his tone, transforming into a gentle instructor. He had observed the arduous training that Viserys had undergone in his quest to become a knight. While striving for improvement is undoubtedly commendable, he harbored concerns that Viserys might neglect the importance of scholarship, risking the development of a mere brute, skilled only in the art of violence. In comparison to the valor of charging into battle, the potency of a mind-wielding intellect as a weapon is undeniably more formidable. He wished not for Viserys to become a mere rogue. Such a fate would likely preclude him from ever embodying the prophesied prince. Scholar Daniel was among those privy to that prophecy, having personally instructed the reader, thus earning the prince's profound trust. The prophecy foretold that Aerys II and Queen Rhaella would bear the prophesied prince, a revelation derived from a witch, yet rooted in the accounts of an ancient tomes from 5 millennia past. A legendary hero, Azor Ahai, who lived around 8,000 years ago, was destined to be reborn. This prophesied prince would confront the White Walkers, and all would unfold after the long summer, when darkness descended. This prince would summon forth the Lightbringer to combat the icy terrors. Should he falter, the world would plunge into irrevocable ruin. After the long summer, the stars would weep blood, and a chilling darkness would engulf the realm. In that horrific moment, a warrior would emerge, drawing forth a burning sword from the flames, that sword being the Lightbringer, the red sword of heroes. The one who wielded this sword would be the reincarnation of Azor Ahai, destined to dispel the darkness. Initially, all who were aware believed the reader would be the prophesied prince, for he was perfection incarnate. Nearly everyone who encountered him showered him with accolades. However, when Robert Baratheon's hammer struck Rhaegar's chest at the Battle of the Trident, it became clear to all that Rhaegar was not the prophesied prince. Subsequently, attention turned to Rhaegar's younger brother, the silver-haired boy before him, Viserys Targaryen. For he too was the offspring of Aerys and Rhaella, though he was not born in the land of smoke and salt. Perhaps. Scholar Daniel sighed inexplicably. Viserys, unable to decipher the old scholar's gaze, merely absorbed the words he had just spoken. He understood the importance of knowledge. Yet he was equally aware of the pressing need for self-preservation, for a long period of wandering lay ahead of him. I understand, Viserys nodded obediently. Within the tower, brilliant sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the room in warmth. An old man and a young boy sat at the table, the atmosphere remarkably serene. Since Viserys had arrived in this world, he had lived under immense pressure, constantly pursued. Yet now, on Dragonstone, beside this elderly figure, he unexpectedly sensed a rare moment of respite. Child, the old scholar began, do you find yourself feeling anxious about the future? Bachelor Daniel's back was somewhat stooped. Yet his physique appeared remarkably robust. Clad in a grey robe, his penetrating eyes seemed to see through the boy's innermost thoughts. The fate of House Targaryen is now transparent to all. King's Landing has been breached, and the remaining loyalists possess no justification for further conflict. The ongoing hostilities are merely a strategy to secure a favorable position at the negotiating table, to gain greater advantages, or at the very least, to avoid a devastating defeat and recoup some losses. In this instance, Viserys remained silent for an extended period. Ultimately, he nodded in acquiescence. Chapter 19, The Siege of Storm's End. On Dragonstone Island, an elderly scholar converses with a young man. The learned elder alleviates the inner turmoil of Viserys, imparting wisdom that regardless of future circumstances, whether joyous or sorrowful, one must maintain a tranquil heart, for only through calmness can the most judicious decisions be made. Time swiftly passes. It has been over 2 months since Viserys arrived on Dragonstone. Life on the island is remarkably serene, devoid of warfare and political strife, offering an ease that tempts one to forsake ambition and simply exist in tranquility. Yet, although Viserys' anxiety has diminished, a sense of urgency lingers. He is acutely aware that the Baratheon family across the sea will not allow them to rest unchallenged. During this period, Viserys has been diligently learning the art of swordsmanship under the tutelage of Sir William, while simultaneously broadening his knowledge through the guidance of the elder scholar. Through the scholar's patient instruction, Viserys gradually deepens his understanding of the world around him. Previously, he perceived the world through a foggy lens, distanced from true comprehension. Now, he finds himself gradually becoming part of it. The scholar advises him that a noble's most vital education lies not in managing lands or enhancing economic or agricultural prosperity matters that can be discussed with learned men in castles or through correspondence with the citadel, but rather in studying the histories of various noble families, remembering the lessons of the past, and recognizing their crests and mottos. This knowledge is paramount for nobles, including kings, to avoid the embarrassment of failing to recognize their peers. Viserys finds these lessons somewhat perplexing. He cannot fathom their importance, yet he acknowledges the weight of tradition. Meanwhile, his mother, Queen Rhaella, personally supervises his studies. As all her hopes and aspirations rest upon this young child, Viserys bears the heavy burden of expectation, feeling the pressure intensely. After 3 months since leaving King's Landing, Queen Rhaella's pregnancy has begun to show. In the absence of war and fear, she can now focus on nurturing her child without the daily dread of her husband's cruelty or concerns over the failures of war. Presently, her greatest wish is for her unborn child to be a girl, as she has only raised Rhaegar and Viserys, and yearns for a daughter to fill the void left by her lost offspring. Life on Dragonstone remains peaceful, with the last Targaryen fleet guarding the seas and blocking the entrance to Blackwater Bay. The Baratheon family, lacking naval power, naturally slows their advance. Meanwhile, on the continent of Westeros, without the sea as a barrier, the rebels who invaded King's Landing have transformed into legitimate rulers, and the situation has drastically shifted, with the loyalist forces experiencing continuous defeats. 2 months after the fall of King's Landing, the Duke of Tyrell from the Reach finally reaches a reconciliation agreement with the usurper. The Siege of Storm's End has come to an end, with the haunting and prolonged sound of a horn. The southern army besieging Winds Rest for a year finally struck their camp, preparing to retreat homeward. In their wake followed the knights from the north. The banners of the ice walls billed ominously, the first to emerge on the horizon, swiftly accompanied by a vast throng of figures. Countless steeds thundered across the verdant fields, their elevated lances resembling a formidable forest, reflecting a chilling glint under the sun. Leading the northern forces was none other than Duke Eddard Stark, who had quarreled with Robert before departing from King's Landing, seated majestically atop his noble steed, bearing the family sword, Ice. The northern army, without engaging in a single battle or losing a soldier, succeeded in lifting the siege of Winds Rest. At long last, the gates that had been sealed for a year creaked open again. Stannis Baratheon, who had valiantly resisted within the fortress and held the southern forces at bay, even resorting to consuming red meat, found himself assigned a new mission upon the lifting of the siege. His brother Robert commanded him to construct warships at Wind's Rest and train the Royal Navy. Collaborating with the recently defected Lord Redwyne and the fleet from Dragonstone that had long blockaded the fortress from the sea, they were to unite and launch an assault on Dragonstone, capturing the fleeing Rhaella and Viserys Targaryen. Consumed by a deep-seated hatred for the Targaryen lineage, Robert vowed to eradicate them utterly, refusing to allow any silver-haired, violet-eyed individual to survive in this world, determined to pursue them to the ends of the earth. However, Stannis, trapped within Wind's Rest and forced to resort to eating rats, was not known for his magnanimity. He was taciturn and obstinate, akin to a stone in a privy. His restraint in not slaying the detestable fat man, Mace Tyrell, or Lord Redwyne during the celebratory feast for the victory at Wind's Rest was a testament to his remarkable composure. Stannis could not ally with the fleet from Dragonstone. Yet he understood the significance of capturing the island and eradicating the Targaryens. Thus, this stubborn man wasted no time. Following the lifting of the siege, resources began to flow into Wind's Rest as he commenced the construction of the Baratheon fleet and the training of the navy. Meanwhile, Duke Eddard, having lifted the siege, bore no semblance of joy. His expression was taut and serious, exuding an air of impenetrability, even during the victory banquet where he revealed not a hint of a smile. This was because he was burdened by a more pressing concern, the catalyst for this war of usurpers, the abduction of his sister, Lyanna Stark, who was also Robert's betrothed by Rhaegar Targaryen, and her current whereabouts remained shrouded in mystery. After his quarrel with Robert in King's Landing, Eddard led his army south to conclude the remaining conflict, all the while in search of his sister's trail. With the cessation of hostilities, Eddard has received leads indicating that Sir Arthur Dayne, the fabled Sword of the Morning, along with Sir Oswell Went and the captain of the King's Guard, Sir Gerald Hightower, were tasked with escorting Lyanna Stark towards Dorne. However, the Dornish have vehemently denied any knowledge of Lyanna's arrival, for she is far from a welcome figure in their land. Eddard harbors suspicions that the Free Kingsguard may be harboring his sister in the borderlands between Dorne and the Reach. Yet, he is reluctant to provoke the formidable forces of Dorne into conflict, especially given that even the Conqueror Aegon once faced troubles in this very region. The Duke of Winterfell is thus shrouded in concern over this predicament. Chapter 20. The Conquest, year 284 AC, year 283 AG. Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell personally led his army to lift the siege of the last hearth. After a brief respite at the fortress, the cavalry of the north continued southward, crossing the borders of the Riverlands and advancing towards Dorne. There were only 3 routes from the land into Dorne: the Bone Road, closest to the last hearth, the Prince's Pass, and the pass on the eastern side of the Red Mountains near Old Town. Given that the northern army predominantly comprised cavalry, they opted for the more direct route through the Prince's Pass rather than the arduous Bone Road. As Lord Stark marched south, Dorne naturally braced itself for conflict. However, a raven soon arrived to clarify the misunderstanding, prompting Eddard Stark, a paragon of honor, to position his forces just outside the Prince's Pass. Accompanied by 6 men: Ethan Glover, Martin Castle, Theon Greyjoy, Holland Reed, William Dustin, and Mark Lacey, they sought permission to cross the border and delve into Dorne in search of his sister, Lyanna Stark. Subsequently, Eddard and his company located Lyanna, along with the 3 missing Kingsguard, near the Elysium Tower by Vulture's Roost. A fierce battle erupted between the 2 factions, 7 against 3. Yet the details of the conflict remained known only to those 10 involved. It was widely acknowledged that Lord Stark emerged victorious, albeit at a significant cost, surviving alongside only 1 companion. Eddard then journeyed to Starfall to return the legendary sword Dawn, once wielded by Sir Arthur Dayne, and departed Dorne bearing the body of his sister alongside the lone survivor, Holland Reed. Thus, the Usurpers' War, which began in the year 281 AG and continued until this moment in 283 AG, reached its conclusion with the Battle of Elysium Tower. The Targaryen dynasty was thoroughly ousted from the Iron Throne, with the majority of its members slaughtered, save for a few who managed to survive. The leader of the rebellion, Robert, ascended the Iron Throne, culminating his coronation ceremony at the Great September of Baelor, anointing himself with sacred oil and reciting his vows. He was crowned as the King of the Undoes, the Roiner, and the First Man, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm, Robert Baratheon I. The 7 kingdoms of Westeros, with the exception of Dorne, were finally unified under the banner of the new king. The resounding chimes echoed throughout King's Landing. The new king stood at the pinnacle of the soaring steps of the Great September of Baelor, his imposing figure casting a shadow like a mountain over the gathered lords, who knelt in homage to congratulate him on his coronation. My esteemed Lord Jon Arryn, The robust king with raven black hair proclaimed, his voice resonating through the church, undiminished by the surrounding peals of bells. I hereby appoint you as the hand of the king. Thereafter, King Robert personally adorned his foster father, Lord John Arryn of the Eyrie, with the badge of the hand. Your Majesty, I fear my capabilities may not suffice for such a responsibility. The nearly 60-year-old duke, his hair already streaked with grey, leaned slightly to one side, intending to decline by kneeling on one knee. However, he was heartily assisted back up by King Robert, who laughed boisterously. Ha ha ha, by the seven. My Lord Allen, if someone of your caliber cannot serve as hand of the king, I fear there may be no one more suitable in all the 7 kingdoms. Yet, despite his laughter, the mention of the 7 kingdoms caused Robert Baratheon's mirth to diminish slightly. The realm was far from unified. Dorne had not willingly submitted to the Iron Throne's new ruler, remaining a particularly tough nut to crack. This posed a significant concern for Robert Baratheon, for if Dorne persisted in its support of the Targaryens, the entirety of Westeros could be embroiled in conflict for decades to come. Thus, the newly appointed Prime Minister, John Allen, was tasked with the initial mission of traveling to Dorne, the southernmost part of Westeros, to negotiate peace and quell the anger ignited by the deaths of Prince Luwin and Princess Elia Martell. I shall do my utmost, he vowed. Under the watchful eyes of the 7, the old duke coughed violently before finally nodding in agreement. At the coronation ceremony of the new king, Robert's brother Stannis was, of course, in attendance. The young man, still under 30, was already showing signs of a receding hairline, his countenance as stern as ever, with tightly pressed lips. His fleet at Dragonstone was yet to be fully assembled, as shipbuilding and soldier training required considerable time. However, Robert had little patience left to wait. While his spirits were high, the sight of his brother, as obstinate and unpleasant as a stone in a privy, caused his smile to fade. Simultaneously, he could not tolerate the presence of the bastard dragon still breeding. Consequently, the new king commanded that the newly defected Count Paxter Redwine lead his fleet in an initial assault on Dragonstone during the coronation ceremony. In the year 284 AC, March, time flew by, and soon, Viserys had spent over 6 months on Dragonstone. Queen Rhaella's belly grew rounder, leading the castle's servants to speculate whether a new prince or princess would soon arrive. During this period, Viserys practiced swordsmanship with Maester Willem, while also advancing his knowledge with the old maester. Yet, unexpected calamities often struck when least anticipated. Illness struck like a mountain crashing down. The venerable Maester Daniel, having surpassed 80 years of age, fell gravely ill as the long-worn winter approached its end. In an era with rudimentary medical care, reaching such an age was already remarkable. The old maester's frail body could not endure the ravages of this illness, his complexion as pale as parchment, and his frame emaciated. Ultimately, he delivered his final instructions from his sickbed, grasping Viserys' hand as he breathed his last. The ward was illuminated by flickering lights, while the outside world lay shrouded in darkness. The night had deepened. Queen Layla wept openly, grappling with the profound sorrow that followed the successive losses of her eldest son and husband, already frail and ailing, and now burdened with pregnancy. Her heart's melancholy had once more accumulated to unbearable heights. Sir David Shard, the chief steward, stood solemnly within the room, his gaze flickering momentarily, accompanied by the now recovered instructor from Red Keep, William Derry. Although William's injuries had healed, they left lingering concerns. For he had endured grave wounds and had been forced to ride for an extended period while gravely injured. Merely surviving was a blessing he cherished. This prolonged warm winter had been an arduous ordeal for him, as old wounds flared, inflicting excruciating pain. Beside him, Viserys stood at the sickbed, grasping the hand of the old scholar, silently witnessing as the latter took his final breath. At that moment, a resounding toll from the lighthouse of Dragonstone echoed through the stillness of the night, its solemn chimes stretching far into the darkness. Chapter 21. The Battle of Dragonstone. Under the cloak of night, the fleet of Earl Pike Redwine stealthily approached to launch a surprise attack. The ships cleaved through the waves with a resounding crash, the tranquil night enveloping them as all lights were extinguished, allowing the vessels to silently draw closer to Dragonstone. The sea breeze howled, and the soldiers aboard gripped their weapons tightly, their hearts heavy with trepidation, awaiting the arrival of fate. For none could guarantee their survival in the impending conflict. Although Earl Redwine's strategy of ambush was well devised, complications arose during its execution. The element of surprise was compromised as a patrolling longship detected the silent fleet of Driftmark and promptly raised the alarm, alerting the distant lighthouse and rousing the entire garrison of Dragonstone. Boom! The thunderous sound of war drums echoed in the air. the last fleet loyal to the Targaryens, under the command of Sir Geoffrey, prepared to engage in confrontation, and a standoff ensued upon the vast sea. The warning bells of the Dragonstone lighthouse rang out, urging all on the island to remain vigilant against the impending assault. Queen Rilla, burdened by her pregnancy and fraught with melancholy, was swiftly escorted to the castle for rest, shielded from further distress. Meanwhile, the steward, Ser Shad, along with the instructor and others, ventured to the seashore, their feet sinking into the soft sand as they gazed into the distance. Viserys, eager to witness the reality of war firsthand, found his aspirations cruelly dashed. As the last remaining male heir of House Targaryen, his safety represented more than just himself. Reluctantly, a maid took his hand, leading him back to the castle, where, at the instructor's insistence, 2 guards were stationed outside his bedroom door to protect him. Bam! The heavy brown wooden door was firmly closed, secured by a bolt. The 2 fully armed guards stood vigil at either side, ensuring that Viserys would not sneak away in defiance. Confined within the room, the boy sat on the plush bed, momentarily lost in thought, running his fingers through his tousled silver hair. Ultimately, he let out a resigned sigh. In stark contrast to 6 months prior, Viserys' quarters within Dragonstone had become somewhat more embellished. An old, low bedside table stood nearby, upon which a half-burned candle flickered with light. A book, marked with a bookmark, lay upon the surface, an account of a traveler's experiences on the continent of Essos. Viserys found great interest in such literature, indulging in it each night before slumber. Across the room stood a bookshelf brimming with various tomes. In truth, Viserys recognized the importance of knowledge without needing the old maester's reminder. Initially, he had been shaken by the attack and consumed by concerns for the future, leading him to fervently hone his swordsmanship as a means of self-preservation. However, he now comprehended that mastering the art of swordsmanship could not be achieved in a mere day or 2. Subsequently, Viserys' gaze fell upon a brown wooden chest nestled in the corner of the room. He leapt from the bed and approached the chest. The melodic sound of a horn echoed outside, accompanied by the resounding beat of drums and the distant clamor of battle cries. The silver-haired boy felt his heart racing in sync with the thunderous sounds, his blood coursing rapidly through his veins. Viserys pressed a hand to his chest, feeling the rapid thumping of his heart. He could not fathom the reason behind such feelings, yet they imbued him with an indomitable courage, despite being merely a 7-year-old child. Blood and fire are of the same essence. The boy, uncertain why, recited the words of the Targaryen family motto, then opened the wooden chest, revealing its contents. Inside lay a tailored set of small leather armor, neatly arranged, alongside a short sword, also custom-made for him and already sharpened. While the blade was not quite capable of slicing through iron effortlessly, it was sharp enough for Viserys to sever the head of a practice dummy during his training. He donned the leather armor and fastened the short sword at his side. Then, the boy fetched a small stool, standing on it to reach the narrow ledge of the window, peering out into the night. The evening sea breeze tousled his silvery golden locks, gently brushing against his fair forehead. His light purple eyes, clear as water, gazed upon the distant battlefield beneath the shroud of darkness, where the thunderous sounds of combat resonated. May all go well. He closed his eyes and whispered a silent prayer. He was not a troublesome child, nor would he recklessly leap from the window to his demise. Viserys' bedroom was situated in a high tower at the edge of the castle, with jagged rocks scattered below the window. Leaping from such a height would surely lead to a fatal end. He had no intention of escaping, rather, he was merely grappling with the anxiety of facing war for the first time, unsure of whom to confide in regarding his unease. Donning his small gear provided him with a measure of psychological comfort. Meanwhile, in the distant shadows beyond Viserys' side, the tumultuous sea was alive with the presence of 2 fleets, totaling nearly 100 ships of various sizes. A mournful, resonant horn sounded. The fleet of Green Haven Island arranged itself in formation, with 3 larger, heavier galleys protected by numerous longships charging towards the Dragonstone fleet. Conversely, the Dragonstone fleet appeared somewhat underprepared, hastily sailing out of the harbor, and confronted with the onslaught of Lord Redwine's forces before they could properly align themselves. Nevertheless, their response was equally commendable. The sea wind howled. The sound of horns echoed from all directions, reverberating against the eardrums and stirring a fervent excitement within the hearts of the people. At this moment, Admiral Paxter Redwine, the naval commander and minister of naval affairs under the former Targaryen dynasty, stood upon the largest of the 3 galleys of the fleet from Dragonstone. Adorned in a blue and white woolen cloak, embroidered with a deep purple grape emblem against a blue background, he gripped the railing before him tightly, leaning slightly forward to observe the formation of the Dragonstone fleet ahead. Despite his extensive experience in naval warfare, this seasoned commander did not possess a formidable appearance. Rather, he was a middle-aged man of slight stature, bearing a somewhat disheveled demeanor. His shoulders sagged slightly, and a few sparse strands of orange hair struggled against the sea breeze. In the distance, the horns from Dragonstone also sounded, accompanied by the resonant and melodic tolling of bells. Chapter 22. The Queen of the Green Pavilion. Subsequently, at the command of Count Redwyn, the formation of the Green Pavilion Island fleet began to shift. As longships and three-masted warships converged to form a fan-like arrangement upon the obsidian surface of the sea. Advance! Attack! The war horn sounded once more, though this time it resonated longer than ever before, heralding the full-scale commencement of a long-anticipated conflict. All soldiers of Green Pavilion Island felt a slight tremor of anxiety within, their grips tightening around their weapons. Fire! At last, the crossbows aboard the three principal vessels of the Green Pavilion fleet unleashed a volley. The thunderous cacophony of bowstrings snapping echoed like thunderclaps, as the swiftly launched spears cleaved through the air, a barrage sweeping forth from the three main ships. Their piercing shrieks aimed directly at the distant Dragonstone Island fleet. Hold your shields! In the distance, the fleet commander aboard the flagship, Black Death, stood poised for the impending onslaught, his blood-red cloak billowing in the wind. He raised a hand to adjust his helm, a few strands of silver hair peeking from his temples. The seasoned knight then decisively commanded the men to raise their shields, fortifying the vital components and personnel of the warship. Shields up! Shields up! Following a cascade of orders, all soldiers aboard the formidable Black Death readied themselves for battle. With a resounding clatter, they elevated colossal kite shields, crafted from sturdy oak and reinforced with iron, and swiftly maneuvered into a disciplined formation known as the Iron Shield Wall. The shields emblazoned with the Targaryen sigil of the three-headed dragon faced the enemy. A knight, clad in armor, stood upon the deck, drawing his long sword from his waist, and with a fierce strike, brought it down. Clang! The harmonious sound reverberated as the shield wall solidified, encasing the commander in its protective embrace, leaving but a narrow gap for him to observe the outside world, nearly impenetrable. Sir Geoffrey remained steadfast, not even shifting his stance, his head slightly raised as he stood resolute. The fleet guarding Dragonstone was the most elite maritime force of House Targaryen, however. Its impact during the War of the Usurper was regrettably muted. In this era, land power still reigned as the decisive force, and naval strength alone could not sway the tides of a grand conflict. The Dragonstone fleet had once been tasked with harassing the ports of White Harbor and other rebel strongholds, aiming to divert the attention of the northern armies. Yet, in truth, since the Burning Man Brandon had incinerated his father's warships a century prior, a formidable naval presence had ceased to exist in the north. Without putting up any resistance, they relinquished the coastline, allowing the royal fleet to strike at will, even if the Dragonstone navy ravaged the northern coast. It would not elicit a single throw from Eddard Stark. After all, no matter how potent the Dragonstone navy, it could not blockade the entirety of the sea. Nor could it land troops to wage war onshore, for the northern weather and cavalry would render such Targaryen soldiers doomed to oblivion. In the vortex of the Battle of Dragonstone, Sir Geoffrey, the commander of the Dragonstone fleet, gazed into the distance. In the next moment, the black clouds formed by the spears launched from the crossbows finally descended. Countless spears, emitting a sharp whistling sound, plunged directly into the tumultuous sea, sending sprays of water skyward. In this maritime conflict, the accuracy of siege weapons deployed aboard the flagship was akin to fortune's favor. However, amidst a volley that unleashed such a multitude of spears, a few fortuitously struck the deck of the Black Death. With a thunderous crash, the spears, imbued with tremendous force, shattered through the soldier's shield formation as easily as if they were mere biscuits, impaling a soldier wielding a massive kite shield to the deck while toppling several others. The shield formation was instantly rent asunder, gaping wounds appearing as soldiers' blood splattered across the deck, their bodies twisting in agony as they emitted shrill cries of despair. This cacophony sent shivers down the spines of all Targaryen soldiers, their palms gripping their shields now slick with cold sweat, their throats constricting as they swallowed hard. Yet they kept their lips sealed, acutely aware that combat upon the sea was a struggle for survival. Defeat would leave them no avenue of escape. Yet, under the siege weaponry of the Queen of Greenlands, their once formidable shields felt as fragile as parchment. Counterattack! Commanded the commander of the Dragonstone fleet without hesitation. Undaunted by the chaos around him, standing resolutely at the center of the shield line, he decisively ordered the Black Death and the other two flagships to retaliate. Little did anyone know that the old knight's palms were slick with sweat, for in such grand naval battles, fate often hinged upon mere chance. He prayed for the enemy's catapults to falter, for the winds and currents to favor his side, and for his own catapults to find their mark. The more brutal boarding actions, reliant on soldiers engaging in hand-to-hand combat, would ensue after both sides exchanged broadsides, necessitating one party to make the initial charge. Otherwise, the battle would devolve into long-range exchanges. With a command from the commander of the Dragonstone fleet, the soldiers strained against the ropes, loading stones into the spoon of the Black Death, the largest warship of the Targaryen dynasty, which then let out a roar of fury. Boom, boom, boom. A series of stone projectiles soared into the air, propelled by immense force, hurtling towards the distant fleet of Greenlands. On the flagship Queen of Greenlands, Count Redwyn narrowed his eyes, calmly observing the shifting tides of battle. Though Greenland was merely an island famed for its wine production, the Redwyn family had always placed great emphasis on naval prowess, providing formidable fleet protection for the Bay of Rivers, serving as the maritime bulwark of the entire region. The traditional naval strength of the Greenland's fleet could indeed rival that of the Royal Fleet and the Iron Fleet of the Iron Islands. Thus, it was only through the collaboration of Paxton Redwine and the forces of Tyrell that the siege of Dragonstone endured for an entire year, compelling the besieged Stannis Baratheon to resort to consuming his forces and, in dire circumstances, even resorting to cannibalism and the consumption of rats. However, at this juncture, the already surrendered Redwine family was commanded by the new king to launch an offensive against Dragonstone. With 2 strands of orange-yellow hair billowing in the breeze, the man gestured with a grand sweep of his hand. He ordered the catapults to unleash their volleys upon the fleet of Dragonstone, instructing the entire army to advance. All longships were prepared to draw the attention of the Dragonstone fleet while simultaneously allowing for the commencement of close-quarter combat. The most brutal phase of this naval confrontation was about to unfold. Chapter 23, Lost within the confines of Dragonstone. The narrow corridors of the castle were adorned with a series of torch stands shaped like dragon claws, their flames flickering fiercely, casting both light and warmth. The main fortress of Dragonstone was entirely hewn from black stone, exuding an atmosphere that was somewhat somber and oppressive. Even the faint-hearted would find themselves unsettled as they traversed its halls. At this moment, the corridor of the castle lay in stark contrast to the tumultuous battle raging upon the sea, as if one existed in the heavens while the other resided in the depths below. Rhaenys, cradling a doll in her arms, timidly wandered through the silent corridor of the stone drum tower. She swallowed nervously, her throat constricting, and tentatively called out in a hushed voice, "Hello. Is anyone there?" Yet, only her own echo returned, accompanied by the faint whisper of the wind. Silence reigned once more. Although she had resided in Dragonstone for half a year, the brown-haired girl was merely 4 years old. The castle's terrain was uneven, constructed upon the slopes of a mountain, with winding paths and a labyrinth of rooms and hidden passages. Thus, Rhaenys had become lost. She had awakened in the middle of the night, intending to seek out Viserys, whose chamber was not far from her own. However, upon reaching his quarters, she found the bed in disarray, but empty. Even the queen's handmaiden, who had consistently cared for them, was nowhere to be found. Left unattended, Rhaenys felt a surge of freedom. The bold little girl, clutching her doll, had ventured out into the night in search of the vanished Viserys. Yet, after wandering the castle for what felt like an eternity, she failed to locate him or Queen Rilla, who were at the Dragon Tower attending to the ailing Maester Daniel, who was gravely unwell. At that moment, a distant sound echoed thud. The lighthouse of Dragonstone rang the alarm, its deep, resonant toll reverberating throughout the island, striking a chord within every heart. The little girl, already feeling a sense of unease from her solitary exploration, shivered at the sound of the bell, amplifying the fear that lay dormant within her. She bit her lip tightly, suppressing any cries, and fled in haste, yearning to return to her chamber and cocoon herself beneath the covers. Yet, tragically, she became even more lost. In the nocturnal castle, aside from the illuminated areas, darkness enveloped the rest, rendering visibility far inferior to that of daylight. Due to her tender age, Rhaenys had always been closely watched, seldom granted the opportunity to roam at night. Now, she felt as though she had stepped into an unfamiliar realm. Thankfully, the brown-haired girl possessed a courage that surpassed that of her peers. She did not succumb to tears but instead felt a slight sting in her eyes, with tears welling just beneath the surface. A small hand pressed against the frigid wall. The girl curled her body around the stuffed toy nestled in her arms, listening to the incessant whispers of the wind at her ear, and tentatively ventured forward. The flames above her flickered gently, swayed by an unseen chill that swept through the air, causing her shadow on the opposite wall to twist and contort. Startled, Rhaenys gasped as she caught sight of her own silhouette, a shiver coursing through her scalp. Instinctively, She leaned against the wall's edge, clutching the hem of her dress. At that moment, a faint clatter from the pitch-black end of the corridor seemed to echo, reminiscent of something small falling to the ground. Her ears perked up. She heard the delicate sound and, leaning against the wall, turned her gaze toward the ominous darkness ahead. "Viserys?" she whispered, believing he might be responding to her call. Yet, the next instant, she was met with the unsettling sound of metal scraping against metal. Clang! A clawed grappling hook materialized from the stone window nearby, crashing to the floor, then subtly retracting until it snagged the crevice in the wall. The claw incessantly adjusted its position, producing a grating sound against the uneven stonework, as if a figure outside was tugging on the rope tethered to it. In the flickering torchlight, the grappling hook glinted ominously, while a rough voice, deliberately lowered, emanated from beyond the wall. "Prepare, ready." The words seemed to weave through the air before being swallowed by the wind. Rhaenys felt a chill race through her, every hair on her body standing on end. "Who?" The young girl's complexion paled slightly, her lips quivering as she tightly gripped her dress, her stuffed toy slipping from her grasp and tumbling to the ground, unnoticed as she pressed herself against the cold, dark stone wall behind her. She was at a loss, not knowing what to do in that moment. Yet, despite her tender age, Rhaenys understood that those who infiltrated the castle in such a manner could not be good-hearted. She had witnessed the brutal battle on the avenue, the carnage and bloodshed that had haunted her dreams, awakening her in terror countless times. She had come to grasp the world's inherent dangers. Rhaenys certainly did not wish for her life to end here. However, she soon heard the sound of someone outside pulling on the rope, drawing closer with every passing moment. What should I do? Fear gripped her heart, and beads of cold sweat formed on her brow, her brown hair sticking to her skin. She glanced around frantically. In a moment of desperation, the young girl rose onto her toes and grasped the doorknob, attempting to open the door to a nearby room to take refuge within. Yet, the door appeared to be blocked by some debris, and she could not pull it open. The faint sounds from outside grew increasingly nearer. Rhaenys' inner panic reached its peak, her legs feeling weak beneath her. Then they abandoned the door and fled. The waves crashed relentlessly against the rocks. A long ship, devoid of any light, glided silently across the pitch-black sea, approaching Dragonstone with quietude. Once ashore, the crew readied their weapons and disembarked. They were a band of mercenaries hailing from the southwestern coast of Essos, from the contentious lands between Myr, Tyrosh, and Lys, hired by the Iron Throne. Earl Redwine remained oblivious to their presence. Robert Baratheon harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Targaryens, vowing to eradicate this spawn of the vile dragons. However, he did not place complete trust in Pike and discreetly divided his forces, enlisting a small mercenary group from the eastern continent to seek an opportunity to eliminate Viserys and Queen Rhaella on Dragonstone. Now, having received a substantial retainer from King Robert, this band of mercenaries seized the moment, landing on the shores of Dragonstone, while the Targaryen fleet was preoccupied with the confrontation against the fleet of Dragonstone. A claw scraped 3 shell white marks upon the rugged stone wall, the moonlight outside casting a ghastly pallor. In the next instant, a towering figure appeared at the stone window, wielding a sharp battle axe that glimmered ominously in the moonlight. Chapter 24. The Courageous Lake not far away. Concealed around the corner of the corridor, Rhaenys observed the scene before her, her body trembling slightly. An emotion known as fear spread throughout her being. Memories of a nightmare from 6 months prior resurfaced, where 2 factions clashed violently before her eyes, blood and maniacal laughter painting a silent yet vivid tableau in her mind. Suddenly jolted awake in the dead of night, drenched in sweat, she fought against the urge to scream. She was astute enough to realize that any sound she made could lead to horrific consequences. The small girl with chestnut hair curled her petite frame into the corner of the corridor, one hand pressed firmly against her mouth. Even her breathing was cautious, her face slightly flushed from the effort of stifling her breath. Meanwhile, not far off, a man with dark hair and a face smeared with bizarre paint leaped through a stone window into the castle. He was tall and robust, resembling a mountain in stature, clad in thick leather armor and carrying a massive battle axe on his back. A tattered helmet, with a dent in its crown, sat askew on his head, and an unpleasant odor emanated from him. He was the first member of the mercenary band to scale the heights from below. Despite his imposing size, he displayed surprising agility. Dragonstone's castle, perched atop a cliff overlooking the sea, was in close proximity to a smoking volcano. The ascent from this direction required climbing a steep and treacherous precipice, nearly impossible for an ordinary person, and Viserys, confined within, had no desire to attempt an escape that could result in a fatal fall. Due to these circumstances, the guards stationed there were few, and this night was particularly unique, as the knights were distracted by the battle raging at sea. Seizing this opportunity, the band of mercenaries stealthily infiltrated the castle. Those who lived by the sword were naturally cautious. Upon entering the castle, the man took a few heavy breaths, clearly fatigued from the climb. After regaining his composure, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, turning his head from side to side while listening intently. Sensing the silence, he concluded that everything was normal, and they had not been detected by the guards. He then raised a hand to his lips and emitted a soft whistle, akin to a bird's call. The rope linked to the grappling claw stirred once more, and below, his compatriots, who had been waiting patiently, responded to the signal and began to ascend one after another. Through the terrified gaze of Renesis, she witnessed the arrival of 7 figures, each distinct in attire yet all clothed in dark leather armor and tattered black fabric, blending seamlessly into the night. They bore long swords at their hips, battle axes on their backs, and longbows at the ready. The mercenary squad of 7 displayed a remarkably clear division of labor, with designated archers and shield bearers among them. At that moment, one man, whose head was wrapped in a black scarf and whose face was adorned with peculiar paint, spotted a doll that Rhaenys had inadvertently dropped on the ground. He bent down and picked it up. "Hey, Landon," he called out. This man was the leader of the mercenary band, and as he held the doll, he weighed it thoughtfully before turning to the burly figure who had first ascended and inquired, "Does this appear to be a toy belonging to a noble lady? Were you certain that you saw nothing when you came up?" They had been generously commissioned for this task and understood the high stakes involved. A single misstep could cost them their lives. After all, one could earn a fortune yet have no time to enjoy it. However, should they succeed, the reward was astonishing, sufficient to purchase a castle and elevate themselves to the status of nobility, or to acquire a fleet of ships and become legitimate lords. The commission ostensibly came from a merchant from the Vale, though the means by which he had contacted them remained a mystery. Nevertheless, they held no faith in his claims. How could an obscure merchant from the Vale desire to expend such vast resources to eliminate the remnants of House Targaryen? The sum initially quoted had been so staggering that they had doubted their own ears, suspecting deceit. It was not until the so-called merchant produced a bag brimming with golden dragons as a deposit, and informed them that the remaining payment would be given upon their successful return with the heads of Riella and Viserys, that the mercenaries began to believe. Subsequent inquiries revealed the true benefactor behind this substantial sum, the Iron Throne of Westeros. The newly crowned king, eager to eradicate any threat to his reign, sought to eliminate the Targaryen remnants. There seemed to be a shadow of the Lannisters lurking within this plot as well. It was speculated that Lord Tywin had directly financed this considerable sum to demonstrate loyalty to the Iron Throne by aiding Robert I in dispatching the Targaryen heirs. Upon hearing the leader's words, Landon furrowed his brow slightly, examining the somewhat dirty doll in the leader's hand. He had indeed not noticed the small object on the ground earlier, primarily due to his towering height and the focus of his attention on potential guards, rendering him oblivious to the ground. "No," he replied decisively, shaking his head. This was not a matter of willful denial. He genuinely saw no one when he had ascended, not even a noble lady. Moreover, given the surroundings, it was apparent that this was a place for servants. It was unlikely that a lady would be found here. Perhaps it was merely an oversight, a doll inadvertently dropped in this location. The guards, it seemed, offered no better protection than the servants, which is why they had chosen this as their point of entry into the castle. After all, it is the professionals who engage in specialized tasks. Their expertise lies in alleviating the woes of others for a fee, be it through assassination or abduction. They are capable of executing any request for the right price. Their exceptional skills are undeniable, otherwise, they would not have been chosen by the envoy of King Robert. Would that not be the case? Upon hearing his companion's words, the leader's brow relaxed slightly, and he nodded, not placing much significance on the matter. It was merely a casual inquiry on his part. At that moment, a faint sound echoed from around the corner of the corridor not far away. Chapter 25. An unshakable gloom. The naval battle raged on outside. Viserys had donned his custom-fitted leather armor, complete with metal plates protecting vital areas such as his chest and wrists. In his arms, he cradled a short sword, crafted to suit his stature, resembling a large sewing needle, slender, lightweight, and razor-sharp. The silver-haired boy stood atop a stool, leaning against the windowsill, gazing out at the distant conflict. Flaming stone projectiles, dust in pitch, streaked across the dark sea, illuminating the night. Ships engaged in boarding actions blazed with fierce flames. The clash of swords and the cries of soldiers echoing across the waters, carried by the sea breeze. Despite the considerable distance, Viserys could faintly discern some of these sounds. Yet, at this moment, An inexplicable unease gnawed at him. An ominous sense lingered, as if something dreadful were on the verge of transpiring, though the reason eluded him. Perhaps it was the anticipation of fate's judgment. Even knowing the outcome, he remained uncertain whether his presence had altered the course of history. Indeed, he had altered history. Since the death of Kevan Lannister by his hand, the trajectory of this world had begun to shift. He now harbored a twinge of regret for his earlier impulsiveness. Pondering whether the so-called Lannisters always paid their debts would seek frenzied retribution as a result. Had he hidden in the wagon, refraining from aiding Sir Willem, perhaps he would have acquiesced to Kevan's request to cease hostilities. In that case, they might have escaped to Dragonstone unscathed. But, would doing nothing truly lead to no change at all? Viserys watched as the flaming longship sank beneath the waves, soldiers from both sides plunging into the sea, their desperate cries echoing in vain. He was acutely aware that all events were governed by probability. Perhaps even if he had done nothing, or had never arrived at all, history would replay itself, veering down a different path. Moreover, if he remained passive, a gilded crown of molten gold awaited him, or perhaps another grim fate. He did not believe the Baratheon family would spare him or his yet-to-be-born sister. These thoughts inevitably led him to ponder the birth of his sister, which was destined to claim his mother as life, intensifying his inner turmoil. After more than half a year of coexistence, he had truly integrated into this world. His mother, Queen Rhaella, had shown him profound kindness, and he was loath to lose her. Yet, he could not demand that she terminate her pregnancy or tell her that the child within her would ultimately take her life. All he could do was strive to bring her joy, seeking to alleviate his own melancholy, though it seemed his efforts bore little fruit. Despite Queen Rhaella's forced smiles in the presence of her son, the deep-seated sorrow in her eyes was evident to all. Some ailments of the heart are beyond remedy. The demise of her husband, Viserys, and their eldest son, Rhaegar, has left an indelible wound in Layla's heart. The silvery strands of her hair are gently tousled by the sea breeze as Viserys rests alone on the windowsill, clutching a sword. He lets out a deep sigh. On the opposite side of the castle, on Dragonstone, a faint sound reverberates through the stillness of the corridor, capturing the attention of all present mercenaries. Is someone there? The leader of the Courage Brigade narrows his eyes, a glint of sharpness and cruelty flickering within them. He slowly draws a dagger from his boot, gripping it tightly. He then glances at the burly axe-wielder who had ascended earlier. The man appears somewhat flustered, having just dismissed the notion of anyone's presence, only to be swiftly contradicted. However, the mercenary leader chooses not to dwell on this oversight. Leaning against the obsidian wall, his shadow sways slightly as he cautiously approaches the dark corner, dagger in hand. Should there truly be someone hiding there, they would be in grave peril. While their primary objective is to eradicate the remnants of House Targaryen, he would not hesitate to send any unwitting intruder to their doom. A sinister smile creeps upon the leader's lips as the dagger glimmers ominously in the dim light. He inches closer to the shadowy corner, convinced he can hear the anxious breaths of whoever lurks within. At that moment, a soft meow echoes from around the corner, startling him. A cat. The cruel grin on the leader's face freezes, his grip on the dagger faltering, while the other 6 mercenaries behind him momentarily pause. Then exhale in relief, particularly the one wielding the battle axe. It appears to be a misunderstanding. There is no person concealed in the corner, but rather a little stray cat that has inadvertently made a noise. Now that the confusion has dissipated, the leader, still clutching his dagger, decides to verify the situation for safety's sake. He presses his body against the wall and cautiously peeks around the corner. There, in the dim corridor, illuminated only by the distant flicker of a torch, sits a small, entirely black cat beneath a bonsai. Its emerald eyes meet the fierce, bloodshot gaze of the man peering around the corner, and it tilts its head slightly, letting out another curious meow. Indeed, it is just a cat. The mercenary leader steps out into the open, swearing under his breath. A sense of relief washes over him. Their raid is perilous enough without any unnecessary complications. However, what his gaze failed to perceive was the small, curled-up figure trembling in anxiety behind the potted plant beside the little black cat. Princess Rhaenys, naturally beautiful yet with a slightly prominent forehead, inadvertently collided with the wall as she attempted to sneak away, resulting in an embarrassing tumble. In that moment, Rhaenys felt as if her life were at stake, but fortunately, Balerion arrived just in time. The little girl, quaking in fear behind the potted plant, fervently hoped that she would remain unnoticed. It seemed that the 7 above had truly heard her silent plea. For after the mercenary leader confirmed that the sound was indeed produced by a mere cat, he chose not to pursue the matter further and returned to his companions. Thus, the misunderstanding was completely resolved. Chapter 26. A crisis approaches. Standing atop a stool, the boy leaned against the windowsill, welcoming the briny sea breeze that caressed his face. Inhaling the faint scent of charred remnants and blood that lingered in the air. His silvery golden curls brushed gently against his pale forehead. This night was destined to be one of restless slumber. The distant chimes of the clock had ceased, yet the turmoil within the boy's heart showed no signs of abating. He loathed this sensation of surrendering his fate to others, for the impending naval battle would ultimately determine his life or death. Should the fleet of Dragonstone be vanquished, he, along with his mother and Rhaenys, would find no refuge, no matter where they might hide. After all, Dragonstone was but a small island. The sea loomed like a prison, confining them with no possibility of escape. Viserys resolved that once the ordeal had passed, should the Dragonstone fleet manage to repel the invading foes, he would take measures to alter his circumstances. Perhaps, persuading his mother to abandon Dragonstone and lead the fleet to safety on the eastern continent. However, he was acutely aware of the formidable challenges that lay ahead. Dragonstone held profound significance for House Targaryen. Although he had been crowned as Viserys Targaryen's son, his youth rendered him powerless, and the title of king was merely a facade. Even the guards at the entrance regarded him with indifference. A 7-year-old king who had forsaken his throne in flight wielded no authority. Commanding a servant required his mother's approval. Within the confines of Dragonstone, it was only the fleet commander whose words carried weight. Queen Rhaella's commands were paramount. As Viserys found himself lost in thought, a sudden realization struck him. Ever since their escape 6 months prior, when they had been ambushed by the Lannisters, Rhaenys had developed a troubling habit of waking from nightmares in the dead of night. The little girl often awoke, tears streaming down her face, and sought solace in Viserys' room. Their chambers were in close proximity. Rhaenys' bedroom was adjacent to his, and only in the arms of her slightly older brother could the brown-haired girl find peace to drift back into slumber. Both children were, in truth, victims of fate. Rhaenys had lost her parents as well. This night, burdened by numerous events, the passing of the old maester and the sudden assault by an unknown fleet, Viserys was so consumed by his own tumultuous thoughts that he momentarily forgot about Rhaenys. Ordinarily, the tolling of the bell that echoed throughout Dragonstone would have roused her from sleep. Yet now, silence emanated from her room. Was she still asleep? Viserys tilted his head slightly, peering over the edge of the windowsill, straining to glimpse Rhaenys' bedroom next door. Below him lay a precipice several dozen meters deep, with the relentless waves crashing against the jagged rocks that lay beneath the castle. His courage had swelled, and he leaned out further, unperturbed by the thought of accidentally falling. However, after peering through the window, the darkness of Rhaenys' bedroom revealed no sign of light. It seemed she truly had not awakened. How peculiar! With silvery golden locks fluttering, the boy blinked thoughtfully for a moment before retracting his head. He grasped the short sword resting on the windowsill, leaped down from the small stool, and swiftly made his way towards the bedroom door. With a creak, Viserys opened his bedroom door, only to find 2 fully armed guards stationed outside, clad in mail and wielding long swords. As he attempted to step out, the guards blocked his path. "Your Highness," they said with wry smiles, gazing at the young king. Despite his coronation, neither Viserys nor anyone else truly regarded it as significant. The guards continued to address him as Your Highness, without any alteration. Unexpectedly, Sir William's prediction had proven correct. The young prince was unwilling to remain confined within his chamber and would undoubtedly seek some engagement. However, this time, they were mistaken. Viserys slightly spread his hands in a gesture of mild resignation, then pointed towards Rhaenys' room and spoke. "I merely wish to find Rhaenys. I will not wander aimlessly." His reasoning was undoubtedly sound, for the close bond between the two children was a well-known truth throughout the castle. Rhaenys always clung to Viserys, even choosing to sit in the shade beside him while he practiced his swordplay. Moreover, she often mistakenly referred to him as brother, a habit she reluctantly altered to uncle after being gently corrected by Queen Rhaella, though her face still bore reluctance. For a child, there was truly no more complex reasoning behind her actions, nor did it involve the thoughts of adulthood. In her innocent view, Viserys did not seem significantly older than herself. They were peers. Yet, she felt unjustly overshadowed by the years that separated them, leading her to insist on calling him brother. Viserys, however, remained unperturbed by this. Since it is to seek the princess, the guards exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before nodding in agreement. After all, Rhaenys' room was just next door, and the young king was not straying far. To deny such a modest request would indeed appear rather unkind. Very well, they conceded. The sound of metal scraping against metal echoed as they adjusted their stances. The two guards, with one hand resting on their sword hilts, nodded and stepped aside. "Thank you," Viserys replied with a nod, but as he passed by them, a thought struck him. He paused momentarily before Rhaenys' door and, unable to see his silhouette from the corner, raised his head and casually inquired, "Are there guards protecting my mother as well?" This night has indeed witnessed an abundance of events, and outside, naval battles continue to unfold. Should the fleet of Dragonstone suffer defeat, none shall escape. Yet, Viserys pondered another matter. If the entire fleet of Dragonstone engaged in combat with the enemy, it would imply that the coastline of Dragonstone stands utterly defenseless at this moment. A solitary small vessel could silently approach the shore under the cover of darkness and land undetected. Due to its barren nature, Dragonstone hosts only a modest fishing village, making it nearly impossible for the lord of the island to muster any soldiers for battle. The island is guarded solely by a few dozen sentinels within the castle. Yet this fortress is exceedingly vast, rendering these guards incapable of comprehensive vigilance. Upon hearing the young king's words, 2 attendants were momentarily taken aback. They did not contemplate as deeply as Viserys, but nonetheless nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Her Majesty the Queen is also accompanied by protectors. However, as the 3 conversed, a sudden sound erupted, a bowstring snapping, and from the darkness, a crossbow bolt soared forth. Chapter 27, The Chase. A crossbow bolt, propelled from the depths of darkness, effortlessly pierced the throat of a guard. The sharp tip emerged from the back of his neck, glimmering faintly with a cold light, as blood splattered against the wall. The guard's eyes widened in shock, unable to fathom that death could arrive so suddenly. He attempted to utter something, but his trachea was filled with the gushing blood, resulting in only incomprehensible sounds escaping his lips. Reaching out to remove the bolt embedded in his neck, he ultimately succumbed to weakness before even making contact. Thud! The lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Meanwhile, Viserys stood not far from the slain guard, hidden from view by the angle of the corner. In reality, he was perilously close to the guard with whom he had just been conversing, the latter still wearing a smile moments before. Yet, in an instant, the hot blood splattered onto the boy's pristine face. The rapidity and unexpectedness of the event left both Viserys and another guard momentarily paralyzed, standing in shock as if time had frozen. However, the remaining guard reacted slightly quicker than Viserys. He seemed to catch a glimpse of a pair of eyes glinting with malice from the shadows. An ambush! The guard swiftly drew his sword from his waist and, gripping Viserys, who had just begun to process the chaos and was wiping blood from his face, he urged him to retreat. "Your Highness, flee!" The young guard positioned himself in front of Viserys, determined to provide cover for the young king. Without hesitation, the silver-haired boy turned and ran. Bam! In the darkness, the taut bowstring released once more. Another bolt soared from the shadows, this time targeting Viserys as he finally came into view. Alas, the boy was swift, and the bolt veered off course. Hitting a moving target proved much more challenging than a stationary one. The bolt grazed the tips of his hair, severing a strand of his silvery golden locks before embedding itself forcefully into the wall. Thud! Debris and dust erupted into the air, the tail of the bolt quivering, a testament to its tremendous force. That was close. Viserys first felt a chill at his ear, followed by a searing pain. Yet at that moment, he had no time to dwell on the pain on his face. His heart raced with terror, pounding fiercely as he sought only to escape. Damn it! I've messed up. In the nearby darkness, a member of the mercenary group, having failed to hit the Targaryen boy with the second arrow, wore a grim expression. To make matters worse, the guard's shout seemed to have alerted the entire garrison of the Stone Drum Tower. They were the first to expose themselves, potentially jeopardizing the plan to ambush Queen Layla, led by the chief and several of his brothers. Pursue! The imposing figure named Landon, wielding a battle axe, wore a grim expression, his war paint of red and black rendering him quite fearsome. He abruptly rose from the shadows and strode purposefully in the direction of Viserys. The group of 7 entrusted with this mission comprised the finest members of their company, as the assignment was of utmost importance, necessitating a small yet elite team. Should they be discovered by the fleet of Dragonstone, even if they summoned all their mercenaries, they would inevitably find themselves leaping into the sea to feed the fish. Upon entering the fortress of Dragonstone, the 7 split into 2 factions. 3 aimed to eliminate Viserys, while the leader took the remaining trio to confront the more heavily fortified Queen Layla. They believed that sending 3 to dispatch a child would be more than sufficient. Primarily tasked with dealing with the Prince Targaryen's guards, Landon pressed on towards Viserys, yet the loyal guards of Dragonstone would not permit them to pass easily. Halt! One guard, shield in one hand and sword in the other, blocked the corridor, obstructing their path. Though his voice resonated with authority, a slight tremor could still be detected. "Who are you?" Nevertheless, he did not flee. Instead, he sought to buy time for Viserys to escape. Dragonstone had once been the fief of Rhaegar Targaryen, and thus these guards were devoted followers of the prince, unwavering in their loyalty to the Targaryen lineage. Viserys was bewildered by the immense charisma of his nearly flawless brother, who garnered admiration from all who had encountered him. In Viserys' memory, his elder brother was indeed exceptionally talented and strikingly handsome. He recalled a time when his brother took him on an outing in the royal woods, only to be confronted by a wild boar. Rhaegar cradled Viserys and, with a single hand wielding a sword, deftly and elegantly brought down the beast. Yet, instead of pursuing it to deliver a fatal blow, Rhaegar allowed the wounded creature to escape. In summary, the fallen prince had become synonymous with perfection. Now, the loyal guards of Dragonstone did not retreat. Rather, they bravely advanced, striving to delay the assailants and buy Viserys precious time to flee. The clash of steel echoed as the highly trained guard engaged the mercenaries, who were accustomed to bloodshed. In the narrow corridor, 3 assailed him simultaneously. The guard's sword parried the attacks of the other 2, sparks flying from the collision of metal in the darkness. However, a battle axe came crashing down, and in a moment of panic, the Targaryen soldier raised his circular shield in defense. The next second, with a resounding thud, splinters flew as the mercenary's axe struck the guard's shield with tremendous force, nearly cleaving it in two. The guard was taken aback by the sheer strength of his opponent, his expression shifting dramatically. His body wavered unsteadily, nearly toppling to the ground. Yet, a mercenary accustomed to a life on the edge of peril showed no mercy. The burly man swung his axe once more, severing the head of the guard without a sound of protest. The head rolled away, and blood gushed forth as if it were utterly free. The headless corpse crumpled against the wall, collapsing helplessly. At that moment, Viserys had already fled to the spiral staircase on the 3rd floor of the stone drum tower. He gasped for breath, and as he turned, he was met with this horrific scene. The brave guard had sacrificed his life to buy him precious moments, yet he fell victim to the brutal enemy in mere moments. As Viserys watched the adversary strike toward him once again, a shiver crept across his scalp. Damn it! The silver-haired boy clenched his teeth and bolted once more, fleeing in haste. Chapter 28. Concealment. Viserys was being relentlessly pursued by 3 merciless assassins. Meanwhile, on the other side, Queen Rhaella, heavily pregnant, struggled to return to her chamber. 2 handmaidens assisted her in shedding her cumbersome outer garments and donning a pure white velvet nightgown, before she cautiously reclined upon the soft, opulent bed. My child. Her silver-golden hair cascaded around her as she lay quietly, her delicate lavender eyes gazing at the ceiling above. Those eyes still bore an indelible sorrow. One hand gently caressing her swollen belly, lost in thought. Rhaella's mental state was indeed a cause for concern. She often lashed out at Viserys without reason or burst into inexplicable tears. The woman had endured too much, showing signs of a fragile mind. Yet, at this moment, Rhaella's clarity remained intact. She pondered whether bringing her child into this world was right or wrong. The realm lay in ruins, and as time passed, Rhaella was acutely aware that Robert Baratheon, across the Blackwater Bay, would not let her and her child escape easily. Outside, warships clashed. Perhaps it was Baratheon's navy that had come in pursuit. Rhaella, a fragile woman, was ill-equipped to comprehend the intricacies of war. Having spent her days within the Red Keep, she seldom engaged in matters of state and remained blissfully ignorant of the broader scope of affairs. However, she understood that the barren Dragonstone offered neither allies nor resources. It was indefensible. But where could she go? She was unwilling to relinquish Dragonstone, fiercely resisting the notion to the point of madness, for abandoning it would signify a voluntary withdrawal from Westeros, acknowledging the transfer of the Iron Throne. The thought of shattering the fragile stream that held her together terrified her. Yet now, she found herself regretting bringing her unborn child into this world. The fate awaiting him or her might be less fortunate than that of a commoner. But now that the child had grown so much, it was impossible for Rhaella to abandon it. This child was the very impetus that sustained a woman whose spirit felt utterly extinguished. Adjacent to Queen Rhaella's chamber lay the quarters of her handmaidens, while several guards stood sentinel in the hallway. This was situated in the upper echelons of Dragonstone's stronghold. Ascending the stone steps would lead one to the war room, the very place where Aegon the Conqueror had devised his plans to subjugate Westeros. The cacophony of battle echoed from the outside. 7 save us. Rhaella Targaryen lay upon her bed, her silver-golden hair spread wide, her bosom gently rising and falling as her fingers pressed against her brow in a silent prayer. She prayed for victory in this looming war. Just as Rilla lay lost in her thoughts, an unexpected disturbance erupted outside her chamber door. Shouts of an enemy assault echoed from below, startling the guards stationed at her door. "Who goes there?" they called out. Soon after, the guard responsible for the Queen's protection seemed to sense something amiss, drawing his sword and shouting aloud. In the next moment, outside the chamber of Queen Layla, the air was filled with the cacophony of clashing weapons and anguished cries. What had transpired? Startled by the sudden commotion, the pregnant Queen Layla hastily adjusted her garments and sat up in bed, her complexion as pale as parchment, gripped once more by fear. Since the onset of the Usurpers' War, she had scarcely enjoyed a restful night, particularly in the past 6 months since fleeing to Dragonstone. She had lived in constant trepidation, fearing that the enemy seeking her life could appear at any moment. Could it be that the fleet had already met with defeat? She had assumed that the loyal Targaryen fleet had faltered, allowing the enemy to breach Dragonstone. Protect Her Majesty. Yet, outside her chamber, fierce combat unfolded, leaving no one to answer the Queen's desperate queries. With a thunderous crash, the wooden door of her chamber splintered. A soldier from Dragonstone collapsed to the floor, bloodied and impaled by an axe. The mercenary band had accurately located the positions of Queen Layla and Viserys, leading to an intense confrontation. Meanwhile, Viserys was desperately evading the relentless pursuit of his assailants. In a pitch-black room devoid of any light, darkness swallowed Viserys' form, the air thick with the scent of decay and dust. The silver-haired boy concealed himself within a dilapidated wooden crate, his chest rising and falling with shallow breaths, leaving only a narrow slit to observe the outside world. In a panicked flight from the mercenaries, he had sought refuge in this abandoned dwelling, hoping to elude them. However, his hopes were dashed when he overheard the mercenaries conversing just outside. "Damn, the little brat runs quite fast." The mercenaries, having been thwarted in their pursuit, realized that the silver-haired boy had not escaped their grasp, but rather hidden within one of the rooms. "Humph, he is tucked away in here. He cannot escape. Search each room." A towering mercenary, his face smeared with war paint, commanded his remaining 2 companions to scour the premises, eager to locate the wretched boy and claim the bounty. "Find him, and eliminate him. The longer we linger here, the greater the danger." "I should have gone with Driss. I detest targeting children," grumbled another mercenary, his face obscured by a black cloth, his tattered leather armor and a short sword at his waist. "Why not let me handle a task suitable for a queen?" "Perhaps I could." The mercenary's body emanated an odor of neglect, and he let out an unsettling chuckle, revealing yellow teeth that elicited a sense of revulsion. The atmosphere had notably relaxed, but the tension remained palpable. The guards within the castle believed that eliminating Viserys was a foregone conclusion. What could a mere 7-year-old child do, even if he managed to hide, clutching a large toothpick? What was he attempting, perhaps to clean the teeth of an elder? Yet the towering mercenary had no time for such distasteful jesting. He merely shot the man a glare before pulling open a door to search for Viserys' whereabouts. Another mercenary, skilled with a crossbow, exhibited impatience and a volatile temperament. Casting a fleeting glance at the man, he barked, "Enough of this nonsense, get on with it." The mercenaries' voices resonated sharply before the door to the room where Viserys was concealed creaked open. Hidden within a chest, Viserys felt his heart race as he gripped tightly the bespoke short sword crafted for him. Through the narrow crack, he glimpsed the flickering light from the corridor and the figure of a man who had just stepped inside, cradling a crossbow in his hands. Chapter 29. The Slayer. It is that man with the crossbow. Viserys hid within the confines of a wooden chest, scarcely daring to breathe, his grip on the great toothpick tightening. His fingertips turned pale from the pressure, his heart raced with fervor as he peered through a narrow crevice in the lid, continuing to observe his adversary. The room was engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by a faint flicker of light seeping in through the doorway from the corridor. The man wielding the crossbow had yet to discover the inconspicuous, dilapidated wooden chest nestled in the corner of the storage room. With a thud, the man kicked aside various debris littering the floor, stirring up a cloud of dust that prompted a series of coughs, followed by a muttered curse. He then spoke, his tone laced with a hint of menace. "Hey, little creature, I know you're hiding right here. You can hear my words, and you're secretly watching me. Aren't you?" Clutching the crossbow, he waved his hand to disperse the settling dust, straightening slightly as his gaze swept across the dimly lit room, probing even into the shadows where light scarcely reached. He was seasoned in dealing with children of such tender years, despite their physical agility enabling them to conceal themselves well. A mere stare would suffice to draw them out. The man forced a grimace that aimed to appear menacing, continuing his intimidation. "Stop hiding, I see you. Is that the hem of your clothing I spy? Yet, in response to the mercenary's taunts, the storage room remained eerily silent, void of any sound. Save for his own echoing words, resembling a self-deluded gesture. Damn it! The man with the crossbow muttered, realizing that perhaps the elusive child was not concealed within this space after all. Nevertheless, skepticism urged him to advance a few steps deeper into the darkness. Determined to continue his search, convinced that Viserys might still be lurking within. As he ventured into the recesses of the storage room, his figure was swiftly engulfed by shadows. The light from the doorway fading behind him. Thud! He vented his frustration by kicking over an empty wooden barrel, the lid clattering to the ground, revealing yet another vacant hiding place. It appeared that the little creature truly was not hidden here. Consider yourself fortunate, he mumbled, preparing to exit and pursue his search in the next room. However, at that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of an unremarkable wooden chest in the corner. This chest appeared modest in size. A 7-year-old child would find it somewhat challenging to conceal themselves within. He did not dwell on the possibility of the Targaryen wealth hiding there. Instead, his thoughts turned to another notion. Might this chest contain the treasures of House Targaryen? Though they had lost the Iron Throne, the Targaryens had ruled Westeros for over 2 centuries, amassing an unknown fortune in the process. Dragonstone, the stronghold of House Targaryen, likely harbors a great wealth within its fortress walls. The man wielding the crossbow felt a flicker of temptation. With a mindset of mere experimentation, he thought that since the Targaryens were doomed, it would be foolish not to seize whatever riches they had, even if it were just a few golden dragons. Resolute in his decision, he approached the wooden chest nestled in the corner. Caught off guard, he never anticipated that such a small box could conceal a young boy. As he bent down to lift the lid, it suddenly flew open with a loud bang. A boy with silver gold hair sprang forth, gripping a short sword tightly. And with all his might, he aimed for the man's exposed throat. In his mind, Viserys repeatedly recalled his instructor's words, use the sharp end to pierce the enemy. Having trained for over 6 months, Viserys had grown somewhat familiar with the use of weapons, though his swordsmanship was still undeveloped. His instructor's teachings were straightforward, focusing on basic thrusts and slashes, which, when applied with agility, could prove effective. The mercenary, seasoned by numerous battles, reacted swiftly under the shock, instinctively evading a fatal blow. He raised his right hand to block, only to have Viserys' sword pierce through his wrist. The blade drove deep, and though he avoided a critical injury, his wrist was grievously wounded, causing the crossbow to clatter to the ground. He was astonished that such a small chest could hide a person, let alone that he had nearly been slain by a child. Clutching his injured wrist, his face twisted in shock and rage, he turned to flee. A piercing scream erupted in the silent corridor. Meanwhile, a towering mercenary, as formidable as a mountain, was rummaging through another room, his battle axe slung over his shoulder. He carelessly tossed aside boxes, showing no concern for a mere 7-year-old child who was shorter than him. The poor little thing. Landon's muscles twitched with a menacing expression as he violently tore down a wooden door. Just then, a clear scream echoed in the hallway. He recognized it as the voice of his companion and frowned slightly. Had a child truly managed to injure him? What a worthless fool. With that thought, Landon flung aside the wooden door and unslung his battle axe, striding out with determination to end Viserys' life. Meanwhile, the previously lecherous mercenary had exited earlier, hearing the scream of his comrade, and rushed out with sword in hand. He beheld Viserys emerging from the storage room, the two of them separated by a mere breath. For the chamber where Viserys had concealed himself lay adjacent to his own. The silver-haired boy, stained with blood and dust, appeared rather disheveled. One hand clutched a short sword, while the other gripped a crossbow, recently wrested from the hands of a vanquished foe. At that moment, the bowstring was taut, an arrow already knocked and ready to unleash its deadly intent. As a mercenary burst forth in pursuit, the distance between them dwindled to less than 2 meters. Without a moment's hesitation, Viserys raised his hand and released the crossbow bolt. The bowstring emitted a deep, resonant thrum as the projectile shot forth, cleaving the air with a piercing shriek. The sharp arrow pierced through the mercenary's hardened skull with unimpeded ferocity, burrowing deep within, brains and blood erupting forth in a gruesome display. The proximity afforded the adversary no time to react. This time, death came with swiftness, silencing any cry as the body, struck by the force of the bolt, fell backward, lifeless, onto the ground. Chapter 30. Defeat. The lifeless body of the mercenary lay sprawled on the ground, face upwards. Viserys had just slain 2 assailants who had dared to invade the castle, and though his blood surged within him as if it were boiling, his mind remained astonishingly clear at that moment. He then locked eyes with the last enemy, who emerged from another room. Just one more. The boy's pale violet eyes, reminiscent of precious gems, blinked slightly. The towering figure before him wore an expression of shock and disbelief as he gazed at Viserys, momentarily freezing the atmosphere around them. He had thought that only a minor mishap had occurred and never anticipated any real danger to his comrades. He assumed they might have merely been bitten by a child. But stepping out to witness such a scene was beyond his imagination. His companion lay dead on the ground, face up, a crossbow bolt quivering slightly in his forehead. His mouth agape as if he could not yet comprehend his fate, blood flowing freely. It was evident that this crossbow had fallen into the hands of the diminutive boy. And one could easily surmise the grim fate that had befallen the other companion. No one could decipher the complex emotions that flickered across his face in that instant. He never expected that such an innocent-looking boy, resembling a frightened little rabbit, could have dispatched two of their most skilled members with such ease. Damn little creature! I shall kill you! After a brief moment of stunned silence, the towering man erupted with fury. He charged at Viserys, wielding his battle axe, while the boy, devoid of a crossbow, did not hesitate to discard the weapon he held and turned to flee once more. The crossbow proved cumbersome for him. Drawing it required significant strength. In his flight, he could not muster the energy to fully load it again, needing to brace himself with one foot on the ground. However, it was clear that this fearsome adversary would not grant him such a reprieve. Ram! Viserys felt no hesitation. He was even less inclined to engage in a desperate struggle with his foe and chose to escape instead. Yet this time, Landon harbored no sympathy or complacency towards the boy. He pursued with heavy strides. Stop! To Landon, this boy was akin to a little demon. He recalled how infamous he had become for his cruelty within the group, having taken his first life at the tender age of 12, though by then he had already grown to an adult stature. An old wretch had attempted to crawl into his mother's bed one night, only to be discovered by him. He had bludgeoned the man to death with a stone, not ceasing until there was nothing left to identify as human. After that incident, no one in the village dared to bully the orphaned mother and son. Upon reaching adulthood, following his mother's passing and her burial, he ventured out alone to join the mercenary band, his ruthless methods serving as a deterrent to others, earning him the moniker Blood End of Rhys. Yet here stood a boy far smaller than he had been at that age. He appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years of age, with frail shoulders that seemed as if they could be swept away by a gentle breeze. Yet, beneath that youthful facade lay a chilling calmness that evoked greater dread than his former self. Viserys discarded the crossbow, reluctant to bear its weight, and fled with haste. In pursuit, the man raised his battle axe high, his muscular arm taut, aiming for Viserys' back before hurling it with ferocity. He abandoned any notion of granting the noble-blooded boy a dignified demise and offered no chance for him to struggle or escape. Landon intended to cleave Viserys in two with his flying axe. However, the boy, who had turned to flee without hesitation, seemed to sense the wind's whisper behind him and glanced back just slightly. To his dismay, he beheld the spinning axe hurtling toward him. His breath caught momentarily, a tingling sensation creeping across his scalp. Should the axe strike true, his small frame would surely be severed in twain. At that critical juncture, a complex hexagram abruptly manifested in the silver-haired boy's eyes, awakening the special ability he had acquired upon reaching the age of 20. In an instant, as if a gentle breeze had passed, everything around him fell into an eerie stillness, and the rotation of the axe slowed to a near standstill in Viserys' gaze. It traced a deliberate arc before him. He must evade it. Yet, his body felt as if ensnared in a quagmire, rigid with tension. Though he gritted his teeth and summoned every ounce of strength to maneuver his form away from the spiraling blade, in the next heartbeat, the mercenary witnessed the boy, who had been fleeing ahead, suddenly stumble to the side at an unexpected angle, as if tripped by an unseen force. Miraculously, he evaded the swiftly rotating axe, the sharp edge grazing past his shoulder, leaving his clothing unscathed. The heavy axe thudded against the wall at the corridor's corner with a thunderous crash. Viserys, having barely regained his balance, felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead. That was close. He had nearly been cleaved in half. But thanks to the awakening of his instant vision, he had narrowly escaped. Gasping for breath, he continued his flight. Meanwhile, Landon, in pursuit of Viserys, witnessed this extraordinary spectacle, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could this be? He could scarcely fathom what he had just seen. Utterly astonished that Viserys had managed to evade his throwing axe by such a stroke of luck. Yet, The boy had no intention of lingering to explain. He vanished around the corner of the corridor in a flash. Simultaneously, the battle on Queen Layla's side was drawing to a close. Although the mercenaries possessed a wealth of combat experience, they had not undergone rigorous training. The guards, swift in their arrival and superior in number, quickly vanquished these mercenaries. Kill them! With a resounding thud, 2 Targaryen soldiers raised their shields, forming an impenetrable wall that cornered the leader of the Courage Corps. No matter how skilled the opponent, their strikes could not breach this shielded barrier. Meanwhile, several others thrust their swords through the gaps in the shields. The air was filled with piercing screams as blood flowed forth. The leader of the Courage Corps met his demise against the wall. Leave one alive. Elsewhere, another mercenary was captured and bound tightly. Queen Layla, clad in her nightgown, trembled slightly as she hid beside the wardrobe, supported by her maid. Apart from enduring another bout of psychological distress, she sustained no physical harm. Chapter 31, Ruthless and Cold-Hearted. Meanwhile, the mercenary known as Axe-Bearer harbored a growing inclination to retreat. He contemplated abandoning his comrades and making a solitary escape. For mercenaries like them, notions of brotherhood and camaraderie were as insubstantial as the wind. A mere laugh could dismiss them entirely. Their motivations were purely financial, engaging in a perilous trade that risked their very lives. No one could predict how much longer they would endure, or whether they would close their eyes tonight only to find them forever shut by dawn. As a mercenary, the specter of death loomed ever-present, particularly for the lower ranks of their Courage Brigade, where casualties from combat were alarmingly frequent. He himself occupied a mid-level position due to his commendable abilities. Recently, a newcomer had joined their ranks. They exchanged casual greetings, yet within days, that individual could very well become a lifeless body carried back. Life and death were concepts all too familiar to them. Life was a ceaseless pursuit of pleasure, often at the expense of others, while death was a careless repose on the ground, indifferent to the deities of various pantheons, be they the 7 gods, the old gods, or the black goat of the woods, including the weeping lady of Lys. Who could say which divine realm might accept them, to toil or suffer in servitude? Yet, none had ever truly died, and who could ascertain if they would encounter these divine beings in the afterlife? Even with a fortune amassed, they were at a loss as to whom to entrust their wealth, leading them to squander it recklessly in pursuit of fleeting joy. Thus, for individuals of this ilk, treachery against allies was a commonplace occurrence, and betrayal was not a novel act. At this moment, he tread cautiously within the stone drum tower, one hand gripping his axe while the other clutched a shield recently appropriated from a slain guard. He could no longer afford to underestimate Viserys due to his youth. The mercenaries' thoughts stirred slightly. The mission to eliminate the young prince had encountered unforeseen complications, resulting in the loss of 2 men. Meanwhile, the situation elsewhere remained uncertain, as though the entire castle had awakened, with servants and guards roused from slumber. Even if they succeeded in slaying Queen Layla, escape would surely prove difficult. Thus, he resolved not to cast blame but rather to withdraw. Gritting his teeth, he made the final decision to abandon his remaining comrades and retreat. No matter how enticing King Robert's offer, preserving his life outweighed any monetary gain. He had no desire to possess wealth without the means to enjoy it. With that, the tall man felt the rope at his waist and prepared to scale the stone window once more, intending to escape the castle and locate their ship to flee Dragonstone. He glanced around, ensuring no one was in sight, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had lost track of where Viserys had fled. That little one was remarkably swift, and he had long since lost the trail. With a sharp tug, the mercenary secured the grappling hook to the wall and tested the strength of the rope, ensuring it was firmly anchored. He then slung his axe and shield onto his back, cautiously surveying the surroundings to confirm the absence of any onlookers. Only then did he grasp the rope and plunge into the darkness outside the castle, his form vanishing into the shadows. As he descended, the rope slid smoothly through his hands, and he felt a moment of relief wash over him. Yet, no pang of guilt troubled his heart. The demise of others was of no concern to him, as his own escape was all that mattered. However, as he descended halfway, a chilling sensation gripped him. The rope trembled slightly, not from his own exertion, but from an unseen force. Puzzled, the burly man, his face painted with war colors, lifted his gaze and beheld a small figure emerging from the very window he had just vacated. Backlit by the light, the features of the newcomer were obscured. Yet Landon instantly recognized the figure as the young prince, Viserys, whom he had been pursuing. Panic surged within him. This was a dire turn of events. No! His powerful arms, muscled and taut, clenched the rope tightly as he swallowed hard. He had no desire to perish. In truth, if life were an option, no one would willingly choose death. Yet, even for someone of Landon's notorious reputation in the contested lands, a flicker of anxiety crept in. Though he had earned the moniker Blooded Hand of Wrist due to his ruthless nature and had once triumphed in the arena against 10 adversaries to the roar of the crowd, no amount of valor could save him. Peering down at the chasm below, he saw only a void of darkness, an abyss that threatened to swallow him whole, leaving no trace behind. The waves crashed against the jagged rocks below, a relentless rhythm of nature. Meanwhile, the distant sea hinted at the waning of a fierce conflict. The fleet from Green Haven had not come to seize Dragonstone in one fell swoop. The king's orders were indisputable. Yet Earl Redwyn was reluctant to suffer significant losses among his own ranks. Each ship and soldier lost was a personal loss to him. For the fleet was the private domain of House Redwyn. Thus, after a mere probing engagement, the Earl signaled for a strategic withdrawal. And the commander of the Dragonstone fleet understood well the situation. Deprived of resources from Westeros, his forces two-faced dwindle in supplies. And he refrained from pursuing the retreating Green Haven fleet. Instead, he allowed them to exit the battlefield in an orderly fashion. Yet, at this moment, no one can truly comprehend the profound fear experienced by a mercenary suspended in mid-air, caught in a predicament where retreat is not an option. I do not wish to perish. Dragonstone Castle is perched upon a cliff by the sea, and he has yet to descend even halfway. With at least 20 yards of height still beneath him. Should he fall from this precipice, there would be no chance for struggle, as he would undoubtedly be shattered upon the jagged rocks below. Your Highness, please forgive my transgressions. The mercenary, engulfed in panic, clutched the rope tightly, yearning to plead for mercy from Viserys. Yet, as he opened his mouth, words eluded him, dissipating into the wind. Meanwhile, Viserys stood before the stone window, gazing serenely at the mercenary ensnared upon the cliff, breathing heavily. Then, he drew his short sword from his waist and placed it upon the hemp rope, striking down with ferocity. Chapter 32. Connection. Subsequently, the rope was severed. Accompanied by a desperate scream from below, there was a brief pause, and then a dull thud resonated, akin to the sound of a heavy sack filled with burdensome objects plummeting to the ground. Silence enveloped the scene. Save for the relentless crashing of the waves, the blooded hand from Lys plummeted from the cliff, meeting its demise. Meanwhile, Viserys stood alone atop the castle, gazing into the abyss below, where nothing was discernible. The claw connected to the rope had also fallen, producing a crisp sound upon impact with the ground. Viserys leaned against the stone window, slightly breathless. It was over. Due to his inadequate height, he had precariously leaned over the stone ledge, drawing his sword to sever his opponent's tether, sending him tumbling into the chasm below. Although the night enveloped the castle in darkness, rendering the view from the stone window a mere void, Viserys was certain of the other's demise. There was no need for confirmation. Having resided on Dragonstone for half a year, Viserys was not as carefree as Rhaenys. He had memorized the castle's intricate layout. Moreover, he had heard the sound of the heavy object striking the ground, leaving no doubt that the individual did not plunge into the sea, but instead met a fatal end upon the rocky shore. I have killed again. Now, the boy leaped from the stone window, leaning against the corridor wall, sliding down to the cold floor, utterly drained, unwilling to stir even a finger. Viserys was on the verge of exhaustion. Had it not been for his fierce will to survive, he might have faltered during the chase. The boy sat on the ground, gasping for breath, then raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow. The blood that had splattered across his face had congealed, mingling with the fresh perspiration, creating a stark and eerie contrast against his youthful, cherubic visage, with its delicate lavender eyes. This unsettling juxtaposition was chilling. This seemingly innocent child had, in a fleeting span of time, employed various tactics, ambushes, stealth, and cunning designs to eliminate 3 merciless mercenaries. Viserys' silvery hair clung to his cheeks as he breathed heavily, striving to steady his racing heart. It was only then that he found the time to reflect on the unfolding events. What exactly transpired? When he was suddenly besieged, Viserys had reacted instinctively, aware only that these individuals sought his life. In a frenzied bid for survival, he had fought tooth and nail, concealing himself to ambush and eliminate the mercenaries, all in the name of survival. Yet now, he remained oblivious to the identity of these assailants and the reasons behind their intent to kill him. His first thought was that King Robert sought to eradicate him entirely. And indeed, his initial suspicion was not far from the truth. As for the identities of these individuals, it strays into the realm of Viserys' ignorance. He knows little of the Essos continent across the narrow sea, save for the scant details gleaned from his favorite travelogues. His understanding of mercenaries and this courageous band is virtually non-existent. His attention then shifted to the dark smoke that had materialized following the demise of these individuals. With a soft sound, he unsheathed his short sword, its crystalline blade still bearing the mottled stains of blood remnants from when he had slain the first mercenary. Under the flickering firelight, the blade reflected a glimmer, and Viserys' gaze lingered on that shimmer for 3 seconds. Then, with a breath, the dark mist coalesced once more. It bore inscriptions in High Valyrian, representing the sun, moon, water, and earth translated into the common tongue as strength, essence, agility, and body. Viserys was uncertain of the true nature of this dark mist, yet one thing he could affirm with certainty: this mist, his golden finger, was inextricably linked to the Valyrian freehold, which had been obliterated centuries ago by the wrath of the gods, just 6 months prior, upon landing on Dragonstone and being crowned under the watchful eyes of the Seven. He had fainted and subsequently dreamt of an array of bizarre visions. Among them, the most vivid and extensive depicted an apocalyptic catastrophe, volcanic eruptions, tectonic upheaval, the annihilation of opulent cities, and the land fracturing into scattered islands. Thus, the most flourishing civilization in human history, even revered as a civilization that could challenge the gods, was utterly erased from the earth. The remnants of Valyria became known as the Smoky Sea and the land of demons, seemingly imbued with a potent influence or curse, remaining untouched by humanity for nearly 400 years. Its secrets were eternally enshrined there. The Targaryen family was once a part of Valyrian civilization. 12 years prior to the cataclysm, a prophetess was born into a powerless family within the Valyrian freehold. She foresaw the impending doom and persuaded her entire family to seek refuge on Dragonstone, a forward outpost near the western continent, thereby escaping disaster. This powerless family would later conquer Westeros and reign over the land for nearly 3 centuries, the Targaryens. These revelations came to Viserys after he had scoured the tomes stored on Dragonstone, the stronghold of House Targaryen. Furthermore, the old maester had regaled him with many tales of Valyrian civilization, for understanding one's own family history naturally entailed awareness of the events that had transpired within it. Perhaps one day I shall unravel this mystery, Viserys mused, his gaze fixed upon the swirling black mist, including the characters inscribed in High Valyrian. Viserys Targaryen, strength, sun, 5, constitution, soil, 6, agility, water drop, 8, spirit, moon, 20. Beyond this, there exists a wisp of black smoke drifting in the shadows. This essence was absorbed after Viserys vanquished his first mercenary, deliberately restrained to prevent it from merging directly with his being. Viserys seeks to explore whether he can manipulate this tendril of darkness to enhance the abilities he desires. The subsequent 2 adversaries he dispatched did not yield any black smoke. Viserys speculates this may be linked to the fact that he eliminated them using ranged weaponry. It seems the condition to absorb the dark mist requires him to slay the foe with his own hands, necessitating direct contact to draw forth their power. Yet, the true nature of this force remains a mystery to Viserys. Has he absorbed the very essence of their souls? Or perhaps it is the life force that lingers within the lifeless remains. Chapter 33, Sir Geoffrey. At this juncture, Viserys remains ensnared in the exploration of the black mist. His path fraught with uncertainties. Consequently, he yearns to actively pursue alternative possibilities, even if they may not seem particularly practical at this moment. Yet, the essence of his endeavor lies in experimentation. Thus, he resolves to embark upon this trial. Viserys pressed his lips together, directing his gaze toward the last attribute within the black mist moon expressed in High Valyrian, which signifies mental prowess. The Valyrians held the belief that the moon symbolizes the spirit, soul, or will. This linguistic characteristic allows the term moon to also denote the soul. His mental acuity far surpasses that of the average individual, bestowing upon him exceptional capabilities. Upon reaching a lunar affinity of 20, Viserys awakened a unique ability named the Eye of the Moment. This power enables him to temporarily slow down the dynamic changes occurring within his field of vision, as his formidable mental strength instantaneously deconstructs the movements of others. To him, they appear to slow down, granting him ample time to react. Undoubtedly, this ability proves immensely beneficial to Viserys. For instance, he recently evaded a flying axe hurled by a mercenary, thereby preserving his life. Viserys is well aware of the principle of leveraging strengths while mitigating weaknesses. His current advantage lies in his extraordinary mental capacity. He even harbors a sense of anticipation regarding the transformations that might occur should his mental prowess reach its zenith. Subsequently, Viserys guided the absorbed black smoke into the vast expanse of the black mist, transmuting it into a fleeting beam of moonlight. The inscription symbolizing the moon was enveloped in a delicate, luminous sheen. Then, silence ensued. Seated against the wall on the ground, Viserys contemplated the sword in his hand. Fortunately, the castle on Dragonstone is sufficiently spacious. Owing to Prince Rhaegar's frugality and the island's inherent barrenness, there are few servants and guards, and currently, no one has discovered him. Were someone to witness this scene, they might presume that this young monarch, overwhelmed by psychological strain, had chosen the path of self-destruction. Indeed, Viserys maintained a composed demeanor. He observed that the lunar affinity remained at 20, with no discernible change. His mind experienced a momentary clarity, akin to the sweetness of dew. He blinked slightly, exhibiting a countenance that reflected an expected response rather than surprise. He did not squander the black smoke. Instead, he utilized it to ascertain a result. Although he largely anticipated this outcome, Viserys approached the significant matter of the black mist with utmost caution. He would not indulge in conjecture. He deemed it imperative to substantiate his findings through experimentation. As anticipated, the results aligned with his expectations. The greater the strength, the more arduous the path to evolution becomes. His mental prowess likely exceeds the combined total of 2, 3, or even more individuals. Thus, his aspirations to swiftly elevate his mental prowess to its zenith have crumbled. A holistic approach remains imperative. Viserys inhaled deeply, yet he remained uncertain whether the utilization of the dark mist would harbor any latent dangers. However, he found himself devoid of choices. He must rely on the advantages bestowed by the dark mist. Otherwise, the prospect of altering his seemingly predetermined fate would be fraught with insurmountable challenges, verging on impossibility. Even with the dark mist's assistance, Viserys did not relent. He feared becoming ensnared in the shackles of destiny, ultimately perishing by other means, which rendered him unable to breathe a sigh of relief. "My lord! The lord is here! Quickly, come!" At that moment, the sound of clanking armor and the chaotic footsteps of the castle guards reverberated as they brandished torches, scouring the corridors. They ultimately traced Viserys' whereabouts along the trail left behind. All mercenaries who had infiltrated the castle had been eradicated. The sole survivor, after a brief interrogation, was swiftly commanded by the hurried Sir Shad to have his throat slit and his body cast into the sea. Upon hearing of the attack, the knight appeared exceedingly anxious. Harboring a deep-seated hatred for the assailants, eager to exact retribution. Simultaneously, the guards discovered that the little king's chamber had also succumbed to enemy assault. 2 guards lay dead, and both Viserys and Princess Rhaenys had vanished without a trace. Sir Shad then ordered a thorough search of the entire castle. Eventually, the terrified Rhaenys was located in the cellar, while another team succeeded in finding Viserys' location. The following morning, the horrors of the previous night had dissipated. Servants diligently cleaned the bloodstains within the castle, and the bodies of all mercenaries had been disposed of in the sea to feed the fish. The corpse of the mercenary, who had plummeted from the cliff after Viserys severed the rope, was discovered by fishermen preparing to set out to sea at dawn. Viserys, though somewhat shaken, exhibited a demeanor more composed than both the queen and Rhaenys. However, he had endured a restless night, evident by the bloodshot veins in his eyes. "Mother!" In the upper chamber of the stone drum tower, after greeting his mother, Viserys took a seat beside her. The weary silver-haired woman occupied the main seat, listening intently to the report from the commander of the Dragonstone fleet. Although Viserys had been crowned king, even the guards of Dragonstone refrained from addressing him as Your Majesty. Everyone understood that this title was merely a fade. Even with the Targaryens reclaiming the throne, Viserys could not sit upon the Iron Throne due to his tender age. His mother, Rhaella, served as regent until he reached maturity, at which point the power would be transferred. Thus, Viserys could only sit obediently beside his mother in a side seat, with his knees together and hands resting on his lap, his long eyelashes fluttering, eyes cast down, appearing tranquil and embodying the essence of a well-behaved child. However, the commander of the Dragonstone fleet, an elderly man with a head of white hair, was engaged in conversation. He noticed the arrival of Prince Viserys and slightly turned his head to cast a glance at the boy. There was a hint of curiosity in the old lord's eyes. He was reporting to Queen Rhaella about the losses sustained by the Dragonstone fleet the previous night, although they had successfully repelled the enemy. The fleet had not been spared from its own casualties. He had also heard of the events that transpired within the castle. The young prince, merely 7 years of age, had somehow managed to slay 3 members of a notorious mercenary group. "Your Highness," the commander of the Dragonstone fleet said, offering a slight nod to Viserys. Sir Geoffrey. Upon hearing the elder's words, Viserys reciprocated with a nod, politely returning the greeting. This was the first time he had encountered the knight since his arrival at Dragonstone. The commander, who oversaw the fleet, had not sought an audience with either Queen Rilla or Viserys after their arrival, and for reasons unknown. His mother had not summoned this individual. Chapter 34. A bold idea, Your Majesty. The voice of the elderly knight, his hair a stark white, bore a roughness. And after a slight nod, he indicated that all necessary words had been spoken. Queen Layla remained seated at the center, her prominent belly suggesting a degree of weariness. Yet after a deep breath, she too nodded in acknowledgement. My gratitude to Sir Geoffrey, she conveyed. The elderly knight, however, offered no further words. Instead, he rose, slightly bowing, the armor upon him clinking softly. He prepared to depart the council chamber and return to the fleet anchored in the harbor. At that moment, young Viserys, who had been listening intently from the side, suddenly raised his hand, reminiscent of an eager student in class. Sir, I have a question. Can our fleet sail across the narrow sea? The young king, seated at a side table, rested one hand upon the surface, while the other rose to interject. The old knight paused, taken aback by Viserys' inquiry, and halted his steps. He lowered his gaze to the grand map of Westeros spread across the council table. Noting that Dragonstone lay at the gateway to King's Landing, while Blackwater Bay was nestled between two continents, leading to the narrow sea. On the opposite side of this sea lay the lands referred to by the people of Westeros as the Eastern Continent or Western Shore, formerly known as Essos. Home to the 9 free cities of trade. Viserys' question, though posed by a mere 7-year-old, prompted a moment of contemplation from the elderly knight. What does the prince imply? Sir Geoffrey mused, pausing briefly before raising his snow-white head to respond. Dragonstone is too barren. It is devoid of resources and population. Meanwhile, Viserys' small hands, tucked within the sleeves of his blue velvet robe, clenched into fists. Externally, he appeared composed, yet internally, he grappled with a twinge of anxiety. Even more so than when he had dispatched 3 mercenaries the night before. This was his first instance of expressing his thoughts proactively. He was aware of the events that loomed ahead and sought to instigate change. The fleet of Dragonstone, still loyal to House Targaryen, must not be sacrificed without cause amidst the coming storm. In 3 months, his sister would enter this world, heralded by a tempest that would be the greatest in centuries. One that would obliterate the final Targaryen fleet, claiming them all in the harbor and leading to Dragonstone's surrender without a fight. Young Viserys, forced into exile with his infant sister, wandered the eastern continent, fostered among various noble houses. If Viserys wished to alter the course of his destiny, he must seize this moment to secure the fleet that remained loyal to House Targaryen, ensuring they were not consumed by the impending storm. Thus, he shed his previous demeanor of quietude and timidity, seizing this opportunity to bravely voice his opinion. Even though he is quite young, and his words may be dismissed as mere folly, he still wishes to make an attempt. He seeks to persuade his mother and Sir Geoffrey, hoping they will heed his opinions, even if just a little. Sir Geoffrey, having heard Viserys' words, remained silent, his hand resting on the map, betraying nothing of the thoughts swirling within his mind. Viserys, noticing the absence of immediate opposition, feels a slight relief. His greatest fear is that his youth would render his words as mere childish prattle. He then speaks again, more incisively. Mother, and Sir Geoffrey, the young king, merely 7 years of age, sits resolutely in his chair, summoning all his courage, gazing at Queen Rilla and the commander of the Dragonstone fleet. If we remain ensnared on Dragonstone without seeking a change in our current predicament, then defeat is merely a matter of time. This time, Viserys' words are devoid of subtlety, delivered with sharp directness. Upon hearing her son's words, Queen Rilla's expression shifts slightly. She detests such ominous proclamations from Viserys. The recent turmoil and unexpected events have rendered her somewhat neurotic, and the mention of defeat strikes her particularly hard. Viserys! Queen Rilla's voice pierces the air, and she prepares to reprimand her son for his indiscreet remarks. However, she is interrupted by the fleet commander, who has remained silent for quite some time. Sir Geoffrey, one hand still on the map, raises his head, his keen grey-brown eyes fixed intently on Viserys, who sits across the table. What is your intention, Your Highness? He had not anticipated such boldness from the child. It requires more than mere courage, coupled with the news he heard last night, that the boy had skillfully maneuvered to eliminate 3 mercenaries. Sir Geoffrey suddenly finds himself intrigued by Viserys. Could it be that Viserys possesses the potential to become the next Prince Rhaegar? The former Silver Prince once wielded unimaginable influence amidst the Targaryen family. All believed that Rhaegar's ascension to the Iron Throne marked the zenith of the Targaryen dynasty. Even now, more than half a year after Rhaegar's death, this sentiment persists. Viserys, too, gazes back with unwavering resolve. Yet he remains unaware that he is once again being compared to his nearly flawless brother in the minds of others. With Sir Geoffrey's response bolstering his confidence, Viserys boldly articulates his thoughts once more. Sir, we could abandon Dragonstone and seize a city on the eastern continent as our new residence. Abandon Dragonstone. The elderly man with graying hair narrows his eyes slightly at Viserys' audacious proposal. Dragonstone, as the birthplace of dragons for the Targaryen family's conquest of Westeros, holds both historical and practical significance. Moreover, should the Targaryens choose to relinquish Dragonstone at this juncture, it would effectively signify their abandonment of claims to the Iron Throne, thereby tacitly acknowledging the legitimacy of the usurper. The strategic significance of Dragonstone cannot be overstated, as it serves as the gateway to King's Landing. With the Dragonstone fleet currently enforcing a blockade over the entirety of Blackwater Bay's entrances and exits, although the Baratheon family seethes with indignation, their lack of a formidable navy precludes any challenge to the royal fleet, compelling them to take a circumspect detour. The old knight was taken aback by the fact that, despite the current situation not having deteriorated to such an extent, Viserys exhibited a lack of fortitude, contemplating a proposal to voluntarily abandon Dragonstone, to forsake their claim to the Iron Throne and flee towards the eastern continent like a lost hound. Could it be that the events of the previous night had instilled fear in the heart of this child? Yet, such a reaction is entirely understandable. After all, Prince Viserys is merely a 7-year-old child. It is unrealistic to expect him to possess the same exceptional qualities as Prince Rhaegar. The old knight, while deeply empathetic, felt a twinge of disappointment. Chapter 35, a proactive strike indeed. Varys sensed the disappointment in the old knight's tone, causing a slight heaviness in his heart. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor and spoke. If we wish to reclaim the Iron Throne, our current fleet and resources are insufficient. Simultaneously, Varys reflected that even Aegon, in his conquest of Westeros, did not rely solely on free dragons. He had a formidable army at his back. Aegon had landed at the site of present-day King's Landing, erecting a modest castle of wood named Dragonstone, swiftly subduing the Rosby and Stark families, and formally commencing his campaign of conquest. Moreover, the Targaryens are now devoid of dragons. Relying merely on a fleet to retake Westeros is undoubtedly a fanciful dream. Should we remain entrenched on Dragonstone without a supply of resources, our demise would merely be a matter of time. Child, you speak with reason, yet you lack an understanding of the actual circumstances. Just as Varys was about to articulate further, he was interrupted by the old knight, who had shifted from addressing him as Your Highness to referring to him as a mere child. The old knight felt a twinge of disappointment. It appeared that Varys had yet to reach the stature of his brother. However, it mattered not. He was still young and capable of cultivation. If only Prince Rhaegar were present. No. Prince Rhaegar had already fallen. In truth, had it not been for the selfish desires of Rhaegar and Lyanna, this usurper's war would never have been ignited. The entire realm, under the Mad King's tumult, might have endured for several more years. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the old knight felt a flicker of confusion. The goal he had relentlessly pursued seemed to have encountered an obstacle, and his voice faltered momentarily. The war council chamber fell into a profound silence. Meanwhile, seated at the head of the table, Queen Rhaella, burdened by recent heavy blows, exhibited signs of mental strain. Upon hearing Varys' words, her emotions surged once more. For her, Dragonstone held immense significance, though she comprehended the necessity. She could not genuinely abandon Dragonstone to flee to the eastern continent. Impossible! The silver-haired woman, having had little rest the previous night, displayed bloodshot lavender eyes and disheveled hair. She slammed her hand upon the table with a sharp sound. Your Majesty! At that moment, the old knight raised his hand slightly in an attempt to interrupt Queen Rhaella. However, the agitated woman was undeterred. She resolutely refused to allow such a notion to take root. Absolutely not. We cannot forsake Dragonstone. Your Majesty! Yet, Sir Geoffrey similarly elevated his voice, once again interrupting Queen Rhaella's words, finally granting her a moment of silence. He had repeatedly interrupted both her and Varys. Yet Queen Rhaella dared not unleash her ire upon him, for the fleet of Dragonstone, their last vestige of power, lay firmly in his grasp. Both Queen Rhaella and Varys were wary of offending him. After the old knight interrupted the woman's voice, he fixed his piercing gaze upon Viserys, scrutinizing him from head to toe before continuing. The reality is, Your Highness, the 9 free cities will not permit our intrusion. Although the 9 free cities appear to be loosely connected and fraught with internal discord, they exhibit remarkable unity in the face of external threats. This is a matter that directly concerns their vested interests. They are unwilling to allow an outside force to disrupt the delicate equilibrium they have established. While this force may not be overwhelmingly powerful, it is certainly not to be underestimated, and their identity could potentially ignite a conflict in the future. If Viserys were to flee to the continent of Essos as a solitary orphan, the 9 free cities might welcome him with open arms, seeking to create a minor inconvenience for Westeros. However, should Viserys arrive with a fleet on the eastern continent, the attitude of the trading cities would undergo a complete transformation. They understand that while the Iron Throne across the narrow sea may disregard a lone orphan, it will not tolerate a Targaryen resurgence on Essos. Thus, it is highly probable that a brutal war will erupt between the 2 continents, reminiscent of the War of the 9 Pennies many years ago. The Iron Throne will never permit the existence of a potential challenger to its authority, and it may even take proactive measures against them. These unstable factors have led to their acceptance of Viserys and Queen Rhaella, even actively aiding their escape to Dragonstone, all in an effort to pose a nuisance to the Iron Throne. However, the arrival of Viserys with a fleet is absolutely unacceptable. As Viserys absorbed this information, a look of mild bewilderment crossed his face. He was not entirely aware of these intricacies. After all, he was merely theorizing at this point. Viserys possessed knowledge, yet he recognized that there was much he remained ignorant of. These subtle details, often imperceptible within the grand tapestry of events, frequently wield significant influence over the larger picture. I apologize, my lord, Viserys said, lingering in his chair for a moment, visibly conflicted, yet unable to articulate a more compelling excuse. Indeed, any coalition of steel will have its loose ends, especially in a place like the 9 free cities, which is still mired in internal strife. Opportunities can certainly be found if one seeks them. However, Viserys refrained from expressing this thought, as it might sound like mere excuse-making. And the recent events had served as a warning. Nothing is ever as simple as it appears on the surface. He could not rely on I thought as the foundation for his judgments. Every matter requires concrete evidence to substantiate its rationale. Viserys felt fortunate that he was not yet a ruler. Had the old knight not hesitated and instead followed his counsel, it could have led to dire consequences. Should the path to the free cities be severed, both Viserys and his mother would find themselves with no recourse. Upon contemplating these matters, Viserys felt a slight chill creeping down his spine. He then raised his gaze and offered an apology to Sir Geoffrey, expressing his oversight. However, the old lord, standing before the map, unexpectedly set aside his usual haughty demeanor, allowing a hint of acceptance to soften his expression as he acknowledged Viserys' apology. Abruptly, he spoke, yet, Your Highness's words have indeed served as a reminder. What? Viserys momentarily faltered. He had just been engulfed in the disappointment of his failed attempt to assert his presence. Yet he had not anticipated the old lord's sudden remark. Following this, he heard the other continue, We should not remain passive, rather, we must take the initiative. Chapter 36, The Coming Storm Year of Conquest 284, June. 3 months have swiftly elapsed. The oppressive sky is laden with thick, ominous clouds, as if a torrential downpour is imminent. In the distance, one can discern the brewing tempest, illuminated by flashes of lightning and accompanied by the rumble of thunder and the howl of fierce winds. Beneath this impending calamity, a fleet of warships is arrayed upon the sea, silently cleaving through the waves as they journey forth into the unknown. At this moment, Viserys stands on the second tier of the deck of the Black Death, embracing the howling sea breeze, his silvery golden hair billowing freely, revealing his fair forehead. The boy is clad in pristine leather armor, reinforced with metal plates at critical points on his chest and abdomen for protection, a short sword at his waist, and the bow in hand, with a quiver of arrows slung over his shoulder, exuding an air of gallant elegance. Beneath him, numerous soldiers busily attend to their tasks, lowering the raised sails, securing items on the deck that cannot be stowed in the hold, and preparing earnestly for the impending storm. The storm approaches, Your Highness. At that moment, a hoarse and weathered voice emerged from behind Viserys. It was Sir Geoffrey, the commander of the Dragonstone fleet. The old man had changed out of his casual attire and donned armor, for they were nearing their destination. Why choose this moment to launch an assault? As a seasoned veteran who has weathered the seas for much of his life, Sir Geoffrey was no stranger to storms. The skies around Dragonstone had been ominously dark for the past fortnight, foretelling a great tempest. Initially, he had resolved to keep all vessels of the Dragonstone fleet docked for several days, awaiting the passing of the storm surge. Based on his lifetime of maritime experience, storms were not inherently terrifying. As long as one remained ashore during the storm's approach and secured the ships with ropes, the losses incurred would be minimal. Yet, for reasons unknown, Viserys wished to propose a surprise attack on the still-forming Baratheon fleet at storm's end at this precarious moment. He argued that the enemy would never anticipate an assault just as the storm looms. Furthermore, this would present an opportunity to decisively obliterate the enemy's warships and deliver a crushing blow to their morale. Such a strike while half-bridged would prove more effective than a continuous harassment of storms and to hinder their fleet's construction. Moreover, it would allow the fleet to evade the storm's onslaught. However, though Viserys spoke eloquently, the substance of his argument was somewhat lacking, and it indeed represented a considerable risk. What surprised everyone was that after careful contemplation, the old knight ultimately acquiesced to Viserys' audacious plan. Thus, the Dragonstone fleet weighed anchor and set sail, hastily fleeing the vortex of the impending storm, traversing the dark waters of Blackwater Bay and the throat of the storm, rounding the sharp point, and heading towards the horizon. At the outset, all seemed well. The fleet departed from Dragonstone at an early hour, successfully evacuating before the tempest could strike. Yet, as the days unfolded, the fleet traversed the ocean, and the old knight's heart grew increasingly heavy, tinged with a sense of foreboding. Despite sailing for several consecutive days, they had yet to escape the storm's ominous grasp, a testament to the enormity of the tempest looming ahead. Had he not heeded Varys' counsel and stubbornly opted to anchor the fleet in port, hoping to weather the storm, it was likely that this royal fleet would now be facing a calamitous fate, nearly engulfed by the sea. Curiosity gnawed at him regarding Varys' judgment. Why had he insisted on embarking from Dragonstone during the critical time of the Queen's impending labor? Could it be that the boy foresaw the unprecedented magnitude of this storm? Did the prince possess some intuitive insight? The old knight inquired with intrigue. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted as tumultuous waves crashed against the deck. The storm finally catching up to the fleeing fleet after a fortnight. A torrential downpour descended, unleashing the pent-up fury of recent days. While soldiers on the lower deck scrambled to secure loose items, Varys stood above, gripping the railing tightly, the howling winds drowning out their conversation. The boy strained to catch Sir Geoffrey's words, shaking his head and responding loudly, "No. I was merely guessing." However, the old knight found this answer unsatisfactory. He too gripped the railing firmly, casting his gaze upward at the darkened sky, where sheets of rain poured down violently amidst the fierce winds. "Oh, is that so?" he remarked, retracting his gaze from the horizon and turning to cast a meaningful glance at the boy. Ever since their brief encounter 3 months prior, Sir Geoffrey had sensed something extraordinary about the boy. At times, he displayed remarkable intelligence, while at other moments, he appeared somewhat foolish. The reason for his acquiescence to Varys' audacious decision to embark on an expedition just before the storm's arrival stemmed from a recent letter he had received from the Citadel. The Citadel employed scholars dedicated to celestial observations, who had been disseminating missives to coastal cities and islands along the eastern shores of Westeros. These letters indicated, based on the astronomers' observations, that a storm surge of unparalleled strength would soon emerge in the narrow sea. Furthermore, the astronomer adorned with the bronze chain predicted that this would be the largest storm surge vortex in the history of Westeros, occurring near Dragonstone. The Citadel had not altered its stance due to the change of power in the Iron Throne. Its scholars were committed to serving all of humanity. Akin to the Night as Watch, regarded as the servants of Westeros. In principle, no scholar held any political bias. Thus, they dispatched a letter to Dragonstone, conveying a warning. Initially, Sir Geoffrey did not regard it with the gravity it warranted. However, as the ominous celestial phenomena became increasingly apparent, the old lord felt a stirring of apprehension within. Yet he hesitated to take decisive action. After all, the Queen was on the verge of childbirth, and the fleet was meant to stand guard beside Dragonstone, vigilantly preventing any unforeseen calamities. Nevertheless, the words of Viserys acted as the proverbial last straw, compelling the old lord to resolve to lead the fleet away from Dragonstone. Should the fleet meet its demise in the tempest, the Queen's safety would inevitably be jeopardized. Chapter 37, Stannis at Storm's End. A man of resolute demeanor. His back impeccably straight, sat at a round wooden table, engrossed in writing. The pristine surface of the table bore a half-burned white candle, its flame flickering gently. Swayed by the wind seeping through the window's crevice, casting his shadow upon the wall behind him. Outside, torrential rain poured down, the cacophony of raindrops eliciting a sense of disquiet within him. In an unfortunate moment, the pen he held snapped, causing Stannis' expression to darken. He cast the broken piece aside, hurling it against the wall. For reasons unknown, Stannis felt a wave of unease wash over him. The sudden breakage of the pen seemed a harbinger of impending misfortune. The muscles in his brow knotted, and he raised a rough finger to massage his temple, attempting to sharpen his focus, though it proved futile. His pale lips tightened, heavy with unspoken burdens. He had long forgotten the art of smiling, and joy was a distant memory. His elder brother, Robert Baratheon, now reigned as king, and according to tradition, Storm's End should rightfully have been bestowed upon the next heir. Of course, a king could retain Storm's End until a worthy successor was chosen. Yet, Stannis, as the first heir, faced no challenge from his younger brother Renly, who remained but a child. At least, that was Stannis' conviction. Indeed, prior to Robert's siring an heir, Stannis had been viewed as the primary successor to the Iron Throne. However, an ominous premonition now gripped him. This unease might stem from the fraught nature of his relationship with his brother, compounded by the silence from King's Landing. Perhaps Robert merely intended to reclaim Dragonstone first. Stannis released his hold on his temple, exhaling a sigh, and murmured to himself, the tension in his brow easing slightly. Though their relationship was strained and he harbored critiques of Robert's methods, Stannis remained unwaveringly loyal, never doubting his brother's intentions. He understood Robert's deep-seated hatred for the Targaryens, and internally rationalized that perhaps Robert merely wished to recapture Dragonstone before bequeathing Storm's End to him. Since the fleet of Lord Redwyne had returned from Dragonstone, battered and weary, they had taken refuge along the western shores of Westeros. Yet, King Robert's resolve to reclaim Dragonstone showed no signs of faltering. Stannis continued his efforts within Storm's End, urgently constructing warships and training the Royal Navy. More than half of the newly built vessels had already been launched, and the newly trained sailors were beginning to take shape. Stannis was filled with ambition, believing that once his Royal Navy was fully trained, the recapture of Dragonstone would be a mere formality. Is his brother within? At that moment, a youthful and slightly excited voice of a boy echoed outside the study, soon followed by a cold and unyielding response. I apologize, young Lord Renly, but Lord Stannis does not wish to meet with anyone at this moment. A guard stationed at the entrance barred the way of Renly Baratheon, the fifth son of Storm's End. Dressed in a blue velvet tunic, the boy appeared as though he had been doused with a bucket of cold water, and a glittering stone he held slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Renly, unlike his peers, possessed a subtle distinction, although he partook in some leisurely nightly training. His interest in swordplay and combat was notably tepid. Instead, he found joy in collecting beautiful objects. Just prior, he had ventured to the seaside with a few companions, gathering exquisite stones, the one now lying on the ground being his favorite. However, with an impending storm surge approaching, the children were hastily sent back before they could fully enjoy their play. Upon returning to the castle, Renly had eagerly intended to share his newfound treasure with his brother Stannis, only to be met with the disappointment of a closed door. His spirits plummeted instantaneously, his small lips pouting in dismay as he bent to retrieve his beloved stone, preparing to depart. Inside the study, Stannis had overheard the exchange outside, his brow furrowing slightly. Ultimately, he spoke in a calm tone. Renly, let him in. He indeed held a deep affection for his younger brother. Their parents, Duke Stephen Baratheon and Duchess Tassanna Estermont, had tragically perished in an accident at Shipbreaker Bay, leaving behind a young sibling. Their elder brother Robert was wild and carefree, while the composed and mature Stannis assumed the role of a stern father figure. Yet, he struggled to articulate his emotions upon hearing his brother's invitation. The dark-haired boy's earlier despondency vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. Just then, a distant chime resonated from the lighthouse, a melodious alarm that caught Stannis off guard, a look of astonishment crossing his typically stoic features. The guard outside and Renly stood frozen, too, as the sound was hauntingly familiar, stirring memories buried deep within Renly's heart. Only half a year prior, they had been trapped within Storm's End, subsisting on rats, the air punctuated by the distant blare of horns and the tolling of bells. The 5-year-old Renly had been so frightened that he burst into tears, chaos ensuing around him. The castle itself had been in disarray. The painful recollections of that time still vivid, soldiers rushing about, the servants in a frenzy. Amidst this turmoil, Stannis remained the most composed. After the initial shock, the resolute man quickly regained his calm. He immediately rose from his chair, forcefully pushing open the door to the study, casting not even a glance at the frightened Bran, who sat weeping on the floor. With one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, His expression darkened as he strode purposefully towards the outside. 7 hells! Who could possibly enlighten me as to what has transpired? At that moment, a soldier rushed in, breathless and flustered, bringing news to Lord Stannis regarding the unfolding events. My lord, we are in grave trouble, the soldier exclaimed, panting as if he had sprinted from the watchtower. His face was etched with panic. A multitude of unidentified vessels has appeared upon the sea, now advancing towards the harbor with the fury of the storm. Chapter 38, A flame in the storm. Not far away, on the turbulent waters of Shipwreck Bay, the fleet of Dragonstone approached, riding the tempest. The treacherous weather hampered their progress, yet it also concealed their movements. The warships cleaved through the waves, shrouded in the storm, as torrential rain cascaded down, with large droplets pounding rhythmically upon the deck. The sky loomed ominously, while countless vessels emerged from the mist, gliding through the fog with an ethereal presence, as if they had risen from the depths of the sea, momentarily revealing themselves to the sentinels of Wingspire Castle. A soldier of House Baratheon, stationed in the lookout tower, rubbed his eyes vigorously, scarcely believing the sight before him as the massive fleet drew near, concealed within the storm. He could hardly trust his vision. But upon realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily rang the alarm bell. Yet, it was too late. The fleet surged forward, cutting through the waves, directly aimed at the harbor of Wingspire. Wingspire Castle was one of the most formidable fortresses in the 7 kingdoms, encircled by thick outer walls. At its most robust point, the walls soared approximately 100 feet high and measured 40 feet thick, with the seaside section reaching around 80 feet in thickness, exceptionally sturdy. The walls were constructed of 2 layers of stone with a core of sand and gravel, forming a smooth, arched surface so tightly compacted that not even a whisper of wind could penetrate. Legend spoke of the castle being forged by the ancient Storm King, imbued with magic to withstand the harsh climate of Shipwreck Bay. In truth, Wingspire possessed no harbor. The seaside was a sheer cliff, with only a singular waterway leading into the castle, barred by a gated entrance. The harbor had been established for the training of Stannis' Royal Navy. Given its advantageous geographical position and the proximity of deep waters, constructing the harbor had posed little challenge, with the royal fleet currently stationed nearby. At present, the newly launched royal warships huddled within the harbor, secured by ropes and draped in tarpaulins, fully prepared to weather the impending storm. Stannis, having grown up in Wingspire, was acutely aware of the dire weather conditions of Shipwreck Bay. Moreover, having recently received warnings from the Citadel regarding an unprecedented tempest set to strike the eastern coast of Westeros, he remained vigilant. Although Shipwreck Bay was not the epicenter of this storm and would likely only experience heavy rainfall, the cautious man was determined to be thoroughly prepared. Thus, long before the storm's arrival, Stannis had ordered all warships to remain docked, suspending naval training exercises, and commanding all soldiers to stay within the barracks, forbidding them from boarding the ships. Consequently, in the waters surrounding Wingspire, not a single skiff could be found prior to the storm's onset, rendering the stealthy approach of the Targaryen fleet undetected. Now, the Targaryen armada lay hidden within the nascent storm, surging toward the harbor of Wingspire. Although the fleet endured some losses amidst the storm, these were still within an acceptable range. After all, the location was over 600 nautical miles from the storm's epicenter in Blackwater Bay, merely on the periphery of the tempest. It was the relentless movement of the storm that caused the Wind's Rest to also suffer the repercussions of the disaster. The sudden arrival of the Targaryen fleet struck the soldiers of House Velaryon like a bolt from the blue, catching them utterly off guard. No one could have anticipated that the Targaryen fleet would approach riding the tempest. The Royal Navy of Wind's Rest had not even dispatched a single skiff, remaining entirely unprepared for the assault. Thus, this nascent fleet, which had yet to see any battle, faced a devastating and overwhelming strike. The flagship, Black Death, unleashed a cacophony from its trebuchets, the stones soaring through the air with a thunderous roar, hurtling towards the tightly clustered Velaryon fleet huddled in the harbor. Many of the projectiles were wrapped in oil-soaked cloth and ignited, the flames impervious to the torrential downpour, as the flaming stones struck the Velaryon ships with ferocity. Had the Velaryon fleet been arrayed in formation upon the open sea, the efficacy of such siege weaponry might have been diminished. However, now they were densely packed within the harbor. The vessels were tethered to the shore with ropes, pressed tightly against one another, and bound together to prevent being scattered and colliding amidst the storm's fury. Stannis' orders, though initially reasonable, as they indeed represented the best defense against the storm, became a double-edged sword in the face of this assault. The warships, incapable of being pushed ashore or lifted into the castle, could only endure the tempest as wrath, and securing the ships together was an effective means to mitigate the storm's damage. Yet, now, in the face of attack. These tethered vessels became living targets for the Targaryen fleet. The soldiers manning the trebuchets and ballistae required no precision. Merely pulling the ropes to launch the stones ensured they struck their mark. The newly crafted royal fleet of House Velaryon howled in anguish amidst the storm. As stones penetrated the decks, igniting the oil and engulfing the concealed canvas in flames, subsequently igniting the vessels amidst the tempest. The flames, carried by the wind, surged into the ship's hold, gradually ascending and dancing in serpentine motions, igniting the provisions stored within. The supporting beams of the deck were consumed by the inferno, collapsing with a resounding crash as the entire warship was enveloped in crimson light, ultimately surrendering to the sea as it sank beneath the waves. Yet, more vessels were struck by the flaming projectiles, and soon the Targaryen fleet resorted to launching barrels of oil via their trebuchets, further stoking the blaze. In an instant, the harbor, not far from Wind's Rest, became a scene of chaos and devastation. Amidst the torrential downpour, a great conflagration blazed fiercely, engulfing the fleet of House Velaryon in flames, as thick, billowing black smoke ascended to the heavens, casting a crimson glow across the entire sky. On the distant deck of the Black Death, Prince Viserys stood resolutely against the tempest, refusing to retreat into the ship's cabin. For he yearned to experience the stark reality of war. Consequently, the boy was drenched to the bone, his silver gold locks clinging to his fair visage, while droplets cascaded down his cheeks. Yet, his pale violet eyes shone with remarkable clarity, reflecting the inferno that raged in the distance. This fire extinguished the usurper's ambitions of invading Dragonstone for the next 5 years. Chapter 39. The birth of the storm. This conflagration extinguished the usurper's ambitions to invade Dragonstone for the next 5 years. The old knight standing beside the boy cleared his throat gently before speaking. Viserys turned his head slightly to glance at the elderly man by his side, uncertain of the origins of this 5-year data or whether any evidence substantiated it. Nonetheless, he understood that this fire indeed provided temporary safety for Dragonstone. The war of the usurper was far from over. The corpulent Baratheon, destined to be a rotund figure, did not sit securely upon his throne. Since the death of his brother Rhaegar, the tide of the usurper's war had drastically turned against the Targaryens, who had not achieved a single victory and suffered consecutive defeats, ultimately losing the Iron Throne. Yet, this fire ignited by Viserys served as a beacon of hope amidst the long night that awaited House Targaryen, momentarily lifting the spirits that had sunk to an all-time low. However, Viserys' connection to this fire was tenuous at best. His primary intent was to leverage his prophetic awareness to prevent the Dragonstone fleet from perishing in the tempest. Thus, he sought to aid the fleet's escape from the storm's vortex. Unexpectedly, a seemingly audacious suggestion from a mere child was adopted. Sir Joffrey ultimately made the decisive call to raise the storm and launch a surprise attack on Storm's End. Consequently, the Targaryen fleet emerged from the tempest, catching Stannis completely off guard, effectively trapping the Baratheon fleet in the harbor and reducing everything to ashes. This event would inevitably become one of the most iconic instances in the maritime history of Westeros. However, Viserys had merely offered a suggestion. Playing a minuscule role in the subsequent command, operations, and assault, he had no part in the execution. He simply stood beside the old knight, feeling the sea breeze and enduring a torrential downpour. Although Viserys had insisted on witnessing the battle from outside, for reasons unknown, the old knight did not send the bothersome child away. Instead, he kept him close, even allowing him to listen in during the strategy meetings. On the battlements of Storm's End, Stannis leaned against the cold parapet, his expression taut, his posture rigid, broad shoulders bearing the weight of a mountain, soaked by the rain. His heart felt as frigid as the downpour. The young heir to the Iron Throne gazed at the flames soaring from the distant harbor, clenching his fists so tightly that the hard, cold stone of the parapet scraped away thin layers of powdery stone, his fingers unwittingly blooded by the rough surface. Yet, at that moment, Stannis was oblivious to the pain. He felt his breath quickening, his chest heaving violently, and his vision gradually blurring, obscuring the scene before him. Then, the world began to spin. "My lord!" a nearby guard exclaimed in alarm. In a moment of urgency, he swiftly embraced Stannis, preventing him from losing consciousness and tumbling down the towering walls of Wind's Rest. Were Stannis, the king's own brother and heir to the Iron Throne, to fall from such dizzying heights, it would surely result in a fatal calamity. The notion of the king's sibling perishing in such a manner would be nothing short of a farcical tragedy. "Where is Maester Cresson? Quickly! Fetch the Maester!" the guards shouted, cradling the unconscious Stannis. Other soldiers hastily rushed into the castle to summon Maester Cresson, who served House Baratheon. Meanwhile, on the distant Dragonstone, the outside world was engulfed in a terrifying scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, almost pressing down upon the earth. As fierce winds mingled with torrential rain, the deluge pounded relentlessly against the sturdy castle, while the dragon of Dragonstone roared defiantly, seemingly battling against this dreadful calamity. As the epicenter of an unprecedented storm surged in Westeros, Dragonstone loomed high above the tumultuous sea, allowing monstrous waves to crash against its cliffs, producing a cacophony of thunderous roars. The atmosphere was foreboding. The waves surged with wild fury, and lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the steadfast dragon amidst the towering swell. In that instant, the heavens and the earth blazed with light, followed by the rumbling of thunder. Outside, it was as if the world were ending, while within the stone-drum tower, an air of vigilance prevailed. Quickly! Block the water! Soldiers from across Dragonstone rallied within the castle, bracing themselves for the deluge. After a long absence of over half a year, the former instructor of the Red Keep donned his armor once more, gripping the hilt of his sword as he stood guard at the entrance, though his expression betrayed some discomfort. The inclement weather exacerbated his old wounds. The injury he had sustained, once nearly piercing his abdomen, now felt as if countless ants were gnawing at it, causing unbearable itching and pain. As the appointed regent of Dragonstone designated by Rhaegar, the bastard knight, Ser Shad, from Dorne, appeared outside, sitting alongside Ser Willem, his gaze somewhat unfocused. Tension hung thick in the air, for Queen Rhaella, heavy with child, had finally gone into labor, urgently calling for the midwife and several handmaidens to assist her. Within the chamber, the tumultuous storm outside undoubtedly affected the mother's state of mind. With silvery hair cascading over the bed, Queen Rhaella's consciousness began to wane. She spread her legs, striving to bring forth her child, yet not all matters in this world unfold smoothly. The agony of childbirth is indisputably one of the most arduous trials. Hurry! Stem the bleeding. The midwife, lacking sufficient experience, and the queen's handmaidens scrambled frantically to aid the queen in her labor. At this moment, the blood beneath the queen flowed as if it could not be contained. Moreover, Queen Layla, being a high-risk mother at an advanced age and already a grandmother, found her body unable to endure such torment. Despite King Viserys' persistent encouragement for her to maintain her strength, ultimately, she surrendered to the inevitable. Joanna's consciousness faded into oblivion, her will crumbled, and she ceased to resist. Her cracked lips whispering the names of the past, Bonafor, Iris. Before Layla's eyes, her life seemed to unfold in rapid succession, Rhaegar, Viserys. My children. A crystalline tear slipped from the corner of her eye. Chapter 40. Daenerys Targaryen Queen Rhaella, having endured numerous tribulations, found herself in the throes of despair, her spirit teetering on the brink of collapse, hinting at the onset of madness. The deepest sorrow is to have a heart that has ceased to hope. When the silver-haired woman had relinquished all desire for survival, not even the 7 gods could rescue the beleaguered queen. Ultimately, Rhaella Targaryen, in a haze of consciousness, repeatedly murmured the names of those most significant to her throughout her fleeting existence: her companion Joanna, her first love Bonafor, her brother and husband Aerys, her eldest son Rhaegar, and her second son Viserys. Finally, she drew her last breath upon her sickbed. In her final moments, Queen Rhaella experienced a brief resurgence of awareness. It seemed she grasped the reality of her impending departure from this world, and with tears streaming down her face, she embraced her infant daughter, the very being who would take her life, bestowing upon her a melodious name, Daenerys Targaryen. The swaddled infant lay with closed eyes, her wrinkled face devoid of beauty, her silver hair plastered against her scalp. Born amidst the tempest, she curled up and finally let out a resounding wail. Simultaneously, a thunderclap erupted above Dragonstone, illuminating the sky with brilliant flashes, as torrential rain poured down. Countless souls were startled, causing the instructor seated outside to drop the items he held. Hastily, he bent down to retrieve them, his crafted wooden doll, carved from a small block, vaguely resembling a woman, yet devoid of discernible features. Meanwhile, in the distance, in King S Landing, a pitch-black raven soared through the pristine azure sky, surveying the vast city below. With a slight tilt of its head, it allowed the swift currents of air to ruffle its feathers. Soon after, the raven flapped its wings, descending gracefully until it alighted upon the Red Keep atop Aegon's hill. The wind tousled the disheveled, grizzled beard of Archmaester Pate, who appeared wearied by time. His gait unsteady as he approached. He tossed a morsel to the raven before removing the letter from its leg. Archmaester Pate unfolded the missive, briefly scrutinizing its contents, and his expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly invigorated, he gathered his robes and hurried towards Maegor S Holdfast. The sight of this miraculous transformation left several passing handmaidens momentarily stunned. standing in place as if spellbound. The latter, originating from Storm's End, bore grim tidings. The royal fleet, tasked with overseeing construction, had been ambushed by the Targaryen fleet while resting at Storm's End, preparing to weather the storm. Unexpectedly, the adversary launched an attack amidst the tempest. Executing a near-perfect maritime engagement, a classic case of naval warfare distinguished by audacity, meticulousness, and resolve, they willingly accepted the losses inflicted by the storm. Determined to annihilate the fleet of House Baratheon, Stannis had never anticipated that the Targaryen fleet would appear as if summoned by divine intervention upon the waters of Shipbreaker Bay. The very tempest that instilled fear in all fleets, inadvertently concealing their movements. The outcome of this battle resulted in the demise of the royal fleet that the Iron Throne had invested immense resources into creating, harboring great expectations. Archmaester Pycelle was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Having betrayed House Targaryen, he knew that should the Targaryens ever return, he would likely be among the first to perish. This old man, not yet ready to meet his demise, hastened to the Red Keep, disregarding the pretense of being feeble, to report this dire news to the new king, Robert Baratheon. What? The young king, reveling in his chambers at the Red Keep, was taken aback by the news. He swiftly rose and snatched the letter from Pycelle's grasp, scrutinizing it with intensity. The atmosphere in the king's chamber grew tense, the servant pouring wine beside Robert and Pycelle, who had inadvertently fallen to the ground after the letter was seized, were rendered speechless, sensing the simmering fury within King Robert. The young, robust monarch stood tall like a mountain, his thick black hair and beard bristling, eyes ablaze with wrath as he paced the spacious chamber. Without warning, he kicked over the table before him. Crash! The wine goblets, books, and various reports scattered across the floor. The servant holding the wine jug and Pycelle were startled. The elderly man, now seated on the ground, turned pale and remained there in shock. Your Majesty, Sir Barristan Selmy, the captain of the King's Guard stationed outside, was momentarily startled by the commotion within. He quickly entered, only to be met with the sight of the roaring King Robert. By the seven hells, Stannis is an utter waste. The king's thunderous roar reverberated throughout the chamber, causing ears to ring and echoing clearly in the corridor outside. I could have sent a dog to command and still not have allowed the royal fleet to be utterly vanquished. That is precisely what I should have done. At least a dog would allow the warships to be lined up for the enemy to set ablaze. Robert Baratheon seethed with rage, his disdain for his already disfavored younger brother intensifying. He had initially believed that while Stannis was rigid and obstinate, he possessed some competence in warfare. Moreover, it was the profound trust in his own brother that led him to bestow such a crucial task upon him. Yet, he could hardly fathom that Stannis would so utterly mishandle the matter. He could not endure the thought of the spawn of the dragon continuing to exist in this world. His loathing for the Targaryen lineage was a sentiment only he could fully grasp. However, it was unforeseen that despite the exorbitant costs he incurred investing nearly an abyss of golden dragons and even seeking loans from Casterly Rock and the Iron Bank, he would receive such a disheartening outcome. Not only had the spawn of the dragon survived, but it had audaciously defecated in his face. Sir Balon Swan, clad in his white cloak, remained silent, merely bending slightly to retrieve the discarded letter from Stannis that lay on the ground, his gaze sweeping over it. Upon grasping the full extent of the situation, he stood momentarily frozen in place. Chapter 41. The Prime Minister before the King. He had never anticipated that the Targaryen family could mount such a formidable counterattack in the face of such dire circumstances. The fearless Sir Barristan believed that the Targaryens were all but extinguished. Loyal to the Iron Throne, he had once contemplated sacrificing his life in service to the Targaryen dynasty. However, he was taken aback when his bravery ultimately won over Robert Baratheon, who pardoned his transgressions and requested Barristan Selmy to become the captain of the new King's Guard. The white-cloaked knight stood, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, surveying the room strewn with overturned tables, spilled wine, scattered documents glued to the wine, and the trembling maesters and attendants, not to mention the newly crowned king, who was in a fit of rage. With a beard and hair that bristled like a steel wool pad, the towering figure draped in a cloak resembled a mad brown bear, seething with fury. He relentlessly smashed objects within the chamber, producing a cacophony that resonated even beyond the hall. As he gazed around, the scene was one of utter chaos. Yet, the white-cloaked knight silently observed the tumult, his hand still resting on the sword hilt, refraining from uttering a word or attempting to counsel the king to temper his wrath. The crow's feet at the corners of his eyes were pronounced, and his pale blue gaze held a profound depth, which he lowered to glance at the floor beneath him. With a soft sigh, he found himself ensnared in reminiscence. This tableau felt hauntingly familiar. Once, he had served another king, the previous occupant of this very chamber, known as the Mad King Viserys Targaryen, who frequently erupted in fury within these walls, leaving the room in disarray and even commanding the execution of those who displeased him by burning them alive with wildfire, for he relished the sound of their torment. Barristan had thought the era of the Targaryens had come to a close. The Mad King Viserys had perished at the hands of the Kingslayer. He believed he would never witness such scenes again. Yet, scarcely 6 months had passed, and he found himself once more in this eerily reminiscent situation. Fearless Sir Barristan Selmy. At that moment, amidst his fit of rage, King Robert abruptly halted his pacing and destruction. He raised his head, his piercing gaze locking onto the King's guard captain, who stood at the door, contemplatively holding a letter penned by Stannis. The King's voice was deep and powerful. Although he appeared to have tempered his anger, the underlying fury was unmistakable. Unlike the Mad King, Robert did not unleash his wrath upon the innocent, nor would he resort to the amusement of executing others in such a barbaric manner. Your Majesty, Barristan Selmy responded, slightly regaining his composure as he set Stannis' letter aside. He then raised his head, meeting the King's gaze unwaveringly. Quickly summon Lord Jon Arryn. The hand of the King. I have a matter of utmost importance to discuss with him. King Robert's voice resonated powerfully, akin to the resounding bells of a grand cathedral. It seemed he had reached a significant inner resolution and was eager to summon his foster father, Lord Jon Arryn, the current hand of the King, for counsel. Robert held this venerable duke in high esteem, for the old man's courage, integrity, and wisdom were unparalleled. Had it not been for the old duke's brave intervention to shield his 2 foster sons from the Mad King prior to the onset of the War of Usurpation, both Robert and Eddard would have long since perished, leaving no trace of the current King Robert or Duke Eddard Stark. Thus, Robert's respect and reliance on the old duke were profound. Any decision he contemplated warranted the duke's sage advice. In Eddard Stark's words, perhaps only Jon Arryn possessed the ability to temper Robert, as even the memory of Robert's deceased biological parents could not sway this rogue toward righteousness. However, the White Cloak Knight, upon hearing the King's words, slightly furrowed his brow but remained motionless. Why the delay? Robert, observing Sir Barristan's hesitance to execute his command, felt his temper flare once more, his gaze fixed intently on the knight as he questioned him. Yet, Sir Barristan remained undeterred, his eyes quietly meeting the King's, which burned with fury like an enraged bear. With a soft sigh, he spoke calmly, Your Majesty, have you forgotten? The hand of the King has been absent from King's Landing for over a month. The Baratheon dynasty has been established, yet the 7 kingdoms remain ununified. Dorne has not submitted to the new king, and even the Greyjoys of the Iron Islands have not come forth to express their allegiance. At present, the old duke, as hand of the King, diligently toils to mend the wounds inflicted by a war that has ravaged the entirety of Westeros for over 2 years. The nation has emerged from the tumultuous period following the King's coronation and is gradually regaining its footing. Yet it has not returned to the state it enjoyed before the Targaryen Wars. The issue of Dorne remains a thorn in the side, an imperative that the new dynasty must address. Thus, over a month ago, the old duke, fully prepared, set forth with the remains of Prince Luwin Martell on a journey to Dorne for peace negotiations, endeavoring to quell the anger stemming from the deaths of Prince Luwin, Elia Martell, and her son Aegon. What astonished Sir Barristan was the old duke's willingness to traverse such distances for the sake of national unity, even at his advanced age. While the King languished in King's Landing, engrossed in indulgences, neglecting matters of state entirely. All issues piled up, awaiting the duke's return for resolution. Has Lord Jon Arryn already departed from King's Landing? Upon hearing the candid words of the knight in white cloak, the slightly portly visage of King Robert was distinctly marked by astonishment, and the ire that had been festering within him diminished considerably due to this unexpected interruption. Indeed, he struggled to recall the matter at hand. However, upon hearing Varys' remarks, a faint flicker of recognition stirred within him. So that was it. King Robert suddenly comprehended the situation. No wonder the old man had not come to implore him to refrain from indulging excessively in pleasures and debauchery. It was because he had already taken his leave from King's Landing to journey to Dorne. Chapter 42. The quarrel since the Prime Minister has departed from King's Landing. There is no need to trouble him further. The slightly portly king was momentarily taken aback but soon shook his head and continued speaking. He turned his gaze towards the sluggish and groaning Maester Pycelle, his eyes narrowing slightly in disapproval. What a show of pretentiousness. Get up this instant. Though Robert Baratheon had shed his armor and taken his seat upon the Iron Throne for merely 6 months, his physique had ballooned as if inflated like a balloon. However, the rapid accumulation of fat could not entirely obscure his once mighty muscles. It merely concealed them beneath a layer of softness. In fact, the now portly King Robert exuded an aura of authority even more imposing than during his days on the battlefield. A mere glare from his bell-like eyes sent Master Pycelle, who was awkwardly propped up on the ground, into a shiver, prompting him to hastily rise to his feet. Your Majesty, swiftly send a letter summoning all vessels. I shall personally lead the assault on Dragonstone. Robert roared, unable to tolerate the continued existence of the Targaryens. He had initially believed that once the royal fleet was constructed, it would be a simple matter to sail across Blackwater Bay and seize Dragonstone. After all, the newly built royal fleet had consumed an almost bottomless pit of gold dragons. In his quest to fortify the realm, Robert Baratheon had envisioned a fleet of unparalleled magnitude, the largest ever to grace the continent of Westeros. Its combined strength even surpassed that of the once mighty Iron Fleet. The fleet fashioned by House Baratheon dwarfed the Dragonstone fleet in terms of size, tonnage, and manpower. Not to mention that many of the ships in the Targaryen fleet stationed at Dragonstone were outdated relics. While naval tactics and the proficiency of soldiers are undoubtedly crucial, the superiority of the warships themselves holds greater significance. A ship that is sufficiently large and robust can prevail in any encounter, relying solely on sheer might. Thus, the outcome of a confrontation between such a formidable fleet and a decrepit one is abundantly clear. However, Stannis had effectively doomed the royal fleet to the depths of the sea, leaving Robert consumed by a blend of fury and a profound sense of threat. For reasons unknown, the Robert who had sat upon the Iron Throne for a mere 6 months had undergone a striking transformation from the valiant and fearless Duke of Storm's End. Not merely in stature. Now, Robert's furious proclamation summoned all loyal nobles to muster their forces against Dragonstone. Upon hearing the king's words, the white-haired Master Pycelle stood dumbfounded, rooted to the spot. While it was common knowledge within the Red Keep that the king possessed an exuberant and reckless temperament, he had not anticipated that Robert would exhibit such madness. A mere island like Dragonstone, with its harsh environment and sparse population, amounted to little more than a small fishing village. Was such a minuscule isle truly worth the king's investment of resources and the mobilization of all his vessels for an assault? Your Majesty. Chancellor Pycelle appeared slightly flustered, his lips trembling as he sought to offer counsel. At that moment, the previously silent captain of the King's Guard suddenly spoke, addressing the king. Your Majesty, Sir Bolestan Selmy, with one hand resting upon the hilt of his sword and his pure white cloak cascading to the ground, furrowed his brow and gazed into the king's eyes. The only ones who have fled to Dragonstone are a pair of orphans and their grieving mother. They pose no threat to your position. Presently, the entirety of Westeros, from the wall to the south, lies firmly under Robert's control. And Prime Minister Jon Arryn is busy pacifying Dorne. It is believed that the Seven Kingdoms will soon be united. The orphans and their mother on Dragonstone lack both allies and resources, possessing only a dilapidated fleet, rendering them incapable of jeopardizing the safety of Westeros. There is no need for you to take drastic measures over a defenseless child and woman, as it would tarnish your honor. Although he now serves House Baratheon, Bolestan had never disclosed to anyone that he had once sworn an oath. If he were to witness a smile upon Robert's face when Tywin Lannister presented the corpses of Rhaegar's children, he would never pledge fealty to Robert. Furthermore, nothing in this world could prevent him from ending Robert's life. The code of honor that Bolestan Selmy, as a knight, adhered to forbade him from harming women and children. However, his words ignited a powder keg, instantly unleashing King Robert's fury. If I did not make myself clear before, allow me to reiterate. Lord Bolestan Selmy, I want them dead. I wish for both mother and child to perish. I refuse to allow any spawn of the Mad King to continue to draw breath in this world. Enraged, King Robert resembled a furious bear. His coarse fur bristling as he spat in fury, glaring at Bolestan, attempting to intimidate him with his presence. Yet the white-cloaked knight remained resolute. His eyes narrowed and brow furrowed, unyielding in his gaze. Meanwhile, Chancellor Pycelle, aghast at the unfolding scene, trembled as he urged, Your Majesty, the Seven Kingdoms lie at your feet. You could effortlessly summon countless knights. However, the steeds of those knights cannot traverse the sea. The elderly chancellor stood in solidarity with the captain of the King's Guard, not out of a sense of honor that prohibited violence against women and children, but rather because he did not oppose the elimination of Queen Rhaella and Prince Viserys to prevent future threats. In fact, he had received word that Viserys had already been crowned on Dragonstone. Nevertheless, he believed that King Robert was overreacting. Moreover, a pressing issue remained, one that had been discussed previously. the Baratheon dynasty currently lacked a navy, which is why significant efforts were being made to construct one. Now, with the newly built royal fleet entirely destroyed, the Baratheons had temporarily relinquished their aspirations of dominion over the sea. Chancellor Pycelle's voice quivered as he spoke. The fleet of Lord Redwine has suffered significant losses and has now returned to Dragonstone for respite. As for the Iron Fleet, it appears you have overlooked the fact that Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands has yet to arrive in King's Landing to pledge his fealty to you. Maester Pycelle, while speaking, observed King Robert's expression, striving to employ delicate language in order to avoid inciting his ire. He then conveyed the current predicament. King Robert currently possesses no fleet capable of engaging in battle, rendering the sea a domain where the remnants of House Targaryen can traverse unimpeded. On the following day, the news of the royal fleet's annihilation in the harbor reverberated throughout King's Landing. It spread like a thunderclap, with whispers of the Targaryens' imminent resurgence coursing through the populace. Meanwhile, in the distance, Viserys and the victorious fleet from Dragonstone had embarked on their journey home, slicing through the waves with fervor as they sailed toward the horizon. Chapter 43. Return. The warship sliced through the tranquil surface of the sea, gliding serenely beneath the afternoon sun. The ocean, calm after the storm, resembled a poised maiden, its mirror-like surface reflecting the golden rays of sunlight, while the gentle sea breeze caressed the boy's cheek like the delicate touch of a young girl's hand. Viserys stood atop the highest deck of the Black Death, embracing the soothing wind, his silvery golden curls dancing in the breeze, and a serene expression gracing his cherubic face. For the first time since his arrival in this world, he felt a slight easing of the burdens that had previously weighed heavy upon him. Unlike the prior counsel of the old scholar, this time Viserys genuinely sensed a temporary alleviation of the once relentless sense of impending crisis. At least for now. The threats that loomed before him had been momentarily dispelled, granting him a moment of respite to breathe more freely. They were nearing Dragonstone. Meanwhile, cheers erupted from the soldiers on the lower deck, who had spotted the familiar island and realized that home was within reach. In truth, among this fleet-as soldiers, only a handful were from Dragonstone. Most hailed from the nearby realms of King's Landing, with many recruits gathered from this very region. Some even came from distant lands Dawn, the Reach, the Storelands, and mercenaries from the eastern continent across the narrow sea. For these soldiers, the concept of home had long since become blurred. They were impoverished souls, born into an era where, unless one belonged to the nobility, rising above one's station was nearly impossible. Being tall and strong enough to serve as a soldier was considered a decent path. At least they could plunder others without the fear of bandits attacking them. For instance, in King's Landing, aspiring to wear the golden cloak not only required physical prowess but also demanded a considerable bribe to the conscription officers, an amount that was substantial for commoners. Yet now, the soldiers rejoiced at their return to Dragonstone, having survived another campaign, and the prolonged life aboard the ship had dulled their senses. They yearned to set foot on solid ground once more. Viserys, too, felt a flicker of excitement within, evident in the light lavender hue of his beautiful eyes. The silver-haired boy grasped the railing and turned his gaze towards the other side. According to the nautical charts, the fleet was passing along one edge of the jagged cape, navigating through the straits, one of the primary maritime routes between the eastern continent and Westeros. Over there was that drift mark. Viserys stood on the deck, his youthful hands gripping the railing, peering at the silhouette of the island emerging on the horizon. He then turned to a nearby soldier, curiosity evident in his voice. "Indeed, Your Highness," replied a soldier clad in leather armor, a long sword hanging at his side, his round face giving him a somewhat endearing appearance. Presently, the old knight was resting in the cabin, while the official accompanying Viserys was responsible for managing his paperwork. The old knight had replaced his previous guards, and now this slightly plump official was tasked with ensuring Viserys' safety and answering his inquiries. The motivations behind the old knight's arrangements remain a mystery. Perhaps it was due to the incompetence of the initial guards, or perhaps there were indeed numerous issues surrounding Viserys. Presently, the silhouette of an island emerges within the fleet's line of sight, prompting cheers from the soldiers who have finally laid eyes upon it. However, prior to their departure, the impending storm had rendered visibility over the sea quite poor, preventing Viserys from perceiving this island, which was so near. Yet, he was aware of its name, Driftmark. Driftmark was traditionally a vassal of House Velaryon, its rulers sharing the same Valyrian bloodline, once closely allied with House Targaryen through frequent marriages. Such ties ceased after the reign of Aegon Singh. The Velaryon family was once a dominant power upon the waters of Westeros. yet was severely weakened during the dance of the dragons and subsequently faded into obscurity. These were lessons imparted to Viserys by the scholarly Daniel, who insisted he familiarize himself with the histories of various houses, memorizing their sigils and mottos. At present, while the Valyrians have not openly sided with the usurper, they have simultaneously rebuffed the call from Dragonstone, seemingly opting to remain neutral. Viserys recalled that upon his and his mother's arrival at Dragonstone, Queen Rhaella had summoned all the vessels of the island, yet none responded to her call. Driftmark, though in close proximity, offered no reply, as if it were oblivious to the situation. Viserys understood his distant king's decision, yet he remained cautious of the potential treachery from this neighbor. The Valyrians possessed a fleet of their own. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind Viserys and the officer. The old knight stepped out from the cabin, having overheard their conversation, prompting both men on deck to turn. Morfred Valerian was also a man of war. Sir Geoffrey, with his grizzled hair billowing in the breeze and age spots dotting his weathered face, leaned against his belt, gazing into the distance. Unfortunately, it seemed the fleet had likely met its demise at sea, sapping Morfred's courage. Viserys could detect a hint of sarcasm in the old man's words, sparking his curiosity. Yet he refrained from probing further. This unprecedented tempest had obliterated any vessel that dared traverse these waters, even reducing mere planks of wood to nothingness. With many islands swallowed by tsunamis, the knight's remarks also conveyed to Viserys that he need not be overly concerned about the Valyrians. He seemed to have discerned the underlying meaning in Viserys' words. The Targaryen fleet passed by Driftmark without making landfall or extending a greeting, leaving the islanders in a state of trepidation. Viserys stood upon the deck, positioned at the closest point to the island, finally catching sight of the panicked figures on the castle, bustling and peering anxiously in his direction. They were fearful that the Targaryen fleet might raid Driftmark due to their prior silence. However, Sir Geoffrey and Viserys had no such intentions. The fleet sailed perilously close past Driftmark, merely wielding the formidable aura of their recent triumph to issue a caution to the island's steaming inhabitants. It would be prudent to make a careful choice. Subsequently, the Targaryen fleet ventured into the distance. Driftmark lies in close proximity to Dragonstone, a mere 30 nautical miles apart. In less than half a day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the fleet finally pierced through the crimson haze upon the sea and returned to Dragonstone. Chapter 44. Weeping. The return of the fleet from its expedition naturally stirred a commotion on Dragonstone Island. In truth, news of this significant victory had already spread like wildfire, carried on the wings of ravens during the fleet's journey home. Initially, the excitement erupted in King's Landing, where the dense and chaotic population facilitated rapid dissemination of information. The gold-cloaked figures, having enjoyed only a brief respite, were once again in a frenzy, scouring the streets for any signs of dissent. The tidings began in King's Landing and subsequently traveled via merchant ships, which docked at Dragonstone Island for rest, even arriving ahead of the Targaryen fleet. The Targaryen armada had obliterated all Baratheon vessels in the Battle of Shipbreaker Bay, yet the rumors, through the oral tradition, mutated into several implausible versions. One tale suggested that the Targaryen royals had awakened the slumbering dragon kings of Valyria on Dragonstone. Another claimed they had unearthed treasures left behind by their ancestors. The most fantastical narrative posited that the young prince, Varys, had conducted a blood ritual on Dragonstone to rouse a skeletal dragon, personally commanding it to reenact Aegon's conquest of Westeros, culminating in the fiery destruction of Storm's End. Amidst the myriad of rumors, the most credible account remained that Varys had truly appeared before the populace. The fleet sailed into the port and, after some maneuvering, secured its vessels. Varys stood at the bow, flanked by numerous soldiers, awaiting disembarkation. His silver-gold hair billowed in the wind, and clad in leather armor, the boy exuded an aura of gallantry. With his pale violet eyes gazing into the distance, he then lowered his gaze to the throng below. As the epicenter of the storm, Dragonstone Island had suffered immensely. To Varys' eyes, the landscape before him bore little resemblance to his memories. Trees lay splintered, the earth churned into a quagmire, and the once familiar island appeared jagged and ravaged. In the distance, the volcano continued to spew plumes of white smoke, and many stones had cascaded down its slopes, severely impacting the nearby fishing village close to the port. The debris still lingered within the village, destroying homes and the meager arable land. In the village, Varys observed numerous households adorned with white cloths, a somber indication of families who had lost loved ones to the recent tempest. This small fishing village represented the sole source of population on Dragonstone Island. Their livelihoods depended on the port for fishing, yet the once vibrant harbor now lay in ruins, with remnants of timber floating upon the sea. Varys shifted his gaze downward, Noting soldiers diligently working to repair the damage, vociferously coordinating to secure the warships to the shore. Among the crowd awaiting their arrival stood Sir Shad, the acting steward and Lord of Dragonstone, whose countenance appeared inexplicably troubled. Beside him was Sir Willem Derry, the former Master-at-Arms of the Red Keep, who had once risked his life to protect Lady Rilla and her children. The two figures stood at the forefront, with the coach holding the young girl, Rhaenys, by his side, while servants and soldiers flanked them from behind. Viserys gazed down from the ship, following Sir Geoffrey as they descended the Black Death. Surrounded by a throng of soldiers, the sound of footsteps echoed on the wooden gangplank, each step deliberate and measured, as Viserys disembarked from the warship. Those gathered at the port fell silent, and upon seeing the silver-haired boy descend, a multitude knelt in reverence. Perplexed, Viserys paused, gripping the makeshift wooden ladder, uncertain of the spectacle before him and the reason behind such deference. Just as he opened his mouth to inquire, he was interrupted by Rhaenys, who had broken free from the coach's grasp and rushed towards him. The brown-haired little girl enveloped him in a tight embrace, her tears streaming down, soaking his shoulder and igniting a sense of foreboding within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the boy crouched on the ground, holding Rhaenys close, his cracked lips pressed together in contemplation. He opened his mouth slightly, as if words were on the tip of his tongue, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. By the time the fleet reached Dragonstone, dust had settled in. The unloading of their spoils was hampered by the port's severe storm damage, and the time spent securing the ships had enveloped the scene in darkness. The group traversed the rugged, winding mountain path, illuminated by torches that flickered in the night. Armed guards flanked their young king, brandishing torches that cast long shadows, their flames dancing in the wind. Silence enveloped the procession. The apparent joy of victory did little to dispel the gloom, and no one dared to utter a word. As the temperature dropped with the night, Viserys draped a black cloak around his shoulders, his silver-gold hair cascading softly over the fabric, swaying gently in the breeze, while his right hand clutched Rhaenys' small one tightly. At that moment, Viserys, who had remained silent for what felt like an eternity, finally parted his lips, sensing an impending revelation but hesitating to voice it. Turning to the coach beside him, he murmured, "Mother Queen Rhaella did not come to the port." The realization struck him. He had anticipated this fate. He had once endeavored to alter the course of destiny, to mend his mother's ailing heart, to untangle her emotional knots, even to coax a smile from her lips. Yet, the unpredictability of life had thwarted his aspirations. Many events had unfolded that were absent from Viserys' memories but were now manifesting in stark reality. Queen Rhaella had endured a series of emotional traumas, including the death of the old maester and subsequent assassination attempts, leaving her in a state of profound distress. The coach's expression darkened slightly as he absorbed the weight of Viserys' words. Silently, he shook his head, refraining from uttering a single word, yet Viserys comprehended everything. His heart plummeted as if struck by a heavy blow, descending into a profound abyss. Deep down, he had long anticipated this moment, he had foreseen it. However, when the reality presented itself before him, it struck his emotions with an overwhelming force. As Viserys ascended the next stone step, he abruptly halted midway up the slope. One hand grasped Rhaenys, while the other trembled involuntarily, his frail form bending slightly as if seized by an overwhelming urge to cough. He covered his mouth with one hand, the flickering shadows of the torch obscuring his visage as he fought to suppress the tears threatening to spill. He wished for Rhaenys and the others around him to remain oblivious to his sorrow. Yet, ultimately, his efforts proved futile. Chapter 45. The burial beneath the profound darkness of night. Viserys stood quietly on the hillside. The black velvet cloak billowed in the wind, and the gentle curls of his hair brushed against his pale lavender eyes. This was the sunlit slope of the active volcano on Dragonstone, where the temperature was high, rendering Queen Rhaella's body unpreserved, and thus, she had not awaited Viserys' return. As the appointed steward of Dragonstone by Prince Rhaegar, a bastard from Dorne Led the island's inhabitants in honoring Queen Rhaella with a funeral, interring this queen whose life had been fraught with trials and tribulations in this place. Her maternal nature was bright and lively. She should have been accompanied by sunshine, gentle breezes, and white clouds. Viserys stood at the forefront and spoke abruptly, his voice carried far by the wind. Yet, above Queen Rhaella's gravestone, billowed thick white smoke. Fire and blood was the motto of House Targaryen. It was not surprising that as a Targaryen, she chose to rest in proximity to fire after her death. Thus Viserys held no objections regarding the location of her burial. He stood at the forefront, surrounded by numerous guards, with Sir Shad, the acting lord of Dragonstone, standing just behind him. Wearing a yellow turban and showing some fine wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, Saoirse squinted slightly, deepening the lines etched upon his face. He gazed at Viserys' silhouette, momentarily lost in thought. The trainer beside him perceptively noted this, furrowing his brow, casting a probing glance at Saoirse. He opened his mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately refrained, redirecting his gaze back to Queen Rhaella's gravestone. Viserys remained silent before the gravestone for a while, then rose to his feet. He appeared even more composed than when he first received the news, devoid of any exuberance, only a sorrow concealed deep within his heart. "Let us depart," the silver-haired boy spoke calmly, tilting his head slightly. In the flickering torchlight, half of Viserys' handsome visage was illuminated, while the other half remained shrouded in darkness, revealing only his exceptionally bright eyes. "Yes, Your Majesty," the guards responded promptly to Viserys' words. Their address had somehow shifted from Your Highness to Your Majesty. However, Viserys paid no heed to this change. A title without power bore no significance, and there was little distinction between a prince and a king. He was indifferent to a mere appellation. In fact, if given the choice, he would prefer to shed these titles and life as an ordinary man, yet reality would not permit such a luxury. Even if he relinquished the title of king, as long as he bore the Targaryen name and the fiery blood of the Dragon Kings coursed through his veins, the Baratheon family would never release him from their grasp. Viserys could not escape. Even evasion would not offer him a dignified death. Thus, he could only bravely contend with his adversaries, wielding swords, fists, and even resorting to biting with his teeth, relentlessly fighting for the mere chance of survival, to secure a place to stand. It was at this moment that the silent instructor behind him unexpectedly spoke up. "There is a matter," William Darry suddenly interjected, momentarily forgetting to address Viserys with the title of Your Majesty. The acting Lord of Dragonstone, for reasons unknown, felt a slight constriction in his throat, as if swallowing hard, and his hand instinctively moved towards his waist. Among the guards holding torches, several exchanged furtive glances, sensing the tension reflected in each other's eyes. Upon hearing the instructor's voice, Viserys turned slightly to regard him. His silvery golden hair, gently curling and tousled by the wind, framed his forehead. Observing the instructor's hesitance, he raised a hand to interrupt further discourse. "I am aware of the matter you speak of, sir," Viserys interjected. "I am weary now. We may discuss this tomorrow." The instructor opened his mouth to respond but was silenced by Viserys, momentarily taken aback. However, their gazes met, and he perceived a distinct hue within the boy's pale violet eyes. Viserys claimed to know. Yet how could he have known upon just returning? Indeed, the middle-aged instructor furrowed his brow slightly, but after careful deliberation, he ultimately chose not to pursue the topic further. Having exchanged a glance with Viserys, he trusted in the boy's judgment. Meanwhile, several guards, including Saoirse, exhaled a collective sigh of relief, their previously anxious hearts now at ease. They remained oblivious to what the former Red Keep instructor intended to convey to Viserys, uncertain if he had uncovered their plans, yet it was not the opportune moment for their scheme to unfold. In the confined skirmish, William Darry's swordsmanship posed the greatest obstacle to their current endeavor. The brilliance of this Red Keep instructor was overshadowed by his elder brother, a member of the King's Guard, yet William Darry's prowess could not be underestimated. His brother, John Darry, once a King's Guard to the late King Aegon I, would likely find no advantage against him. A knight of such caliber, even with recurring ailments and frailty, was not someone they could easily confront, especially considering the numerical superiority of their opponents. Subsequently, this diverse assembly of individuals descended from the active volcano and returned to Dragonstone. Viserys, now somewhat fatigued after having gone without sleep throughout the day aboard the ship, found it was now the witching hour. Nevertheless, the silver-haired boy persisted in visiting his sister, Daenerys Targaryen, who was being cared for by a wet nurse of unknown origin, the girl who would one day attain great renown. Viserys entered the chamber of the wet nurse, a native woman of Dragonstone who had recently given birth and was summoned by the guards of the island to nourish Princess Daenerys. The silver-haired boy stood before the diminutive crib, mastering his weary spirit to attentively observe the infant nestled in her soft swaddling. She bore a faint crown of silver hair, a face that appeared wrinkled and less than adorable, yet her bright, large eyes sparkled with innocence. Their gazes met. She recognized Viserys and, for reasons unknown, erupted into a fit of giggles, reaching out her tiny hands in an attempt to grasp the little adult before her. In response to Daenerys' smile, Viserys felt the weight of his fatigue lift somewhat. He gently raised his hand to clasp his sister's small fingers. Chapter 46. The traitor Viserys clasped Daenerys' tiny hand. An immediate surge of kinship flooding through him, a testament to the bond that blood forges. The swaddled infant's wrinkled little face broke into a joyful smile, her laughter ringing like a gentle melody, though she could not yet comprehend the identity of the boy before her. The instinctive connection of their shared lineage whispered to Daenerys that he would become one of the closest individuals in her life. Standing by the crib, Viserys playfully teased his sister for a moment before stifling a yawn, the fatigue from his long journey weighing heavily upon him. He ceased his playful antics, allowing a more serious demeanor to settle upon his features as he straightened his posture. Nearby, a young woman with a smattering of freckles appeared somewhat flustered, her ample bosom indicating she was a wet nurse summoned by the guards to nurture Daenerys. This was the first prominent figure she had encountered since arriving at the castle, and the once imposing regent and armored knight stood dutifully behind the boy, a sight that added to her nervousness. Viserys' gaze shifted to the wet nurse, his lavender eyes gleaming with a hint of scrutiny as he assessed her from head to toe. With his burgeoning mental prowess surpassing 20, his gaze bore an unspoken weight that often caused those who met it to instinctively retreat. The well-proportioned wet nurse swallowed nervously, never having imagined that a mere child could instill such trepidation within her. The room fell into a tranquil stillness, a brief lull enveloping the atmosphere before the boy's pre-adolescent voice, melodious and clear as a mountain spring, broke the silence. "Rewards!" Viserys exclaimed, reaching into his pocket, intending to retrieve a few silver stacks to express his gratitude to the wet nurse for her dual role in caring for him and sharing her milk with Daenerys. However, to his embarrassment, he fumbled through his pockets, realizing he could not find the coins he was certain he had. He recalled playing with them the previous night before succumbing to slumber. Had they slipped beneath the bed during his restless sleep? The loss felt significant, and he resolved to reclaim the coins the following day. Yet, the pressing matter at hand was how to alleviate the palpable awkwardness. As Viserys' bright voice rang out, a shiver coursed through the room. None had anticipated his intention to lavish gifts. Yet, as he continued to rummage through his empty pockets, the expressions of those present shifted subtly. Silence fell as the individuals exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with tension. Viserys' small face remained taut, betraying little emotion, an unexpected calmness enveloping him. While he aimlessly continued his search in the barren pocket, his mind raced, desperately concocting strategies to diffuse the discomfort. "Your Majesty, it appears that your purse is in my possession." At that moment, Sir William, standing behind Viserys, could no longer bear to watch. He was all too familiar with his disciple and was among the first to realize that Viserys was likely devoid of funds. Subsequently, the mentor produced a golden dragon from his pocket and handed it to him. Viserys let out a subtle sigh of relief, casting a grateful glance at his mentor. Clearing his throat, he traced his fingers over the intricate engraving of the gold coin, suppressing his reluctance, and bestowed the radiant gold piece upon the wet nurse. The wet nurse, naturally taken aback, understood that the worth of a golden dragon was enough to secure her a position in a modest dwelling in King's Landing. After rewarding the wet nurse, Viserys turned to address the others behind him, abruptly stating, "Sir William, given the prior incident, I harbor concerns for Daenerys' safety." By prior incident, Viserys referred to the mercenaries who had stealthily crossed from the other side of the narrow sea a few months ago, launching an assassination attempt on Dragonstone. Why not stay here tonight? Daenerys and the wet nurse were residing in the former quarters of Queen Rhaella. There were ample rooms available to accommodate Sir William. While Viserys remained in his previous chamber, he hoped that his mentor could ensure his sister's safety. The middle-aged mentor, with slightly curled hair, was momentarily taken aback by the young king's words, but after a brief hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Very well. He was uncertain of the motivations behind Viserys' sudden decision, sensing that there might be more to it than mere surface concerns. As the night deepened, Viserys, after visiting his sister, finally returned to his chamber to rest. The entire castle had descended into silence, as if it were enveloped in slumber. However, in the distance, towards the port of Dragonstone, Sir Geoffrey donned his armor, accepting a longsword from a soldier and fastening it at his waist. A contingent of robust and elite soldiers followed the old lord, who chose to proceed on foot towards Dragonstone Castle, extinguishing all torches along the way. Under the cloak of night, dozens of soldiers, led by the old lord, stealthily approached. Within the castle, Viserys returned to his chamber, still clad in his leather armor, simply drawing the covers over himself, extinguishing the candle with a puff, and drifting into a deep slumber. Time passed, though how long was uncertain. The distant chimes of the bell from the sept signaled the hour. A faint light appeared on the horizon, heralding the approach of dawn. the hour when people are most weary and fatigued. The guards who had stood watch through the night stifled a yawn, but at that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, dagger in hand. One hand covering the guard's mouth, while the other thrust brutally into his throat. The sharp blade penetrated effortlessly. The guard's eyes widened in terror, gazing incredulously at the very person who had taken his life. He had never anticipated that this individual would so abruptly turn against him. Yet, before his mind could fully comprehend the unfolding events, darkness enveloped him, and his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The acting Lord of Dragonstone, a bastard from Dorne, lightly wiped the blood splattered across his face, his expression appearing somewhat grotesque, as several Targaryen guards followed closely behind him. Following the decisive victory at Shipbreaker Bay, they recognized that further delay was untenable, otherwise, their actions would inevitably be exposed. The sense of impending crisis weighed heavy upon them, and as the dawn approached, they resolved to set their plan into motion. Charge with me. Slay the spawn of the wicked dragon. Chapter 47, Threads of Destiny in the Stillness of the Night. Viserys lay in his chamber, reclined upon the soft embrace of his bed, lost in slumber. His silvery gold locks cascaded upon the pillow, framing a visage that radiated an enviable delicacy, with cheeks flushed in a rosy hue and lips gently pressed together. Yet, amidst this serene moment, an unsettling commotion erupted within the castle, faint cries echoing, swiftly transforming into the clashing sounds of battle, accompanied by the anguished wails of the fallen. The horizon had begun to pale, hinting at the dawn's arrival. Viserys, having barely closed his eyes after a few hours of rest, was abruptly roused by the cacophony. His long lashes fluttered slightly before he slowly opened his gem-like, lavender eyes. Cursing under his breath, Viserys turned to sit upright, casting aside the soft covers, his silvery gold hair cascading over his shoulders. Initially, his eyes reflected a blend of confusion and irritation, but he soon shook his head, dispelling the irrelevant thoughts clouding his mind. The din outside grew louder, the clash of weapons and the cries of conflict drawing ever closer, and he instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Has it begun? The last vestiges of sleep evaporated, leaving him fully alert. In truth, Viserys had long been privy to whispers of Sir Shedric's treachery, having discerned subtle signs of disloyalty some time ago. The mysterious circumstances surrounding the death of Bachelor Daniel had raised numerous suspicions, hinting at foul play. In his final moments, the aged scholar had grasped Viserys' hand, whispering urgent warnings of traitorous hearts within the castle, urging him to remain vigilant. The old scholar had lived a long life, considered quite venerable in this age, having traversed many paths and encountered countless souls. After personally instructing Viserys for several months, he arrived at a conclusion he had never shared with another, a conclusion that remained buried within him until he was laid to rest. It may sound incredible, yet he believed that Prince Viserys surpassed Prince Rhaegar in merit. This notion diverged from the sentiments of many, yet the old scholar steadfastly upheld his conviction. He had once tutored Rhaegar and later guided Viserys, spending far more time with the former than the latter. While Rhaegar possessed undeniable wisdom, it was confined within certain parameters, perhaps dictated by the era or the world itself. The old scholar had once regarded this limitation as inconsequential, marveling at Rhaegar's intellect. However, upon engaging with Viserys and delving into profound conversations with the boy, the scholar was astonished to discover that Viserys often articulated ideas that transcended both his time and the very realm in which they resided. Some of these notions are astonishing, others impractical, yet some possess extraordinary significance. Bachelor Daniel prides himself on having perused a multitude of tomes, spanning the heroic epic of 8 millennia past to a plethora of eclectic writings available today. However, Viserys' thoughts have never been confined within such boundaries. Perhaps it is precisely this that renders them truly magnificent. This is why the venerable scholar, on his deathbed, grasped Viserys' hand, urging him to lean closer and impart this matter to him rather than to Queen Layla. For the old scholar believed that Viserys would undoubtedly excel beyond his mother. Viserys has consistently lived up to the scholar's dying expectations. Upon learning of this matter, he refrained from divulging it to anyone, even his own mother. His reluctance stemmed not from a fear of his mother revealing the secret, but rather from her deteriorating mental state, which often manifested in inexplicable fits of rage or tears. Viserys wished to shield Queen Layla from disturbances during her convalescence, thus he quietly orchestrated his plans in solitude. However, diligence does not go unrewarded. Following the old scholar's demise, Viserys discerned that the Raven's cage responsible for external communications on Dragonstone had been tampered with. It appeared that someone, after eliminating the old scholar, had been utilizing the ravens to transmit messages outward. Nevertheless, the adversary exercised extreme caution, leaving no traces for Viserys to uncover. Thus he remained uncertain of their identity, be it an individual or a collective. Prior to embarking on this expedition with the fleet, Viserys deliberately confided this matter to Sir William. As Viserys' swordsmanship instructor, the captain had previously risked his life to save both Queen Layla and Viserys. Without him, Viserys would have perished long ago. Thus there was no question of trust. Viserys hoped the captain could assist in monitoring the situation, observing who might eagerly reveal themselves in his absence. This was also the reason behind Sir William's hesitance when faced with Viserys' numerous unspoken concerns. However, Viserys did not permit him to articulate his thoughts. For the boy had already acquired information through other channels before returning to Dragonstone, understanding the identity of the traitor hidden upon the island. During the fleet's return journey, they intercepted a small vessel near the fringes of Dragonstone's waters. The occupants, upon noticing the fleet's imposing approach, hastily attempted to accelerate away. Yet, seasoned sailors from the fleet skillfully pursued the small boat, ultimately cornering it. The individuals aboard even contemplated jumping overboard to evade capture, but only one perished in the attempt, while the others were successfully retrieved. After enduring rigorous interrogation, these individuals finally revealed their identities. They hailed from King's Landing, and Sir Shedrick, the acting lord of Dragonstone, had secretly allied himself with House Baratheon. King Robert, seated upon the Iron Throne, had even generously promised him a castle and a count's title. However, due to the fleet's presence stationed on Dragonstone, they were unable to directly surrender Queen Layla and her son, thus they remained in wait for an opportune moment. Then they awaited the opportunity presented by the storm surge. They recognized this as a rare and fortuitous chance to strike while the fleet was battered by the tempest. Or perhaps as a moment to ambush Queen Layla and Viserys as they departed the harbor, allowing for their escape. Yet, once again, the situation took an unexpected turn. Viserys, astonishingly, departed alongside the fleet from Dragonstone, leaving them unaware of its destination. Sir Geoffrey, known for his fiery temper and obstinacy, paid little heed to the authority of the acting lord. Chapter 48. The insurrection, however, for Viserys, as a scion of House Targaryen, his life was undoubtedly far more significant than that of Queen Rhaella, including the unborn child she carried, as long as the child's gender remained undetermined. None of them held greater importance than Viserys' singular existence. Should they embark on their perilous plot, risking everything only to eliminate Queen Rhaella while sparing Viserys, their scheme would amount to utter failure, and the Iron Throne would not fulfill its promises. The Targaryen heir would still live. Thus, the bastards from Dorne, along with the mercenaries they had bribed, were left with no choice but to bide their time, awaiting Viserys' return. Their patience was rewarded with news of a resounding victory at the Battle of Shipbreaker Bay. The Targaryen fleet had decisively vanquished the Baratheon navy and returned triumphant. Sir Shad had, in fact, been cornered by Viserys, and the possibility of remaining hidden had vanished. As the lord of the castle, he could sense the undercurrents swirling within Dragonstone. Perhaps someone had already become suspicious of their actions, secretly investigating, and was nearing the truth. The cooks he had previously bribed had been discreetly eliminated, silencing them forever. Yet, this was insufficient. Sir Shad's growing trepidation, compounded by the news of the fleet's triumph, intensified. He feared that if his machinations were uncovered, he would meet a gruesome fate. Thus, in a desperate gambit, he reached out to the informant from King's Landing, disclosing his intention to execute his plan on the first night following Viserys' return to Dragonstone, targeting him and the newly born Targaryen infant. He requested the dispatch of a small vessel to facilitate their escape. The bastards, feeling the pressure, no longer cared about the return of the Targaryen fleet. An urgent sense within him warned that if he did not act soon, they might be apprehended and face a dire punishment. Abandoning the plot and fleeing would mean losing the castle and the title, and the Baratheon family would likely pursue him relentlessly, forcing him into a life of exile on the continent of Essos. After weighing his options, Sir Shad resolved to make a desperate decision. Regrettably, he was unaware that the reinforcements from King's Landing had yet to arrive at Dragonstone, and he inadvertently crossed paths with the returning Targaryen fleet. There was no chance to abandon ship and dive into the sea. He was captured without a struggle and subsequently betrayed. Consequently, Viserys had already learned of Sir Shad's treachery before disembarking. However, instead of immediately commanding his guards to execute the traitor, he recognized that if one sought to conspire against him, there would certainly be others involved. Thus, he intended to use this opportunity to draw out all conspirators, ensnaring them in one decisive net. Otherwise, If this opportunity is not fully utilized to eliminate the threat, these individuals will remain hidden on the island, posing a persistent danger. This is the essence of Viserys' plan. He had long conspired with the knowledgeable old knight, Sir Geoffrey, who would lead a contingent of elite forces from the fleet. Accompanied by his own personal guard, embarking under the cover of night towards Dragonstone without raising any alarm. Naturally, there were arrangements made within Dragonstone for someone to open the castle gates for them. Now, Viserys sat up from his soft bed, listening to the sounds of battle outside. The guards at Dragonstone had been roused and hurriedly rushed out. Unaware of the assailant's identity, they assumed it was yet another incursion by mercenaries from across the narrow sea. Akin to the events of a few months prior. However, they were taken aback to find that their once brotherly comrades had turned against them, resulting in considerable casualties among the castle's guards. Many of the guards within Dragonstone were former soldiers loyal to Rhaegar Targaryen, steadfast in their allegiance. Yet, a small faction had been corrupted by Ser Shad. Following the surprise attack by their rebellious brethren, the guards quickly discerned the identity of their foes. Fueled by a sense of betrayal, they drew their swords to retaliate. The castle soon erupted into a chaotic melee, the clashing of steel resonating throughout. Despite the turmoil, Viserys remained unexpectedly composed as he sat upon his bed. Although he had been in this world for less than a year, the experiences he had endured were more exhilarating than anything he had encountered in his previous life. Ambushes, assassinations, warfare, the blood coursing through his veins was still heated. Yet the initial fear and anxiety had dissipated. Indeed, a saying has long circulated in Westeros: a rookie becomes a veteran by surviving a battle and taking a life. Viserys had already traversed this rite of passage, so when faced with danger again, he would not appear as helpless. He sat calmly on the bed, adjusting his leather armor, with a short sword resting by his side. However, there was also a formidable crossbow in his chamber, left behind by the mercenary who had attempted to assassinate him. Viserys deemed this weapon to be of utmost importance at this juncture. In the face of potential threats, a boy wielding a sword is starkly less imposing than one armed with a loaded crossbow aimed at an adversary. Just then, a knock echoed upon his door. "Your Majesty," called the guard outside, concerned that the young king might still be asleep. The two fully armed soldiers were elite members temporarily assigned from the fleet, replacing Viserys' original guard. Their unwavering loyalty, having served the old knight for many years, allowed Viserys to rest with a sense of security. At that moment, Viserys pushed open the door and stepped out of the chamber. Though he harbored little fear of Ser Shad's insurrection, believing that his adversary could not stir up significant turmoil, he was acutely aware that his life represented more than just his own. It embodied the hopes of many who remained loyal to House Targaryen. Thus, as per the plan, Viserys was to be escorted from his chamber, which would undoubtedly be the primary target of the rebels' assault. The two would escort the young king to the council chamber, while the elite naval forces, rushing in from outside the castle, would make their way directly to the uppermost council chamber to ensure Viserys' safety before extinguishing the insurrection within the castle. "Let us depart." Beneath the flickering flames of the corridor, Viserys maintained a serene demeanor, adjusting his collar slightly, crossbow in hand, and spoke in a calm voice. "Yes, Your Majesty." The two soldiers responded solemnly, positioning themselves protectively around Viserys as they made their way to the castle's highest level. Chapter 49. Blood and fire. The cacophony of battle cries echoed from outside. The steady rhythm of footsteps resonated within the corridor. Flames flickered atop the braziers along the way as Viserys traversed through, his heart growing heavy with the encroaching tumult beyond the walls. It dawned upon him that he was not as composed as he outwardly appeared. Initially, he had believed that the insurrection was merely a trivial farce orchestrated by Ser Shad and a few soldiers, easily quelled with minimal effort. However, Viserys was taken aback by the extensive reach of the rebellion. It seemed that far more soldiers within Dragonstone harbored treasonous thoughts than he had anticipated. He and his mother had been living amidst danger all along, unaware of the multitude of malevolent gazes directed at their vulnerable duo. Those lurking nearby yearned to eliminate the mother and son for the promise of a reward. The mere contemplation of this reality sent a chill through Viserys, his heart racing with a palpable dread. Indeed, the Targaryens had lost their dominance. It was now the Baratheons who occupied the Iron Throne. What assurance did he have that the guards remained steadfastly loyal to the Targaryen lineage? With this thought, Viserys tightened his grip on the crossbow, feeling a surge of tension. Yet, he reassured himself that this time would mark the end of it. All hidden traitors would be exposed and decisively dealt with. As he exhaled a breath laced with anxiety, he noticed the cold sweat trickling from his palms that clutched the crossbow. He was far from the stoic facade he attempted to project. Fear coursed through him, a fear of unforeseen misfortune, a fear of death. Albeit he was significantly more composed than he had been in the past. 2 guards flanked Viserys as they navigated the corridor of the stone drum tower. They ascended the stone steps to the pinnacle of the stronghold, where the grand map table room laid, displaying the entirety of Westeros. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The guards stationed at the entrance to the map room acknowledged Viserys. Clad in full armor, they clasped their fists over their chests in a slight bow. Viserys offered a nod of acknowledgement to these loyal sentinels of House Targaryen without uttering a word. The guards then opened the heavy oak doors of the map room for him. Creak! Together with the fleet's soldiers, Viserys stepped into the map room. Thud! The door was secured with a bolt, and furniture was overturned to block any potential intruders, preventing unexpected betrayals from breaching the sanctum. Upon entering, Viserys advanced directly to the central throne, once occupied by his mother, Queen Rhaella. Long before that, it had been the seat of Aegon I, the Conqueror. Alongside his sisters Viserys and Rhaenys, who had gazed down upon all of Westeros from this very spot, their 3 dragons embodying ambition and power. Now, it was Viserys who occupied this esteemed position. He, the Andal, the Lord of the Rhoynar and the Ancestors, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms, and finally, Aegon Targaryen's son, sat upon the weighty throne. Yet, he did not perceive its cold, unyielding nature, for the previous occupant, Queen Rhaena, was with child and thus could not occupy a seat so frigid. Consequently, the heavy chair had been adorned with luxurious, soft furs. Aegon rested his hands upon the armrests of the throne, gazing down at the vast map table before him, intricately carved to depict the detailed geography of the continent of Westeros. The table extended over 50 feet in length, its widest point approximately half that length, while the narrowest measured less than 4 feet. The throne upon which Aegon sat corresponded precisely to the location of Dragonstone on the map. The designers, nearly 3 centuries prior, had meticulously ensured that this seat afforded a panoramic view of the entirety of Westeros. King's Landing, Harrenhal, Storm's End, the Eyrie. Casterly Rock. Aegon's gaze traversed these principal cities of the continent, starting from Dragonstone, as he recalled the history of Aegon I's conquest, which he had diligently studied at the behest of the old maester. These were the very routes taken by Aegon I in his quest to conquer Westeros. During the Battle of Blackwater, 3 dragons had ravaged the battlefield, their flames engulfing the plains, startling the war horses and obscuring the soldiers' vision with thick smoke. This battle had led to the catastrophic defeat of the coalition army, nearly 55,000 strong, led by King Loren Lannister and King Mern Gardner-Joe. As Aegon immersed himself in this history, visions of the cataclysmic conflict seemed to materialize before him. However, the cacophony from beyond the war room jolted him from his reverie. Kill the wretched spawn of the dragon. Slay the Mad King's son. The heavy brown wooden door of the war room was barricaded by toppled furniture and various objects. Yet the cries for bloodshed echoed alarmingly close. The sound of clashing weapons filled the air, accompanied by the horrifying screams of wounded soldiers. It appeared that the last 2 guards stationed outside the war room had engaged in fierce combat with the insurgents. Suddenly, a loud thud resonated as a heavy object struck the door, as if a soldier had collided with it during the fray. The thick wooden door trembled slightly, but fortunately, the obstruction behind it held firm against the assault. Aegon was abruptly roused to full awareness. His silver-gold hair fell delicately against his pale cheeks as he propped one elbow on the armrest, his palm cradling his face, and he lifted his gaze slightly. The proximity of the cries for blood had startled him, and a pallor crept across his features. The calm lavender hue of his eyes now betrayed an unmistakable fear. He gently closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and opened them once more. The enemy had arrived at the threshold. My lords, Viserys remained seated. Yet he straightened his frail form ever so slightly. He yearned to utter words of encouragement. In truth, his presence here marked a point of no return. Behind the main seat of the table lay a vast terrace that overlooked the boundless sea. Perched precariously several yards above the ground, plunging from such heights would surely lead to death. The boy's voice, feigning composure, betrayed a hint of trepidation. Nonetheless, he clutched his crossbow, already strung and ready, aimed steadfastly at the entrance. Should the enemy dare to breach the threshold, he vowed that the first intruder would meet their demise, to defend his majesty unto death. Meanwhile, 2 steadfast soldiers of the Targaryen fleet unsheathed their longswords, striking their shields as they stood resolutely on either side of the throne. They swore that any traitor would have to step over their lifeless bodies to bring harm to the young king. Chapter 50. suppression of the rebellion. The bravery exhibited by the two guards provided a slight uplift to Viserys' morale. The silver-haired boy remained seated upon the high chair, his grip on the crossbow tightening. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the hall, accompanied by the clanking of armor, as if someone were forcefully battering the door. Viserys' heart tightened, and cold sweat began to bead on his palms, yet, his gaze remained unwavering, fixed intently upon the door. He could distinctly hear the labored breaths of the two young soldiers beside him, their anxiety palpable. They were not unafraid of death, yet they showed no signs of retreat. The sounds of battle raged outside the brown wooden door. The sickening sound of a long sword slicing through flesh was followed by haunting cries of despair. Furniture was overturned, and torches were hurled to the ground, igniting into fierce flames. The conflict outside was extraordinarily intense. While the three individuals huddled within the hall felt like prisoners awaiting the judgment of fate, uncertain of what awaited them when the door would yield. Would it be life or death? The atmosphere in the hall was thick with tension, almost tangible, as even their breaths became cautious. Beads of cold sweat cascading down their foreheads. Each passing moment felt like an agonizing eternity. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until bang. The heavy wooden door was struck once more with a thunderous sound, jolting Viserys from his reverie. He realized he had been lost in thought. A frequent occurrence since arriving on Dragonstone, often experiencing fleeting visions, much like when he had been staring at the map earlier. This peculiar state seemed to be intensifying. Upon regaining his focus, Viserys noticed that the cacophony of battle had ceased. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, interrupted only by the relentless pounding against the door. As if no other events had transpired. Had the fighting come to an end? Viserys straightened his posture, his attention fully directed towards the entrance, gripping his crossbow firmly. The cabinet that had blocked the door was beginning to yield, revealing a narrow gap. The door was on the verge of being breached. In the next moment, boom! Several fully armored knights, brandishing blooded longswords, brutally forced their way through the door with their broad shoulders. Splinters flew, and the heavy brown door was torn apart, riddled with gaping holes. Outside, blood splattered chaotically, akin to paint flung carelessly, painting a gruesome tableau that made one's head spin and face pale. The stench in the air revolting enough to induce nausea. At that moment, Viserys' crossbow was triggered. The crisp sound of the bowstring shattered the silence that followed the door's violent breach. The tension released as the bolt, already loaded, shot forth with tremendous force, embedding itself into the black stone wall above the knights who rushed into the hall, their eyes wide with terror. Bang! As stones flew and dust settled upon the armor of the two knights below, a rustling sound echoed through the air. Aside from being startled, the knights found themselves somewhat dusty. Your Majesty! At that moment, among the first two knights who had burst through the door, an elderly man clad in gleaming armor, adorned with a red Targaryen three-headed dragon cloak, strode in with purpose, a bloodied figure held aloft in one hand. The heavy thud of his footsteps resonated as he faced the crossbow aimed at him by Viserys, showing no sign of fear. Stay calm, he commanded. The man was none other than Sir Geoffrey, commander of the Dragonstone fleet, and the object he carried, initially resembling a bloodied gourd, upon closer inspection revealed itself to be a person. The trail of blood left in his wake flowed freely, as if it were of no consequence, leading from the entrance to the center of the war room, where he finally relinquished his burden. With a thud, the blood-soaked captive collapsed to the ground, silent and motionless, like a lump of flesh. Had it not been for the subtle rise and fall of his chest accompanied by labored breaths, one might have assumed him lifeless. My apologies, sir. Viserys, slightly embarrassed, sat upright in his chair. He propped himself on the armrests and stood to offer his apologies to the old knight and the two who had initially stormed through the door. He had been a bit too anxious, resulting in a reflexive release of the bowstring as they entered. Fortunately, he managed to adjust his aim just in time, causing the bolt to embed itself harmlessly into the wall above the door. His gaze then turned to the bloodied man that Sir Geoffrey had brought in. Despite the gruesome state rendering recognition difficult, Viserys immediately identified him. It was Sir David Shard, the appointed steward and acting lord of Dragonstone, a bastard from Dorne and the architect of this rebellion. He had been previously seduced by promises from King's Landing, tempted with riches, a title, and a castle to betray the Targaryens, plotting to eliminate the widow and her child who had sought refuge on Dragonstone. Yet, fearing that even if he succeeded in killing Queen Rhaella and her son, he would still be unable to escape the clutches of the Dragonstone fleet, he had hesitated, missing several opportune moments. It was not until the tempest loomed and Viserys departed with the fleet that he lost his best chance. Now, in a final, desperate struggle, he found himself subdued by the ever-prepared Viserys. All those he had corrupted on Dragonstone, the guards, servants, and the mice sent from King's Landing had perished in this uprising, marking a true defeat. Would you like to interrogate him personally, your majesty? The two knights who had rushed in first asked, placing a hand over their hearts. Hesitant to accept Viserys' apology, the old knight, undeterred by the surrounding matters, stood before the map table, gazing at the diminutive figure beside the throne, and spoke directly. Shall I personally interrogate him? Upon hearing the knight's words, Viserys hesitated slightly, his curly locks framing his ears, lending him an endearing appearance, before shaking his head. No, my lord Geoffrey. Standing beside the throne, Viserys inclined slightly, intending to resume his seat, showing little interest in further observing a bloodied figure. However, as if struck by a sudden thought, Viserys abruptly halted, turned his head towards Sir Geoffrey, who stood at the map table, and spoke. I wish to know precisely what he has done. I leave the matter in your capable hands. He then added, but it is best to spare his life, so that I may personally conclude this affair. Chapter 51. Interrogation. A worthy monarch ought not to personally engage with such despicable traitors, your majesty. Yet, the old knight, standing before the map table, furrowed his brow upon hearing Viserys' request and spoke, it would tarnish your hands. He could not fathom why Viserys wished to confront the traitor directly. Such actions may be permissible for anyone, but for a king, they seemed rather inappropriate, potentially tarnishing his honor. Moreover, Viserys was but an 8-year-old child at this juncture. How old had Sir Geoffrey been when he took a life? He had forgotten. But it seemed he was around 16 or 17, in the bloom of youth. In a moment of impetuosity, he had drawn his sword in the street and slain a man, blood staining his chest. At that time, his hands trembled. His rigorous training in swordsmanship faltered in the grim reality of taking another's life, rendering him incapable of even holding the sword steady. From that moment onward, Geoffrey distanced himself from his family, his homeland, and even the continent itself, reluctant to return to Westeros or to speak of his past. What age was Viserys when he undertook such actions? Though this boy still panicked in the face of death, he could now take a life with an unwavering demeanor, rendering a judgment of death without so much as a blink. While maturity is a boon for a young king beset by misfortune, it bears weighty implications. Viserys shoulders the grave responsibility of restoring his family's legacy and homeland, lacking the luxury of kindness towards his enemies, for that would be an act of cruelty towards himself. Nevertheless, Sir Geoffrey harbored fears that Viserys might evolve into a bloodthirsty tyrant, akin to his father, the Mad King. Such titles are rarely bestowed upon sovereigns throughout history. In truth, the young king is fortunate. The Targaryen name not only bequeaths him a remarkable tangible wealth on Dragonstone, but also an intangible spiritual treasure. His mother, Queen Rilla, Master Daniel, Sir William Darry, the tutor of the Red Keep, and the present fleet commander, Sir Geoffrey, along with many loyal warriors still devoted to the Targaryens, will provide guidance and support at critical junctures, aiding him in navigating perilous waters and preventing him from straying onto a treacherous path. As Viserys stood before the throne, he paused momentarily upon hearing the old knight's words. Though he held profound trust in this elder, he felt certain matters were best kept hidden within the recesses of his heart. He could not explain to Sir Geoffrey the enigma of the Black Mist and the Valyrian script, nor could he elucidate them clearly, as he himself was still grappling with the nature of that dark fog and its inexplicable connection to Valyrian civilization. However, he was aware of one crucial fact: it required life, demanding that Viserys himself end a life, and it must be through a direct connection. Using ranged weaponry such as a bow or crossbow to indirectly slay an enemy would not suffice. Then he would extract a certain essence from the body of the slain, transforming it into a tendril of black mist that merged with the surrounding darkness, augmenting his own power. After a moment of hesitation, Viserys composed his thoughts and raised his head to explain once more. I do not seek to execute a sinner personally, nor do I revel in the thrill of killing. He gazed at the elderly man before the map table, his lovely lavender eyes reflecting calmness. Rather, I demand justice for Sir Daniel and the countless innocents who perished in this rebellion. They died protecting me, and it is only right that I seek retribution on their behalf. Initially, Viserys' tone was uncertain, but as he continued, his demeanor grew increasingly composed. Even meeting the old lord's gaze directly, his ability to lie had not improved. Instead, he had come to accept the rationale he had devised. He felt a profound obligation to avenge those who had died unjustly. From the poisoning of the old scholar months prior, to the mercenaries from Essos infiltrating the castle, to the two guards who had just met a grim fate outside, including the steadfast protector by his side, Viserys realized he must take action. Sir Geoffrey, upon hearing Viserys' words, hesitated slightly. He discerned an element of insincerity in the young king's speech, yet the finality in his tone caused him to waver. With Queen Rhaella deceased and the Stolar having perished earlier, the old lord felt it was his duty to embody the role of the stern father, ensuring that Viserys did not stray from the righteous path. To do otherwise would not only betray the trust placed in him by the Queen and the Stolar, but also dishonor the late Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, the lord he had once followed. The reason that the Dragonstone fleet and the old lord remained steadfast under the Targaryen banner was due to the prince's remarkable charisma. However, it seemed that they had now found another purpose, at least for the old lord, to nurture Viserys' growth. The determination, bravery, and wisdom displayed by the younger brother of Prince Rhaegar, along with his astonishing progress since their acquaintance, kindled a sense of hope within Sir Geoffrey. It evoked visions of a resurgent Targaryen dynasty, leading its armies across the seas to conquer the Seven Kingdoms and firmly establish their dominion over Westeros. Thus, the old lord stood before the map table, observing Viserys, and removed his helmet, gleaming with metallic luster and stained with remnants of blood. Though approaching 60, the muscles beneath his armor remained robust. He had just slain a rebel with his own hands. Sir Geoffrey revealed his graying head, cradled the helmet in one hand, resting it against his breastplate, and nodded slightly. "I am willing to serve you, your majesty." After Sir Geoffrey completed his formalities, he waved his hand, instructing his soldiers to drag away the proxy lord of Dragonstone, who was now merely a shell of breath. He ordered someone to administer treatment, to preserve the man's life for a while longer, as he still required the intelligence that resided within this Dornish mouth. Without a backward glance, he departed. Meanwhile, Viserys, standing before the throne, observed the old lord's actions with a momentary pause, inhaling deeply. He yearned to articulate his thoughts, yet ultimately refrained from voicing them. Once, the paramount concern occupying Viserys' mind was how to inherit the legacy left by his brother Rhaegar. Although he bore the Targaryen name, he was but an 8-year-old child, an age that often invites condescension and makes it arduous to command respect. What skills did he possess to compel those soldiers, who once followed his brother, to heed his commands? However, it seemed that this dilemma had found resolution, as Sir Geoffrey had just expressed his willingness to offer support. Chapter 52. The hallucinogen. On the following midday, a beam of radiant sunlight streamed through the window, casting a perfect square of light upon the floor, where a fine layer of dust floated gently above. The tumultuous sound of the waves outside crashed relentlessly against the rocks, seemingly ceaseless. The distant songs of fishermen echoed faintly into the castle, now rendered almost inaudible. A flock of pristine seagulls perched upon the castle's pinnacle, gazing into the horizon. All was now in the past, the wars, the storms, the rebellions. Only the faintest traces of the morning's brutal skirmishes could be detected within the crevices of the castle stones. The surviving soldiers and servants were diligently engaged in cleansing the remnants of blood and human tissue from these fissures. The soldiers carried buckets of frigid water, pouring it down, the flow cascading down the steps. Then came the servants, rushing in with cloths to scrub vigorously. "Over here! Clean it thoroughly!" Leading the servants was Sophia, the elderly maid who had fled the Red Keep to Dragonstone, directing the others in their efforts to restore the castle's sanctity. Amidst this fervent cleansing, Viserys finally began to awaken from his slumber, slowly raising a hand to rub the sleep from his drowsy eyes. His silver-gold hair lay tousled, curling to obscure the beauty of his eyes. He sat upon the bed, stretching his arms wide and letting out a yawn. He felt an overwhelming desire to slip back into the warmth of sleep, yet alas, Rhaenys would not permit such laziness. A series of loud knocks resounded at the door, jolting him awake, the remnants of slumber fleeing from his mind, leaving him remarkably alert. "Hey, Viserys, it's time to rise, the sun is nearly upon your backside," came the sweet, melodious voice of a girl from outside. Last night, she had been relocated at Viserys' behest to avoid the tumult of the battle. Indeed, the traitor's focus had been on Viserys, the heir of House Targaryen. Being a boy, he was naturally a thorn in the side of House Baratheon. Damn it! Viserys thought, feeling a slight headache at the sound of her lively voice. Rhaenys was spirited and charming, her exuberance hinting at a rebellious streak. Without her mother's guidance, she had become increasingly unruly. Viserys knew he could not control her. In fact, no one in Dragonstone could rein in the little princess. He responded to her call and proceeded to methodically don his elaborate attire. Previously, Queen Rhaella had intended to assign a maid to assist Viserys with dressing and bathing, but he had firmly declined. He preferred the solitude of his room, securing the door from within, as it provided him the sense of safety he needed for restful, sweet slumber. Furthermore, Viserys was not accustomed to having others assist him in dressing, even though he was merely an 8-year-old boy. And that particular part of him was still a diminutive and endearing little thing, nevertheless. He possessed a profound sense of privacy and vehemently refused to allow the older women to behold him. Thus, all of Viserys' daily activities were conducted independently. The boy stood before a silvered mirror, a wisp of black mist slowly unfurling around him. However, Viserys calmly disregarded it, continuing to gaze into the mirror as he adjusted his collar. This enigmatic black mist had accompanied him for over 6 months, and Viserys had transitioned from initial fear and curiosity to a state of accustomed indifference, serenely attending to his appearance while ignoring the presence. Yet, the black mist continued to swirl gently, the tendrils of dark smoke dissipating into the air, exuding an aura of mystery and eeriness, invisible to those around him. Subsequently, the boy shifted his gaze from the silver mirror and turned to exit the chamber, while the black mist continued to churn and gradually fade into the space behind him. "Hey, why did you wake up so late today?" Upon Viserys' emergence, a brown-haired girl pouted and clung to his arm, voicing her complaint. Unaware of the events that transpired the previous night due to her absence from Dragonstone, Rhaenys had no inkling as to why Viserys had risen so late. In truth, it was only at the break of dawn that Viserys had completed all his tasks, allowing him time to return to his chamber, unbuckle his leather armor, and finally retire to bed. "Your Grace, Lord Joffrey is waiting for you in the hall," a guard stationed outside, upon spotting Viserys, inclined his head slightly in greeting and spoke. Noticing Viserys' gaze shift, the guard discreetly added, "It is said that there has been some progress regarding last night's events." Viserys paused momentarily, his expression shifting to one of understanding. He comprehended the implication of the guard's words. It must pertain to the bastard captured the previous night, whose lips had been pried open, and Sir Joffrey believed he had gleaned relatively significant information from him, prompting his hurried arrival to relay the news. To the council chamber, Viserys instructed, having roused himself and entrusted Rhaenys to the guard's care. He wished to shield the girl from such matters too early, as the events from over 6 months prior still cast a shadow over Rhaenys' psyche. As an uncle, Viserys would naturally strive to extend his protective wings over Rhaenys' safety. With that, the young king strode purposefully toward the council chamber. Shortly thereafter, Viserys arrived at the location, meeting the elderly lord who had been waiting for some time, and from him, he received a shocking revelation. "What?" Upon hearing the news, Viserys momentarily stood frozen, a look of disbelief crossing his features. "My lord, do you mean to say that this vile bastard once administered a significant quantity of hallucinogens to both my mother and me? The previous night, Sir Joffrey returned to the camp with David Shadd, treating him like a lifeless dog, and then suspended his very existence, conducting an overnight interrogation. The latter seemed to have relinquished all hope of survival, confessing everything he knew in one breath. This proxy lord of Dragonstone had previously bribed the cook to lace the meals of Queen Rhaella and Prince Viserys with numerous hallucinogens. This illegitimate son hoped to quietly eliminate them both without drawing any attention. After all, with the Mad King as a cautionary tale, it is understandable that the Targaryen bloodline harbors a touch of madness. The subsequent condition of Queen Rhaella was a clear indication of the hallucinogens' effect. As for Viserys, even this traitor could not comprehend the situation. He had even increased the dosage of the hallucinogens to a significant extent, yet Viserys exhibited no unusual symptoms. How could this be? Chapter 53, Execution. Indeed, the old knight today was not clad in armor, but rather donned a simple grey robe. His expression slightly somber as he nodded. "It follows then." Meanwhile, Viserys wandered a few steps before the throne, his gaze momentarily losing focus. He recalled the last time he beheld his mother, during which Queen Rhaella's mental state had deteriorated significantly. She often experienced hallucinations and delusions, succumbing inexplicably to fits of madness, shouting or weeping in distress. At that time, Viserys had assumed that his mother's condition was a consequence of her pregnancy, compounded by a series of prior traumas. Yet, in hindsight, it appeared that all of this might have been orchestrated. His mother ought not to have perished, right? "Sir," Viserys abruptly halted, turning to the old knight beside him. Sir Joffrey's countenance remained grim, offering no reply to Viserys' inquiry, as if tacitly acquiescing. Queen Rhaella should not have succumbed to death. Despite the relentless tribulations she faced, she had exhibited remarkable fortitude. After enduring countless abuses throughout her years married to the Mad King, how could she suddenly unravel and lose her sanity at this juncture? Viserys strained to recollect the events that were destined to unfold along their original trajectory. His own mental state was gradually deteriorating, his temperament growing irritable, his psyche twisted. Even the gentle Daenerys erupting into madness when provoked. So, it was thus. Viserys stood motionless, staring vacantly at the sky and sea beyond the throne, lost in thought. He should have recognized this sooner. Yet, he had not. Both he and Queen Rhaella had ingested hallucinogens, their minds driven to frenzy and agitation. And perhaps even Daenerys in her mother's womb had been subtly influenced by the same substances. However, at present, Viserys too had been administered a considerable quantity of hallucinogens by the acting Lord of Dragonstone, yet he exhibited no signs of madness. He merely experienced sporadic visual disturbances. For instance, last night, seated upon the Conqueror's throne in the war room, he gazed at the map of Westeros, tracing the path once traversed by Aegon I, reminiscing about the tales the old maester had recounted regarding the war. Ultimately, shadows of that conflict flickered in his mind, as if he were truly witnessing it firsthand. In retrospect, it seemed the hallucinogens had indeed played a role, ensnaring Viserys in his own reverie. Yet, it was equally evident that Viserys had consumed a greater quantity of hallucinogens than Queen Rhaella, yet the effects of this poison appeared to be less impactful on him. He merely experienced mild auditory and visual hallucinations, without descending into the madness that had befallen his mother. The old knight stood beside the throne. Observing Viserys lingering in a daze, his heart weighed down with a tinge of compassion. This situation was undeniably cruel. If Queen Rhaena had perished during childbirth, it might have been more palatable. However, her demise was unjust. She should never have met such an end, nor should she have been subjected to such indignity. It was a vile act to poison a pregnant woman, a mother-to-be, leading to this tragic conclusion. The wind tousled the silver strands of the old knight's hair as he inhaled deeply, filled with rage towards the despicable usurper, wishing to rend him limb from limb. Yet, there was a more pressing matter at hand. Your Majesty. The chamber fell into a profound silence, which the old knight eventually broke after a prolonged pause. Perhaps it would be prudent to summon a physician to assess your current condition. On Dragonstone, there were no scholars left, and the common folk could not access the care afforded to the nobility and the wealthy, often relying instead on local healers and midwives, along with their rudimentary knowledge of herbs. In truth, the medical practices on the continent of Westeros were rather rudimentary. This underscored the rarity of the old scholar reaching the age of 80. They could manage simple ailments and wounds with herbal concoctions for internal use or topical application. For sword wounds, extreme measures were employed for disinfection, such as boiling water, milk of the poppy, or cauterization with fire. The latter two involving direct application of heat to the injury. Should a wound begin to fester, maggots could be employed to consume the rotting flesh, followed by bandaging and suturing the wound when necessary, using cells containing mustard seeds, nettles, and bread yeast to prevent infection. However, these remedies required the assistance of poppy milk or similar sedatives to numb and alleviate pain. In the absence of poppy milk, physical means of incapacitation might be resorted to, though such methods were typically reserved for dire circumstances. All these methods were aimed at treating ailments and managing injuries. Yet, in Viserys' current condition, there was but one alternative: bloodletting. Scholars and physicians believed that to counteract poisoning, the toxins must be expelled from the body. Wherever necessary, incisions should be made. If the poison had permeated the bloodstream, bloodletting was essential to purge the toxins, allowing pure blood to replenish its original place and thus neutralize the poison. Upon hearing Sir Geoffrey's words, Viserys' cheek twitched slightly, as if recalling a painful memory, and he resolutely declined. There's no need, sir. I feel quite well at present. There is no necessity to trouble a physician. He then seized the opportunity to shift the conversation, stating, I believe you are well aware that only those drunken ruffians, bastards, and women from the free trading city-states resort to the weapon of poison. Viserys gazed intently into the eyes of Sir Geoffrey, his own orbs ablaze with fury, causing the old knight to feel an unsettling trepidation under the scrutiny of those pale violet eyes. Similarly, I am aware that you believe a just king ought not to wield punishment arbitrarily, even against one deemed a sinner by the Seven. However, I implore you not to impede me any further. With that, Viserys brushed past the old knight, striding purposefully down from the high seat. His left hand firmly grasped the hilt of the sword at his waist, while his other hand deftly drew forth a short blade, slightly longer than a dagger. The sharp blade glinted ominously as he gripped its hilt tightly, his expression frigid and devoid of warmth. Meanwhile, the illegitimate son, bound tightly and lying on the ground, beheld the advancing figure of the striking silver-haired boy with an expression of sheer terror. Chapter 54. Braavos. Viserys personally ended the life of this bastard. Blood spilled onto the ground, filling the round table hole with a pungent metallic scent, causing several guards to avert their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Then, with a silent gesture from Sir Joffrey, 2 guards pinched their noses and stepped forward to drag the lifeless body away. A long trail of crimson marked their path, while servants approached with buckets to wash away the bloodstains. After avenging his mother by slaying this man, Viserys took a deep breath. The dark mist silently inhaled into his being, unnoticed by anyone else. He then turned away. The old maid stood beside a stone pillar, ironically. The soldiers present were so terrified by the scene that they dared not look, while this woman bore witness to the entire event. This was retribution for the death of Queen Layla, the once kind and vibrant little girl. Now, it was merely a matter of blood for blood. Clad in a grey robe and wearing a headscarf, the old maid spat vehemently, and upon seeing Viserys turn, she hastily retrieved a clean handkerchief from her sleeve, approaching him. "Your Majesty," she said. Viserys slightly tilted his head to glance at the old maid, who had accompanied them through countless tribulations from the Red Keep. "Thank you, Sophia," he replied with a slight nod, taking the handkerchief from her sleeve to gently wipe the blood from his hands. At that moment, a guard entered the room, leaning in to whisper a few words in Viserys' ear. "What?" Upon hearing the guard's words, a look of astonishment spread across Viserys' face. He handed back the blood-stained handkerchief to the old maid and turned to the guard standing beside him, earnestly asking once more. "Are you implying that a merchant ship from Braavos has arrived, bearing someone who claims to be an envoy from Braavos?" The guard nodded vigorously upon hearing Viserys' repetition. "Yes." The young king's expression grew slightly peculiar. Braavos. He certainly knew of Braavos, the city renowned as the most unique and powerful among the free city-states across the Narrow Sea. Often referred to as the City of Secrets or the bastard daughter of Valyria, comprised of a series of islands at the northwestern tip of Essos, positioned where the Narrow Sea meets the Shivering Sea. He was not surprised to find a Braavosi merchant ship docking here, as Dragonstone blocked the entrance to Blackwater Bay. Thus, merchant vessels from the free trade city-states had to pass through this area to engage in commerce with King's Landing. In truth, the Targaryen fleet had not completely sealed off Blackwater Bay, for doing so would inflict negligible damage upon King's Landing while inviting too many foes upon the Targaryens. However, it struck him as peculiar that Braavos would suddenly dispatch an envoy to pay a visit. Dragonstone and Braavos were separated by the Narrow Sea, a considerable distance indeed, and there had been no prior communication. What could have prompted such an unexpected appearance? Was he perhaps a charlatan? A fleeting thought crossed Viserys' mind. It was not that the boy was inherently distrustful. Rather, the recent events had sown seeds of paranoia within him, making everyone appear as potential deceivers, spies, or assassins. Perhaps it would be prudent to allow him entry and hear what this envoy from Braavos had to convey. "Your Majesty," Sir Joffrey, who stood beside the table in the great hall, suddenly interjected. He had overheard the conversation between Viserys and the guards and was now curious about the envoy's true intentions. Viserys hesitated for a moment in the hall but eventually nodded in agreement. "Very well, let him come forth." "Yes, Your Majesty," the guard responded and then withdrew. Subsequently, Viserys led the company down from the stone drum tower to the grand hall on the lowest level. This was a venue reserved for receiving distinguished guests, and Viserys regarded the Braavosi envoy with great importance. At this moment, the boy sat upon the cold stone throne, rays of sunlight filtering through and casting a warm glow upon the ground, illuminating the dust motes that danced in the air. The silver-haired boy adjusted his garments slightly and donned the crown that his mother, Queen Rhaella, had bestowed upon him during his coronation. The crown, crafted from pure gold and set with a magnificent ruby, reflected the sunlight with a fierce brilliance, as if a flame were burning brightly upon the boy's brow. Sir Joffrey, the commander of the Dragonstone fleet, sat beside the throne, his head held high, hands resting naturally on his knees, his graying hair slightly disheveled, quietly awaiting the arrival of the Braavosi envoy. Not long after, the heavy doors of the great hall creaked open with a resounding thud. The young king, seated upon the throne, directed his pale violet gaze toward the entrance, as the guards stepped aside to reveal the figure standing behind them. It was a middle-aged man clad in a grayish-brown cloak, wearing deerskin boots and adorned with a string of wooden beads, his square face framed by dark hair. Behind this man stood a young swordsman, dressed in black, a slender blade fastened at his waist. His hair appeared somewhat unkempt, lending him a somewhat disheveled appearance. Yet his eyes were strikingly sharp, as if capable of piercing through the very soul. In Braavos, Only assassins donned such garish attire. As Viserys scrutinized the two newcomers, the elderly knight beside him leaned in slightly and whispered an explanation into his ear. In his youth, Joffrey departed from his family and hometown due to his involvement in murder, wandering aimlessly for a time. He ventured alone to the continent of Essos, where he worked as a mercenary, a sailor, and even served as a tavern attendant. Brothels was also among the places he roamed, and he was well acquainted with its customs. The truly affluent and formidable swordsman, as well as the faceless man, often donned garments of black and dark hues. The officials of brothels, including the judges and those who hold the scales of justice, typically wore monotonous gray-brown robes. Viserys heard the old knight's hushed words by his ear. Without turning his head, he merely nodded silently, gazing at the two individuals standing at the foot of the steps. Meanwhile, the Braavosi envoy below raised his head to observe the young king seated upon the throne. He then inclined slightly and spoke, "Your Majesty." Chapter 55, The Letter Yet, Viserys, seated upon the frigid throne, did not hasten to speak. The crown upon the boy's head, adorned with rubies that flickered like flames, cast a faint glimmer, while his pale violet eyes scrutinized the two figures standing below. A hushed silence enveloped the great hall. The guards of Dragonstone, gripping their spears tightly, fixed their gazes upon the pair who claimed to be envoys from Braavos. With a mere command from Viserys, they could swiftly apprehend these individuals. To the guards, true envoys would be clad in opulent attire, unlike the two before them, one draped in drab brown, the other garbed in the guise of an assassin. Shrouded in black with a cloak, and bearing a slender, almost toy-like female longsword at his waist. Such an unusual weapon seemed impractical in the eyes of Westerosi soldiers. In the center of the hall, the two figures, under the scrutiny of all, remained composed. The envoy in the brown robe maintained a serene expression, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on Viserys, while the knight behind him rested a hand upon the hilt of his sword. The atmosphere in the hall grew taut. Viserys, observing these two, pondered their identities, hoping to discern any inconsistencies. Before long, the envoy from Braavos faltered, feeling an unexpected pressure in the presence of this boy, a small king who had lost his Iron Throne and now lived in exile. "Your Majesty." The middle-aged man in the brown robe could not restrain himself from bowing slightly once more, initiating the conversation. "We come from Braavos, under the command of the drowned god, to pay our respects to your Majesty and to deliver a letter penned by his grace." The envoy's accent and choice of words were somewhat peculiar, causing the assembled audience to feel a disquieting unfamiliarity. Nonetheless, Viserys appeared unfazed, his gaze intensely fixed upon the man. "A letter?" Upon hearing the envoy mention a missive from the drowned god, he felt a flicker of belief in the envoy's claims. Yet he understood that true judgment would come only after he had read the letter. However, he still had words to utter and was in no rush to examine the correspondence. Sitting upon the throne, Viserys rested a hand upon the frigid armrest, leaning slightly forward to adjust his posture. The crown atop his head glimmered in the sunlight as he spoke. "The envoy may speak in Valyrian. I am capable of understanding." He acknowledged that although Braavos had never been a part of the freehold of Valyria, it was indeed established by refugees fleeing Valyrian enslavement approximately 5 centuries before Aegon's landing. Thus their mother tongue remained Valyrian. As the heir to the Targaryen lineage, Viserys was naturally well versed in the Valyrian tongue, rendering any necessity for conversing in the common tongue of Westeros between the two compatriots moot. Furthermore, the envoy from Braavos spoke the common tongue with such awkwardness that it caused Viserys a measure of discomfort. "I beg your pardon, your Majesty, for my rudeness." Upon hearing Viserys articulate in fluent Valyrian, the Braavosi envoy felt a surge of astonishment and delight. He was relieved not to have to continue his conversation in the obscure common tongue of Westeros. Yet apprehension nagged at him. He wondered if Viserys had overheard his whispered lamentations to the swordsman at his side. If so, dire consequences awaited him, potentially leading to execution. And even if the matter were reported back to the Sea Lord, it would be a result of his own folly. He had assumed that the Targaryen family, having ruled over Westeros for nearly 3 centuries since their conquest, had long abandoned the Valyrian language in favor of the common tongue, particularly since Aegon I had converted to the faith of the Seven following the conquest. However, the envoy was mistaken. He had not encountered any members of House Targaryen and was thus somewhat ignorant of their customs. The Targaryens had indeed retained their use of Valyrian. Fortunately for the envoy, Viserys had not caught his murmured comments about scorpions, for the distance from the Iron Throne to the floor below was considerable, and his ears were not exceptionally keen. The boy regarded the two envoys before continuing. "Gentlemen, might you introduce yourselves? At this, the foremost envoy, clad in a grey-brown robe, subtly adjusted his demeanor and bowed once more. Your Majesty, I am Cleon Meisner, a municipal officer of Braavos. My primary responsibility is to convey the Sea Lord's edicts and manage this city, serving as his assistant in matters of governance. Following this introduction, Cleon turned to present the swordsman at his side. This is Ser Cilio, the esteemed personal guard of the Sea Lord and the chief swordsman of Braavos. The dark-clad swordsman inclined his head slightly after Cleon's introduction and, for the first time, spoke. Your Majesty. Upon hearing the name Cilio, Viserys experienced a flicker of recognition. While the name seemed familiar, he could not immediately place it. Seated beside him, Sir Geoffrey assumed that Viserys was unfamiliar with the significance of the title of Chief Swordsman and leaned in to offer a hushed explanation. Your Majesty, I have heard of this man. Cilio, as the Chief Swordsman of Braavos, is regarded as one of the finest swordsmen in the realm. These individuals possess extraordinary insight, and their paramount duty is to ensure the safety of the Sea Lord. Viserys, tilting his head in contemplation, nodded slightly. In truth, he did not require the old lord's reminder. He felt he was beginning to recall who this man was. And at that moment, below, Cleon reached into his bosom and produced a letter, cradling it in both hands with a demeanor of utmost respect. He then spoke once more. This is the personal missive from His Grace, the King of the Narrow Sea, addressed to Your Majesty. A guard stationed to one side of the Grand Hall stepped forward. Accepting the letter from the emissary's hands, he inspected it for any signs of poison or tampering before proceeding to the throne beside the steps, where he entrusted it to Viserys. Viserys extended his hand to receive the letter from the guard, his curiosity piqued regarding what this sovereign, who typically maintained a distance from affairs, wished to convey. With a swift motion, the boy tore open the correspondence. Chapter 56. The in-laws. Viserys tore open the envelope and extracted its contents, unfolding the letter to examine its contents. The missive was from Frego and Targaryen, the current king of Braavos, the ruler of the free trade city-state of Braavos. He was attended by his personal guard, the so-called chief swordsman of Braavos. The disheveled-haired Cilio, who occupied this significant position, stood below. The reigning king of Braavos resided within the palace known as the Sea King's Hall. The title of Sea King was not hereditary. Upon the death of the previous monarch, the new king would be chosen by the governor and the holders of Braavos through a mysterious and perplexing process involving the citizens. Once selected, the Sea King was to serve for life until death. The letter that Viserys held in his hands was a personal correspondence from Frego and Targaryen. Its content was succinct, conveying a straightforward purpose. However, it was evident to Viserys that the letter's timeliness appeared to have expired. Frego and Targaryen had penned this letter prior to Viserys' expedition with the Targaryen fleet to Storm's End. After all, Braavos was a considerable distance from Dragonstone, and by the time the Sea King received news of the naval battle, it would be too late to retract this missive. Moreover, the letter was not addressed to him but rather written in his name. After all, upon his coronation, Viserys had become, in a sense, the wandering king with a claim to the Iron Throne, possessing an impeccable lineage in legal terms. Yet, in truth, this letter was directed to his mother, Queen Rhaella. In the letter, the king of Braavos urged Rhaella to abandon Dragonstone and relocate to Braavos with Viserys. Braavos would offer robust protection and patronage to the descendants of the Dragon King, referred to more elegantly as political asylum, simultaneously. The Sea King subtly insinuated that he might consider supporting the Targaryens' just claims to the Iron Throne of Westeros during certain critical moments. The entire correspondence was penned with eloquence in Valyrian, indicating that the Sea King possessed a more accurate grasp of the situation than the messenger. Yet, Viserys remained impassive as he perused the letter's flowery rhetoric. Braavos might indeed require their pair of pitiable orphans, but the reasons cited in the letter, justice, legal principles, and so forth, were far from the truth. The first prime minister after the conquest, Orys Baratheon, was rumored to be the illegitimate brother of Aegon I, possessing Targaryen blood. However, these were merely rumors without concrete evidence, and bastards lacked legal claims to inheritance. The legal basis for Robert Baratheon's ascent to the Iron Throne stemmed from his grandmother's lineage. Robert's grandmother was Rhaella Targaryen, the daughter of Aegon V, thus qualifying him as a relative of the Targaryens with a legitimate claim to the Iron Throne. Consequently, Robert had a more rightful claim than those of House Arryn, House Tully, or House Stark. Viserys chose to disregard the preceding nonsense, yet he could not overlook the subtle mention of an individual at the conclusion of this handwritten missive. The letter from Viserys Targaryen explicitly invited Queen Rhaella and Prince Viserys to Braavos, where a clandestine meeting with a mysterious figure was to be arranged for them. The identity referenced bore a term in Valyrian akin to kinsman, indicating a relative from the female lineage, while Viserys' command of Valyrian sufficed for everyday conversation. The absence of an appropriate environment since departing the Red Keep had inevitably rendered him somewhat rusty. He pondered the implications of the Sea King's words, scrutinizing the passage repeatedly until a glimmer of understanding began to dawn upon him. Initially, he had approached the letter from a self-centered perspective, failing to grasp its full meaning. However, upon this newfound realization, he perceived that viewing the letter through Queen Rhaella's eyes rendered the statement exceedingly clear. Rhaella's kinsman. She had 3 children, Viserys, Daenerys, one still a child and the other merely an infant, while only her eldest, Rhaegar, was wed. Despite the ensuing chaos, it was evident that the term could not possibly refer to the Stark family of the North. A flicker of comprehension crossed Viserys' face as the furrow in his brow eased slightly. Was Dorne attempting to reach out to their mother? He was aware that negotiations between the Iron Throne and Dorne were currently underway, in truth, due to the questionable dealings of his father Aerys and brother Rhaegar. Dorne had long since drifted from the Targaryens. Yet, at this critical juncture, Dorne had chosen to establish contact with Braavos to facilitate a connection. Strangely enough, Braavos had consented to orchestrate a secret meeting between Dorne and the Targaryens. However, had they not recently lent their treasury to the Iron Throne? Were they not apprehensive about the recovery of those funds? Or was it possible that they sought to leverage this situation, manipulating the war to ensnare the Iron Throne in further debt? Viserys meticulously contemplated the entirety of the situation. Alternatively, perhaps Braavos simply harbored a desire to prevent the 7 kingdoms across the narrow sea from truly reuniting, thereby creating a modicum of disturbance. This notion was decidedly delicate. Viserys relaxed his brow slightly, the letter clasped in his hand as he sank into deep contemplation. He remained uncertain of the current status of the negotiations between Dorne and the Iron Throne, and even less clear on Dorne's true disposition, whether they genuinely sought reconciliation with the Iron Throne or if their overtures were merely a fade. Furthermore, he was left to wonder whether Dorne's initiative to contact the Targaryens stemmed from Prince Darren's intentions or if it was merely a faction within House Martell expressing discontent with the current negotiations. Acting in secrecy, he was completely in the dark regarding these matters. Viserys was acutely aware of Dorne's cautious disposition, particularly as they were currently engaged in negotiations with the Iron Throne. Dispatching a ship directly to Dragonstone would render the negotiations futile, plunging Westeros into yet another war. However, the contents of this letter hinted at something more complex. If Viserys interpreted it correctly, the letter suggested that Queen Rhaella should accompany him to Braavos to meet with representatives from Dorne. It explicitly noted that the Targaryens and the Martells remained connected by kinship. Furthermore, it employed a term that indicated female relatives, suggesting a familial closeness. As Viserys grasped the letter in his hand, an unsettling premonition washed over him. Did the Martell family still have daughters? Surely, they could not be setting their sights on him once more. Chapter 57. The hand of the king. Viserys held in his hand the handwritten letter from the king of Braavos, enveloped in a profound silence. The grand hall was utterly still, with all eyes fixed upon the young king seated upon the throne. The contents of the letter remained a closely guarded secret. Yet the expression upon Viserys' face betrayed his unease. Without uttering a word, he passed the letter to Sir Geoffrey, the fleet commander, whom he trusted implicitly. For without the latter's intervention, both he and his mother would have perished long ago, had they not fled to Dragonstone. The mere presence of the fleet had deterred any plots against them, the vulnerable mother and son. Even when the Tempest ultimately shattered the Targaryen fleet, the intricacies of those events eluded Viserys' understanding. Perhaps the bastards had conspired to surrender him and his sister to the Baratheons, or perhaps other schemes were afoot. Yet, with the assistance of Sir William, they had eventually escaped to the continent of Essos, embarking upon a protracted exile. Thus, Viserys harbored unwavering trust in the old knight and his mentor. Should he wish to forge a hand of the key insignia, he would likely bestow it upon Sir Geoffrey without hesitation. The silver-haired knight did not decline. He accepted the letter from Viserys and began to read it with great seriousness, while Viserys' gaze shifted back to the 2 Braavosi envoys. In truth, my mother, Queen Rhaella Targaryen, has passed away. Rising from the cold, stone throne, Viserys felt the sun streaming in from either side of the hall, creating beams of light filled with dust that danced across the floor. Your Majesty, please accept our condolences, intoned the Braavosi envoy, the city magistrate, Claire. who once again offered a slight bow to express his sorrow. They had already learned of the queen's demise upon disembarking. May we honor the memory of this noble and kind queen as we depart from Dragonstone. However, Viserys merely waved his hand dismissively. He recognized these words as mere formalities from the envoys. They were likely unaware that Targaryen still spoke Valyrian and had probably only heard of his mother's name in passing. The envoy further requested to prolong their stay on Dragonstone. I must deliberate on the contents of Lord Furigo and Tyrion's letter, Viserys replied, his hesitance evident. Upon receiving the missive, he had confirmed that the envoys indeed hailed from Braavos. Yet, he wavered on whether to honor the invitation to Braavos. Although the young king had thwarted several schemes against the Iron Throne and had achieved a notable victory in Shipbreaker Bay, thus bolstering morale, the balance of power still heavily favored the Baratheons over the Targaryens. The other party is akin to having 10 fingers. Yet merely one has been broken due to a seized opportunity. Should they clench their fists, they could easily be crushed on Dragonstone. After all, this location is alarmingly close to Westeros, almost within arm's reach. Viserys finds no semblance of safety on Dragonstone, despite knowing that King Robert's forces currently lack ships. He remains haunted by the fear that one day he may awaken to find the island surrounded by an endless fleet. Thus, Viserys has been contemplating how he might abandon Dragonstone and lead his fleet and people to retreat to the continent east of the Narrow Sea. There, he could secure a foothold and develop in peace, thereby safeguarding the lives of himself and his sister, avoiding a life of turmoil and displacement. Until now, Viserys has been at a loss regarding this matter. As the old knight has stated, the free cities appear loosely connected yet staunchly resist external incursions. Viserys is hesitant to lead his fleet into Essos, as that would sever his escape route. However, the letter from the Sea Lord of Braavos has presented him with an alternative possibility. Viserys finds himself wavering. The notion is both commendable and audacious. Yet it carries considerable risk. Should Braavos harbor ill intentions, it is conceivable they might bind him and send him to King's Landing in exchange for a handsome reward. Nonetheless, Viserys believes that a living version of himself, capable of causing trouble for the Iron Throne, is far more valuable than any paltry reward for the Iron Bank. Thus, in his moments of inner conflict, he has already arrived at this conclusion, albeit lacking the support of another to bolster his courage and conviction. It is akin to a gamble and a game of strategy. Perhaps this is one reason why Sir Daniel considers Viserys to be superior to Prince Rhaegar. He strives for self-redemption in adversity, never yielding, and consistently presents unexpected ideas. Obey the king's arrangements, he decrees. The two emissaries from Braavos, naturally, have no objections to Viserys' plans. After all, this is a private discourse between the young Targaryen king and their Sea Lord, with the emissaries merely serving as conduits of communication, prioritizing the greater good. Subsequently, Viserys gestures slightly, and the guard leads the two emissaries out to arrange for their temporary rest within the castle, as further discussions are necessary. Once the emissaries have departed, Sir Joffrey, seated beside the throne, finishes reading the Sea Lord's personal letter. Much like Viserys, the old knight falls into contemplation. After a moment of silence, he raises his head, prepared to speak, yet hesitates, casting a glance at Viserys. The young king, having navigated the intricacies of human interactions and bearing the weight of experience, comprehends the old knight's unspoken meaning. Subsequently, he waved his hand once more, dismissing the guards flanking him. Soon, only the two of them, an elder and a youth, remained within the grand hall. Thereafter, Viserys turned his head. Perhaps I should craft for you a badge of the hand of the king, my lord Joffrey. The silver-haired boy, adorned with a ruby-studded golden crown, stood in the slanting sunlight. His diminutive form elongated to that of an adult's stature. In his pale violet eyes, a glimmer of mischief sparkled as he jested. The old knight was poised to respond but was interrupted by Viserys, a faint smile of resignation gracing his features. I lack the talent and virtue requisite for serving as the king's hand. Chapter 58, The Decision. Sir Geoffrey, with a bitter smile of self-deprecation, slightly adjusted his expression before speaking with earnest gravity. However, your majesty, this is indeed a rare and opportune moment. The elderly man, with hair as white as snow, sat in his chair, clutching the letter and gazing at Viserion, who stood alone in the vast hall. As you previously mentioned, Dragonstone lacks both resources and populace. Our continued presence here is solely due to our victory over the usurper's newly forged navy. The king now seated upon the Iron Throne harbors an insatiable desire to see Viserion torn apart, yet he remains powerless, consumed by impotent rage. Without ships, Even the mightiest armies cannot traverse the sea. Robert Baratheon, though valiant upon solid ground, would find himself unsteady upon the deck, perhaps even succumbing to seasickness. Much like a clumsy bear, naval warfare and land combat are entirely distinct realms. However, we cannot remain passive. After all, Westeros is abundant in resources and teeming with people. Not merely the prosperous noble houses, but King's Landing itself is a sprawling metropolis of over 500,000 souls, generating an incessant stench from its waste. The potential for warfare that the Iron Throne can muster is far beyond what a mere island like Dragonstone can contend with. Despite this setback, it will not be long before the Iron Throne can amass substantial funds once more and construct a new fleet. Meanwhile, the Dragonstone fleet is not only aged but also diminishes with each vessel lost. The island is barren, with scarcely a tree in sight, making repairs a cumbersome task requiring imports from the eastern continent. Fortunately, the Targaryens have accumulated nearly 3 centuries of wealth on Dragonstone, sufficient to sustain Viserys' extravagant expenditures. Nevertheless, he has begun to count every gold dragon meticulously, cultivating a sense of urgency. Yet, at this juncture, the old man hesitated slightly. His concerns mirrored those of Viserion. Would Braavos honor its commitments? If they were to capture Viserion and deliver him to King's Landing, would they not be walking willingly into the jaws of the tiger? Silence enveloped the hall as Viserion stood before the throne, the only sound being the boy's slightly labored breaths following the elder's unvoiced thoughts. The golden crown above glimmered, and beneath the sleeves of his robe, his small hands clenched with determination, while he pressed his cracked lips together. This was an exceedingly difficult decision for Viserion, as it entailed considerable risk. I understand your concerns, sir, he finally spoke, lifting his head after a prolonged silence. The fiery red gemstones of his crown sparkled like a blazing inferno, symbolizing the fervor within the boy's heart and veins. The hushed hall echoed with the melodious sound of his voice, reminiscent of a clear spring. However, at this moment, we find ourselves devoid of options, do we not? We cannot linger on Dragonstone, awaiting our demise. Moreover, the opportunity, if missed, may not present itself again. Viserys appears to have finally resolved to make this decision, a choice that weighs heavily upon him. Yet, once he calms his mind, it becomes evident that this course of action is the most advantageous. It is not merely the prophets who perceive the benefits, in accordance with the original trajectory. There are no adversaries pursuing Viserys across the eastern continent. Even the Targaryen siblings were once sheltered by noble families in Braavos, Pentos, and beyond. However, Viserys must acknowledge that the present circumstances deviate from the original path. The Targaryen fleet did not succumb to the storm. Dragonstone has not encountered treachery leading to its usurpation. And the siblings did not flee to the eastern continent under the protection of Sir Willem. Their current situation is far more favorable than the original trajectory. Yet Viserys harbors a profound sense of foreboding. Despite some minor struggles, the true breakthrough remains distant. Child, the old lord, upon hearing Viserys' words, seemed momentarily lost in thought, as if he glimpsed the courageous silver-haired youth of yesteryears, whose every gesture radiated a compelling charisma. His greatest allure lay in his ability to bind those around him, forging an unbreakable connection. In truth, I too fear unforeseen calamities. However, Viserys interrupted the old lord's impending words, turning his gaze towards the grand hall's entrance as he continued. I fear death more than anyone. Viserys longed to express that he had once encountered death, an experience so harrowing that he wished to never endure it again. Yet, as the words lingered on the brink of his lips, his instinct for survival stifled his voice. Nevertheless, in this matter, no one can substitute for me. He must personally journey to Braavos to meet his relatives from Dorne. More importantly, he must encounter the Sea Lord of Braavos. To achieve his goals, this is imperative. Moreover, I believe that a living entity capable of threatening the Iron Throne holds greater significance for Braavos. It is highly unlikely that Braavos will choose the path of folly. Nonetheless, this remains a gamble. Even if the danger is but 10%, it still implies the existence of risk. Perhaps I shall undertake this journey. Viserys hesitated momentarily but then exhaled softly before declaring, Then I shall accompany your majesty. The old lord, in fact, was somewhat supportive of Viserys, and he promptly rose to respond. He admired the boy's courage, for he was merely 8 years old. Had he been a child from an ordinary family, venturing into an unfamiliar environment alone might have driven him to tears. Yet, Viserys had already weathered countless storms, and now he possessed the audacity to leave the safety of his guardians and journey alone to Braavos. There is no need, however, Sir Geoffrey's request was met with a moment of contemplation from Viserys before it was ultimately declined. If Braavos indeed harbored ill intentions, my Lord Geoffrey, your presence alone is unlikely to alter the circumstances. With a sigh, Viserys continued, suggesting, perhaps it would be best if I ventured alone, allowing for the concealment of my whereabouts, should any unforeseen events arise. In truth, Viserys was not as composed as he appeared. He was compelled by a sense of urgency, his mind clearly recognizing this as a fortuitous opportunity, and he summoned the courage to make this decision. Yet, in the current predicament, breaking the deadlock necessitated a resolve akin to burning one's ships. Otherwise, even if he could prolong his existence on Dragonstone for a few more years, it would not alter the inevitable conclusion. I hope you. Viserys hesitated momentarily, aware that his next words were of paramount importance, as they concerned the designation of his rightful heir. Rhaenys or Daenerys. Chapter 59. The heir, however. There was a moment of hesitation in Viserys as he uttered his final words. What if an unforeseen calamity were to occur? The image of a brown-haired little girl flickered in the silver-haired boy's mind, none other than the ever-adoring Rhaenys Targaryen. Though merely a child, Rhaenys already exhibited the promise of extraordinary beauty, destined to blossom into a captivating woman who would undoubtedly enchant the Seven Kingdoms. Oh, Viserys! The sweet, heart-melting smile of Rhaenys flashed through his thoughts. Due to their close ages, or perhaps for other reasons, Rhaenys eschewed formalities, often referring to him as Brother O, without regard for propriety, simply calling him by his name. Then, another image emerged in Viserys' mind, the infant swathed in a blanket, Daenerys Targaryen. Upon their first meeting, Viserys had gently grasped Daenerys' tiny hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of kinship, a bond that could never be severed. Viserys found himself once again enveloped in indecision, unable to arrive at an immediate conclusion. The elder gentleman understood the profound implications of such a decision and refrained from interrupting Viserys' contemplation. After a prolonged silence, the boy ultimately made his choice, lifting his head and speaking with earnest conviction. If I were to encounter any misfortune, I kindly ask Lord Joffrey to continue supporting my sister, Daenerys Targaryen, in her ascent to the Iron Throne. No one knew what thoughts had occupied Viserys during that moment of silence. What had prompted such a decision? What were the foundations of his choice? The words Viserys spoke carried immense significance, effectively designating a future heir, his sister, Daenerys Targaryen. Though merely 8 years of age, Viserys occupied a precarious position within the Game of Thrones, where no one would show him mercy simply because he was a child. Just as the king seated upon the Iron Throne would stop at nothing to eliminate threats, Viserys remained vigilant even in Dragonstone, striving to survive with utmost caution. Thus, he felt compelled to make this decision early on, even if it seemed somewhat cruel, akin to arranging his own affairs in advance. Had he chosen the younger one? Sir Joffrey found Viserys' choice somewhat perplexing. Princess Daenerys was far too young, merely an infant devoid of her mother, and there were no guarantees of her survival. He had not anticipated that Viserys would select this younger girl. In the old lord's view, Viserys shared a closer bond with Princess Rhaenys. The two children not only aligned in age but also resonated harmoniously in temperament. At times, Viserys was shrouded in sorrow over certain matters, yet upon encountering Rhaenys, he would strive to master a smile, albeit one that might appear somewhat ungraceful. However, it is important to note that Daenerys is indeed his sister, and her Targaryen lineage remains more unblemished. Therefore, it is quite understandable that Viserys would arrive at such a decision, considering Rhaenys carries a significant portion of Dornish blood, rendering the Targaryen heritage less than pure. Sir Joffrey ultimately nodded in acknowledgement of Viserys' will, designating Daenerys as his heir. Should any misfortune befall Viserys during his journey to Braavos, the swaddled infant Daenerys would ascend as the new ruler of Dragonstone. Thus, the decision was made. With this resolution in mind, Viserys no longer hesitated. He summoned the guards from outside and recalled the 2 Braavosi emissaries who had just been sent to rest. In fact, the Chancellor and the Chief Swordsman had not ventured far. They had been assigned to a small chamber just outside the Great Hall, awaiting the conclusion of discussions between Viserys and his royal advisors. They had anticipated that reaching a resolution on this matter might take considerable time and had not held high hopes that Viserys would acquiesce to the invitation from the Lord of the Sea. After all, the current head of House Targaryen was merely an 8-year-old boy, still at an age where a stumble might bring tears. Had Queen Rhaea still been alive and in her right mind, she might have accepted the invitation to journey to Braavos. However, With the queen now elevated to the status of dowager and laid to rest, this turn of events was indeed unforeseen. Unexpectedly, even before the emissaries had settled into their temporary quarters, news arrived swiftly. The two emissaries hurried back. Viserys, seated upon the grand throne in the hall, appeared somewhat incongruous. His small frame dwarfed by the enormity of the seat, adorned with a crown of pure gold, featuring a ruby that flickered like flame. He rested his hands upon the throne's armrests. Then, in a clear and composed voice, the young king declared his acceptance of the Lord of the Sea's invitation, stating that he would soon embark on a journey to Braavos to meet with him. The boy's voice resonated throughout the silent hall. While the two Braavosi emissaries exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that this child possessed the audacity to agree to venture alone to a distant and unfamiliar city. However, after Viserys had spoken, Sir Joffrey rose simultaneously, demanding that the Braavosi side respect the ancient tradition of guest right on the continent of Westeros, which necessitated the assurance of young King Viserys' safety. Guest right is a time-honored custom upheld across the Seven Kingdoms, stipulating that whenever a guest arrives under a host's roof and accepts the bread and salt offered, the rights of the guest come into effect. During the subsequent visit, neither party shall inflict harm upon the other. Violators will transgress the sacred laws, which are believed to be intolerable to both the ancient and the new deities. This principle is upheld in the doctrines of both the old gods and the seven. Indeed, Your Majesty, the seven gods worshipped in the Seven Kingdoms are also venerated in the temples on the Isle of Gods in Braavos. Seol, the esteemed envoy of Braavos, once again offered a slight bow and earnestly assured that Braavos holds the utmost regard for its reputation, as it is as vital as our very existence. Having extended our invitation to you, we are committed to ensuring your safety throughout your stay, from the moment you depart from Dragonstone until your safe return here. Chapter 60. Departure. After a few days of meeting with the envoy from Braavos at Dragonstone, Viserys busied himself with subsequent matters concerning the island. Following a transformation that included a change of attire and the dyeing of his once silver hair to a striking blue, his formerly envious visage now bore a subtler, less conspicuous charm. Yet, his violet eyes remained an indelible testament to his otherworldly beauty, exuding a calmness and composure that starkly contrasted with his youthful appearance. Akin to a delicate lavender gemstone, deep within those eyes lay intricate runes, unseen by the ordinary gaze, which exuded an intangible pressure upon meeting his stare, a fear emanating from his very soul, undeterred by the robustness of his physique. This subtle shift in Viserys was a result of transcending mortal limits, altering perceptions of him irrevocably. To the casual observer, he might merely appear as a handsome young boy. However, a direct gaze would invoke a profound transformation in that impression. An ordinary boy from a wealthy merchant family would lack such an ethereal aura, a gravitas that radiated from within. Accompanying Viserys on this journey were two meticulously chosen guards, sworn to ensure the safety of the young monarch. The instructor had initially intended to escort Viserys personally to Braavos, but his frail condition and the resurgence of old injuries, compounded by a recent illness, led to Viserys insisting he remain in Dragonstone for recuperation. In an era of inadequate medical care, the injury that had once pierced his ribs, coupled with a delay in treatment lasting a day and night, had left Sir William with a chronic ailment. The once robust figure had rapidly diminished in less than a year, with even his armor now appearing somewhat oversized. Reluctant to subject his mentor to the rigors of travel, Viserys fervently urged him to stay behind. Soon after, under the arrangements of the Braavosi envoy, Viserys discreetly boarded a merchant vessel bound for Braavos, leaving Dragonstone to embark on a journey toward the distant, enigmatic land. The colossal double-masted rowed merchant ship navigated the turbulent seas with unwavering resolve. The waves crashed against the great hull, yet it sailed onward as if caressed by a gentle breeze, unyielding in its direction. At that moment, the young king sat quietly by the cabin window, gazing out at the tempestuous waters with a twinge of envy. Braavos, indeed, was the epicenter of global commerce, brimming with untold riches. Any merchant vessel, rivaling the tonnage of the Targaryen flagship, the Black Death, was a testament to the wealth of the realm. And it was evident that this ship, possibly modified to accommodate rams and armaments, could easily transform into a warship at a moment's notice. Not long ago, Viserys personally accompanied Sir Joffrey on an expedition to Storm's End, where they decisively vanquished the Baratheon fleet upon the waters of Shipwreck Bay. During this endeavor, Viserys remained closely by the old knight's side, observing and inquiring extensively, thus gaining a rudimentary understanding of naval warfare, which rendered the experience less foreign to him. He could discern the formidable military potential possessed by the foremost of the 9 free cities. Should war indeed erupt, Braavos could swiftly muster an invincible fleet of hundreds of galleys, each equipped with dual masts and oars. Meanwhile, the fleets of other city-states relied on longships and small sails as desperate measures to safeguard their flagship vessels, which were, in contrast, merely ordinary ships in the presence of Braavos. This invincible fleet could effortlessly blockade maritime trade routes, significantly diminishing the enemy's capacity for warfare. However, the threat posed by Braavos' formidable fleet was not particularly daunting to the nobles of Westeros. No matter how grand the fleet, it could not encircle the entirety of Westeros. And the great lords would not overly depend on trade, as their agrarian economies could sustain them independently. Severing maritime routes would cause only minor inconveniences, hardly sufficient to inflict significant harm. This was evident during the War of the Usurper, where the Targaryen royal fleet was rendered ineffective. What truly instilled concern in the Seven Kingdoms, including the Iron Throne, was Braavos' other weapon, gold. The wealth of the Iron Bank, astonishing enough to astound the world, could make the throne beneath a king's seat bristle with thorns. When a king or noble defaults on their debts, or foolishly disrespects their contracts with the Iron Bank, new rulers or nobles, buoyed by economic assistance from the Iron Bank, would emerge like mushrooms after rain. These new lords would be compelled to acknowledge prior debts and repay the sums borrowed from the Iron Bank to secure their thrones, lest they meet the same fate as their predecessors. This explains why the Iron Bank has extended vast loans. Yet no one dares to default. Braavosi wisdom holds that the Iron Bank does not tolerate debts. As Viserys gazed upon the undulating waves, he fell into contemplation, mulling over these chaotic matters. His understanding of Braavos was shaped by fragmented memories and impressions. Yet the remainder stemmed from a hasty study of its customs and culture in the days leading up to his departure. Meanwhile, a soldier seated nearby discreetly observed the expressions on the young king's face, revealing a hint of expectation. Following various incidents, including the earlier plot to eliminate mercenaries and the naval battle at Shipwreck Bay, Viserys' reputation had begun to spread among the soldiers. Whispers circulated that he possessed a talent rivaling his brother Rhaegar's, a sentiment that, in the soldiers' eyes, appeared to hold merit. What, he pondered, had he been doing at the tender age of 8? Perhaps still engaged in the innocent play of childhood. Nevertheless, in truth, Viserys found his mind utterly vacant. Oblivious to the musings that flitted through his thoughts, merely gazing vacantly at the vast sea. Despite having donned a modest disguise, he remained prudent, choosing to conceal himself within the confines of the cabin for an entire day without making an appearance. After all, this marked Viserys' inaugural venture beyond the protective embrace that had long surrounded him, stepping into a realm entirely foreign. Even during his hasty flight from King's Landing, he had been accompanied by over 50 soldiers, yet now, he found himself accompanied by a mere 2 individuals. At that moment, a knock echoed upon the cabin door. Bam! 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 Young master, it is I, came a voice from outside, deliberately lowered in tone. Chapter 61. The journey. It was indeed a municipal official from Braavos. Upon observing that Viserys had not left his cabin since boarding, he felt compelled to pay a visit. He feared that the young king might struggle with life aboard the ship, for Dragonstone lay a considerable distance from Braavos, and their journey would first take them to Pentos, where they would rest and unload some cargo before continuing on to Braavos. Each voyage for merchants is fraught with significant risks. A single maritime disaster could potentially ruin a seemingly prosperous merchant. Thus, they must cultivate a sense of avarice, ceasing only when their coffers are overflowing. However, when he encountered Viserys, he breathed a sigh of relief, for the young king appeared to be in good spirits, seemingly adapting well to life on the ship, free from the afflictions of seasickness. Your Majesty, our journey to Braavos will likely take over a month, he informed. Braavos is situated among the islands at the northwestern edge of Essos, positioned at the confluence of the Narrow Sea and the Shivering Sea, far removed from Dragonstone. And this route necessitates a stop at Pentos, prolonging the voyage considerably. The envoy, clad in a grey-brown robe, then proposed to show Viserys around the ship. A tour. Viserys furrowed his brow slightly at the invitation but ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well. Subsequently, Viserys followed the envoy for a brief exploration of the 2-masted merchant vessel. The deck was adorned with vast sails, while below lay the hold for cargo, flanked by rowing quarters on either side, with a long corridor in between. Although the ship possessed sufficient propulsion to traverse the narrow sea, oarsmen were still required to provide additional power when necessary. Moreover, the vessel was a melting pot of various individual small merchants, mercenaries, and those seeking to escape the ceaseless turmoil of Westeros for a livelihood on the eastern continent. As Viserys accompanied the envoy for a brief respite from the confines of his cabin, he found the confinement somewhat stifling. During their ambulation, many passengers seated on mats spread across the deck cast curious glances at Viserys. Despite his efforts to disguise himself, his silver-gold hair now dyed blue, and his attire modest, fitting that of a wealthy merchant's son or a young noble, his innate demeanor and the depth in his pale violet eyes betrayed a complexity of identity not easily overlooked. A mother, robust in stature, sat on the deck with her infant cradled in her arms, nursing her child without reservation, her disheveled black hair and soiled appearance reflecting the hardships of their journey. Yet, as Viserys passed by, her gaze shifted to him, intrigued. Curiosity prompted her to steal a glance, revealing a mixture of astonishment and disbelief in her gaze, which took on an odd quality. Soon after, as if overwhelmed by a sense of inferiority, she hastily averted her eyes, fearing discovery by the esteemed nobleman. Meanwhile, several mercenaries seated on the deck were engaged in a raucous game of drinking and dice, clad in tattered leather armor, their coarse body hair and pungent odor detectable from a distance. Their weapons lay nearby or were secured to their belts and cuffs. The raucous laughter and shouting of these drunken mercenaries echoed loudly, completely disregarding the opinions of those around them, who seemed accustomed to such behavior. Among them, a decrepit old man, draped in a threadbare blanket, lay beside them, soundly asleep. The mercenaries soon noticed Viserys, their faces flushed from drink, yet unlike the earlier nursing woman, they showed no shyness, boldly staring at him. One of them, swaying slightly, stood up and obstructed Viserys' path. The overwhelming stench of sweat and alcohol wafted toward Viserys, causing him to wrinkle his brow. He was tempted to cover his nose with his hand but refrained, not wishing to provoke these brutish men and invite unnecessary trouble. The boy halted, gazing up at the mercenary. "Hey, noble sir," the mercenary slurred, swaying unsteadily, his face flushed and breath reeking of alcohol. "The eastern continent is no safe haven. It is a place where only the ruthless thrive. Do you need to hire some muscle?" He gestured toward his companions, who were heartily drinking, and thumped his chest. "As long as the pay is right, my brothers and I fear nothing." However, the two soldiers from Dragonstone accompanying Viserys were incensed upon witnessing this scene and promptly positioned themselves defensively in front of the young king. Hey, my apologies, brother," one of the guards said, shoving the obstructive mercenary aside. The drunken mercenary stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. "Your Highness, no, my lord, allow us to protect you." The guard corrected himself, almost letting slip the royal title. With one hand gripping the hilt of his sword, he slightly drew it, his face contorted in disgust. "My lord has no need and will not hire men like you." As soldiers trained under the royal banner, they held the mercenaries in contempt, deeming them devoid of honor, fighting solely for coin. Yet, in truth, the disbanded regular army posed a greater threat than these mercenaries, many of whom were former soldiers who had chosen this perilous profession for various reasons. The minor altercation on the deck drew the attention of others resting nearby, who turned their gazes toward the commotion. The mercenary, who had nearly been toppled, displayed no anger upon hearing the guard's words. Instead, he exuded a pungent aroma of alcohol and an unpleasant body odor, merely chuckling to himself, seemingly indifferent to the humiliation cast upon him by others. He then turned to Viserys and remarked that should they require assistance in the future, they could seek out him and his comrades. After this, he resumed his place on the deck, joining his fellow brothers in a hearty feast. Viserys, having witnessed the entire scene, felt his previously furrowed brow relax slightly. Curiosity sparked within him as he stole a glance at the mercenary before averting his gaze once more. Chapter 62, The Water Dancer in This World. A myriad of individuals exists: farmers, slaves, merchants, mercenaries, and even brigands and thieves. The diversity of races is equally striking. In Westeros, one can find Northerners, Ironborn, Dornish, the orphans of the Green Blood, the mountain clans of the Vale, the hill clans of the North, the marsh dwellers, and the Skagosi, with whispers of giants and others beyond the wall. On the continent of Essos, soon to be reached by Viserys, there are also the Dothraki, Braavosi, Carthene, and Lyseni, among others. Each group and profession possesses its own distinct way of life. After all, for those not of noble birth, survival demands relentless effort in the absence of inherited wealth. Initially, Viserys harbored a disdain for mercenaries. It was not due to any sense of honor, but rather his belief that these individuals were devoid of morals, willing to commit any atrocity for the right price. Yet now, a thought flickered in Viserys' mind: how might he establish himself on the continent of Essos? Could he possibly, employ these mercenaries? After all, mercenaries thrived across the narrow sea, and he found himself in possession of ample gold. Could he hire a company of soldiers or procure some unsolid to help him secure a foothold? The boy paused in contemplation. This notion a mere spark of inspiration needing further deliberation. He glanced at the mercenary's retreating figure before averting his gaze. This moment was but a minor episode, causing little disturbance aboard the ship. However, how many had quietly observed Viserys from afar remained a mystery. As Viserys prepared to leave the deck and return to the cabin, he encountered the chief swordsman of Braavos, Ser Illyrio Faro, practicing his craft. Ser Illyrio Faro. Viserys paused, intrigued by the swordsman's display. The latter showed no hesitation, confidently performing his drills on the deck. After all, swordsmanship is a skill honed through practice. Even the finest swordsman could grow rusty without regular training. Yet Ser Illyrio's technique was distinct, graceful as a bella, the blade flashing like rain, seemingly capable of piercing through any defense with ease. Viserys squinted slightly, and within the depths of his lavender eyes, a complex magical sigil flickered to life. Under his extraordinary perception, the renowned Braavosi swordsman's swift movements unfolded before him in perfect clarity. Is this the famed water dance? Viserys gazed at Ser Illyrio Faro with mild astonishment. How impressive! This technique is distinct from mainstream swordsmanship, utilizing a lightweight rapier while standing sideways to face one's opponent, exhibiting remarkable agility. Viserys practiced the swordplay taught by his instructor, which reflected the more conventional style prevalent in Westeros, characterized by grand, sweeping movements, primarily focused on warfare, and clad in armor. In contrast, the water dancers appear to emphasize the dexterity of one-on-one combat. My lord, I am merely a swordsman, not a lord, he stated. At that moment, Syrio noticed Viserys and gently sheathed his rapier, turning to him to explain. Although he was the foremost swordsman from Braavos, he held no title and, unlike the King's Guard, his position was not a lifetime appointment. Should there come a day when his blade lost its edge or a more formidable swordsman bested him, he would relinquish his status as the chief swordsman. During their time aboard the ship, with little to occupy his time, Viserys seized the opportunity to inquire about swordsmanship. Might I seek your guidance? He asked directly, without hesitation. Indeed, there was little else to do during their voyage, and Viserys recognized this as an invaluable opportunity to learn from a master swordsman. A scruffy man in black, overhearing Viserys' request, paused momentarily. Surprised that Viserys wished to learn from him, he ran a hand through his hair, contemplating. Well, the water dancer's techniques are not esoteric secrets, as many in Braavos practice this unique system of swordsmanship. I am merely one who has dedicated himself to mastering it more than others. Very well. If you have the time, you may always seek my counsel, the chief swordsman agreed after a brief hesitation. Teaching was not foreign to him. He had instructed others in Braavos before. However, not far away, a pair of eyes observed this exchange from the crack of the cabin door, hastily retreating before Syrio's gaze could catch them. Syrio, sensing he was being watched, turned his head to glance around, but found nothing amiss. Puzzled, he scratched his head and dismissed the thought. Time swiftly passed. After approximately a week, the merchant vessel finally arrived at Pentos, one of the free trade city-states. This opulent coastal city lies adjacent to a vast plain known as the Flatlands to the east. Continuing eastward along the great road built by the Valyrians, one would traverse the upstream tributaries of the Roine River, pass through the Velvet Hills, and enter the Andals Mountains, ultimately reaching Guise. The road extends further, connecting Guise to two other free trade city-states, Novos and Kor, underscoring the strategic importance of Pentos's geographic location. The merchant vessel docked at the port of Pentos to unload and load its cargo, taking a few days for respite. A group of passengers disembarked, while another contingent, eager to embark towards Braavos, paid their fares and boarded the ship. Amidst the constant flow of people, Viserys remained sequestered within the ship's cabin, rarely making an appearance above deck. During this time, apart from reading a collection of books gifted by the officials of Cleon, he diligently practiced swordsmanship under the tutelage of the chief swordsman. Viserys exhibited astonishing progress in both his reading and martial skills. Within those gem-like eyes, nothing escaped his notice, leaving Cleon and Sirius momentarily speechless. However, just as the merchant ship was poised to depart from Pentos en route to Braavos, an unexpected event transpired. Chapter 63, Abduction. Are you suggesting she intends to abduct me? Viserys seated himself upon the bed, a peculiar expression gracing his features. He beheld the woman below, forcibly thrust to the ground by soldiers, her attire disheveled, hair cascading untamed, cradling an infant swathed in a blanket who, startled, was wailing inconsolably. The piercing cries of the human infant indeed pierced the eardrum, awakening Viserys' senses, though it also induced a mild headache. He gestured to a nearby soldier, instructing him to take the child from the woman's arms and relocate it to another room. However, the woman resisted, emitting unintelligible cries in an attempt to reclaim her child. Once more, she was kicked to the ground, writhing in agony, clutching her abdomen. Viserys observed this entire scene, his brow furrowing slightly, yet he remained silent. If she were indeed a trafficker with intentions to abduct him, then she was deserving of her fate. Yes, my lord, one soldier affirmed. As the woman's child was seized and taken away, ushering a momentary stillness within the cabin. Another soldier, having heard Viserys' words, nodded and began to explain. We have examined her ticket. She was scheduled to disembark in Pentos but has lingered longer than expected. This morning, as the ship was preparing to depart Pentos, she approached your quarters stealthily, harboring ill intentions. Perhaps she planned to abduct you as the ship departed. Perhaps. Possibly? Viserys noted the soldier's ambiguous phrasing, his brow remaining furrowed. Such matters should not be determined by conjecture. Then, he observed as the soldier produced a bundle of rope and a dagger from his sleeve, as if performing a conjuring trick. My lord, these items were recovered from her person. The implications were now clear. Her intentions were indeed nefarious. Viserys fell silent, his gaze returning to the woman. Her physique was not as slender as other women. Instead, she possessed a robust form, her black hair framing a flat nose, with sporadic freckles adorning her face, though her hair was somewhat disheveled and her attire untidy. Viserys preferred to believe her disarray stemmed from the demands of nursing her child rather than any other cause. At this moment, Viserys recalled who she was. Though they had only exchanged glances within the cabin, his memory served him well. She was the woman he had encountered on his first day aboard, seated on the deck, reclined against the ship's edge, unabashedly exposing herself to nurse her child. After that brief meeting, Viserys had not crossed paths with her again. Had this woman set her sights on him? Why? In the delicate lavender depths of her eyes, the grotesque visage of a burly woman was reflected. She sat on the ground, clutching her abdomen in evident distress, while gazing at Viserys. Their eyes locked, and for a fleeting moment, time seemed to suspend. Your gaze possessed astonishing magical potency, my unknown lord. It was then that the woman, sitting on the ground and cradling her belly, abruptly spoke for the first time since her capture. Even after being kicked while struggling with a soldier to protect her child, she had merely muttered incomprehensible words, never uttering a complete sentence. Her voice was gravelly and obscure, reminiscent of metal scraping against metal, yet her words startled Viserys. What? The previously composed young king nearly leapt from his bed. However, he soon realized that she was speaking Valyrian, which brought him a modicum of relief. The Targaryen lineage spoke Valyrian as their mother tongue, yet the soldiers, still communicating in the common tongue of Westeros, failed to comprehend her utterances. They merely heard her mumbling incomprehensible phrases, akin to some incantation, which instinctively irritated them, prompting one soldier to raise his hand, intent on striking this criminal who dared to threaten the boy. Yet, Viserys intervened, halting the soldier's advance. Wait a moment. The boy, with his hair dyed blue, found his balance precarious as he leapt from the bed and approached the woman, his gaze piercing. He earnestly inquired in Valyrian, What did you just say? In contrast to Viserys, the disheveled woman took a few deep breaths, her demeanor calming considerably. She regarded the boy before her and, in a hoarse voice, replied, It is a rare gift, my lord. There is no need for you to be alarmed. Countless individuals yearn for such an ability, yet find it unattainable. Moreover, it appears you have already sensed the power within your eyes. Although the woman bore an unattractive countenance, she undeniably possessed extraordinary acuity and cunning. Through her meticulous observation, she discerned the expression on Viserys' face, realizing that he was aware of the magical force within his gaze, yet was astonished that she had uncovered it. She looked at Viserys, and without waiting for him to respond, added, I trust you now understand that I harbor no ill intentions towards you. The woman exhibited a curiosity regarding Viserys' identity. During their initial encounter, she had sensed the extraordinary power residing within the boy's eyes and had since been lurking in the shadows, discreetly observing him. During this period, she observed individuals who were evidently officials from Braavos accompanying Viserys, alongside a formidable water dancer who was instructing the boy in the art of swordsmanship. What manner of noble youth could command the presence of such distinguished company? On the final day, she attempted to approach Viserys in hopes of uncovering the secrets that the boy harbored. However, she was discovered by his guards. After a struggle, she was apprehended and brought before the boy. Yet, this encounter afforded her the opportunity for a direct dialogue with him. When Viserys first heard the woman mention that she had uncovered his secret, a momentary panic seized him, but he quickly regained his composure. He then listened to her feeble attempts at justification, claiming she had no intention of kidnapping him, which caused the boy to furrow his brow slightly. His gaze then shifted to the rope and dagger that had been discarded on the ground. No sinister intentions. But what could she possibly want by stealthily approaching him with such items? Chapter 64. Myrai Master. The expression of disbelief was unmistakably etched upon Viserys' face as he observed the scene. His gaze fell upon the dagger and rope carelessly discarded on the ground, and the woman's countenance betrayed a hint of embarrassment. With such irrefutable evidence at hand, it seemed that her attempts at justification would prove to be quite problematic. In truth, she had indeed intended to abduct Viserys, driven by her desire to unearth the secrets concealed within this boy. For a sorceress, the radiance emanating from Viserys was akin to a luminous pearl amidst the darkness, as alluring as a starving prisoner glimpsing a succulent roast. From the very first day she had sensed the formidable power within him. She had meticulously crafted her scheme. The woman had been surreptitiously shadowing his every movement, evading detection by the astute water-dancer swordsman and eluding the vigilance of the guards. Her rudimentary plan aligned precisely with what the soldier had just articulated. The merchant vessel had docked in Pentos for several days, and this morning it was poised to set sail for Braavos. Seizing the final opportunity before the ship's departure, she aimed to bind the boy while he was still asleep, stow him in a bag, and make her escape from the ship. Once the merchant vessel had left the harbor, even if the guards were to discover the boy's absence, it would not be a simple matter to turn the ship back to Pentos. Moreover, even if the boy's family wielded considerable influence and could command the ship's return, she would have already integrated herself and the child into the bustling populace of the grand city-state. Although Pentos had officially outlawed the slave trade following its defeat in the war against Braavos, this was merely a fad. Clandestine slave trading continued to flourish in the shadows. Her plan was to exploit the secrets she would uncover from the boy, subsequently selling him to the avaricious slave merchants. Given the boy's strikingly handsome appearance, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of wealthy merchants and noblewomen, potentially fetching a substantial price. By then, she would have already absconded with the secrets of magic and riches, returning to her homeland. However, while her scheme was well conceived, her somewhat clumsy physique did not permit her to approach stealthily. She even attempted to conceal herself behind a pillar no thicker than an infant's arm, an obvious affront to the intelligence of the guards of Dragonstone. Consequently, she was discovered, and despite her robust stature, she found herself engaged in a struggle with the soldiers before ultimately being apprehended. Well, I suppose I shall entertain the notion of believing your recent defense, Viserys finally spoke, breaking the awkward silence that lingered in the cabin. Now, let us discuss why you sought to come near me. In truth, Viserys harbored no belief in the woman's feeble justifications. However, he was not inclined to dwell on the matter at hand. His primary concern lay in understanding how she had disowned the power concealed within his eyes. Moreover, the other party was approaching their true intentions. Undoubtedly, they sought to uncover how you had reawakened your magical powers. The woman, gazing into the soft lavender eyes, perceived the inquiries of Viserys and recognized that this child was not easily deceived. Her mind raced, contemplating countermeasures, yet she prudently chose to divulge her knowledge. The power of magic has historically experienced many voids, only to resurface repeatedly, akin to the ebb and flow of ocean tides. Presently, however, the force of magic was exceptionally feeble, nearly beyond use. In that moment, the woman remained seated on the ground, yet shifted to a cross-legged position, idly tousling her disheveled hair, and began to explain to Viserys. Yet, at this very moment, you had awakened the power of magic. Thus, Viserys became particularly conspicuous, drawing the woman to approach him stealthily. As Viserys listened to her speak in enigmatic terms, his expression grew somewhat bewildered, for he could not comprehend a single word regarding magic and the concept of tides. Acutely aware of the future, Viserys understood that this world possessed magic. He was even aware of the forthcoming blood of the stars, mew of sorcerers, and the children of the forest beyond the wall, as well as the Green Prophet, including that woman in the red robe who gave birth to a shadow. Yet, He had never anticipated that such chillingly mysterious powers would suddenly manifest before him. Viserys had always believed that he was far removed from these arcane matters. He was merely a creature ensnared in a cage, with a sword hanging above, awaiting inevitable demise when the time came. However, these mysteries now loomed closer than ever, even seeking him out. "Who are you, exactly?" After a brief silence, the boy's voice, slightly melancholic, broke the stillness. His blue hair cascaded over his shoulders, and the black velvet jacket, adorned with golden edges, shimmered in the sunlight. Viserys stood before the woman, his gaze piercing, as if attempting to penetrate her essence. The woman recounted esoteric knowledge that eluded others, even weaving some mystique into her words. Such a person could embody one of two possibilities, either a complete charlatan or someone who genuinely possessed some aptitude. "I am Miri Masdur, hailing from Leza, a woman of the Lazarin." This esteemed individual, the woman, having revealed her purpose, acknowledged that her identity could not remain concealed for long, and thus chose to lay it all bare. "My mother is a priestess in the temple of my homeland, and she has always aspired to cultivate me as her successor, imparting to me the songs and incantations that please the Supreme Shepherd. Therefore, I possess a modest understanding of magical knowledge." This woman named Miri laid bare her identity in one breath. Yet, whether this was all there was to her remained an enigma. "Where is your homeland?" "Leza." Viserys was taken aback by Miri's self-introduction. He had previously acquired some knowledge about the continent of Essos, and although the region of Leza was not particularly significant, it had caught his attention when he glanced at the map, leaving him with a vague impression. Now, as Viserys recalled the location of Leza in his mind, he was astonished, for the homeland of his interlocutor was exceedingly distant from their current whereabouts. Leza lies to the south of the Dothraki Sea, bordering the Bay of Slaves, and is in close proximity to both the Red Waste and the Jade Sea. Even the legendary lands of Asai and other realms are no longer far away. "Your hometown is in Leza. How did you come to be here?" Chapter 65. Punishment. I once sought the counsel of a scholar named Melwyn from the City of Learning regarding the secrets of the human body and the common tongue of Westeros. Mairai began to elucidate the reasons for her presence aboard this vessel. Yet, as she spoke, her words subtly shifted, and her final statement was articulated in the common tongue. The guard standing nearby, after listening to their exchange for a considerable time, finally grasped this one sentence, yet remained utterly perplexed. After delivering her statement, Mairai continued with a further discourse, but this time even Viserys could not comprehend her words, for she was not speaking in Valyrian. "We, the Lazarin, possess our own language." On this occasion, Mairai's voice maintained an unusually serene tone. "We cherish song, revere nature, and sustain ourselves through pastoral living, thus we worship the Supreme Shepherd. However, in the Dothraki tongue, we are referred to as Hesarachi, meaning sheep people. Miri Masdur is a Lazarin, and the fate of her people is indeed grim. They are far removed from happiness, yet perilously close to the Dothraki and the slave trade. The Dothraki frequently descend upon Lazarin settlements, laying waste to their herds and seizing their wives. Captured Lazarin men of prime age are often sold into slavery in places like Meereen, while the elderly, deemed useless, are summarily executed. However, Viserys had neither the time nor the inclination to dwell upon the tragic fate of the Lazarin. He was no deity to concern himself with every earthly woe, nor would he allow the woman to divert the topic. "I understand," Viserys nodded, deftly steering the conversation back. "Now, let us continue discussing the tides of magic." His interest lay more with the magical tides she spoke of. Mairai, sensing her attempt to divert the boy's attention had failed, let out a slight sigh. Had he been any other child, perhaps an engaging tale would have sufficed to capture his focus. Yet, it was clear that this boy was no ordinary child. Mairai gathered her thoughts and spoke once more. "My lord, magic has, in fact, experienced several interruptions throughout history, with noticeable gaps of considerable duration. Since the last dragon vanished, an extensive period has elapsed. No one knows when magic might rekindle. Even sorcerers, moon singers, and priests have lost their powers, reduced to mere mortals. They endure humiliation, clinging to the hope that change may one day come." "Is that so?" Listening to her lamentation, Viserys fell into silence. Mairai, observing the expression on his face, could not resist a knowing glance and continued, "Of course, I approached you without malice. I am merely curious as to how you might restore magic." Viserys, interrupted by her cunning retort, furrowed his brow slightly and then raised his head. He was, in truth, indifferent to the woman's recent intentions towards him. Initially, Viserys had contemplated sparing her life, merely severing one of her hands as a form of punishment, considering she was nurturing an infant. However, she unexpectedly approached him again. I am uncertain about the laws of the Lazarin people, do you know? In Westeros, it seems your only fate would be death end. Viserys furrowed his brow, halting mid-sentence, for a woman was ineligible to don the black garb. In Westeros, her fate would be sealed. Legally speaking, my lord, I have done nothing. Upon invoking the law, Myrai suddenly appeared unperturbed. I trust you will administer justice. A bundle of rope and a dagger signify little. Viserys raised an eyebrow slightly, acknowledging the validity of her words, for she had not yet acted when apprehended. Even in a past life, it was merely a crime unexecuted. And these seemingly damning evidences were insufficient to condemn her. After all, to contemplate a crime is not to commit one, if mere fantasies warranted punishment. The world would be devoid of souls. You are indeed correct. Yet, my desire to cast you into the sea to feed the fish requires no justification. With arms crossed calmly over his chest, Viserys spoke. Give me a reason to spare your life. Observing the boy's face, cold and composed, Myrai felt a slight tremor in her throat. It appeared that unless she spoke, she might truly find herself cast into the depths. My lord, I perceive your understanding of magic is rather limited. Would you require a magical advisor? I can assist you in mastering this power. And I would merely seek the recompense I am due. In her desperate bid for survival, the woman proposed a bold notion. Yet, Viserys regarded her with a discerning eye. He indeed required her arcane knowledge, and she adeptly grasped his intent. Although Viserys needed her expertise, he found it challenging to trust this cunning stranger by his side. Very well, Lady Myrai Master, but any reward will depend on your performance. Viserys spoke in a tranquil tone. However, I am a man of clear rewards and punishments. I shall assume that was merely a thought, and you have not yet committed a crime. Yet even a sinful thought must bear its consequences. Henceforth, you shall be accompanied by shackles for a year. With the conclusion of Viserys' words, a soldier stepped forward to affix chains to her hands and feet. For the coming year, she would bear the weight of heavy chains. This was Viserys' form of punishment. Only thus could he feel secure in keeping this mysterious woman, versed in magic, by his side. Thank you for your mercy, my lord. The woman then knelt, expressing her gratitude to Viserys for not casting her into the sea. The boy with blue hair extended his hand, taking the initiative to assist the woman, who was shackled and still seated on the ground. He then summoned another soldier, who had taken away the child, to return the little one to her. The child continued to wail incessantly, while the disheveled woman, her hands and feet bound in chains, hurriedly embraced her own flesh and blood. She gently rocked the child back and forth, softly humming an incomprehensible melody. Remarkably, the child soon quieted in her embrace, ceasing to cry or fuss. With wide, expressive eyes, he gazed up at Viserys, a smile gracing his face, even gesturing animatedly, yearning for Viserys to hold him. Chapter 66. The essence of the world, is this your son? Varys inquired, standing still as he extended his arms to embrace the infant before him, then raising his gaze to ask the question. Indeed, noble sir, replied Myrai. Her demeanor markedly transformed since she had faced her due punishment and taken on the role of Varys' mystical advisor. Without awaiting his inquiry, she voluntarily elucidated. What I just chanted was the song of the moon singers. It can soothe the emotions of children, calming them and silencing their cries. I once journeyed to the Shadowlands and Athai to learn the art of healing, where I acquired this knowledge from the moon singers of the Kyrans. Myrai's identity shrouded in mystery, it was evident she had traversed many lands. Varys, cradling the infant, paused momentarily. On the return journey from Westeros to her homeland, she had made a significant discovery, only to be ensnared by a fleeting whim that ultimately led to her punishment. Myrai's original intentions had been interrupted, rendering her unable to return home for the time being. Her mother had hoped for her to conclude her travels and return to inherit the priestly position in their temple, continuing the family legacy. However, it became clear that Myrai yearned for the freedom and adventure that came with her wanderings. She had departed her homeland to study healing in the Shadowlands and Athai, learning the childbirth song from the moon singers of Kira and herbal knowledge from the women of Dothraki. Along her extensive journey, she encountered the learned scholar Marwyn, a master who revealed to her the secrets buried beneath the skin. Now, she found herself once more in the presence of Varys, this boy who had rekindled the flame of magic. Thus, she was eager to accompany him, even while bearing the weight of her chains, harboring no resentment. for she longed to unravel the mysteries of the magic that was awakening within him. Yet, due to the capriciousness of fate, Myra had donned her shackles and accepted her punishment, becoming Viserys' advisor, thereby severing her path back to her homeland to succeed her mother as the priestess. The merchant vessel had already departed from Pentos, leaving her unable to send word to her mother regarding her altered course. She could only wait until they reached Braavos to convey this news. As the merchant ship sailed away from Pentos, the ultimate destination remained solely Braavos. The grand vessel set forth, braving the waves and navigating along the western coast of Essos, an area named Braavos Coast following its victories in the city-state wars. It was rare for Varys to step out of the cabin onto the deck, his spirits lifting slightly as the long journey neared its conclusion. Time at sea passed monotonously, swiftly elapsing. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had gone by. Each day, Varys practiced swordsmanship under the tutelage of the chief swordsman, not restricted to the water dance alone, for Syriel's Pharaoh was adept in various styles of combat. He was guiding Varys to carve a path uniquely suited to him. The chief swordsman indeed harbored intentions, diligently imparting the art of swordsmanship to Viserys. In addition to honing his skills, Viserys remained mindful of the old maester's final admonition, dedicating fixed hours to reading and continuously enriching his knowledge. Concurrently, he sought counsel from Myra regarding the arcane arts. As the glass candles rekindled, ghost grass flourished anew, dragonfire scorched the earth, phantasmal turtles roamed the witching way. The blind regained sight, and those who had once humiliated the warlocks were beset by curses. These myriad signs heralded the resurgence of magic, suggesting that its power might once again awaken. Myra, adorned with heavy shackles, spoke with unwavering composure, elucidating to Viserys the transformations the world would undergo with the return of magic. The days spent in shackles were far from pleasant. Yet the woman seemed to have grown somewhat accustomed to them, for her wrists and ankles no longer bled profusely from the chafing. Viserys listened intently. Despite his unfamiliarity with glass candles, ghost grass, and phantasmal turtles, nevertheless, he understood that all of this would re-emerge in a decade or so. 4 dragons would hatch at that time, and the specters of the undead would begin to manifest in the haunted forests beyond the wall. Did this not signify that the era of the magical tide's return was at hand? A subtle gloom cast itself over Viserys' heart, though the events had yet to unfold. Perhaps the seeds of their inception were already taking root. However, when that time arrived, the world would unveil its most enigmatic facets. Viserys might also confront increasingly unpredictable foes, and the advantage of his foresight would gradually dissipate. If magic exists, then what of the divine? Myra, the 7 gods, the old gods, the drowned god, ruler, the black goat, including the high septence deity of the faith of the 7. Though not widely renowned, Viserys, out of respect, included the high septon of the faith of the Lyseni, and could not contain his curiosity, inquiring whether these gods truly existed. The clank of the shackles echoed in response. Myra, confronted with the boy's question, fell into a rare silence. Perhaps the query posed a challenge for her as well, yet ultimately, she spoke. Perhaps, your grace. As the fortnight passed, Myra, having followed closely in Viserys' wake, had long since disowned his true Targaryen lineage. Amidst her astonishment lay a sense of inevitability. It was perhaps within such noble bloodlines that unfathomable secrets resided. However, with the revelation of this secret came the realization that extricating herself would not be a simple endeavor. Although she currently had no desire to depart, should the day come when she wished to leave, she might face the peril of this seemingly innocuous boy issuing a command for her silence. Though none had ever witnessed his true visage, the radiance of the divine continually influenced this world. Rather than delineating realms through nations, city-states, or races, it would be more apt to categorize them by the faiths of the gods. I believe this is the true essence of our world. The individuals aboard the vessel can already discern the towering titan standing majestically upon the earth. This statue, forged from stone and bronze, stands with its feet planted on 2 separate islands, one hand raised high, clutching a broken sword, while its hollow eyes blaze with an intense fire. From a considerable distance, they can only make out a vague silhouette. Yet, the people on the ship can almost hear the titan's roar, prompting them to erupt in jubilant cheers. They celebrate the imminent conclusion of their long journey, rejoicing in the fact that they have successfully navigated this treacherous voyage. Meanwhile, within the confines of the cabin, Viserys listens to the cheers outside, feeling a slight tingling at the back of his neck. Taking a deep breath, he speaks. So, what you mean to say is, the essence of this world is a struggle among the divine. Chapter 67, Arrival. The conversation between Viserys and the priestess, Malaise, was profoundly significant. deepening the boy's understanding of the world. Previously, his perception was shrouded in mist. Now, however, the fog has begun to lift, revealing faint outlines. Yet, the true essence concealed within the haze may still be far from reach. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the merchant ship finally sailed beneath the colossal titan of Braavos, a landmark of great renown. The sky seemed to resonate with distant rumblings, akin to the titan's roar. Thus, the vessel officially entered the domain of the grand city-state of Braavos. With a splash, the ship cleaved through the waves, its sails billowing as the oarsmen propelled it forward. Those standing on the deck would have been greeted by a stunning panorama of bustling activity. Countless vessels navigated through this city composed of numerous islands, connected by a series of stone arch bridges. The horizon was dotted with sails as far as the eye could see, and the expansive bay appeared somewhat congested. The cacophony of voices surged, a medley of various flags and peoples from merchant ships hailing from all corners of the world. The farthest ships reached the somber isles of the Shivering Sea, the island of Ibi, and even vessels from Essos had made their way here. Braavos had truly become the epicenter of global trade, with an astonishing number of ships arriving and departing daily. However, upon reaching Braavos, the ship that Viserys was aboard suddenly seemed to fade into insignificance, as several larger vessels glided past, unceremoniously pushing them aside. Braavos, at last. Boom! The merchant ship docked at the square pier, where customs officials boarded to conduct inspections. After passing through, they continued deeper into the harbor, eventually mooring in a bustling port, creating a resonant sound. Subsequently, the passengers disembarked in succession, officially arriving in the foremost city of the 9 free trade city-states. Viserys mingled among the throngs as he stepped ashore, where a minor incident unfolded. In the crowded port, a thief seemed to have set his sights on a gemstone adorning Viserys. Attempting to discreetly snatch it away, he was caught red-handed before he could even reach out. Several wallets fell from the thief's person. However, once they reached Braavos, there was no need for Viserys to deal with the miscreant personally. Soldiers of Braavos swiftly arrived to escort the uninvited hand away. This was merely an unexpected occurrence. In truth, such scoundrels can be found anywhere. The municipal officer in a grey-brown robe appeared slightly embarrassed. Throughout the journey, Viserys had indeed opened his eyes, encountering a myriad of diverse individuals. Initially, the municipal officials were incessantly extolling the virtues of Braavos, highlighting its civilization, prosperity, and commendable public safety. However, to their astonishment, as Viserys disembarked, he found himself the target of a thief. It appeared that this pickpocket was not solely fixated on Viserys. He clutched several wallets, leaving one to wonder if their owners had yet realized their possessions were missing. Indeed, I comprehend the sentiment. In King's Landing, such individuals abound. Viserys, with a peculiar expression, nodded in acknowledgement. Though this incident was a mere triviality, it indelibly marred his initial impression of Braavos. The faint admiration and trepidation he once harbored dissipated, for the wealth, trade, and civilization of Braavos, miracles forged by the toil of slaves, had long captivated and instilled awe in countless souls. The image that lingered in Viserys' mind, coupled with the descriptions gleaned from books during his studies, had only intensified this reverence. Yet upon his arrival in this fabled city, he was met not with the fragrant embrace of sweet air, but rather with a thief stealthily extending a hand toward him. Subsequently, Viserys and his entourage lingered not at the port, for 2 carriages draped in thick curtains awaited them. He ascended into a carriage, which then set forth towards the Sea King's palace, the hall of the Sea King. The rhythmic sound of wheels rolling upon the cobblestones filled the air. Seated within the carriage, Viserys' feet rested upon a silver carpet meticulously crafted by skilled artisans, and at last, they touched solid ground, bringing a rare sense of stability to his heart, which had been adrift over the sea. The boy then lifted the curtain, gazing upon the unfamiliar cityscape beyond. In Viserys' eyes, Braavos unfolded as a stone city replete with canals and docks. From his vantage point within the carriage, he beheld numerous grey, golden, and crimson stone arch bridges, with streets flanked by densely packed grey stone houses, so close that they seemed to lean against one another. Some structures even rose directly above the waterways, predominantly narrow buildings of 4 or 5 stories, crowned with tiled, pointed roofs. In the distance, lofty domes and towers soared, rendering Braavos resplendent and bustling, a spectacle that far surpassed King's Landing. "Welcome to Braavos, Your Majesty." Once seated in the carriage, the official no longer concealed Viserys' identity, refraining from addressing him as young master. He shared the carriage with Viserys, proudly introducing the young king to the city he held dear. The Isle of Gods, the Purple Harbor, The moon pool each location bore its own legendary tale. The middle-aged man gestured towards the horizon, where a colossal domed tower loomed, surveying the purple harbor below. That is our destination. The Sea King awaits you there. As the carriage entered the hall of the Sea King, it traversed a garden before coming to a halt. Nearby, several young girls appeared to be playing, their attention drawn to the carriage as they gazed from a distance. Viserys then leapt from the carriage. This was the hall of the Sea King. After more than a month of travel, he finally arrived at his destination. Although Viserys maintained a facade of composure, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Upon disembarking from the carriage, he tidied his attire and brushed off the dust from his clothes. The journey had not been entirely smooth. It was only after leaving the protection of the army that he truly encountered the authentic visage of this world. There were no nobles, no intrigues of power, no wars, only vibrant lives engaged in a relentless struggle for survival, undertaking both virtuous and dubious endeavors. Mercenaries, thieves, merchants, farmers, and a myriad of others, though they may not be immortalized in the annals of history, they constitute the most vital essence of this world. Chapter 68, Prince Daenerys. Subsequently, Viserys and his entourage were assigned to rest within the hall of the Sea King. Viserys occupied a lavish private chamber, while his 2 guards stood vigil outside the suite. The chained priestess and her child were also granted their own separate quarters. Out of respect for their privacy, Viserys refrained from inquiring about the child's father. Fully aware that such men often met untimely ends or abandoned their responsibilities, leaving women to bear the burden alone. Such occurrences were tragically common in this era, which explained the multitude of orphans roaming the streets of King's Landing, vulnerable souls exploited by unscrupulous individuals, trained to serve as spies, enduring a life steeped in misfortune. Upon returning to his lavish bedroom, Viserys eagerly indulged in a long overdue hot bath. Due to the necessity of disguise and the scarcity of fresh water aboard the ship, he had not bathed in quite some time. The hall of the Sea King boasted a magnificent hot spring, typically enjoyed by the Sea Lord and his esteemed guests. After cleansing himself in the wooden tub, his once blue-dyed hair returned to its natural hue, and his soiled face transformed into a radiant porcelain complexion. Guided by a maid, Viserys donned a sumptuous velvet nightgown and slippers, making his way to the giant hot spring within the hall. As he stepped into the vast chamber, a wave of steam enveloped him, causing his fair visage to flush slightly in response to the heat. Despite its size, the hot spring remained eerily tranquil, the crystalline waters devoid of any other presence, save for Viserys himself. With a soft splash, the boy changed into his swimwear and gradually submerged himself in the water, his head the only part visible above the surface. His silvery golden hair cascaded around him, drenched and clinging to his alabaster skin, flowing like molten silver amidst the ethereal white mist. What a delight it was! Immersed in the soothing waters, Viserys leaned gently against the rocky edge, his eyes fluttering closed as he savored this fleeting moment of peace. The exhaustion from over a month of drifting at sea seemed to dissipate. Along with the impending pressures that loomed ahead, discussions with the emissaries from Dorne, the task of persuading Braavos to support the Targaryens' tenuous existence on this land, and various uncertainties of the future. As the white mist swirled around him, the boy unknowingly drifted into a deep slumber at the edge of the hot spring, perhaps too fatigued to remain awake. Time passed unnoticed until the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor outside the spring, accompanied by a soft, fragmented whisper from a woman. Shortly thereafter, a tall man with broad shoulders and a narrow waist entered the grand hall, gently cradling the maid in his arms. Before he could fully step inside, his hand had already slipped beneath the fabric of her garment. It was then he noticed the silver-haired boy, who, now weary, had succumbed to sleep in the warm waters. The man bore faint wrinkles upon his visage, complemented by delicate brows and eyes resembling dark, venomous serpents, set against a flat forehead and a sharply defined nose. His lustrous black hair, interspersed with strands of silver, formed a subtle widow's peak just above his brow, slightly tousled. Below his nose, 2 small tufts of mustache adorned his face, while a soft beard framed his chin and cheeks. He halted, gazing intently at the silhouette of Viserys, particularly captivated by the prince's long, molten silver hair, squinting slightly as he did so. In his embrace lay a maid, gently cradled by his strong arms, her fingers clutching the fabric of his chest in a tight grip, her breath shallow and rapid. Sensing a pause in the man's movements, she lifted her gaze in mild confusion. "My lord, what troubles you?" she inquired. Yet, the man, referred to as Prince, offered no reply. A faint smile gracing his weathered cheeks, he turned his attention away from Viserys and pressed a kiss upon the maid's face. Meanwhile, his other hand, deftly and without her realization, began to unfasten her garments from behind. Startled by his sudden advance, the maid gasped, covering her mouth with one hand. While the man too loosened his attire, seemingly unconcerned about whether Viserys might awaken at that moment. He then enveloped the maid in his arms as they submerged into the water together. Milord the pair, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, became entwined beneath the surface. Viserys, typically a light sleeper, had succumbed to fatigue after over a month aboard the vessel, and thus had fallen into a slumber within the warm springs. Time slipped by unmeasured until he was roused by the sound of rippling water and muted voices. Coughing, he unexpectedly inhaled a mouthful of water, grasping the edge of the hot spring for support. In the swirling mist, a shocking sight met his eyes, banishing any remnants of sleepiness with startling swiftness. With a sputter, Viserys expelled the water he had choked on, his eyes widening in disbelief at the unexpected scene before him. The couple, lost in their own world, soon noticed the boy, who had been peacefully dozing at the edge of the spring, now wide-eyed in astonishment at their intimate display. "Why such surprise, little one?" the maid teased, her cheeks flushing as she hastily turned her face away. The man, sporting tousled curls and a full beard, shrugged indifferently. "It's merely a form of exercise. One day, you too shall come to appreciate this sport." With a playful slap on the maid's put backside, he urged her to step aside before continuing his discourse. As Viserys sat in the warm spring pool, he was initially startled by the scene before him upon waking, but he soon regained his composure. For this was the depths of the Sea King's palace, a place where ordinary folk could not tread. After taking a deep breath, Viserys gazed at the figure before him and inquired directly, "Who are you?" Just then, footsteps echoed from the corridor outside the spring pool. "Your Majesty, Prince Oberyn. Are you in there? The Sea Lord requests your presence." Chapter 69, Audience with the Sea King. The Sea King's Hall, as one of the most significant administrative edifices in Braavos, is undeniably grand. Its soaring vaulted ceilings and towering spires are constructed from meticulously cut square stones, while the labyrinthine corridors lead to 4 imposing doors. At the end of August, in the year 284 of the conquest, the sweltering heat of summer had not yet fully dissipated, yet within this entirely stone-built Sea King's Hall, a refreshing coolness prevailed. Braavos, devoid of trees, was unexpectedly lush within the confines of the hall, where vibrant greenery flourished and the air was filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. As servants moved gracefully through the courtyards, Viserys and Oberyn strode side by side along the semi-open corridor of the Sea King's Hall, guided by a handmaiden ahead. The Dornish prince glanced curiously to the left and right, occasionally reaching out to touch the intricate reliefs on the corridor walls, nodding pensively as if possessing a unique insight into the realm of art. In contrast, Viserys remained focused solely on the ground before him, lost in thought. Their roles seemed almost reversed. Oberyn resembled an inquisitive child, while Viserys assumed the demeanor of a taciturn adult. The corridor echoed only with the footsteps of the 3 individuals as they ascended the winding stone steps, which lacked sunlight and bore an air of gloom and oppression. Finally, Viserys turned his head slightly to regard the man beside him, breaking the silence with a hesitant utterance. Oberyn, however, did not look back at Viserys. His gaze remained fixed upon the wall's reliefs, which depicted the illustrious history of Braavos from its inception to the present day. Braavos had never been part of the Valyrian freehold, having been established approximately 500 years before Aegon's landing by refugees fleeing Valyrian enslavement. At that time, a group of slaves tasked with rowing for a Valyrian fleet staged a rebellion and seized control of the ships. Unable to withstand the might of Valyrian dragons, these slaves sought to distance themselves from Valyrian influence, fleeing north across the narrow sea. Ultimately, they were led by the moon singers to this archipelago, often shrouded in dense fog, nestled within the saltwater lagoon. This band of escaping slaves hailed from myriad places, each bearing diverse beliefs, prompting the founders of Braavos to offer a place for all deities and proclaim an unwavering neutrality towards any single god. Among them were Undols, Summer Islanders, Giscari, Nalthi, Ibanese, Seljuks, and even pure-blooded Valyrians burdened by debt and crime. Some were trained slave soldiers, while others were bed slaves, cooks, grooms, stewards, skilled artisans, carpenters, blacksmiths, masons, laborers, and fishermen, including kitchen slaves, among others. The newly liberated populace spoke various dialects, leading their former masters' Valyrian tongue to emerge as their common language. While Oberyn immersed himself in the splendid historical reliefs of Braavos, Viserys furrowed his brow slightly yet pressed on with his discourse. "As far as I am aware, Prince Oberyn Martell appears to be negotiating with the usurper, who has unlawfully seized the Iron Throne." Viserys, eschewing any circumlocution, directly inquired, hoping to gauge Dornish sentiments and establish a foundation for the discussions. Oberyn, stroking his chin while contemplating a relief sculpture, took notice of Viserys' words, raising an eyebrow before finally turning to face him. You are not mistaken, my young friend. However, that is not my intention, Oberyn acknowledged, his deep, dark eyes reflecting an unusual calmness. I will not negotiate with these individuals, for I merely desire their demise. Despite his tranquil tone, a chill crept down one's spine upon hearing Oberyn's words. Is that so? Viserys, upon hearing Oberyn's declaration, stiffened momentarily before remaining silent for a while, then continued. I wonder, Prince Oberyn, in this connection through Braavos, do you speak solely for yourself, or does Prince Doran share this sentiment as well? Ah. That is indeed a pertinent question, Oberyn mused, surveying Viserys with a hint of surprise at his ability to pose such a direct and incisive inquiry. Meanwhile, as their conversation unfolded while they walked, they arrived, guided by a handmaiden, at the entrance of the Sea Lord's reception hall. Inside, a middle-aged man with dark hair and brown eyes sat reading in a particularly spacious room, where sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the opulent grey carpet that adorned the floor. The grand golden bed, draped with canopies, and shelves filled with rare tomes from around the world lined the walls. It seemed that Lord Ferrego Antonion, the Sea Lord, had a profound appreciation for literature. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the corridor, accompanied by soft murmurs. The middle-aged man lifted his gaze slightly, only to be interrupted by a knock at the door. Come in, he called, casually marking his place in the book with a crease before closing it slightly. Upon hearing his voice, the handmaiden pushed open the grand door and entered. My lord. The guests have arrived, she announced with a slight bow. The man nodded in acknowledgement, and the handmaiden gradually retreated. Viserys and Oberyn then entered the room. As Viserys stepped inside, he was greeted by a gentle waft of floral fragrance. Upon closer inspection, he discerned it to be the scent of perfume. He wondered, perplexed as to why so much perfume was used in this room, yet refrained from voicing his curiosity. He then surveyed his surroundings. The room was indeed spacious, boasting a well-lit grand balcony, a golden bed, and a bookshelf, resembling more of a bedroom than a reception hall. Welcome, esteemed guests, the Sea Lord greeted them warmly. The middle-aged man seated at the round table did not rise. Instead, he remained quietly in his chair, his fingers interlaced briefly before he politely inquired with a greeting. This man, seated comfortably, was none other than the current king of the sea, Ferrego Antonion. The esteemed guest need not be astonished. Noticing the peculiar expression on Viserys' face, the king calmly proceeded to elucidate, I am afflicted by a grievous ailment, requiring me to consume copious amounts of medicinal brews daily. Consequently, the room is permeated with the scent of herbs, which necessitates the use of perfume to mask some of the aroma. Chapter 70. The signing of the covenant. The Sea King of Braavos, unreserved and candid, openly expressed that his health was in a dire state, necessitating the use of perfume to mask the herbal scent pervading his abode. Perhaps this was the reason why the reception room in the Sea King's palace doubled as his personal chamber. Nevertheless, his demeanor exuded a commendable composure, displaying no signs of frailty, save for a slight pallor that graced his countenance. He soon broke into a smile, jesting lightly. He expressed his hope that the two esteemed guests would pardon his perceived discourtesy in not greeting them personally. As a figure perched atop the theoretical hierarchy of power in this world, the Sea King exhibited remarkable humility, choosing not to delve into the political intricacies concealed beneath the surface of Braavos. This quality reflected his refined upbringing, and it was evident that both Viserys and Oberyn had much to gain from this interaction. Just as the Iron Bank valued numbers over bloodlines and traditions, believing that mathematics would never deceive. At this moment, Oberyn's previously playful demeanor was replaced with a solemnity, his composure impeccable as he offered a slight bow before settling into a chair beside the Sea King. Having traversed the continent of Essos as a mercenary, initially serving in a company and later establishing his own, he was naturally well versed in Valyrian. Viserys, casting a glance at Oberyn, mimicked his respectful greeting towards the Sea King before taking a seat across from him. The rectangular table, belonging to Ferrego Antonion, was furnished with only 2 chairs, clearly intended for the 2 men. Outside the door, the chief swordsman, Ser Illyrio Faro, had just exchanged pleasantries with Viserys. Observing the host settling in for a serious discussion, he promptly closed the door behind him, standing guard at the entrance. With a soft click, the door to the chamber shut, and the atmosphere within grew slightly tense. Your Majesty, the Sea King began, his dark hair cascading down his back as he regarded Viserys. He set the tone for the forthcoming dialogue. The war of the usurper that transpired in Westeros was a heinous act of treachery, I express my condolences for the plight of your father and brother. Viserys, acknowledging the Sea King's words with a slight bow, conveyed his gratitude, fully aware that this was merely a formality. Yet, he refrained from questioning why the Iron Bank would extend substantial loans to the usurper, despite denouncing their treachery. However, the Sea King continued, his gaze fixed on the young boy seated before him. A Westeros embroiled in conflict does not align with our interests. Though Viserys was still in his youth, he had experienced a notable growth spurt over the past year, no longer needing to leap from his chair but merely rising on his toes to dismount. At this moment, he too was gazing at the Sea King of Braavos, eager for the next words to unfold. Seated nearby, Oberyn raised his hand and interjected. Among the three factions at the table, the strength of House Targaryen was undeniably the most feeble, while Dorne had little reason to fear Braavos. There is no need for pleasantries, my Lord of the Sea, and you as well, Viserys. The Prince of Dorne glanced at the young king and then at the Lord of Braavos, nodding slightly, his demeanor sincere and forthright. Let us delve directly into the matter at hand. Within the confines of the Lord of Braavos' chamber, a clandestine discussion unfolded, one that encompassed the entirety of Westeros. The three representatives embodied the interests of their respective factions, with Viserys possessing the least influence among them. This was not due to his youth, which might render him overlooked, but rather because the remnants of the Targaryen lineage he represented were too insubstantial to command much respect from either the Prince of Dorne or the Lord of Braavos. Nevertheless, Viserys was undeterred in his pursuit of gaining certain advantages. At the negotiating table, the young king made a request for support from Braavos, expressing his willingness to concede a portion of his entitlements in return for their backing. As the sun descended, unobserved, the day had waned, casting a golden hue across the half-open balcony, elongating the shadows. The Lord of Braavos' chief swordsman stood vigil outside the chamber door, while children played in the gardens below. He had overheard the discussions within but remained silent. As the personal guard of the Lord of the Sea, Ser Illyrio Frye had become privy to numerous secrets and startling conspiracies. He understood well how to extend his own life amidst such treachery. The web of this conspiracy extended far and wide. Among the many secrets he held were those concerning the Golden Company, a former prime minister exiled from across the narrow sea, an informant buried in King S Landing, and a governor from Pentos, among others. They were all united in a plot to undermine Robert Baratheon's reign over the Iron Throne. The crimson hues of the setting sun illuminated the chief swordsman's leather armor, tousled hair, and upright posture. He blinked, then squinted, feeling a wave of drowsiness. Just then, a voice from within the chamber broke the silence. Illyrio, the swordsman, on the verge of yawning, jumped slightly at the unexpected summons, shaking off his fatigue. He quickly adjusted the hilt of his sword at his waist and patted his cheeks to awaken himself, wary of revealing any signs of lethargy to the Lord of Braavos. Before stepping inside, "My lord," Illyrio announced as he entered the room. "Prepare a family feast in the ballroom," the lord commanded, still seated at the table. Perhaps due to the prolonged discussions, the countenance of Ferrigo Antrian appeared somewhat strained. He rubbed his nose wearily before speaking. "The good news is that the outcome of this clandestine meeting has been reached. Young King Viserys Targaryen has signed his name on behalf of his family and Dragonstone. The Prince of Dorne, Oberyn Martell, affixed his signature, though he refrained from inscribing the Martell family name, opting instead to inscribe only his own. Even if unforeseen complications were to arise in the future, Oberyn harbored no fear of retribution from the Iron Throne, as he was not the Lord of Sunspear and could assert that he was acting solely in his personal capacity in defiance of the Iron Throne, seeking vengeance for his sister. Such instances are not uncommon in the annals of Westerosi history, where the schism between family allegiance and individual endeavor is hardly remarkable. The Iron Throne's inclination to blame his family in the absence of substantial evidence would solely hinge upon the strength of his lineage. Fortuitously, the Martell family possessed sufficient influence to temper the Iron Throne's ire regarding Oberyn's recalcitrant nature. After the three parties finalized this pact, the document was entrusted to the Prince of Dorne, who personally secured it within the highest echelons of Braavos' confidential archives, a repository whose defenses ranked just below those of the Iron Bank. Chapter 71. Hidden motives. The binding nature of this covenant is, in truth, akin to mere scrap paper, serving only as a testament for the future. Yet, should complications arise, apart from Viserys, the other two can easily deflect with alternative justifications. As long as the Martell family is not directly captured by the Iron Throne, they can shield Oberyn's impulsiveness, while the Sea Lord of Braavos can claim the loss of his own seal, rendering any accusations entirely fabricated. It is Viserys who has irrevocably inscribed his signature upon it, leaving no room for alteration or evasion. However, he alone possesses no escape route, apart from the hope of overthrowing the Baratheon dynasty and reclaiming the Iron Throne. Viserys finds himself devoid of options. Even if he waits for Robert to perish at the hands of a boar, he must first seek a place to establish himself, away from the prying eyes of his adversaries, avoiding the folly of constantly parading before them. Thus, his gaze is inevitably drawn towards realms beyond Westeros. Prior to departing from Dragonstone, he had already conferred with his hand, Sir Geoffrey. Fortuitously, the Targaryen lineage still commands a fleet capable of traversing the seas. Viserys resolved to tactically relinquish Dragonstone, seeking instead a firm foothold on the continent of Essos across the narrow sea. Strategically, however, he would continue to regard Dragonstone as a launching point, ultimately aiming for Westeros. This was his vision for the future. For the young king, such a relocation decision was undeniably audacious, shattering the Targaryen legacy and leading his family back to a homeland that had become utterly foreign. His mother, Queen Rhaella, had hesitated to make such a choice during her lifetime, unwilling to forsake Dragonstone, a site of profound significance for the Targaryens. In contrast, Viserys exhibited a greater level of composure. He lacked his mother's deep-seated attachment to their family roots, and his different perspective afforded him a distinctly altered view of the landscape. Thus, during this clandestine meeting, the young king boldly expressed his stance, seeking Braavos' open support, even at the cost of relinquishing a portion of their interests. Unsurprisingly, Viserys' request was met with failure. Braavos could not publicly endorse the Targaryen restoration, as that would imply their substantial loan of golden dragons would remain unrecoverable. Yet, undeterred by Braavos' rejection, Viserys promptly proposed a more modest request. He sought not the public endorsement of Braavos, but rather their tacit acceptance of the Targaryens' return to their homeland, without interference. This request was reasonable, as it required no sacrifice on Braavos' part, merely a willingness to turn a blind eye, which would also provide an explanation to the Iron Throne. Ultimately, after careful consideration, the Sea Lord of Braavos acquiesced to Viserys' request, incorporating it into the terms. For Braavos, their unwavering principle is to never publicly support the Targaryens. However, discreetly providing low-interest or even interest-free loans to destabilize the peace of Westeros is entirely permissible. In truth, for Braavos, their professed love for peace and respect for lineage is little more than a hypocritical facade. A civil war among the Seven Kingdoms aligns far more closely with their interests, leading to the fragmentation of Westeros, reminiscent of the chaos preceding Aegon's conquest. It would be an even more advantageous outcome if others emulated their systems and values, transforming into independent city-states of free trade. This way, the Iron Bank could hoard vast quantities of gold, draining the last copper coin from the continent under the guise of assistance. Consequently, in the end, Ferrigo acquiesced to Viserys' request. Braavos could tacitly allow the Targaryen family to return to their homeland, subsequently marking a designated area on the map with a flourish. As dusk approached, the King of the Sea's banquet required some preparation time, and the sky had yet to darken. Following the conclusion of their clandestine meeting, Viserys and Prince Oberyn from Dorne walked side by side down the corridor, their footsteps resonating clearly. Passing servants paused to bow upon seeing the two. At that moment, Oberyn, walking alongside the young king, turned his head slightly to regard him and spoke unexpectedly. "Your Majesty." "Please, go on, Prince," Viserys replied courteously, maintaining a respectful demeanor by addressing Oberyn as Prince or by name. While Oberyn persistently referred to Viserys as Little Fellow, this marked the first occasion Oberyn had addressed Viserys as Your Majesty, which struck the young king as somewhat peculiar. "No, I merely spoke offhandedly. I think calling you by your name is quite sufficient," Oberyn shrugged nonchalantly. "I am simply curious about what it feels like to be called king at such a tender age. A king who cannot even slay a chicken." He lightly stroked his chin. Viserys, upon hearing these words, tilted his head slightly, his pale lavender eyes reflecting the tall, slender figure beside him. However, he felt no anger, merely nodding and responding calmly. "In fact, I can kill a chicken, Prince Oberyn." At the age of 8, Viserys had already taken the lives of 4 individuals, including Kevan Lannister, and had even witnessed the horrors of war. As for the feeling of being called king, Viserys pondered momentarily. "I suppose it is not unlike being in a brothel and being called Van by women." Oberyn's expression shifted to one of clear astonishment at Viserys' retort. He had not anticipated that the seemingly mild-mannered young king could deliver such a sharp comeback. Yet, instead of feeling angered, Oberyn found himself slightly amused. patting Viserys on the shoulder. An intriguing little fellow. As Viserion and Oberyn walked side by side, their conversation flowed effortlessly. From a distance, one might mistake them for a pair of brothers, the elder guiding the younger. However, the contrast between them was evident. Oberyn, hailing from the Dornish salt people, bore a complexion that was slightly dark and sun-kissed, while Viserion possessed a fair and radiant visage, adorned with striking silver-golden locks. The disparity in their appearances was quite pronounced. "You performed admirably at the negotiating table, Viserion," Oberyn remarked. "Were my daughter's status more fitting, I would indeed consider her union with you." With a subtle tilt of his head, he cast a glance at the young king, seeking to continue their discourse. Chapter 72. The betrothal set aside, Oberyn held a newfound admiration for Viserys' recent conduct at the negotiation table, even finding it somewhat remarkable. However, his jest regarding marrying off his daughter was merely a playful quip. He had no intention of actually doing so, and Viserys had grown accustomed to Oberyn's unfiltered remarks. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Viserys found himself slightly perturbed by the statement, briefly lapsing into silence before responding with a hint of confusion. "Is there an issue with your daughter's status?" As the Prince of Dorne, Oberyn's daughter could hardly have a problematic standing. "Oh, they are all my bastards," Oberyn replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders without any pretense. In Westeros, aside from Dorne, bastardy significantly tarnished familial honor, even though it had become somewhat customary. Nobles would still endeavor to conceal such matters. Dorne, however, differed markedly, boasting a relatively egalitarian inheritance system, where mistresses enjoyed a certain social standing and a more liberated attitude towards sexuality compared to other regions. Viserys remained silent, and Oberyn, unusually contemplative, stood in quietude for a moment. Eventually, as they reached a fork in the corridor, he paused slightly. It was here that Viserys was to part ways with Oberyn, as his designated quarters lay in the opposite direction. "Consider it well, Arryn is a fine girl," Oberyn urged, taking a deep breath and patting Viserys on the shoulder. Just as he was about to turn towards his chamber, he seemed to recall something and hesitated. "Ah, Viserys, when you return to Dragonstone, I shall accompany you. I wish to see my sister and that wretch's offspring." The wretch undoubtedly referred to Viserys' brother, Rhaegar Targaryen, whose child with Oberyn's sister was none other than Rhaenys. Due to his previous travels across Essos, Oberyn had yet to lay eyes on his niece, and with ample time at his disposal, he seized this opportunity to journey back to Dragonstone alongside Viserys to visit Rhaenys. "Very well, I understand," Viserys replied, standing still and watching Oberyn's retreating figure, the man's elongated form casting a serpentine silhouette against the crimson hues of the setting sun. The young king exhaled softly. During their recent discourse, Oberyn had alluded to the conditions surrounding the secret alliance between Dorne and the Targaryens. Dorne could not be expected to unconditionally support Viserys' ambitions to reclaim the Iron Throne. The terms were straightforward. Upon reaching maturity, Viserys was to wed Princess Arya Martell, the eldest daughter of Prince Doran, as a recompense. However, this proposal met with Viserys' disapproval. He was reluctant to make such a momentous decision regarding his future so hastily, based on his understanding of Arya Martell. Viserys naturally hoped that his future wife would not be such a woman. However, at present, he could not offer better terms to satisfy Dorne. Unless he were to substitute his infant sister Daenerys to fulfill the alliance with House Martell, marrying her to Quentyn Martell, the eldest son of Prince Doran, who was merely 3 years old at this time. Yet, this choice was equally unacceptable to Viserys. Ultimately, he found a reason to temporarily set aside the betrothal to Princess Arya Martell. "I am only 8 years old now. This is a matter for 10 years hence. It would be wiser to discuss it then." Nightfall descended. Within the Sea King's palace, a small family banquet was convened. The wife and children of the Sea King of Braavos, frail and young, were in attendance, primarily to extend a personal welcome to esteemed guests from Dragonstone and Dorne. After partaking in this intimate gathering, Viserys finally returned to his chamber, weary to the bone. He flung himself onto the bed, sprawling out like a starfish, wishing to melt into the soft mattress and never separate from it. So fatigued. For the young king, his exhaustion was not merely physical. It encompassed the mental strain he endured as well. In truth, although Viserys held the nominal title of young king, he approached every situation with trepidation, as if treading a precarious path. Before him lay countless ravines, and he felt like a lost climber. A moment's inattention could send him plummeting into an abyss. Unlike Robert on the Iron Throne, who could afford to fail due to his substantial resources, Viserys was devoid of such luxury. He could not permit himself to falter. He had to remain perpetually vigilant, constantly reminding himself to tread carefully. A minor victory, a small gain, was insufficient to elate him. For he feared that such elation would erode his fundamental composure, leading him to commit a calamitous error, ultimately rendering his previous efforts futile and potentially jeopardizing his very life. Yet at this moment, sprawled across the dark, soft bed, a sense of joy stirred within him, difficult to suppress. For this was yet another small victory following the Battle of Storm's End, achieved without the clash of swords, secured at the negotiating table. Your Majesty. Just then, a knock echoed at the door of the young king's chamber. One of Viserys' guards had come to summon him. The guard entered, bearing a tray adorned with a steaming cup of mint tea, neatly arranged biscuits, and a small dish of cream, placing it upon the table before preparing to depart. Mond, please retrieve the map of the trading city for me. Viserys beheld the guard, who brought him a late-night repast, yet remained slumped upon his bed, motionless as if he were lifeless. With a pillow shielding his head, he spoke in a muffled tone. The guard, named Mond, paused momentarily upon hearing Viserys' words. Unaware of the outcomes of Viserys' recent negotiations, he could not fathom why the young king sought a map at this juncture. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the request and stepped outside, rummaging through the belongings of several individuals until he unearthed a map of the western coastline of Essos. This locale was home to the 9 free cities, while the expansive and boundless Dothraki Sea lay at the heart of the continent. Subsequently, Viserys seated himself at the writing desk in his chamber, igniting the white candle upon the table. The flickering flame illuminated the small expanse of the surface. With a wrestle, Viserys unfurled the entire map, his pale violet eyes keenly fixated on a particular location. Andalos. Chapter 73. Farewell. The night had deepened. After the conclusion of the banquet hosted by the King of Braavos, it was already quite late. Upon returning to his chamber, Viserys did not hasten to rest. Instead, he summoned the guards to bring forth the map of the western coast of Essos. With a flourish, it was entirely unfurled and laid upon the table. Andalos. Only half of the white candle remained, casting a gentle glow as it burned steadily. The young king placed his hands upon the table, his keen gaze fixated on a specific location on the map. Here! Viserys' finger traced a point on the map, situated directly south of Braavos, east of the narrow sea, bordered by the coast of Braavos to the south, with the Nahos Mountains to the east and the Velvet Mountains to the west. The place he indicated, known as Andalos, lay nestled amidst these hill ranges, a vast plain stretching toward the sea, seemingly endless. What Viserys had negotiated at the table was this unclaimed territory, which the King of Braavos generously granted to the Targaryen family with a sweeping gesture. However, due to the peculiar city-state system, despite Braavos' merchant vessels traversing all the oceans, there was little interest in the nearby Andalos plain, rendering its influence rather insignificant. Though it was the ancestral home of the Undols, much of their cultural legacy had been erased due to migrations and invasions. Today, only a few impoverished villages remained, devoid of mineral resources, sparsely populated, and neglected as there was little to extract. After much deliberation, the King of Braavos ultimately bestowed this seemingly stagnant land upon Viserys. Dubbed a gesture of assistance, in reality, this territory, sandwiched between Braavos and Pentos, presented Viserys with the challenge of addressing the governor of Pentos. Nevertheless, Viserys felt a surge of joy. Gaining the tacit approval and endorsement of Braavos signified that the Targaryen family had secured a ticket into the 9 great free trading city-states. This was of paramount importance. Viserys exhaled softly, clenching his fist. Although he had already seen the location of Andalos on the map in the King of Braavos' chamber, he wished to behold it once more. For this forsaken land nestled between Pentos and Braavos would become his foothold on the continent of Essos. Even a young dragon requires a vast sky from which to soar, ultimately to grow into a sovereign that overlooks the earth. Otherwise, confined within the narrow confines of a dragon's lair, it would meet a fate akin to that of the last dragon of House Targaryen, deformed, unable to breed, perishing in its youth, with even its diminutive bones no larger than those of a human child. The journey had not been easy. In the days that followed, Viserys, having disguised himself, meandered through Braavos briefly. He first visited the temple of the God of 1,000 Faces, known as the Black and White Courtyard, a sanctuary constructed of deep grey stones perched atop a modest rocky hill. This temple, subtle yet profound, is devoid of windows, shrouded in darkness, with a pointed roof adorned with black tiles. The entrance to the Black and White Courtyard is marked by a pair of intricately carved wooden doors, each standing 12 feet tall. The left door, crafted from fishwood, gleams white as bone, while the right door, composed of subtly glowing ebony, complements it. Between these two doors, a moon is sculpted, with ebony inlaid within the fish wood and vice versa, seemingly resonating with a certain rhythm. Stone steps lead directly from the entrance of the black and white courtyard down to the dock below, where the river flows incessantly with boats. Yet, few venture through the grand entrance to pray in silence by the water's edge. Subsequently, Viserys departed from the black and white courtyard and proceeded to the Temple of the Moon Singer. Due to historical circumstances, the Temple of the Moon Singer has become the most magnificent and popular temple in Braavos. Its grand palace, constructed of dazzling white marble, features a silver dome, while opalescent glass windows display the various phases of the moon. Each doorway is flanked by marble virgin statues, towering as high as the statue of the Sea Lord of Braavos, supporting the crescent-shaped lintels. However, upon reaching the Temple of the Moon Singer, Viserys refrained from entering due to the overwhelming crowd, fearing potential complications. He merely paused on the boat for a brief moment, without disembarking, before departing from the site. The vicinity of the Purple Harbor and the Moon Pool in Braavos is renowned for its finest brothels and taverns. As night descends, skilled swordsmen from all corners of Braavos converge near the Moon Pool to showcase their talents, while the waters of the Purple Harbor are aglow with lights, presenting a scene of opulence. Enormous pleasure barges glide across the surface of the harbor, with milk and rich wines poured into the waters, encapsulating the extravagance of a life steeped in indulgence. This is where the celebrated courtesans of Braavos thrive, their status far surpassing that of any in other city-states. Each breathtaking courtesan possesses her own pleasure barge and attendants. Their beauty inspires songs sung by minstrels, while goldsmiths and jewelers compete to craft exquisite items for them. Artisans besiege their patronage, and trade magnates pay sums equivalent to royal ransoms to take their arms at balls, banquets, and theatrical performances, while assassins vie for their favor in deadly rivalries. Time passes swiftly, and during his brief sojourn in Braavos, Viserys' eyes were indeed opened to the splendor of this opulent life, a lifestyle he had only glimpsed in a past existence. Yet, that was all there was to it. Mere days had elapsed. At last, a merchant ship with official Braavos credentials was prepared to set sail, laden with goods destined for King S Landing. It would follow the previous route, first reaching Pentos, then Dragonstone, before finally arriving at King S Landing. Let us depart. Viserys and his companions, along with Oberyn, were discreetly arranged by the Sea Lord of Braavos to board this merchant vessel, embarking on their return to Dragonstone. With a resounding sound, the two-masted sailing vessel unfurled its sails, while the oarsmen in the lower deck exerted themselves vigorously. The grand ship cleaved through the waves, ultimately passing beneath the towering figure of the Titan, who held aloft a shattered sword. The wind howled with fervor. Once more, Viserys felt, albeit faintly, the echo of the Titan's roar above, this time seemingly bidding him farewell. Subsequently, the merchant ship officially departed from Braavos, embarking upon the vast expanse of the sea. Chapter 74. Return to Dragonstone, Sunrise and Moonrise. Once again, over a month had passed at sea. This time, King Viserys' voyage back was considerably smoother than his outward journey, with only a minor tempest causing a slight delay in his schedule, devoid of any other incidents. He arrived safely at Dragonstone, where Sir Geoffrey, Princess Rhaenys, and the castle's inhabitants awaited eagerly at the dock. Your Majesty, the young king, clad in form-fitting leather armor and draped with a finely crafted fur mantle, wore a dark cloak. His silver blonde curls cascaded over the plush fabric of his shoulder. Brown deerskin gloves adorned his hands as he grasped the railing and descended from the ship. Although it had been less than 3 months since his departure, the old knight perceived a remarkable transformation in the boy upon their reunion. The once strikingly violet eyes of Viserys now exuded a profound steadiness, calm and unperturbed. His formerly fair and delicate skin, possibly darkened by the sun during his maritime sojourn, bore testament to his time at sea. Furthermore, Sir Geoffrey couldn't shake the feeling that the young king's physique had grown more robust than before. Despite the passage of time, now mid-October in the year 284 of the age of Aegon, Viserys had recently celebrated his 8th name day aboard the ship. He now appeared akin to an 11 or 12-year-old, far sturdier than his peers. Fate is capricious, yet His Highness is indeed a good child. Meanwhile, Sophia, the elderly maid who had fled to Dragonstone with Queen Rhaella, watched as Viserys disembarked, her heart a tumult of emotions. Having served House Targaryen in the Red Keep for many years, she had witnessed Viserys grow from infancy to this present moment. She recalled vividly the boy's hurried escape from the Red Keep, then a frail and delicate creature, now transformed beyond recognition. Your Majesty, Lord Geoffrey, upon stepping onto solid ground. Viserys exchanged a brief handshake with the old knight, then turned to observe a tall, slender man following closely behind him. His gaze, however, was unwaveringly fixed upon a small brown-haired girl nearby, who was being led by a maid, the latter cradling a swaddled infant in her arms. This is Prince Oberyn Martell from Dorne. Viserys began to introduce Oberyn to Sir Geoffrey, only to realize that the man's attention was entirely captivated by Rhaenys. The old knight, momentarily taken aback by the young king's words, pondered who this man accompanying Viserys might be, and why the entourage seemed to have expanded upon the king's return, now including a woman bound by shackles, holding a child. However, he could never have imagined that the tall, slender man with slightly dark skin and a faint layer of stubble on his cheeks was none other than Prince Oberyn Martell, known as the Red Viper of Dorne. "Greetings, Prince Oberyn," the old knight stated as he stood on the dock, his silver hair tousled by the sea breeze. He extended a hand, pausing momentarily in the air. On the other side, the Prince of Dorne, who had been gazing at Rhaenys, snapped back to attention after a brief moment of distraction and offered an apologetic smile to the old knight, subsequently extending his own hand. "I have heard your name long ago." With a firm grasp, their hands clasped tightly together before releasing. "Oh, the prince has heard of my name." The old knight was taken aback that Oberyn was familiar with him. Despite being knighted, he had spent his years serving in the fleet of Dragonstone, without lands or a wife, and never expected that Oberyn would know of him. "Indeed, in Tyrosh, your name is well known, even after all these years." Oberyn shrugged slightly, his voice measured, his dark eyes fixed on the aged man before him. Although the knight had grown old, Oberyn dared not underestimate him. Following Oberyn's words, the old knight fell into a long silence, pondering. Viserys, who had been listening intently to their exchange, could discern that the old knight must have made quite a name for himself in his youth, though the reasons for his reluctance to speak of it remained a mystery. "Tyrosh? It is located on a large island to the north of the Stepstones, not far from the contested shores." However, considering the knight's age, Viserys pondered. Could it be that he had participated in the War of the Nine Penny Kings in his youth? This was merely a bold conjecture on Viserys' part, lacking any evidence or a means to trace its origins. The knight's unwillingness to discuss it surely had its reasons. Viserys glanced at the old knight and then turned to Oberyn, speaking. "In that case, the hour is growing late. Let us return to the castle to discuss further." He looked up at the sky. The Braavosi merchant ships had docked in the evening, and night had fully descended, with soldiers already raising their torches. At that moment, Rhaenys clung to Viserys' leg. Perhaps his absence had been too prolonged, and for a 4-year-old girl, 3 months felt like an eternity. When she first looked at Viserys, her gaze was marked by a hint of unfamiliarity and shyness. However, as she observed Viserys conversing with the old knight and others, she began to regain a sense of familiarity and approached to embrace him. The young king felt a softening in his heart as he raised a hand to tousle Rhaenys' hair. He then turned to command his servants. "Sophia, we have important guests arriving today. Prepare a banquet at once." "Yes, your grace," she replied. The elderly maid, upon hearing Viserys' command, promptly acquiesced. Viserys nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the throng behind him. It was then that he noticed a youthful and unfamiliar face among those gathered to greet him. Clad in a grey robe of a scholar, adorned with 3 heavy chains forged from metal, black iron, bronze, and silver draped around his neck. Who might this be? Viserys came to a halt and inquired. "My name is Gunther, your majesty," the young scholar replied without hesitation, offering a slight bow before continuing. "I am a pupil of Dr. Wayland, primarily studying astronomy, and I have obtained the scholar's chains in both weaponry and medicine. The Citadel has received the grim tidings regarding Scholar Daniel and has dispatched me to serve on Dragonstone." Chapter 75, The Contest of the Scholar's City. What? Upon hearing the words of the young scholar, Viserys' expression turned peculiar. It dawned on him that it had already been over 6 months since the departure of Bachelor Daniel, and yet the successor sent by the Scholar's City had taken a full half-year to arrive at Dragonstone. Was this not rather sluggish? Viserys suppressed the urge to voice his thoughts. The young scholar, Gunther, seemed to notice the look of astonishment etched on the young king's face and hastily began to explain. In truth, the arrival of the news regarding the old scholar's demise on Dragonstone had ignited a fierce debate within the Scholar's City. There existed a division of opinion on whether to continue sending new scholars to Dragonstone under the current circumstances. One faction argued for a change in the system, suggesting that as an extension of politics, They should hit the wheel of the Iron Throne and refused to send any new scholars to serve the remnants of House Targaryen on Dragonstone. This then stemmed from the prior incident when the Scholar City dispatched a White Raven to warn Dragonstone of an impending storm, which ultimately led to the annihilation of the royal fleet, leaving the Iron Throne deeply dissatisfied with the Scholar City. Conversely, another faction contended that the Scholar City should remain politically neutral. Their primary duty was to serve all of Westeros. The Scholar's color symbolized their role as servants to all of Westeros, and thus, it was only fitting to send a new scholar to serve Dragonstone. During this time, the Scholar City engaged in heated discussions, which escalated to arguments, prompting even the distant Maester from King's Landing to send letters inquiring about the matter. Maester Aemon, serving the Night's Watch, also learned of the situation through correspondence with the Scholar City and expressed his opinions through letters. However, it was evident that Maester Aemon and the Maester from the Scholar City stood on opposing sides of the debate. Due to these myriad reasons, the Scholar City had not dispatched a new scholar to succeed the deceased scholar in a timely manner. As the disputes reached their final phase, the conservative faction ultimately gained the upper hand, stubbornly insisting that scholars should maintain political neutrality and uphold the esteemed traditions of the Scholar City. Consequently, they sent Gunther, a disciple of Dr. Valen, who was aligned with the conservative side, to replace the late bachelor Daniel and serve as the new servant of Dragonstone. So that was the situation. Viserys listened attentively to Gunther's explanation, nodding thoughtfully. He had not anticipated that the old scholar's death would spark a war of words among scholars far away in Old Town. In truth, his understanding of the Scholar City was limited. He merely knew that each discipline within the city had a distinguished figure known as a doctor. From Gunther's brief remarks, he gleaned that his mentor, Dr. Valen, adorned with a bronze mask, ring, and staff, was indeed aligned with the conservative faction. Furthermore, it appeared that his great-uncle, Maester Aemon, was already aware of this matter. Viserys gently pressed his lips together and gazed towards the distant sea. If given the opportunity, he would indeed wish to consult the venerable elder, a man of immense wisdom and respect. However, he believed that the elder was presently enduring a trial of loyalty to his vows within the Black Castle, facing the most arduous moment of his life. In this instance, the long city walls and stone steps led directly towards Dragonstone, where a group surrounded Viserys, holding aloft lit torches like a great dragon, illuminating the path ahead. As he conversed with the newly appointed scholar, he gleaned much from their dialogue. Yet, it seemed that the aspirations of this Gunther scholar to serve Dragonstone were destined to be dashed. The night air was imbued with the crispness of late autumn. The fur of the wolf pelt dripped over the young king's shoulders fluttered gently, brushing against his cheek, while the wind tousled his hair. Viserys cast a glance at the Gunther scholar, silently contemplating the irony of his situation arriving at Dragonstone only to be compelled to flee. The significance of a scholar to a noble was indisputable, and after enduring a lengthy period devoid of scholarly counsel, Viserys could not afford to overlook the opportunity presented by this newcomer. The evening banquet at Dragonstone was primarily a celebration of the arrival of Prince Oberyn, simultaneously facilitating the familial recognition between Oberyn and his niece, Rhaenys. However, the pressing matters of state were conspicuously absent from the evening's discussions. After all, the gathering was too populous for such sensitive topics. Though the internal purging of Dragonstone had revealed and eliminated all traitors during the recent insurrection, Viserys remained apprehensive. The following morning, atop the map table in Dragonstone's upper chamber, Viserys was clad in neatly arranged attire, cinched with a belt adorned with a black background bearing the emblem of a three-headed fire dragon, woven of red silk and black thread, with golden lines outlining its edges. He sat at the head of the table, leaning against the spacious stone balcony, as radiant sunlight streamed into the oppressive castle, casting a long shadow of the boy. Half of his handsome profile illuminated. One elbow rested upon the cold armrest, while his fingers lightly tapped the surface of the table. Seated at the map table, the rhythmic crashing of waves against the rocks below was distinctly audible, alongside the briny breeze that wafted through the air. To Viserys' left and right sat Sir Geoffrey, the commander of the Dragonstone fleet, and Prince Oberyn, the Red Viper of Dorne, respectively. The Gunther scholar, who had joined Dragonstone merely 2 months after Viserys' departure, was notably absent from this council meeting, as he continued to organize the materials left by the elder scholars in the Sea Dragon Tower. Viserys' caution was not merely a reflection of distrust towards the newly appointed scholar, but rather a fundamental necessity for the protection of both Gunther and the allies involved in forging this alliance. This is where we shall make landfall. The map of the free trade city-state was unfurled and laid upon the table, where Viserys' finger traced a particular location, the vast expanse of the Undo's plain. His finger then glided across the map, pausing at the site west of the Novos Mountains, the very origin of the Upper Lorne River. This area boasted ample water resources and a direct thoroughfare leading to the Bay of Lores, seamlessly connecting Braavos and Lores. Moreover, following the course of the Upper Lorne River downstream would facilitate waterway access to Novos, Coor, and Volantis, marking it as a significant transportation hub. The young king's finger rested upon this spot, and he promptly marked it with a crimson cross on the map, establishing a decisive tone. Subsequently, a castle was to be constructed at this location. Chapter 76. The king favored by the gods. In this strategic relocation, Viserys pondered extensively aboard the returning vessel, ultimately designating the origin of the Sion River as the provisional location. However, this site lay considerably distant from the shores of Braavos, rendering the fleet upon which Viserys relied unable to exert its influence on land. Thus, they would have to depend solely on the sailors disembarking to engage in combat, essentially relinquishing their inherent advantages. Fortunately, based on Viserys' understanding, there were no formidable powers in the Andar Plains, merely some bandits and marauders, along with the indigenous Andal villages that had thrived in the region for generations, leading thousands of well-equipped Targaryen naval forces, even if they were to disembark. Viserys believed conquering these ragtag bands of brigands and villages should pose no significant challenge. Nevertheless, this did not imply an immediate abandonment of Dragonstone. Viserys continued, suggesting a phased approach to ferry the populace across the narrow sea to establish their new home on the eastern continent. After all, a city cannot be erected in a single day. Even with a lavish expenditure to hire a multitude of laborers, the task would not be effortlessly accomplished. Thus, this would be a substantial endeavor spanning many years, and with the Baratheons currently lacking a navy to assault Dragonstone, it presented an opportune moment for them to endure this arduous period. By the time the Baratheons amassed sufficient strength to mount another assault on Dragonstone, they would discover that the island had long been vacated by Viserys. However, Viserys merely proposed a plan. It did not signify his unilateral dominion. It required deliberation in the royal council to ultimately arrive at the most favorable resolution. Do the lords have any valuable insights regarding the forthcoming plans? Viserys inquired, casting his gaze over the nonchalantly seated Prince Oberyn, and the grave, contemplative old knight to his left. Please, feel free to express your thoughts. Viserys was adept at considering others' opinions and would not assume the role of a tyrant, nor could he, although the young king remained seated upon his throne. The true authority over the Dragonstone navy resided with Fleet Commander Sir Geoffrey, a fact Viserys had never forgotten, constantly reminding himself to maintain clarity of mind. This, however, did not imply that Viserys harbored concerns of rebellion from the old knight. In truth, aside from the Maester of the Red Keep, Sir Geoffrey was among those he trusted most, for without these two, he might have met an untimely demise. Yet, while the current commander of the Dragonstone fleet was wholly devoted to assisting the young king, it did not mean that the old knight would acquiesce to every matter concerning Viserys. This distinction was crucial. The old gentleman had consistently positioned himself as a guardian of the crown, believing he ought to dedicate himself wholeheartedly, assuming greater responsibilities. Therefore, on certain pivotal issues, should a significant divergence of opinion arise between the young king and this royal prime minister, the ultimate authority would likely rest with the latter. Due to the command of the fleet residing in the hands of the adversary, it proves to be an arduous task for Viserys to reclaim this fragment of authority. The old man need only utter a simple phrase, "Your Majesty is still young. I do this for your own good. In due time, you will comprehend." To effectively counter Viserys' intentions. This encapsulates the true essence of Viserys' current predicament. During the moment in Braavos, when Oberyn inexplicably inquired about the feelings of being called king at such a tender age, he was essentially probing this very question. Viserys skillfully navigated Oberyn's inquiry with a deft response. Yet, in the face of such a dilemma, he refrained from directly contesting the old knight for control of the fleet. Recognizing the latter's unwavering loyalty to House Targaryen and his ostensibly noble intentions. Nevertheless, Viserys did not entirely capitulate or abandon his struggle. He endeavored to enhance his influence, striving to seize a measure of his own power. This was one of the reasons he persuaded himself to take the risk of traveling to Braavos. Fortunately, the young king triumphed in his gamble. His diplomatic mission to Braavos yielded the desired outcomes, securing the formidable support of both Braavos and Dorne. Now, Viserys' strength no longer solely relies on the fleet of Dragonstone. He also benefits from the backing of Dorne and Braavos, although this newfound power remains beyond his direct control. Liberating himself from reliance on a singular source of strength indirectly bolstered his own voice. Just as the current situation illustrates, Prince Oberyn from Dorne sits at Viserys' right hand. Though he remains silent, Sir Geoffrey must now consider the opinions of his counterpart. Thus, Viserys finds a moment to breathe amidst the balancing act of these three formidable forces. Gradually mastering his influence. After a prolonged silence, the elderly gentleman finally lifted his gaze to observe the Dorne prince across from him, who was nonchalantly picking his teeth. He then turned his attention to Viserys and, breaking the stillness of the chamber, spoke first. Andals is the homeland of the Andals, and you are indeed the legitimate Andal. The king of the Rhoynar and the first man. As king, you possess ownership over the entirety of the realm and the ultimate authority to adjudicate. The Andals and their lands ought to submit to you, thus your reclamation of this territory is legally unimpeachable. Sir Geoffrey delved deeper for Viserys, uncovering the legitimacy of conquering and occupying this land. Furthermore, it is said to be the very birthplace of the seven gods. The seven once descended upon these mountains, bestowing blessings upon the Andals, with legends telling of the father plucking 7 stars from the heavens to forge a crown for Andal's first king, Hugo, the king of hills. Your quest to retrace the sacred path back to Andals is, in fact, a pursuit of the seven to seek answers to your dilemmas, to alleviate the suffering of beggars, commoners, nobles, and all souls oppressed by usurpers. Your Majesty, you are the king favored by the gods. The aged yet powerful voice of the old knight reverberated throughout the silent hall of the table. The seven gods shall once again crown you. You shall lead their loyal followers to reassemble the homeland of the Andals, until you return to Westeros. You will eradicate the suffering of all beings and restore the brilliance of the seven, untainted by the vile usurpers. And you are the messenger of divine will. A month later, the resonant voice of the old knight still lingered in the ears, refusing to fade. The tumultuous sea surged beneath. The mournful and melodic call to war stirred one's very blood. The three-headed dragon banner of House Targaryen flapped defiantly in the wind, as countless ships arranged themselves in formation, cleaving through the waves. In the distance, that land appeared to materialize, faint yet alluring. Chapter 77, The Shadow Links amidst an endless expanse of verdant fields. The youth clad in a leather shoulder cape, bow slung over his back and arrows at the ready, lay concealed in the grass, cautiously parting the foliage before him to probe ahead. The boy's skin bore a slight tan, and though he appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years of age, his physique was notably robust, with muscular arms adorned with the emblem of a 7-pointed star. At that moment, he observed a solitary adult stag, detached from its herd, grazing intently on the ground's underbrush, his breath quickening with anticipation. Should he succeed in hunting the beast and stripping it of its hide, he could trade it with the passing merchant caravans for a month's worth of provisions for his family. However, as the youth was lost in his fervent thoughts, he noticed the stag suddenly lift its head, alert to an unseen disturbance. Alarmed, he felt a tightening in his chest and instinctively held his breath. Fully aware of the creature's acute sensitivity to danger, even the slightest rustle could send it fleeing. "Hey, Bessie! What are you doing?" At that moment, an oversized face unexpectedly intruded upon the boy's field of vision, nearly causing his heart to seize in terror. The grass rustled slightly, and in an instant, the leisurely grazing stag bolted without a moment's hesitation. Startled by the sudden commotion, the boy named Bessie was filled with indignation, nearly choking on his frustration as he seized his mischievous companion by the collar, bellowing into his ear, "Mile, you scoundrel!" The prankster, known as Mile, clutched his ears in dismay, pleading for mercy, feeling as though his eardrums might shatter from the volume of his friend's rage. "Bessie, I was wrong. I truly didn't see." Yet amidst their playful tussle, a thunderous roar erupted from the thicket. A ferocious beast, its fur emblazoned with dark stripes, burst forth from the foliage, sprinting with astonishing speed towards the fleeing stag. "What is this?" The two boys, momentarily frozen in their antics, were rendered utterly speechless. Their movements halted in sheer astonishment. Unbeknownst to them, while Bessie had fixed his gaze on the stag, another formidable predator had also set its sights on the same prey. Their playful disturbance had startled the stag, prompting it to flee and inadvertently leading the beast to believe it had been discovered, compelling it to pursue. It's the Shadow Lynx. Though the creature moved with remarkable swiftness, Bessie, marked by the 7-pointed star on his arm, instantly recognized its true identity. It was an exceptionally rare Shadow Lynx, typically residing in mountainous regions, its precious pelt highly coveted. Meanwhile, Mile, still grappling with the implications of their earlier antics, looked on in horror, gripping his companion's arm. "Hey, Bessie, I just saved you. The Shadow Lynx is indeed a formidable creature. Although it would only attack humans when severely hungry, it remains one of the dominators of the wilderness, powerful, ferocious, and remarkably swift. With claws of extraordinary sharpness and the ability to climb trees, once it has set its sights on a target in the forested terrain, escape becomes nearly impossible. Just moments ago, this Shadow Lynx had fixated on a stag. If his companion, Bessie, were to unwittingly strike at the deer while the lynx's hunting gaze lurked in the shadows, a grim fate would certainly await him. Young Male felt his courage wane as he witnessed the Shadow Lynx spring forth from the darkness, his legs trembling slightly. In contrast, Bessie remained silent, observing the fleeting figures of predator and prey, lost in thought as he clenched his jaw. He understood the immense value of the lynx's pelt. A successful hunt could change his fortunes. Bessie's family had fallen on hard times. Residing in a nearby village inhabited by Andalusians, he had recently lost his father, who had been ambushed by members of a brotherhood while returning from a nearby town with goods. His body was discovered days later and brought back for burial. With the patriarch of the family gone, Bessie's household was in dire need of financial support. Chase! Bessie gritted his teeth, steeling himself with determination as he dashed in pursuit of the Shadow Lynx and the stag. Hey, Bessie! What are you doing? Male exclaimed, his frustration evident as he stomped his foot before following suit. He could not allow his companion to face the perilous Shadow Lynx alone. The stag dashed ahead, weaving into the thicket, and the Shadow Lynx followed suit, for the forest was the realm of this fierce beast. The two boys, barely in their teens, plunged into the wilderness after them. Time slipped by, and the Shadow Lynx's form had long vanished from sight. The boys continued to pursue the traces left behind, unwilling to relent. I cannot give up, I need this money, the young boy muttered through clenched teeth, fervently tracking the remnants of the Shadow Lynx's passage. Ahead, they were about to break through the underbrush once more. At that moment, Bessie thought he faintly heard voices emanating from beyond the thicket. The marksmanship of Prince Oberon is truly remarkable. He single-handedly dispatched a Shadow Lynx without a scratch. Several knights clad in armor tethered their steeds to the tree trunks, one hand resting on the hilt of their swords as they critiqued the scene. They gazed down at the recently slain Shadow Lynx, blood still flowing from its wounds, the body yet to stiffen. Nearby, over 100 scattered Targaryen soldiers either sat on the grass or stood, observing the situation unfold. A Shadow Lynx suddenly burst forth from the underbrush, seemingly intent on attacking Oberon, who was indulging in his meal. In an instant, the Prince of Thorns seized a nearby spear and swiftly dispatched the creature. The spear's tip pierced the lynx's throat at an upward angle, pinning the male beast to the ground. Oberon, exhibiting an air of calmness, appeared indifferent to the accolades of those around him. He nonchalantly wiped the blood from the spear's tip with the sole of his boot before unsheathing a dagger wrapped in beast hide from his waist. With practiced precision, he plunged the dagger into the lynx's abdomen, making a decisive cut that tore open its belly. In an instant, blood gushed forth as if it were flowing freely. Having spent considerable time among mercenaries, Oberon was all too familiar with the art of skinning and dissection. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, two pairs of terrified eyes watched from the nearby thicket, before swiftly vanishing from sight. Chapter 78, establishing a firm ground. An alarming situation had arisen. Bessie and Mere, two young boys accustomed to traversing the hilly forests, were well acquainted with the terrain. Their robust physiques and swift feet allowed them to swiftly navigate through the thickets and return to the village, shouting loudly. The boys' cries soon attracted the attention of the adults in this Andalusian settlement. Men wielding shovels and pickaxes rushed out, only to find Bessie and Mere standing before them. Hey! What's the matter? What happened? A crowd of adults encircled Bessie and Mere, each grasping their own weapons. The nearby Andalusian villages frequently faced threats from bandits and brigands, as well as attacks from the Noyans residing near the upper Rhone River. Thus, every village had organized its own militia to protect their homes. Upon hearing the boys' shouts, they presumed another raid was underway, but upon emerging, they found nothing amiss. We saw a group at North Hill. Bessie, slightly breathless, began to explain. A group of Yet, as he reached this point, he fell silent, unsure of how to continue. The group he had seen was well-equipped and uniform, clearly not members of any brigand faction. Their armor and shields bore the emblem of 3 fire-breathing dragons, a sigil that felt vaguely familiar to Bessie, as if he had heard of it before. However, he could not immediately recall to which noble house it belonged. Hey, lad! What sort of group was it? Wolves. At that moment, a tall man pushed through the crowd, his own arms adorned with the 7-pointed star emblem. This was a custom among the Andalusians, dating back to their migration from Essos. When they sailed westward to Westeros and landed on the Fingers Peninsula to launch their incursions into the Vale, Andalusian warriors would paint or inscribe the seven-pointed star, symbolizing their faith in the seven. Meanwhile, outside the village, the sound of hoofs echoed as several knights on horseback approached the village gate. One knight held aloft a banner emblazoned with the Targaryen three-headed dragon insignia, while the others gripped their weapons tightly. Leading this rare armored group was Prince Oberyn, who, despite Dragonstone being primarily a naval stronghold, had managed to muster a couple of hundred steeds, half of which were war horses prioritized for the experienced riders among them. Following these knights were hundreds of Targaryen soldiers, clad in orderly light armor and equipped with short swords, shields, and some wielding double-headed axes and bows. With a resounding clash, the soldiers of House Targaryen encircled the village, brandishing their shields and unsheathing their gleaming swords. The villagers, upon witnessing this scene, descended into chaos, with adults weeping and children wailing, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Pray, can anyone elucidate what is transpiring? Who are they? If only a mere handful of bandits and members of the Brotherhood had come to pillage, the villagers might have mustered the courage to resist. However, now they found themselves surrounded by hundreds of fully armed Targaryen soldiers, including several knights clad head to toe in armor. The crude weapons and farming tools wielded by the villagers were utterly inadequate against the knights' impenetrable armor, robbing them of even their last vestige of defiance. Meanwhile, Oberyn sat astride his steed, one hand gripping the reins while the other held a spear. His coal-black eyes surveyed the nearby Andal village with an air of indifference. At that moment, a venerable elder finally appeared from the village to engage in dialogue. Though this Andal settlement was relatively insular, it was not entirely cut off, as merchant caravans occasionally passed through, bringing tidings from the outside world. Among them, someone had discerned the Targaryen banner, emblematic of the royal family, from across the narrow sea. For a fleeting moment, they believed that the king from the other side had come to conquer their land. I must remind you, my liege, that a castle cannot be erected overnight, even if it is but a wooden structure. King Viserys, clad in finely tailored garments and adorned with a crown embedded with rubies, stood atop a nearby hill, observing the urgent construction of the castle. The great trees had been felled and transported, bound with ropes, as the laborers tolled to the rhythm of their chants. At that moment, Viserys heard a voice emanating from behind him. The young king turned slightly, feeling the brisk wind from the hilltop tousle his silver-gold hair. The speaker was none other than the newly inducted scholar, Gunter. Dressed in a thin grey scholar's robe, the young academic stood atop the hill, shivering from the cold, his nose slightly reddened as he struggled to suppress a sneeze. Yet, despite his discomfort, Gunter felt compelled to convey certain truths to the young king, lest the lord he served stray onto a perilous path. After all, Viserys was still but a child, and Gunter could not bear to witness the emergence of a mad king. I am well aware, scholar. A castle cannot be built in a day, which is precisely why I am incurring such significant expenses. Viserys glanced at the shivering Gunter before averting his gaze, tugging at the leather gloves on his hands, and spoke calmly. You speak of incurring great costs. Hearing this, Gunter nearly bristled with indignation. Your Majesty, do you truly believe that ravaging the surrounding villages constitutes a significant expenditure? Is it the soldier stamina that you are spending? The young bachelor, appearing to be in his 20s, engaged in a dispute with the 80-year-old king, a scene that bore a touch of absurdity. However, when Viserys heard the bachelor's words, he paused momentarily in rare contemplation, then turned his gaze to appraise the other with earnest scrutiny, before speaking. Master Gunter, do you truly believe I have unleashed my forces to pillage the surrounding villages? Viserys retorted. What other explanation could there be? Master Gunter stood his ground, his grey-brown eyes reflecting seriousness. He believed that acknowledging wrongdoing was not to be feared but rather an opportunity for correction, and he was now endeavoring to guide his liege towards the righteous path. Who are they? He then inquired, gesturing towards a nearby group of ragged laborers, shackled and under the watchful eyes of soldiers who did not hesitate to lash out at any sign of sloth. With a crack, one fell to the ground, groaning for a time as if cursing the soldiers before receiving a second blow that compelled him to rise once more. No, Viserys replied, shaking his head. Master Gunter, I fear you are mistaken. They are the remnants of the brigands and members of the Brotherhood who have recently been quelled. These individuals once terrorized this land, and now compelling them to aid in the construction of the castle is, in fact, a mercy. Chapter 79, Faith and Fortune. A few days later, an extensive line of villagers stretched far beyond the horizon, as every household in the Undo village prepared for a collective migration. Bessie, must we truly relocate as a whole? At that moment, another youth named Mir, having raced from a distance, hurried to the forefront of the procession and sought out his friend Bessie, whose shoulder bore the emblem of the seven-pointed star, and posed the question. They were oblivious to the circumstances that had unfolded. They only witnessed that fateful day when a legion of fully armed soldiers encircled their village. Subsequently, the clan leader emerged to negotiate, beseeching the invaders to spare them in exchange for some valuables. However, the distance was too great for them to discern the details of the discussion. Soon after, they observed a knight, mounted upon a noble steed, commanding a servant to present the clan leader with a heavy parcel. The leader returned with a joyful countenance, and the soldiers surrounding the village swiftly withdrew. In a matter of days, the clan leader summoned representatives from each family, and news spread of the Undo king's return to Andus. The king, blessed by the seven gods, was heralded as a divine emissary upon the earth, crowned by the Heavenly Father, who had plucked the seven stars from the sky for him. Ultimately, the entire clan migrated to the newly established city of Andals, exclusively for the Undals. Henceforth, the Undals would no longer endure oppression from the loiner villages along the banks of the Lone River. These two once magnificent peoples had been shattered by the relentless passage of history, and though numerous on the continent of Westeros, they had devolved into an indistinguishable amalgamation of races. Only on the continent of Essos did pure-blooded Undals and Loyars persist, maintaining their ancestral traditions, while the two races were now reduced to mere village skirmishes. This uplifting news rapidly disseminated throughout the village, and under the clan leader's guidance, the entire community set forth towards their longed-for homeland. By the seven gods above, it is true that our benevolent Father still loves us. With a pilgrim as spirit, the Undals journeyed hundreds of miles to the source of the Lone River. Their king, anointed by the seven, had founded a new city here, and their devout demeanor was almost marked by a prayer with every step. Along their migratory path, they encountered other Undo villagers, who also appeared to be en route to Andals. The two migrating groups crossed paths, yet remained wary, refraining from any overt communication, silently continuing towards their destination. Young Bessie, with one hand gripping the dagger at his waist and a makeshift bow and arrow slung across his back, observed the approaching Undo contingent with vigilance, as did the man from his village. Eventually, upon discerning that the other group harbored no ill intent, he slightly lowered his guard and turned to his companions. It was evident now that relocation was indeed imminent. The young boy spoke in a calm voice. Why? Isn't it obvious that this is a scam? Upon hearing his companion's unwavering belief, another boy, Mil, grew increasingly anxious. The seven gods have long abandoned us, otherwise we wouldn't be tormented by the despicable Loinans. Mil's tone was tinged with impatience. He felt that the villagers had lost their senses, and he alone possessed clarity. Where did this so-called king, crowned by the seven gods, even come from? However, Mil's words startled his companion, Bessie, who had not anticipated that his friend would question the existence of the seven gods. Bessie, his eyes wide with disbelief, admonished, Enough, Mil. Do not say such things. As the son of a chosen warrior in their village, Bessie may not have been a knight nor anointed with holy oil, but the conditions in their small village were hardly favorable. A strong physique and combat prowess were sufficient to be recognized as a warrior's son, tasked with upholding the will of the seven gods. The emblem of the seven-pointed star was etched upon Bessie's arm, his pride and faith, and he could not permit his companion to cast doubt upon the divine. Bessie's raised voice attracted the attention of the surrounding villagers. Taking a deep breath, the young warrior's son gestured to the onlookers, assuring them that nothing was amiss. He and Mil were merely engaged in conversation. Mil, timid by nature, shrank back at Bessie's reprimand, and under the gaze of the villagers, his earlier anger dissipated entirely. Remember, Mil, do not utter such foolishness in the future. The light of the seven gods is beyond question. After clarifying the situation to the villagers, Bessie turned to Mil, grasping his shoulder and speaking as calmly as possible. His earlier ire had lessened significantly, for he understood that Mil had a tendency to speak thoughtlessly, especially when flustered. Mil nodded vigorously in agreement. Fine. Bessie's eyes flickered momentarily before he shook his head and took a deep breath. In truth, I too find this situation somewhat peculiar. But there is little I can do. My mother is insistent on relocating, and we are almost there. Bessie felt a touch of helplessness in this regard. The relocation of their entire clan was not a forced command. Many chose to remain, while others opted to leave. Leaving one's homeland is never easy. Bessie had no desire to abandon his home, yet for reasons unknown, his mother was adamant about moving. Unable to argue against her, especially after the recent loss of his father, Bessie chose to accompany her. Meow's parents faced a similar situation. Upon receiving some money, they decided to follow the clan leader to Androlos City. Meow, too, was unable to contend with his parents, harboring a deep-seated resentment. The dual forces of faith and monetary persuasion. Truly, the monarch possesses remarkable strategies. And thus, in the so-called Androlos City, in recent days, Viserys has been diligently practicing horseback riding. Now, perched upon a small white steed, he grasps the reins tightly, managing to navigate a few paces. Yet he struggles to steer with precision. Standing beneath the horse is a young man with raven black hair, clad in a thin scholar's robe, which he has dripped with a cloak that flutters in the wind, causing him to shiver slightly. As he walks alongside Viserys, he continues to speak. "Is that so? Scholar Gunther, you flatter me." Viserys, with one hand gripping the saddle, feels his cheeks tense slightly. He wishes to conceal his anxiety stemming from his lack of equestrian skill. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, he replies. Chapter 80. The city of Andals. This prolonged warm winter, which has persisted for several years, remains uncertain in its duration. Although the winters of Andals are not excessively frigid, I cannot allow my warriors to endure the cold within flimsy tents. Viserys grasped the horse's gear with one hand, then lowered his gaze to the scholar Gunther, who stood beneath the horse. "Your Majesty," the dark-haired scholar said, rubbing his nose, as he felt the onset of a cold. "Convey my orders." Just as Viserys was poised to articulate his command from atop his small white steed, he suddenly spotted a distant procession approaching. A band of people migrating under the influence of his faith in monetary gain, voluntarily relocating to the still under construction city of Andals. Thud, thud, thud from the densely stationed Targaryen encampment. Two knights on horseback emerged to inquire about the newcomers' intentions and verify their identities. Viserys regarded the distant group for a moment before retracting his gaze. Such arrivals had become commonplace in recent days. Let them establish their own habitation. Then, recalling his unfinished statement, Viserys added, "Scholar, relay my orders to divide these captives into 3 groups for rotation, working diligently through the night to construct the castle. I do not wish for progress to halt for even a second. Do you understand?" His cheeks taut, Viserys' voice was calm yet undeniably authoritative. The young king then tugged on the reins, guiding his small white horse to depart towards the horizon. Thud, thud, the sound of hoofs stirred the grass beneath. And his voice carried forth, "Inform them upon completion of the castle, they shall be released. Of course, if these brigands survive until that time." Viserys rode away from the hilltop. In the distance, the newly arrived Andal contingent was engaged in conversation with the 2 knights who had emerged from the encampment. Among this group, 2 youths glimpsed the much-discussed city of Andals and the boy galloping away nearby. "That must be the son of His Majesty the King," remarked Meow, with a hint of envy. Though he was unfamiliar with horses, the boy's steed shone dazzlingly in the sunlight, and the luxurious attire adorning him clearly indicated his noble status. Moreover, he was accompanied by attendants. Among them was Gunther the scholar, who, having been left in the dust by Viserys, brushed himself off and shook his head before communicating the king's orders. He understood that Viserys was a man of his word. Once he decreed the release of the brigands upon the castle's completion, it would undoubtedly come to pass. However, what would transpire after their release remained an enigma to Gunther. In summary, he believed that those who wreaked havoc upon this land would likely meet a grim fate. Meanwhile, on the other side, the young Bessie, known as the son of the warrior in the village, furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing his companion's words. He found it hard to interrupt. Yet his friend's ignorance was a source of embarrassment for him, prompting him to interject. "Stop, Mir. Please cease your words. Do you truly believe that the king's son is merely referred to as son?" Mir, taken aback by his comment, expressed confusion. "Isn't he the king's son? Has the king been cuckolded?" Upon hearing his companion's foolishness, Bessie felt a headache coming on and gently rubbed his temples. "Of course not, Mir. I've always encouraged you to broaden your horizons. The sons of nobles are addressed as young masters, and the king is the highest noble of all. What title do you think he should bear?" As he spoke, Bessie cast his gaze toward the departing figure of Viserys in the distance, feeling a surge of envy within. His dream was to become a knight, and he hoped that one day he too could ride a magnificent steed. He had never confessed to his friend that, apart from fulfilling his mother's wishes, he harbored a desire to relocate. He understood that this was the closest he would ever come to nobility. He had never encountered a nobleman before, and according to the clan leader, there was a king here. What was a king? The boy dared not imagine, as he perceived it to be a position of power that surpassed even that of nobles, a power so supreme that Bessie could only kneel and gaze upward, straining his neck in vain to behold it. This naturally ignited a fierce ambition within the young Bessie. He yearned for the opportunity to demonstrate his worth before the king and be knighted. His companion, oblivious to Bessie's inner aspirations, asked with a hint of bewilderment, the greatest noble? Then what should the king's son be called? Honestly, you are quite foolish. He would also be called young master. No, he is the eldest young master. As the two boys engaged in conversation, the discussions ahead seemed to bear fruit. The migrating group began to move once more, advancing toward the city nestled beneath the castle on the hills in the distance. In Andal's city, the craftsmen wielded their hammers, driving wooden stakes into the ground. Bring that timber over here. Hurry! Called an Andal's man, who was building his home atop the roof. Today, Andal's city had amassed over 10,000 inhabitants, all of whom were Andals who had migrated from nearby villages. The castle that had long been under construction atop the hills surrounding Andal's city was beginning to take shape. Wooden houses sprang up, densely clustering around the large wooden castle at the center. The new city was being established with temporary wooden structures to expedite the process, which would later be replaced with stone once everything was fully developed. The geographical selection of Andal's city is indeed commendable. 6 millennia ago, this very location served as the battleground for the conflict between the Andals and the Loinans, marking it as a site of immense strategic significance. And it also houses the remnants of an ancient Loinan city. Over 6,000 years prior, the Andals launched repeated assaults from the banks of the Loan River, attempting to invade Loinan territory, yet they returned home thwarted on multiple occasions. Subsequently, the Andals opted for an alternative route, crossing the narrow sea to invade Westeros. When Viserys was determining the site, he initially established a broad direction on the map, selecting a locale nestled by mountains and water, characterized by fertile plains suitable for agriculture, and imbued with strategic importance. Upon the arrival of the young king and his army to this land, further modifications were made, ultimately designating the location atop a hill. This hill became the chosen site for the castle, with the Loan River at its back, and within a radius of several kilometers, it stands as an absolute vantage point, allowing for a comprehensive view of the entire plain. Should the castle be constructed here, it would be far less susceptible to easy conquest, even in the face of a siege. Chapter 81, 5 Years of Conquest, Year 289 of the Chronicle. Time has swiftly passed since Viserys ventured alone to Braavos, forging an alliance among Braavos, Dorne, and himself, securing the tacit approval of Braavos. He subsequently led his fleet across the narrow sea to the homeland of the Andal. The fleeing remnants of House Targaryen finally escaped the looming sword of the usurper, finding a foothold. Thereafter, he summoned the surrounding Andal villages and established a city named Andals on this land. And now, in the blink of an eye, 5 years have elapsed. Beneath the clear and brilliant sky, flocks of crows alighted upon the pointed spires of the castle's towers. With a flurry of wings, the black-feathered birds preened themselves, raising their beaks to groom their plumage before lifting their heads once more, their crimson eyes reflecting the scene below the tower. This was a well-maintained training ground, featuring a broad track for horse racing. 2 armored knights sat astride their steeds, facing each other, each adjusting their gear. One rode a magnificent white stallion, while at the opposite end of the track stood a robust black horse, which let out a faint whinny. The knight on the white horse appeared somewhat slender, his entire form enveloped in polished silver armor, bending over to adjust his greaves, producing a sound of metal scraping against metal. Meanwhile, the black horse rider appeared more imposing, clad in heavy armor. The black steed seemed a tad restless, frequently whinnying, while the white horse exhibited excitement, stamping its hoofs impatiently. Both knights held their wooden jousting lances in one hand, though the tips had been dulled, shaped into a rounded form. Once the two were prepared, they exchanged a silent gesture. Outside the training grounds, an elderly man with gray hair, seated in a chair, observed the knight's readiness. After a brief bout of coughing, he waved his hand. Let the contest begin. With the old man's command, the knight on the white horse, unshielded, grasped the reins with one hand and suddenly squeezed his legs against the horse's sides. The eager white steed surged forward, its snowy mane billowing in the wind, gleaming like an enraged lion. Simultaneously, the silent knight on the black horse spurred his mount forth, one hand firmly gripping his lance, while the other raised the round shield strapped to his left arm. The training ground, though not vast, was ample enough for the two steeds to accelerate with all their might. The thunderous sound of hoofs reverberated as dust was kicked up, creating a cacophony. While the knights charged towards one another, man draws strength from horse, and horse draws valor from man. On the battlefield, a knight encased in full plate armor. Both man and horse charged forth with the might of a savage tank, nearly invulnerable, exuding immense intimidation and force. In an instant, the two knights drew perilously close, their gazes piercing through the visors, allowing them to glimpse one another's eyes. At that moment, the Black Knight felt an involuntary jolt in his heart as their eyes locked. Without a moment to ponder, as their steeds galloped towards each other, the two knights simultaneously raised their lances, aiming with precision. The Black Knight, fortified by a shield strapped to his left arm, lifted it to protect himself. In the next heartbeat, a thunderous crash erupted, splintering wood flying through the air. The clash of the white and black steeds resonated, and the lance held by the White Knight shattered, disintegrating into a flurry of wooden shards. Meanwhile, at the castle, a graceful maiden stood by an open window. Her stunning long brown hair cascading down, her fair cheeks aglow, and her eyes as clear as water. She beheld the joust below, and as the scene unfolded, she gasped softly, instinctively covering her mouth. Viserys! On the ground, as the two steeds collided, the lance of the White Knight shattered. But the towering Black Knight was unseated from his mount, crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud, rendering him motionless. The black steed galloped forward several paces before realizing its rider had fallen. Meanwhile, the White Knight did not rein in his horse, he held the broken lance, now merely a wooden shaft, and casually discarded it onto the earth beyond the arena. The steed continued forward until the momentum dissipated, allowing the knight to finally pull on the reins, redirecting the horse back across the barrier of the arena. With a clatter, the victorious knight dismounted, his armor clinking as he removed his visor, unveiling a handsome, youthful visage. His silver-gold hair fell gracefully over the coat armor, revealing none other than the young king, Viserys. He then bent down, cradling his helmet in one hand while extending the other towards the fallen knight. Becky, how fare you? The knight on the ground lay sprawled in a shape, his chest rising and falling as he gasped for breath. A deep dent marred his chest plate, and though he felt a dull ache in his ribs, he was relieved that no bones were broken. Yet, he found himself reluctant to move, even contemplating surrendering to his predicament. In the fleeting moment of the joust, the speed was staggering, victory was decided in an instant, and aside from the two combatants, few could discern the events that had transpired. Becky had raised his lance high, shield at the ready, but Viserys, with an unexpected swiftness, had deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the thrust. At the same time, Viserys' lance shattered the shield in his grasp, striking directly against the thickest part of Bessy's breastplate, sending him sprawling to the ground in a disheveled heap. Amidst the chaos, Bessy heard the sound of hoofs approaching. His majestic black steed returned, nuzzling him anxiously, as if fearing its master had met his demise. Simultaneously, Viserys dismounted and extended his hand. I am unscathed, your majesty, he declared. With a sharp clap, Bessy grasped the young king's hand, being pulled upright from the earth. Although he had suffered a rather humiliating defeat and the fall was rather painful, he removed his helmet, revealing a slightly sun-kissed visage and dark hair, offering a wry smile. At that moment, he thought he had spotted Princess Rhaenys observing the spectacle, prompting him to lift his head. Yet, the window of the castle stood vacant, devoid of any presence. Chapter 82. Valor. Since embarking on the journey of learning under Prince Oberyn, your skills have indeed become remarkable. As two knights engaged in conversation from their mounts, an elderly man with grey hair, leaning on a cane, approached from a nearby bench at the racing grounds. In a hoarse voice, he remarked, I truly have little left to teach you, Sir William. Hearing the old man's voice, Bessy turned his head and promptly bowed respectfully. This grey-haired elder had been imparting the chivalric code to him, not merely skills in horsemanship, jousting, and swordsmanship, but also the honor and responsibilities that a knight must uphold. Upon hearing the voice, Viserys also turned to the elderly figure, his previously cheerful demeanor now shadowed with solemnity as he spoke. Master. The once vigorous and valiant Sir William Derry, the former instructor of the Red Keep, now appeared drastically altered, due to an old injury that failed to receive timely treatment. He bore the lasting scars of his ailment. In a mere 6 years, this once spirited knight had withered to a frail shadow of his former self. His hair, once a rich black, had turned grey, and one eye had become obscured, rendering him nearly blind. At just over 40, he required a cane to walk. Nevertheless, the master, having guided countless disciples, remained unwilling to rest, eager to expend his remaining vigor. The newly recruited youths within the castle still needed his guidance to refine their skills into those of competent warriors. Among them was the young Bessy. a soldier molded by Sir William himself. With considerable talent and exceptional valor, he was recommended by Sir William to serve as Viserys' personal attendant. Bessie subsequently accompanied Viserys on missions to cleanse trade routes, vanquishing bandits in the Northwest Mountains, and repeatedly distinguished himself in battle. In recognition of his valor, Viserys bestowed upon him a sword, resting it upon his shoulder, and personally knighted him. Over the years, Viserys himself had led soldiers in the extermination of brigands, executing numerous criminals and significantly enhancing his own prowess. However, renowned for his bravery, Sir Bessie was unseated in a single encounter with the young king, a feat that left even Master William astonished. At 16, Prince Oberyn had duelled Count Ormond Ironwood over an affair, personally slaying his opponent. Meanwhile, Viserys' elder brother, Prince Rhaegar, having just recently begun training with sword and armor at the age of 15, managed to defeat a knight in single combat from his mount. Viserys, being younger than both, had nevertheless achieved a similar victory, besting the 19-year-old Sir Bessie without any leniency shown. Though one of Master William's eyes was nearly blind, the other remained sharp and perceptive. It is truly astonishing to witness that the coach can distinctly perceive that Viserys possesses strength surpassing that of his meticulously trained disciples. Whether in valor, swiftness, reflexes, or exceptional spear skills, even if they were to engage in combat repeatedly, Viserys would effortlessly emerge victorious. Should a tournament be convened in King's Landing, the current prowess of His Majesty would likely afford him the opportunity to secure a commendable position. Coach William, leaning on his cane, bestowed upon Viserys a high commendation. The realm is not devoid of valiant warriors, and the fact that Viserys' strength could qualify him for the tournament is indeed remarkable. However, the coach believes Viserys is capable of achieving noteworthy results. Perhaps. At that moment, the grey-haired elder's voice faltered slightly before he hoarsely uttered, "Your Majesty, in the future, you may avenge your father and brother by slaying Robert Baratheon, the usurper, and the mountain." Viserys, one hand cradling his helmet, stood still, momentarily silent as he absorbed the coach's words. On the other side, Bessie, whose chestplate bore a profound dent, cast a discreet glance at the young king upon hearing the coach's statement. Since passing through numerous selections to enter the castle and subsequently being recommended as Viserys' personal guard, Bessie had gradually come to learn certain truths. The Targaryen family had suffered defeat on the continent of Westeros, losing their throne, and had fled in disarray across the narrow sea to the continent of Essos, where they sought to regain their footing on the Andal's plains for a resurgence. The individuals mentioned by the coach Robert Baratheon, the usurper, and the mountain are indeed Viserys' enemies. Entwined in a vendetta steeped in blood, their hands stained with the lifeblood of Targaryens. "I shall," Viserys replied after a moment of reflection, nodding with a calm demeanor. He understood that the coach was cautioning him not to grow complacent in his current stability, nor to forget the deep-seated enmity of the past. "In the future, I will personally slay them to avenge my father and brother. Although the city of Andals has been established, the Iron Throne across the narrow sea will not relent." Over the past few years, Viserys has faced countless assassination attempts, involving poison and treachery, all of which he has managed to thwart safely. Despite the heavy blow dealt to the Baratheons 5 years ago, they quickly regained their composure, and a new royal fleet is nearing completion. It is perceived that although Robert Baratheon, in his fury, has granted Storm's End to his younger brother Renly as punishment towards Stannis, he has still preserved an opportunity for Stannis to redeem himself. The new royal fleet is entrusted to Stannis for its construction and training, with the objective of reclaiming Dragonstone. However, due to the substantial gold dragons previously invested going to waste, the new fleet's proposal encountered fierce opposition from the Lord Paramount Jon Arryn. Ultimately, after a 2-year delay and extensive financial scraping across the 7 kingdoms, along with securing a new loan from the Iron Bank, the necessary funds for the new fleet were amassed. This time, Stannis has made thorough preparations. He will not repeat past mistakes by granting the Targaryen fleet any opportunity for a surprise attack. Since receiving the first gold dragon, the construction has spanned over 3 years, and the new royal fleet is finally nearing completion. The plan to assault Dragonstone has now been placed firmly on the agenda. Meanwhile, in Andals, as Viserys, Sir Bessie, and Sir William engaged in conversation, a castle guard approached. "Your Majesty, there is a man claiming to be the governor of Pentos seeking an audience." Chapter 83, The City of Wood. The governor of Pentos, the silver-haired youth, cradling his helmet, found the guard's words somewhat perplexing. Over the years, they had peacefully developed on the Andals plains, maintaining a non-interference relationship with Pentos. Although the two city-states were not far apart, the Velvet Mountains served as a barrier. And aside from regular trade and civilian exchanges, there had been little high-level dialogue between them. Viserys had not anticipated that, on this day, the song would rise from an unexpected direction, as Pentos had dispatched a governor to Andals. Viserys was well aware that Pentos was theoretically governed by the Prince of Pentos. However, in practice, the prince's authority had long been usurped by the governors, leaving him with only ceremonial duties, presiding over meetings and festive banquets. Currently, Pentos was effectively ruled by the governors collectively. Since your majesty has pressing matters to attend to, I shall take my leave, Sir William said, his voice hoarse as he leaned on his cane. Viserys nodded slightly, and Sir William departed the racing field, as it was time for his medication. And he needed to consult the maester for some herbal remedies. As the instructor's figure receded, Bessie remained steadfastly by Viserys' side. His duty as the young king's bodyguard compelled him to ensure the monarch's safety. Although he had not been formally appointed as a king's guard, having been the brother of John Derry, the former king's guard of the Mad King, the instructor believed they had yet to earn the right to be compared with their elder brother, rendering them unworthy of bearing the title of king's guard. Nevertheless, aside from the title, Bessie had already assumed responsibilities equivalent to that of a king's guard. After contemplating for a moment, Viserys inquired once more, "Do you know the name of this Pentos governor?" The guard reporting to him pondered briefly before respectfully responding, "Your Majesty, I overheard their conversation. This Pentos governor appears to be named Illyrio Mopatis." Illyrio Mopatis. The name resonated within Viserys, and as he recalled something, his pale lavender eyes narrowed slightly, and he nodded. "I understand. Please summon this governor to await me in the hall." "Understood." The guard acknowledged Viserys' command and withdrew. Subsequently, Viserys and his bodyguard departed the training grounds. Meanwhile, atop the castle, a brown-haired maiden stood by the window, gazing at Viserys' retreating figure, pouting slightly as she emitted a soft huff. She seemed to be sulking over being thwarted a few days prior when she wished to leave the city for leisure but was prevented from doing so. Just moments ago, she had witnessed the jousting match between Viserys and the knight, gasping in surprise when Viserys' lance suddenly splintered, fearing that he might come to harm. However, it was a fleeting moment of tension, ultimately amounting to nothing more than a false alarm. The knight named Bessie was bested in the tournament, unseated by his brother, prompting the young lady to exhale in relief as she patted her chest. Due to their relatively close ages and a bond forged through shared hardships, Rhaenys had always regarded Varys as a brother in her heart. She then noticed Varys, atop his steed, raising his head curiously towards the castle, seemingly having heard a girl's startled exclamation. At that moment, Rhaenys recalled that she was sulking over a trivial disagreement with Varys and hastily concealed herself behind the curtain. It was only after Varys and his attendant had departed that Rhaenys emerged from her hiding place, still clutching a timid little girl with silvery golden hair. The girl, drawn by the commotion outside, stood on a small stool, straining to glimpse the world beyond the window, yet her petite stature rendered her unable to see the unfolding spectacle. "All right, Daenerys, no mischief now. You might fall," Rhaenys admonished, swiftly lifting the girl down from the precarious perch as she noticed the danger of her actions. Illyrio Mopatis entered the fabled city of Wooden City, Pentos, aboard a swaying carriage. The vehicle jolted along the smooth road as a stout finger adorned with jewels pulled back the carriage as drapery. The portly man sat upright within, peering curiously outside. He possessed a greasy yellow beard and a mouthful of uneven yellow teeth, with rings encrusting each finger. This man was none other than Illyrio Mopatis, the wealthy merchant governor of Pentos. Although Pentos was not far from Andals, traversing the land still required considerable effort. In his youth, Illyrio had been a destitute assassin, robust in physique, yet now, having neglected his fitness, he had become quite portly, losing the ability to ride. The long journey by carriage to Andals left him feeling as though his backside might suffer irreparable harm. "I swear, this shall be my last carriage ride," he exclaimed. "Abe, come and rub my aching back." As he gazed out at the scenery of Wooden City, he commanded his servant, who hurried to his side to alleviate his sore lumbar region. Illyrio let out a few grunts of discomfort, adjusting his posture yet continuing to survey the view outside with a glimmer of curiosity. Andals had garnered its moniker, the Wooden City, due to its astonishing rate of development. Upon his arrival at the Andals Plains, Viserys Targaryen, in the name of the Seven Gods and the Andal King, called upon all Andals together and thus founded this remarkable city. In the pursuit of swiftly establishing a foothold, the initial phase saw a population exceeding tens of thousands. Even the Targaryens, despite amassing considerable wealth on Dragonstone, could not withstand such extravagance. It was during this time that Viserys first grasped the staggering costs associated with mobilizing an army. Even the daily expenditures for provisions reached astronomical figures. Thus, upon arriving in the new city, it was imperative to quickly secure a stable foundation and commence production, striving for self-sufficiency. Consequently, the miraculous rise of Andals was initially characterized by its wooden structures, earning it the moniker of the City of Wood. However, this narrative shifted dramatically 2 years prior when a catastrophic fire, the origins of which remained uncertain, ravaged 1/5 of Andalos's urban area. The death toll from this conflagration reached into the thousands. Nevertheless, the economic repercussions were relatively minimal. Despite Andalos's rapid ascent, its economic standing was not particularly high. And even a significant fire left little of value to consume. Nonetheless, in the wake of this disaster, Viserys reflected deeply and chose to decelerate the city's expansion, initiating renovation projects that gradually replaced wooden houses with stone edifices, beginning with his own castle. Chapter 84, Prince of Pentos. Shortly thereafter, the carriage rumbled through the entirety of the city, eventually entering the cobblestone-paved winding road leading up the mountain. Upon reaching this point, Illyrio no longer felt discomfort. They had arrived at the foot of the castle, where the road was exceedingly smooth, and even the carriage felt no jolt. Illyrio, seated within the carriage, curiously surveyed the modest castle perched upon the hillside, its Targaryen banner of 3-headed black dragons fluttering above. Once an assassin and mercenary, he discerned that the castle's design prioritized defense, rendering it virtually impregnable, with arrow slits and battlements adorning every corner. Though the Andal's castle was rudimentary, constructed of clay, wood, and stone, its elevated position afforded a panoramic view of the surroundings, making it easy to defend yet challenging to assault. Illyrio, despite never having commanded a large army, estimated that breaching this fortress would require no fewer than 2,000 to 3,000 men, and likely half of them would perish in the attempt. His curiosity about Viserys Targaryen intensified. As far as he knew, Viserys had begun to consolidate power only after the death of his mother, Queen Rhaella. And he was still quite young. To achieve such a stature, establishing a vast city in a land devoid of resources was truly astonishing. Although Illyrio was not well versed in the intricate dualities of religious faith and nationalism, he understood that Viserys had expended considerable wealth. Could it be that money truly could purchase a city? A flicker of thought crossed Illyrio's mind. Despite his current role as the governor of Pentos, he mused that the position of a lord over a city would be far more exhilarating. Yet, this was merely a fleeting thought. Having ascended from the ranks of mercenaries and assassins to the governorship of Pentos, Illyrio was no fool. He possessed a keen self-awareness of his capabilities. His governance was still far from orderly, let alone the prospect of building a city from the ground up. Soon after, the identity of the carriage was verified. With a resounding boom, the gates of Andal's castle swung open, allowing the procession to enter. Illyrio's carriage was situated in the center of the column, escorted by 50 soldiers. Along with gifts intended for Viserys' various treasures, fine wines from Pentos, including the renowned white amber wine, all packed into 10 substantial wagons. As the carriage rolled into the castle and came to a halt, the soldiers proceeded to unload the goods, revealing several shackled men and women slaves destined for Viserys. Although Pentos had strictly prohibited the slave trade, it was an open secret that such practices persisted. Illyrio, with the assistance of his attendants, laboriously descended from the carriage. Governor. At that moment, a guard from within the castle approached to guide the governor of Pentos. Your Majesty awaits you in the hall. Governor Illyrio Mopatis of Pentos, accompanied by the guards, entered the castle's grand hall and took a seat. Shortly thereafter, a maidservant brought in tea. The hall, though simple, exuded an air of elegance. Windows adorned the walls on either side, allowing sunlight to flood in and illuminate the space. 2 rows of intricately carved stone columns supported the ceiling, while the floor was laid with patterned marble. At the far end of the hall, on a raised platform, stood a heavy, jet-black throne flanked by exquisitely crafted black and gold tapestries, the satin surfaces embroidered with the Targaryen sigil of a 3-headed dragon against a dark backdrop. As Illyrio admired the hall, a flurry of footsteps echoed from the back. Your Majesty, intoned a guard with utmost respect. Indeed, came a calm and steady voice. The back door of the hall swung open, revealing a figure emerging from 2 passageways behind the throne, surrounded by an entourage like stars encircling the moon. Illyrio set his teacup down and hastily rose from his chair, offering a slight bow. Your Majesty. Viserys had just shed his armor and donned a more formal attire. His attendant, Ser Bessie, had also exchanged his battered armor for a lighter, more decorative suit of armor, following Viserys as he approached. "Governor, please take a seat." Viserys settled into his throne and gestured for Illyrio to do the same. The chair creaked under the weight of the Pentoshi merchant lord as he resumed his seat. Ser Bessie stood behind the throne, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, the other clasped behind his back. "I have long heard of your majesty's renown. It is a privilege to finally make your acquaintance," Illyrio remarked, gazing at the silver-haired youth seated upon the throne. This was the young king of the Targaryens, Viserys Targaryen III. When Viserys entered accompanied by his guards, Illyrio was indeed struck by his presence, though his inclinations gravitated towards the fairer sex. Even men could not help but admire Viserys' striking beauty. His brother, Rhaegar, had once captivated countless women throughout the Seven Kingdoms, and Viserys bore a striking resemblance to him, sharing 7 parts of his allure. As Viserys listened to Illyrio's flattery, his expression remained as tranquil as a steel pond. He had heard such praises countless times before, and this stirred no emotion within him. He nodded slightly. "You overstate my merits, Governor. May I inquire what brings you to Andalus this time?" Viserys, eschewing further pleasantries, posed his question directly. "Naturally, I come bearing a grand gift for your majesty and to forge a friendship," Illyrio replied confidently from his seat. "A friendship? How does one forge such a bond?" Upon hearing the words of his counterpart, Viserys raised an eyebrow slightly. "Indeed, accepting the gift signifies the forging of this friendship." Illyrio let out a hearty laugh, his ample flesh quivering, while the chair beneath him emitted a lamenting creak. "A grand gift?" Yet Viserys remained unfazed and continued to inquire. "Naturally, it is a splendid gift." With a resounding clap, the governor of Pentos summoned his attendant slaves, who entered bearing a dazzling array of gold, silver, and jewels. Chapter 85, an invitation. As one of the 9 free trade city-states, it is not surprising that the governor of Pentos would present gifts to Viserys. Andalus, a newly established city with merely 5 years of history, has attracted a significant influx of Andal supporters, resulting in a burgeoning population of 80,000. Although Andalus has yet to resolve its poverty issues, with a considerable number of its inhabitants enduring destitution, its economy relies heavily on traditional pastoral and agricultural practices. The vast plains and temperate climate are conducive to both crop cultivation and livestock rearing. However, Andalus boasts a substantial and homogeneous population, and its military potential has reached a level of significance that has begun to alarm neighboring Pentos, prompting the current diplomatic mission from Illyrio. The balance of power is shifting. Pentos has long held the lowest position among the 9 free trade city-states. This decline can be traced back to the war ignited by Pentos and Braavos over the issue of slavery. Braavos, under the guise of promoting freedom, demanded the abolition of slavery in Pentos, which the latter steadfastly refused. Consequently, the 2 states engaged in 6 wars over a span of 2 centuries, with Braavos emerging victorious in 4 of them. The last confrontation occurred 91 years ago when Pentos, in a desperate bid, sacrificed 4 princes in a single year to the gods, yet this did little to alter the dire course of the conflict. Braavos' invincible fleet blockaded the ports of Pentos, ultimately forcing the governors to sign a humiliating treaty in a plea for peace. This treaty publicly abolished slavery, prohibited the slave trade, and mandated a substantial reduction of its naval fleet, allowing only 20 ships to remain while the rest were sunk into the sea. Simultaneously, Pentos was forbidden from employing mercenaries or entering into contracts with free companies, restricted to maintaining only its city guard. Since that war 91 years ago, despite its imposing walls, Pentos has been widely regarded as the most vulnerable of the free trade city-states. For this reason, the governors of Pentos have maintained a cordial relationship with other city-states and the Dothraki cause, as well as any surrounding forces that might pose a threat. Over the years, Pentos has cultivated ties with a series of powerful khal, presenting them with gifts of gold and silver to ensure that their khalasar would not invade Pentos, and to provide protection when necessary on the east side of the Roaring River. Illyrio's mission is thus imbued with the purpose of establishing friendly cooperation with the newly emerging city of Andalus, essentially to forge a friendship. Pentos' method of making friends is rather distinctive. Illyrio clapped his hands, and 10 carts brimming with gold, silver, jewels, various gifts, and fine wines were displayed in the hall, including 4 slaves offered in Illyrio's personal capacity. Among them were 2 formidable gladiators, victors in 5 consecutive battles, along with 2 attractive female slaves of commendable stature and grace. As Viserys sat upon the throne, he was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the hall adorned with an array of gold, silver, jewels, and various gifts, accompanied by 4 slaves. Although he had long been aware of the peculiar methods of friendship employed by Pentos, he couldn't help but ponder if such a monetary display was not a touch demeaning. After a brief silence, he finally gestured for acceptance. The expenses incurred during the initial phases of constructing Andals had been considerable, despite reaching a balance between income and expenditure. Viserys, unaccustomed to the burdens of household management, felt a pang of regret as he witnessed the depletion of his treasury. Adhering to the principle that every little saving counts, he resolved to accept the wealth before him. As for the 4 slaves, Viserys instructed the guards to tear up their contracts, offering them the choice to remain in Andals or depart freely. Given the proximity to Braavos, he was reluctant to invite complications. He had previously contemplated dispatching Oberyn, the Red Viper, to Astapor to procure Unsullied for bolstering the military and securing the city's defenses. However, he ultimately rescinded the order due to Braavos' pressures. As a city-state founded by slaves, Braavos vehemently opposed the institution of slavery in all its forms. Nonetheless, Viserys did not wish to openly affront Illyrio. Despite the latter's courteous demeanor, he remained the powerful governor of Pentos. Thus Viserys accepted the slaves and decided to address the matter later. Upon witnessing Viserys accept the gifts, Illyrio's face broke into a smile, for accepting the gifts signified the acceptance of Pentos' goodwill, and he had accomplished much of his mission. Subsequently, the rotund governor proposed a new invitation. Your Majesty, there is one more matter. Illyrio, standing before the chair with his prominent belly, inclined slightly and continued. The esteemed governors of Pentos have long admired your name and wish to invite you to visit Pentos, where they have prepared even more lavish gifts for you. A visit to Pentos? More lavish gifts? Viserys furrowed his brow slightly as he sat upon the throne, then turned his head to glance at the attendant beside him, who, like him, was perplexed by the governor's intentions. If gifts were to be given, why not present them directly now? Was it necessary for him to travel to Pentos? Could it be dragon eggs? Illyrio, standing at the foot of the hall, spoke plainly. Indeed. Viserys' striking eyes narrowed. For he was aware that Illyrio possessed dragon eggs, and only such a significant offering could entice him to leave Andals for Pentos. In truth, Viserys had sought to acquire dragon eggs over the years, yet these treasures, hard and unyielding before hatching, resembled mere beautiful stones, making them difficult for the untrained eye to discern their authenticity. I once procured 3 dragon eggs in the Shadowlands east of Ashai, although, due to the passage of time, they have fossilized. Illyrio stood respectfully in place and spoke. I am uncertain whether it can still hatch. However, I believe your Majesty may find it intriguing. Indeed. You are correct, my Lord Governor. I am genuinely fascinated by dragon eggs. Viserys, having risen from his throne, descended the steps to stand before Illyrio, gazing into the eyes of the affluent governor with a calm demeanor. Due to his rigorous training, the young king had once again grown taller, now merely a head shorter than Illyrio. As Illyrio regarded the young king before him, particularly under the scrutiny of those pale violet eyes, he felt an inexplicable sense of anxiety. I have made my promise, he stated. Yet, he was soon met with Viserys' tranquil voice, Your Majesty. The sudden utterance startled Bessie, who stood behind the throne. Chapter 86. The Kingsguard. Although Bessie was acutely aware of the immense significance of the dragon egg to Viserys, neither of them had grasped the true intentions of Pentos. How could the young king possess such audacity to agree to a solitary meeting? Your Majesty, perhaps you should reconsider. However, Viserys raised his hand, interrupting Bessie's intended remarks. It is of no consequence. What is there to deliberate about attending a feast? I have faith in the governor's integrity, he stated with a calm demeanor. I merely require a few guards for protection. Turning his gaze towards Illyrio, the young king continued. What say you, Governor? Illyrio stood momentarily, blinking in surprise, seemingly taken aback. He had not anticipated that Viserys would respond so confidently, without a hint of hesitation, readily accepting the invitation to Pentos. Initially, he had thought it might require considerable persuasion. Could this youthful monarch truly possess such courage? Illyrio suddenly felt that Viserys might be capable of leading his family out of their former predicaments and into the present circumstances, relying perhaps not merely on fortune. Although Illyrio harbored no ill will towards Viserys, the invitation to the young king was a collective decision among several governors who wished to meet the Targaryen heir. Indeed, since the rise of Andals, the governors of Pentos had turned their attention to this burgeoning city, observing its gradual ascent to prominence as a formidable force in the vicinity of Pentos. In fact, throughout Andal's path to power, Pentos had offered subtle assistance. aiding in the city's rapid development. The reasons behind such clandestine actions by the governors remained known only to a select few. Of course, the governor of Pentos quickly nodded. Since Viserys had consented, matters would proceed smoothly. Rest assured, Your Majesty, Pentos holds guest rights in the highest regard. To harm a guest at a banquet is a grave sin in Pentos, one even the gods would not forgive, Illyrio assured Viserys with a thump of his chest. Yet, he then pondered something and inquired, "Oh, by the way, Your Majesty, how many guards did you intend to bring?" Viserys had mentioned bringing a few guards for protection, which Illyrio interpreted as no more than 6 or 7, perhaps a dozen at most. After all, he had traveled quite a distance with only 50 soldiers. Indeed, Viserys replied, nodding calmly at Illyrio's words. "My guard comprises approximately 4,000 men." "How many?" The governor of Pentos nearly leapt from his seat upon hearing Viserys' declaration. Is the young king coming to negotiate or to lay siege? Although more than 4,000 men would not suffice to besiege Pentos, a concerted assault on such a colossal city-state would undoubtedly require tens of thousands of elite soldiers equipped with siege weaponry. Nevertheless, the mere presence of Varys leading a grand army would undoubtedly instill fear among the citizens of Pentos. Observing the expression on Illyrio's face, Varys gave a slight shrug. "Is the governor not convinced?" he inquired, turning to Bessie. "Bessie, are my personal guards truly 4,000 strong?" The young knight stationed beside the throne, gripping the hilt of his sword, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Varys' subsequent words, sensing that the young king had yet to lose his composure. Presently, Bessie understood Varys to be remarkably brave, having dared to journey alone to Braavos in his youth. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Varys had once resembled a frightened rabbit, his complexion paling at the slightest rustle of leaves. Bessie, still holding the sword's hilt, nodded and replied, "Indeed, Your Majesty. Your personal guard consists of 4,000 men. This pertains to the composition of the Andal's military forces. Currently, the city's standing army, prepared for external conflict, comprises over 4,000 valiant Andals, all nominally serving as Varys' personal guard. The naval forces of Dragonstone are stationed at a distant port, and the traditional Targaryen navy is not counted among them. Excluding 3 to 4,000 sailors and naval personnel, along with the 4,000 formidable Andals, and considering the guards responsible for maintaining Andal's basic defenses, there remain fewer than 2,000 men. For a city with a mere population of 80,000, the ability to muster an army nearing 10,000 is an astonishing figure, yielding a ratio of soldiers to civilians of 8 to 1. This could almost be considered a populace fully prepared for arms, barring comparisons to nomadic peoples like the Dothraki. Varys now intended to take the most elite 4,000 Andal warriors from Andals to accompany him to Pentos for their meeting. "Your Majesty, might 4,000 personal guards be somewhat excessive?" Illyrio observed Varys' demeanor, realizing he was not jesting, and his greasy visage contorted into a frown. He understood that Varys was reluctant to believe them. Indeed, 4,000 seemed rather excessive. Varys, standing before Illyrio, slightly smacked his lips and casually suggested, "What if I leave the majority of my forces outside the city and enter with merely 100 knights?" "That would certainly suffice," Illyrio responded, relieved at Varys' change of heart regarding the number of knights to enter the city. However, as soon as his words left his mouth, the merchant governor paused, suddenly questioning whether he had been outmaneuvered. Varys' true intention might have been to bring in just 100 elite knights, thereby ensuring that, should danger arise, there would be some capacity for resistance. Even amidst the 4,000 souls outside, there existed a modicum of opportunity to escape through the gates, thus avoiding complete capitulation. This, well, I suppose. A bitter smile crept across Illyrio's plump visage. He had not anticipated that Viserys was not only extraordinarily brave but also possessed a measure of cunning. In light of this, Pentos eagerly awaited the arrival of His Majesty. Before long, a few days passed. The mournful yet resonant sound of the horn echoed, as 4,000 elite Andal warriors of Andal struck their camp. The thunderous gallop of steeds reverberated, banners fluttered in the wind, and the tall spears, raised high, reflected a cold glimmer in the sunlight. The soldiers stood guard beside their king, advancing towards the Velvet Mountains, with their sights set firmly on the opulent jewel of the bay, Pentos. Chapter 87. Pentos. The gentle sea breeze caressed the young prince's cheek, playfully stirring the strands of hair on his forehead. The army of Andals wound its way around the Velvet Mountains, advancing along the path forged by merchants between the cities of Andals and Pentos. As they ascended the high ground, a vast expanse of ocean came into view on their right, with fine grains of sand glistening under the sun. while the soothing sea breeze accompanied the rhythmic ebb and flow of the waves. Surrounded by a throng of soldiers, Viserys held tightly to the reins with one hand. Mounted on a docile white mare, he possessed 2 steeds, a robust and spirited warhorse and this gentler companion, which served him for daily travel. Clad in pristine leather armor, the young king bore a long sword at his waist, a snow-white fur mantle draped over his shoulders, and a black cloak with golden trim embroidered with the 3-headed dragon emblem of House Targaryen cascading down his back. His silver-blonde hair flowed gracefully over his cloak. The army continued its march, the cacophony of hoofs echoing against the ground. Ahead, the imposing silhouette of a great city gradually emerged within sight, drawing ever closer. "Pentos is nearly upon us, your majesty," announced the governor of Pentos, a prosperous merchant, as he pulled aside the curtain of his carriage to address the young king on horseback. It was not a matter of rudeness on Illyrio's part, rather. Given his physique, riding had become quite the ordeal for him, both for the horse and himself. Viserys, gazing towards the distant city-state, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He squeezed his legs against the mare's sides, urging her forward with renewed vigor. The Andal's army soon drew near to Pentos, the clamor of boots and hoofs intertwining, while raised lances glimmered like a forest of spears under the sun. The banner of the 3-headed dragon fluttered in the wind, creating a resounding rustle. Then, the Andal's army halted not far from the gates of Pentos, promptly establishing their encampment. What is happening? Has war erupted? The citizens of Pentos, witnessing the advancing army outside the city, were indeed taken aback, their hearts gripped with fear, as anxiety spread among them, leading them to believe that Pentos was on the brink of war once more. "Quickly! Close the gates!" The guards, surprisingly composed amidst the chaos, clutched their weapons tightly and shouted to secure the gates. They had received word of the approaching army long before, yet even with prior preparation, a frenzy ensued at the gates, a veritable uproar, before they finally managed to shut them with great effort. With a resounding thud, the gates of Pentos were securely closed. Viserys, seated atop his steed, observed this scene with an unperturbed expression, his hair dancing in the breeze. He surveyed the magnificent city-state, with its towering walls, formidable gates, and the square brick towers visible from outside, soaring high amidst the colossal red temples and the palace atop the 9 towers. Pentos was indeed a bastion of wealth. However, what struck Viserys as surprising was the palpable fear of war that gripped such an affluent city, akin to a startled bird. With merely 4,000 men at his command, launching an assault on Pentos seemed utterly insufficient. Yet, even this modest force had succeeded in instilling such anxiety within Pentos. Had Pentos truly been cowed by brothels? After observing the grand city for a while from his mount, Viserys finally averted his gaze. 100 knights, selected to accompany him into the city, had already dismounted and formed a protective circle around him. Meanwhile, the wealthy governor of Pentos, Illyrio, commanded the carriage to advance, intending to personally negotiate for the city gates to be opened. It was not long before the governor's efforts bore fruit. The gates of Pentos creaked open once more. Though only a narrow gap was allowed, sufficient for 2 or 3 horses to pass side by side, the guards, concealed behind the gates, clutched their weapons tightly, peering outside with lingering apprehension, as if the slightest disturbance might prompt them to slam the gates shut against the 4,000 outside. Undeterred by this scene, Viserys pressed forward, his black cloak billowing in the gusts of wind from beyond the gates, strands of hair obscuring his vision. With a wave of his hand, he urged his steed onward. The 100 knights flanked him, entering through the narrow gates and into the heart of Pentos. The sound of hoofs echoed lightly against the flagstone streets of this prosperous city-state as Viserys, now within its confines, grasped the reins with one hand, his curiosity piqued by the surroundings. The citizens of Pentos, too, regarded this unexpected arrival with intrigue. Clad in armor, the 100 knights formed a protective crowd around the young king as their steeds galloped through the bustling districts of Pentos, heading straight for the prince's palace. Viserys had come to Pentos to attend a grand feast. Before long, he and his retinue of knights arrived at the prince's palace, accompanied by Illyrio. They were greeted by attendants. Dismounting, Viserys handed his horse to a servant and the remaining knights stood guard outside, while Bessie accompanied Viserys into the palace. "Your Majesty." "This way please," an attendant guided him, with Illyrio following closely, slightly breathless from their hurried pace. Turning to the young king, he spoke, "Welcome to Pentos, your Majesty. What do you think of Pentos?" The palace of Pentos is remarkably spacious and grand, with exquisitely carved stone columns soaring high, while simply clad maidens flit between them, their captivating eyes sparkling like pearls in the gentle breeze. Beneath his feet lies a marble floor, and the walls on either side are adorned with beautifully crafted tapestries. As Viserys traverses the lengthy corridor, he gazes at the opulent halls around him, only to withdraw his attention upon hearing Illyrio's words. Indeed, Pentos possesses a unique allure. Viserys nods in agreement, succinctly expressing his thoughts. Ha, indeed. Pentos is equally privileged to gain your friendship, Illyrio responds with hearty laughter, though his words seem to carry an underlying implication. Viserys catches Illyrio's remark, tilting his head to glance at him, yet he chooses not to pursue the conversation further. Chapter 88, The Dragon Axe. In truth, Viserys had long been aware of the subtle machinations of Pentos. This was a stratagem devised by the governors of Pentos, who sought to exploit the opportunity to sow discord between Braavos and Andals. As a buffer state situated between Pentos and Braavos, Andals had been steadily gaining strength and would naturally seek ways to extricate itself from Braavos' influence. Pentos hoped to incite Andals to rebel, thereby allowing Pentos to seize the moment, distance itself from Braavos, and abrogate the humiliating treaty, emerging instead as a legitimate city-state. Pentos believed this would culminate in a seamless collaboration. However, Viserys had no intention of becoming the sacrificial pawn, nor would he fall into the trap set by Pentos. He yearned for quiet development, to cultivate the land in peace, and to seek change only when the time was ripe. After all, Andals was a city that had risen with the covert support of Braavos, and its finances were still tethered to the Iron Bank, burdened by several low-interest loans. Yet, despite Viserys' awareness of Pentos' ulterior motives, he felt compelled to undertake this journey for the sake of the Dragon Axe, which held immense significance for him. Nonetheless, he had to consider that forging too close a relationship with Pentos would inevitably jeopardize his cooperation with Braavos. Thus, at that juncture, Viserys proposed to lead a grand army, which served to communicate to Braavos and all others that he did not place his trust in Pentos. The connection between the two was merely superficial, necessitated by the pursuit of the Dragon Axe. Before long, Viserys, accompanied by Illyrio, ventured deeper into the palace, where the current prince of Pentos and several governors had already assembled. This individual hailed from the esteemed Rodney family, the prince of Pentos. Illyrio stood beside Viserys and offered an introduction. The prince of Pentos was selected from among 40 noble families and could not refuse his appointment. The last prince to escape such a duty had formed a mercenary company and had yet to return to his homeland. Viserys raised his gaze to the highest point of the grand hall, where an ivory and gold throne was occupied by a man clad in resplendent attire, his expression impassive. This was the reigning prince of Pentos, bearing the illustrious surname Rodney. Flanking him were 3 heralds, each holding symbols of trade, war, and law, a golden scale, a steel sword, and a silver whip, respectively. Esteemed guest, we welcome you, the prince of Pentos intoned in a monotone voice after Illyrio's introduction. Viserys narrowed his eyes slightly and cast a glance at his companion, refraining from immediate response. At that moment, Bessie, the attendant standing behind the young king, stepped forward, moving to Viserys' side and loudly announcing their arrival. He is the Undol, the lord of the Rhoynar and the first man, the legitimate ruler of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, and the guardian of the realm, the apostle of the 7 gods, the true dragon, Viserys Targaryen III. The booming voice of Ser Bessie reverberated through the spacious hall. Viserys gazed at the expressionless prince of Pentos and nodded slightly before speaking. Your grace. As Viserys' words fell, a profound silence enveloped the hall. The prince of Pentos stood as still as a statue, eyes fixed forward, seemingly oblivious to Viserys' voice, remaining utterly mute. However, the silence was soon shattered by a voice from the upper right of Viserys. Welcome to Pentos, king of the Targaryens. Viserys turned his head slightly to the direction from which the voice emanated, where an elderly man with graying hair sat at the upper right of the hall as steps, adorned with a golden medal upon his chest. The very speaker. This was the governor from House Green. Illyrio quietly introduced once more. Viserys nodded gently, his gaze sweeping around the surroundings. A circle of chairs was arranged on the steps of the hall, each occupied by a governor of Pentos. Some were elderly with white hair, others were portly middle-aged men like Illyrio, while some were considerably younger. Their attire varied greatly, notably. One middle-aged man was obscured by a golden curtain, revealing only his legs, leaving his face hidden, uncertain if he could glimpse the world beyond the drapery. Please take your seat, your majesty, came another voice from the left side of Viserys, belonging to a seemingly younger governor, likely around 30. Viserys nodded slightly and, under Illyrio's guidance, ascended the steps to sit adjacent to Illyrio at the upper part of the hall. Once Viserys was seated, Illyrio whispered a few instructions to a nearby servant before taking his own seat. Before long, two servants cautiously lifted a heavy chest, bringing it up the steps and placing it before Viserys. With a click, the servant unlocked the chest, revealing 3 dragon eggs neatly arranged within, cushioned by a layer of soft lantern grass. These are the dragon eggs. Viserys' gaze fell upon the 3 eggs, his fingers instinctively tightening in a gentle grip. Despite his mastery over his emotions, he felt his heart race in that moment. Subsequently, the young king reached out to cradle one of the dragon eggs, examining it closely. The moment he touched the egg, he felt a coolness. Its surface was adorned with tiny scales, and the light of the whole reflected upon the egg, casting a sheen akin to that of polished glass. They possess a rich tapestry of textures and hues. Upon closer inspection, they resemble exquisite ceramics, or perhaps enamel, or even blown glass. However, the dragon egg is significantly heavier than such objects, akin to a solid stone. Viserys felt that this magnificent dragon egg was the most beautiful thing he had ever encountered in his life. Your Majesty, ever since these dragon eggs were acquired by Lord Illyrio, they have remained dormant in his possession for many years. At this moment, the elder governor, who had been the first to speak, once again broke the silence. It seems that, aside from the true heirs of dragons, no one else can bring forth a dragon from its shell. Chapter 89, Call Borco perhaps so. Viserys held a dragon egg in his hand, slightly tilting his head to glance at the speaking governor of Pentos nearby, before calmly uttering his words. He then returned his gaze to the 3 dragon eggs before him. The colors of these eggs were strikingly beautiful. The one he held was a deep green, revealing various brown speckles as Viserys adjusted its angle. Within the chest lay 2 more. One was a pale ivory egg adorned with golden stripes, while the last was black, appearing slightly larger than the other 2. Its surface as profound as the midnight ocean, animated by dark red waves and whirlpools. Viserys set down the green dragon egg and instead cradled the largest black egg, its weight pressing heavily upon his wrist. Truly magnificent. The youth's lavender eyes reflected the 3 dragon eggs, and his recently quickened heartbeat began to steady. He then returned the black egg to the chest and lifted his gaze to inquire of Illyrio beside him. My lord governor, are there other important guests attending this banquet? Viserys noted that since his arrival, the festivities had yet to commence. The governors of Pentos remained either silent or whispered amongst themselves, none displaying any sign of impatience. Indeed, Your Majesty, Illyrio replied from his seat, turning to face Viserys. Are you familiar with the Dothraki? Viserys nodded slightly, well aware of the fierce nomadic tribe. Another guest invited was a Dothraki call, the horse lord of the Dothraki. Who? Viserys furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing Illyrio's words, a sudden sense of foreboding creeping in. It cannot be so fortuitous. Borbco, leading a formidable Khalasar, Illyrio elucidated. Oh, Borbcale. Viserys recalled having heard the name from the Undos, nodding as the tension in his brow eased somewhat. At that moment, a cacophony erupted outside the prince's palace, followed by several Dothraki men bursting in, their bare chests adorned with colorful animal skin vests and bronze girdles. Leading them was a tall, robust man, his muscles well-defined, long black hair braided down his back, and his beard flecked with strands of silver, his skin slightly sagging. Behind him followed several other Dothraki, each bearing an arrak on their hips. This is Borbco, Illyrio whispered to Viserys, offering an explanation. Indeed, Viserys replied. Viserys offered a subtle nod, yet his gaze remained fixated upon a young Dothraki warrior standing behind the elder Khal. This young Dothraki was even more towering and robust than Khal Borbcale, with bronze skin and sinewy muscles that radiated explosive power. His visage bore a resemblance to the elder Khal, characterized by deep, dark eyes and hair, complemented by a long beard. His hair was woven into lengthy braids that cascaded down to his thighs, even surpassing those of Khal Borbcale in length. Viserys' eyes narrowed slightly in contemplation. Meanwhile, the brutish Dothraki below was uttering unintelligible words, prompting the Prince of Pentos, seated upon his ivory and gold throne, to hear the translator whispering urgently in his ear. For the first time, a flicker of panic crossed the prince's otherwise stoic countenance. The governors of Pentos were similarly aghast, seemingly unable to fathom the translations they had just received, confounded by the Dothraki tongue and unaware of the unfolding events. Viserys was unable to voice his inquiries before the elder Khal, accompanied by his blood riders, stormed forward with an intimidating presence. The esteemed Prince of Pentos, bearing the surname Rodney, appeared momentarily paralyzed by fear, his demeanor betraying a sense of helplessness. The 3 heralds beside him, emblematic of trade, war, and law, were equally distraught, casting desperate glances towards the other Pentos governors, who offered no assistance. The formidable Khal Barbakeo ascended the steps, approaching the prince with his blood riders in tow. The elder Khal reached out, yanking the nearly petrified prince from his ivory and gold throne. In a moment of desperation, one herald wielding a steel sword, a symbol of warfare, attempted to intervene. However, he was swiftly seized by the wrist by the young, muscular Dothraki warrior, whose grip was like a vice, threatening to shatter the herald's bones. With a fierce glare, the young Dothraki plunged the steel sword directly into the herald's chest. Blood erupted forth as the herald emitted a cry of agony before the Dothraki relinquished his hold, causing the herald's lifeless body to tumble down the grand staircase. Crimson stained the opulent golden steps, pulling beneath as silence enveloped the scene. The Prince of Pentos, unceremoniously dethroned, found his lavish attire torn, and for the first time, his previously vacant expression flickered with unmistakable terror as he contemplated the grim fate that awaited him. In a distant corner of the grand hall, a figure cowered, an unknown yellow liquid trickling ominously from his trousers. The two dispatchers, who had been driven away, witnessed the brutal demise of their comrade, the herald of war. Their faces drained of color from the terror that ensued. They clutched at the prince, who cowered in the corner, seemingly intent on ushering him away. Yet, Prince Ragni remained resolute, refusing to budge from his hiding place, even as the two struggled in vain to coax him out. Meanwhile, old Khal, having banished Prince Pentos, unceremoniously took his seat upon the throne. He then addressed the bewildered translator, who, understanding the Dothraki tongue, hastily summoned a servant to bring forth an additional chair, placing it beside the ivory and gold throne for the young Dothraki man who had followed old Khal closely. Chapter 90. Drogo. This is my son, Drogo. Beggar. Bold and brash, reclined upon the throne of ivory and gold, his long braids interwoven with strands of grey and white cascading down his back. His pale yellow-brown eyes scanned the assembly, and then, with a proud pat on his son Drogo's shoulder, he declared in the Dothraki tongue, "He is the greatest horse warrior in this world, destined to lead the Khalasar." Behind him stood the blood riders of the old Khal, armed with curved rugs at their waists. Their fierce gazes fixed menacingly on the gathered governors of Pentos, including the diminutive King Viserys not far off. Beside his father, Drogo sat, meticulously wiping the blood from his hands with the luxurious silk recently placed on the table of the Prince of Pentos. Though he appeared somewhat taciturn, he had shown no hesitation in slaughtering the messenger who embodied war, as effortlessly as one would crush a mere chick. Upon hearing his father's voice, Drogo lifted his head slightly, emitting a low, non-committal grunt, revealing little more. His dark, penetrating gaze swept across the room, pausing momentarily on Viserys before moving on. The silent Khal's son was not fixated on the young king. Rather, he found it curious that a boy was present at such a grand banquet. The hall was enveloped in a heavy silence, broken only by hushed whispers. Translators fluent in Dothraki conveyed the words of the horse lord to their respective masters, leaving the governors exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of how to respond. Viserys, lacking a translator, was oblivious to Belbacker's words, quietly observing the assembly with a scrutinizing gaze. He found the banquet increasingly intriguing, discovering something new with each passing moment. Initially astonished by the Dothraki's raucous barbarism echoing within the opulent hall, Viserys' perspective shifted dramatically as he witnessed the old Khal leading his blood riders up the steps. His astonishment morphed into disbelief at the weakness of Pentos. The spectacle continued to unfold. The Prince of Pentos, terrified, had wet himself and retreated to a corner, while the messenger wielding a steel sword, a symbol of war, was dispatched by the seemingly fearsome young Dothraki with his bare hands, his lifeless body discarded down the steps. The gathered governors of Pentos stood frozen, each wishing to shrink into their own necks, not a single one daring to utter a word. While Viserys remained the only one among the lords present who held himself upright. The intensely shocking imagery left Viserys utterly astounded. Pentos had sunk to such depths of weakness. Viserys could hardly fathom that a handful of Dothraki could so brazenly defecate upon the necks of the governors of Pentos. Although the Prince of Pentos was merely a symbolic puppet, the humiliation heaped upon him by the Dothraki was profound. And none of the governors dared to utter a word in protest. This was, after all, in Pentos, their own dominion. When Viserys, leading 4,000 elite Andalusian warriors, arrived in Pentos, chaos ensued, leaving the city gates unbarred. Nevertheless, at that moment, Viserys still harbored a faint sense of reverence for this ancient city. The towering walls and grand architecture all bore testament to Pentos' rich and venerable history. Though Andela had risen miraculously, it still paled in comparison to a city-state like Pentos. Lacking in historical depth, population, economy, and military prowess. While it appeared that Pentos could scarcely muster a force of 10,000, this was merely a consequence of humiliating treaties. The city still retained substantial martial potential. However, not long after, Viserys' last vestige of reverence evaporated, leaving him to coldly observe the farcical scene before him. With a flicker of intrigue stirring within, he then overheard Belbacker uttering something in Dothraki, followed by a pat on the back of a young Dothraki beside him. The young man, whom Viserys had been observing for quite some time, lifted his head to scan the surroundings. All present seemed to swallow hard at the sight of the son of the call, hastily lowering their gazes, too intimidated to meet his eyes. His gaze lingered briefly on Viserys, who happened to be watching him at that very moment. Their eyes locked, the young man as dark, fathomless orbs appeared to scrutinize Viserys as if assessing prey. Yet, Viserys felt an intense sense of danger wash over him, from the crown of his head to the tips of his toes, akin to an instinctual warning system alerting him to the presence of a predator capable of threatening his life, urging him to retreat. This individual. The young king's brow furrowed slightly, and his fingers, resting on the table, involuntarily clenched. However, Khal Drogo's gaze lingered on Viserys for but a fleeting second before they both averted their eyes. Belbacker had just declared the young man to be his son, named Drogo, the finest horse warrior in the world. Meanwhile, Illyrio, seated beside Viserys, observed the unfolding drama with a detached demeanor, his expression unchanged. He leaned in to whisper in Viserys' ear. Illyrio had not brought a translator. It seemed he understood Dothraki himself. Viserys nodded slightly but then paused, turning to the wealthy governor beside him. My lord, what did you just say the name of Belbacker's son was? Illyrio hesitated for a moment before reiterating, Drogo. Drogo! Viserys sat in his chair, momentarily lost in thought, blinking his eyes before taking a deep breath. Faced unexpectedly with the murderer destined to take his life, he had anticipated feelings of fear and panic. After all, few can confront their mortality with equanimity, especially when it involves the one who would bring about their demise. However, the reality was quite different. As Viserys endeavored to delve into his feelings, he discovered an absence of such emotions within him. Instead, he found himself experiencing a profound sense of fate, ineffably wondrous. Chapter 91. The mentioned Illyrio was unaware of what Viserys was contemplating. Yet he observed a subtle shift in the young king's demeanor upon hearing the name of Khal Drogo, as if it resonated with some distant memory. Old Khal was indeed orchestrating a display of power for his son. Meanwhile, Belbacker sat upon his throne of ivory and gold, raising his goblet high. His words incomprehensible to Viserys. The other governors of Pentos, including Illyrio and Viserys, followed suit in lifting their chalices, then drank deeply. However, Viserys refrained from partaking in wine. His cup contained milk. He understood that at his tender age, indulgence in alcohol was ill-advised, and that milk would aid in his physical development, providing essential protein opportunities for growth such as this would soon be fleeting. Beside Viserys, Illyrio continued to quietly elucidate the situation. The other governors were struck dumb by the mention of the Horse Lord, but Illyrio placed greater importance on his discourse with Viserys. A display of strength. Viserys cradled his goblet, turning to Illyrio, who patiently explained. Each Khalasar is composed of several clans, each led by a Khal. And the Khal is the mightiest warrior of the tribe. Yet, Belbacker had grown old. In truth, few Khal ever met a noble end. Their whispered conversation carried weight, particularly Illyrio's last remark, laden with significance. The feast had commenced under the old Khal's directive, and even the absence of the Prince of Pentos did not hinder its progression. Not far off, Belbacker continued to raise his goblet, while the governors of Pentos fawned over him. Illyrio observed with a cool detachment before continuing, positing that should anyone now challenge the old Khal, asserting his inability to lead the Khalasar due to diminished prowess, Belbacker could not refuse such a challenge. Indeed, he had grown frail and lost his confidence. He feared not only for his life in such a contest but also the prospect of his son Drogo failing to inherit the Khal's position. Thus, it became clear. Viserys nodded slightly as he absorbed Illyrio's words. It appeared that Belbacker had but a few years left. However, his concerns were unfounded. His son Drogo had never known defeat since his birth and held an advantageous position in the power struggle for the title of Khal, destined to lead his Khalasar to become the most formidable tribe across the Dothraki Sea. Despite the death of one individual and the Prince of Pentos being unceremoniously ousted from his throne in utter humiliation, the banquet proceeded splendidly. The guests indulged to the point of inebriation, including the old Khal himself, while his blood riders and son Drogo remained remarkably clear-headed, observing the revelry with cool disdain. As the festivities approached their conclusion, Illyrio informed Viserys that the governors had presented him with a gift. After the guests had dispersed, Viserys emerged from the prince's palace, where 100 Andalusian warriors stood in orderly formation, awaiting his command. On the other side, a group of Dothraki gathered, bare-chested and boisterous, lounging on the steps of the prince's palace. Fortunately, the two factions did not clash, although the Dothraki looked down upon the armored warriors, viewing their attire as a sign of cowardice. They were not foolish. They recognized that these disciplined knights were formidable foes, especially in the absence of their steeds. Even with a slight numerical advantage, a confrontation on foot would inevitably lead to overwhelming defeat for the Dothraki. As Viserys stepped out of the palace, he took the reins of his warhorse from a servant and mounted gracefully. With a wave of his hand, the 100 knights who had followed him into the palace also mounted their steeds. The raucous Dothraki, still laughing and shouting from their perch on the steps, offered no further remarks as the armored knights prepared to depart. Shortly thereafter, their Khals and Blood Riders emerged, though Khal Drogo appeared somewhat inebriated. The sound of hoofs echoed as Viserys led his retinue away. Nearby, Drogo, supporting his father, cast another glance at Viserys' retreating figure, his dark eyes betraying no emotion. "What is it, Drogo?" A Blood Rider of Khal Barbak, who had once cradled Drogo in his youth, keenly observed his focus on the young Targaryen. He was aware of Viserys' identity as the exiled king of the Targaryens, now the Lord of Andals, having only recently learned of it at the banquet. The term Targaryen exiled king was foreign to him, yet he recognized the significance of Andals. "It is nothing," Drogo replied, shaking his head, his voice deep yet succinct. Initially, he had merely noted Viserys' youth and exchanged a fleeting glance with him. The silver-haired boy's gaze stirred a complex feeling within Drogo, as if he were somehow familiar. Remaining by his father's side, Drogo noticed Viserys glancing at him several times, albeit subtly. The man with long braids steadied his father and raised a hand to touch his own cheek, feeling a sudden chill run down his spine. This sensation was unsettling. He shifted his neck slightly and clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking audibly. He sensed that he would encounter this boy again, perhaps when he assumed the role of Khal and led his forces to plunder Andals. Meanwhile, Viserys was oblivious to the fact that his lingering glances at Drogo had caught the attention of this vengeful and imaginative man, who harbored aspirations of one day seizing Khalasar and leading an army to raid Andals. However, for the Dothraki, raiding is as intrinsic to their existence as the very act of eating and drinking. It is hardly surprising that they set their sights on whomever they choose. At this moment, Viserys was leading his knights to the eastern fringes of Pentos, precisely near the colossal Red Temple, visible from any corner of the city. Illyrio had informed him that the governors of Pentos had bestowed upon him yet another gift. The restless steed beneath Viserys let out a sharp whinny, its hoofs lightly tapping the ground. Before him stood a grand courtyard, flanked by towering brick walls, an opulent entrance, and a rockery, accompanied by a three-tiered residence, its walls adorned with climbing ivy. This was the sumptuous mansion gifted to Viserys by the governors, nestled within the heart of Pentos. "Open the door," he commanded, dismounting and addressing the servant at the threshold. Chapter 92. The Land of Controversy. The master stood upon the highest terrace of the grand mansion, where servants bowed in respectful deference along the path. This opulent residence was once again filled with treasures of gold and silver, an abundance of attendants, luxurious hot springs, a three-story pavilion, and pavilions from which one could gaze upon the artificial hills and flowing gardens below. At this moment, Viserys surveyed the landscape from the lofty terrace, where the courtyard remained shrouded in darkness, save for the gentle murmur of cascading water and the sounds of servants moving boxes. The young prince, clad in meticulously fitted leather armor with a snow-white fur cloak draped over a dark cape, stood with one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, the fabric fluttering softly in the breeze. Behind him stood his attendant. "Your Majesty, I fear that Pentos harbors ill intentions," Bessie remarked, having remained silently by Viserys' side until he could no longer contain his thoughts. In truth, even the young king himself was filled with uncertainty. Initially, Viserys had assumed that Pentos' invitation, accompanied by the gift of a precious dragon egg, would entail certain demands. Yet, to his surprise, the governors of Pentos made no such requests. They mentioned nothing of demands, and instead invited a Dothraki horse lord to partake in an extravagant feast, complete with abundant food, drink, and lavish gifts. What precisely did Pentos intend? Viserys pondered this question as he stood on the terrace, gazing at the scenery below. The behavior of Pentos evoked a certain parable in his mind. Did they wish for him to indulge in the pleasures of wealth and luxury, forgetting the hardships that awaited him back in Andalus. After Bessie's words, Viserys lingered in silence for a moment, causing his attendant to feel a slight unease, fearing he might have uttered something amiss. However, he soon observed Viserys raising his head, as if a realization had dawned upon him. Turning slightly, he regarded the knight behind him and spoke with a calm voice. "You are correct, Bessie. Pentos indeed bears no goodwill." Bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, the young prince's silhouette elongated upon the terrace, his golden hair dancing gently in the wind. "We should not linger here. Urge them to hasten. Once everything is packed, we must depart swiftly and return to Andalus." Without turning, Viserys spoke with a steady tone. "Understood." The attendant, whose cheeks bore a hint of darkness, felt a surge of encouragement upon receiving the king's affirmation. Yet, he remained perplexed by the young king's assertion that Pentos is not a place for us to stay. As Viserys offered no further explanation, once again, a sense of urgency enveloped him, prompting him to rush downstairs to instruct the servants and knights to expedite their preparations for departure. Soon, the night had deepened. Viserys and his knights had meticulously prepared all their belongings, including the 3 most crucial dragon eggs. They then made their way directly to the northern gate of Pentos. The sound of hoofs echoed sharply on the broad cobblestone streets of the city at the stroke of midnight. Upon reaching the northern gate, Viserys called for its opening to depart. "Open the gates." At that moment, a cacophony of noise seemed to emanate from the distant palace atop the towering 9 towers. Faint flickers of fire illuminating the night. Seated upon his steed, Viserys cast a fleeting glance back toward the palace. Having just heard whispers amidst the chaos that Khal Drogo had been challenged and slain, the Dothraki who had entered Pentos now appeared to be vying for the position of the new Khal, while the bloodsworn of the old Khal were intent on avenging him, even to the point of self-destruction. The various Khalisars led by their respective Khals were also key contenders for the Khal's mantle, and they had their own supporters. Viserys had long been aware that tens of thousands of Dothraki had followed the old Khal into Pentos and were now waiting outside the city. Though they remained separated from the Undos warriors and thus had not clashed, the old Khal's son, Drogo, was likewise a prominent contender for the title. As for the struggle for the Khal's position, Viserys felt little concern. He was uncertain whether Drogo could successfully claim the title under the shadow of his own influence. His thoughts were consumed by the implications of the old Khal's sudden demise. In the turmoil, he had heard that the Dothraki had boldly emerged to challenge the old Khal and had succeeded in slaying him. Yet, a sense of conspiracy lingered in the air. Whether it was connected to Pentos or not remained ambiguous. Accepting the invitation to the banquet had afforded Borboka the sole opportunity to step away from the protection of his vast army. In the usual course of affairs within the Khalasar, the Khal was not easily accessible, nor could he be challenged without consequence. Though Dothraki tradition dictated that a Khal could not refuse a challenge from his kin, if he were to be continually beset by challenges, he would surely be overwhelmed. Nonetheless, Viserys had no time to dwell on such matters. Outside, thousands of Dothraki loomed like a colossal ticking time bomb, poised to erupt and wreak havoc upon the unsuspecting. Should they learn of their Khal's death, and if the various Khalisars received orders from their respective Khals, the consequences were unfathomable. With the governor of Pentos, Illyrio as token in hand, Viserys was entitled to demand the city gates be opened. The soldiers, wary of the imposing presence of over 100 armored knights, complied and opened the gates for Viserys. "Hurry!" urged Viserys, spurring his warhorse forward, swiftly followed by the 100 knights who charged out of Pentos in his wake. Subsequently, Viserys arrived at the encampment of the Andalusian army, commanding all the soldiers, who had rested for the better part of the day, to break camp and hastily depart from this place that was soon to be a site of controversy. As the night deepened, Viserys felt the cool sea breeze outside the city, its chill seeping into his garments, prompting the young king to tighten his collar slightly. With a soft thud, the white horse ascended the hill with ease before turning its head. From his vantage point atop the hill, Viserys gazed down at the soldiers preparing to leave, while also lifting his gaze towards the distant horizon. To the east of the city of Pentos, chaos erupted as the thousands of Dothraki outside the city seemed to have learned of Khal's demise. Meanwhile, within the walls of Pentos, a fierce blaze reflected in the young king's pale lavender eyes. Once again, he turned his horse. "Let us go." Chapter 93. Homecoming. Viserys led his army away from Pentos. After a night had passed, the horizon finally brightened with the first light of dawn. The fierce blaze that had consumed Pentos was finally extinguished, and the struggle for the Khalasar seemed to have reached its conclusion. As morning broke, the gates of Pentos creaked open. The terrified citizens, gathering their courage, stepped hesitantly from their homes, the air heavy with the acrid scent of charred remains. On the ancient Valyrian road to Norvos, the ground was strewn with corpses. A gruesome feast for scavengers. A flock of vultures swooped down from the sky, eager to partake in this macabre banquet, only to be driven away by the surviving Dothraki, their cries echoing mournfully in the air. Last night, the once mighty Khalasar had shattered with the death of Khal Balber. Several Khals, each leading their own tribes, engaged in a fierce battle to contest the position of Khal, adhering to the ancient traditions of the Dothraki. Concurrently, 2 Khalasars chose to flee the chaos, unwilling to ensnare their people in this brutal melee. Under the leadership of their respective Khals, they departed the Khalasar, embarking on a nocturnal journey back to the vast plains to either form a new tribe or align themselves under another Khal. The outcome of this struggle for Khal culminated in the ascension of Drogo, the sole surviving competitor for the Khal's position. The leaders of the other Khalasars had fallen by Drogo's hand. In the harsh traditions of the Dothraki, fear bore only one consequence: death. Drogo had eliminated all rivals, consolidating the remnants of his father's Khalasar, and thus proclaimed himself Khal Drogo. After a night of brutal conflict, the once mighty Khalasar lay in tatters, nearly decimated. Yet, Khal Drogo did not hasten to leave Pentos, nor did he retreat to a secluded place to nurse his wounds. Instead, he led the remnants of his fractured Khalasar northward, seemingly intent on raiding the army of Andals to compensate for his losses from the previous night. Upon reaching this destination, however, Drogo discovered that Viserys and the Andals forces had already broken camp and departed. Though the Dothraki were a nomadic people, swift as the wind, and could potentially pursue the Andals army, Drogo, having pondered his options, ultimately decided against the pursuit. The Khalasar, once boasting thousands of warriors, had dwindled to just over 3,000 after a night of savage bloodshed. The forces at Drogo's command paled in comparison to those of a mere young king. His Khalasar had just endured a night of fierce combat, relentlessly pursuing the formidable Andalusian army. Though Drogo Khal harbored great confidence in his troops' morale and combat prowess, he could not ignore the specter of potential defeat and losses. The outcome of this war was uncertain, and even if he emerged victorious, he would be left with nothing but hollow glory. Consequently, Drogo Khal was compelled to abandon his plans to plunder Andalus, initially hoping that this raid would help recoup some of his losses. Perched upon a robust black stallion with a flowing mane, Drogo Khal's gaze was profound. His shoulders were wrapped in bandages, from which blood had begun to seep, a testament to his wounds acquired during the chaotic skirmish of the previous night. With a fierce crack of his whip, he commanded his steed to turn, bellowing in the coarse, guttural Dothraki tongue, "Home!" The newly formed Khalasar erupted into a deafening cheer. The Dothraki warriors, riding gallantly on horseback, raised their curved araks in jubilant celebration. For the Dothraki, home was not defined by a physical dwelling. Rather, it referred to their vast homeland, the sprawling Dothraki sea of grasslands. As time passed, the small king led his army back to Andalus, finally catching sight of the city devoid of walls. The castle gates creaked open. Viserys had just returned, having shed his armor, and was yet to indulge in a warm bath when Rhaenys and Daenerys rushed in. "Brother, you have finally returned," exclaimed the brown-haired girl, dragging a little girl into Viserys' chamber. At that moment, Viserys had just removed his outer garments, his soft hair cascading over the well-defined muscles of his back. Upon hearing the voices behind him, he turned slightly, revealing the flawless contours of his face beneath his silver hair. Viserys did not possess a robust physique. Rather, he had a lean, well-proportioned form, lacking in bulk yet capable of unleashing tremendous strength, as he effortlessly unseated Bessie from her mount while maintaining his steadiness, showcasing a remarkable core strength that was indeed admirable. The girl, upon barging in and witnessing Viserys in the midst of changing, felt a fleeting blush rise to her cheeks, though she quickly adopted a look of disdain. "Rhaenys, how many times must I tell you? Do you not know to knock?" Viserys, still facing away, donned a clean shirt before turning to face the girl, his voice calm. "Please, as if you've never seen it before. Why the pretense?" Hearing Viserys' admonishment, Rhaenys pouted slightly. The Targaryen family was plagued by misfortune. Ever since the passing of Queen Rhaella, Viserys and Rhaenys had relied on each other for companionship. Even the two individuals must jointly care for a smaller companion, akin to nurturing a daughter of their own. In this process, Rhaenys rapidly matures, tending to her younger aunt. Distrustful of the servants, Rhaenys takes it upon herself to change her aunt's diapers, teaching her to walk, to speak, to clean herself, and to dress. While they converse, the little Daenerys, holding Rhaenys' hand, hesitates several times before finally mustering the courage to raise her small hand in protest. Excuse me, Rhaenys, he is my brother, not yours. Chapter 94. The Dragon. Upon hearing Daenerys' timid words, Viserys and Rhaenys exchanged glances and simultaneously broke into smiles. Oh, yes. It is your brother. The brown-haired girl knelt down and playfully patted the cheeks of her aunt until they turned a rosy hue. The little girl struggled valiantly, eventually escaping Rhaenys' grasp and darting to Viserys' side, seeking refuge behind him. Brother, Rhaenys is bullying me. Like a fledgling seeking shelter. Daenerys clutched the hem of the young man's garment, her cheeks still flushed from the earlier teasing, now puffed out in indignation as she pointed an accusatory finger at Rhaenys. Viserys, witnessing this heartwarming scene, couldn't help but smile, bending down to touzle the soft hair of the little girl and drawing her close. He then lifted his head and declared, I have a gift for you. What? The moment they heard of a gift from Viserys, the two girls' attention shifted entirely. Their faces alight with anticipation. Dragon eggs. What? Rhaenys' expression turned to one of incredulity, as if she had misheard. Dragon eggs. Unlike Daenerys, who was blissfully unaware. She understood well what dragon eggs were and the intertwined fate of their family. Dragons were inextricably linked to that destiny. Really? You journeyed to Pentos just for dragon eggs? The disbelief was evident on the brown-haired girl's face, for Viserys had not disclosed the true purpose of his journey to Rhaenys, fearing it might cause her concern. Yet now, having returned successfully with the dragon eggs, he stood before them. Meanwhile, the little girl, still pouting in annoyance behind Viserys, perked up at the mention of dragon eggs. Her beautiful violet eyes sparkled with excitement as she tugged at the hem of his garment and leaned forward. Brother, can dragon eggs hatch into dragons? Viserys felt the gentle pull at his clothing and lowered his gaze to meet the girl's question, pausing before responding. Rhaenys, recovering from her shock, tilted her delicate chin upward, eager to learn the answer as well. Can dragon eggs hatch into dragons? Faced with the expectant gazes of the two girls, the silver-haired youth became momentarily lost in thought, his attention drawn to an ancient black wooden chest. Ultimately, he nodded. Perhaps there is a chance. Rhaenys, Daenerys. Although these three dragon eggs have lain dormant for countless years, having become somewhat fossilized, I believe that if you truly dedicate yourselves to hatching them, you might indeed bring forth dragonlings. Having regained his composure, Viserys raised his head, his voice calm as he spoke, while his gaze lingered on his sister Daenerys, who was hiding behind him, her eyes alight with hope and dreams for the dragon eggs. The three dragon eggs represent the future offspring of his sister, destined to become the mother of dragons. However, fate has taken a different turn in this life, and Viserys is uncertain whether Daenerys still possesses that extraordinary magical essence. True dragon blood? Presently, Viserys, Rhaenys, and Daenerys all bear the Targaryen lineage. Among them, Viserys and Daenerys exhibit a more untainted bloodline, distinctly showcasing the prominent features of Valyrian heritage. Rhaenys, on the other hand, carries a blend of Dorne blood, with brown hair and dark eyes, making her Targaryen traits less pronounced. The conditions for hatching a dragon are notoriously stringent. Viserys knows that fire, a life exchange, and true dragon blood are essential. He is uncertain whether the Targaryen blood coursing through himself and Rhaenys could be deemed true dragon blood. Yet there is no doubt that Daenerys' blood seems to be more potent. Oh, how I long to hatch a dragonling. Indeed. The two girls became exhilarated upon hearing the possibility of the eggs hatching. Subsequently, Viserys used a key to unlock the chest on the table containing the three dragon eggs. With a decisive click, he lifted the lid, revealing three enormous eggs, each heavy and encased in lantern grass for protection. This is a dragon egg. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the eggs, and Viserys felt an overwhelming surge of emotion whenever he beheld them. How beautiful! The girl with brown hair was instantly captivated, gazing at the exquisite dragon eggs as if they were the most splendid treasures in the world. Brother, I want to see too. Daenerys, hidden behind Viserys due to her height, could not see the items atop the table. She tugged at his sleeve, prompting Viserys to lift her and place her on a chair, allowing her to finally glimpse the dragon eggs within the chest. Daenerys and Rhaenys were drawn to the eggs as if they were magnetic, perhaps sharing the same connection Viserys felt, suggesting a unique bond between the Targaryen bloodline and the dragon eggs. In previous years, Viserys had spent considerable sums attempting to acquire dragon eggs, easily discerning the charlatans who attempted to deceive him with dive stones. Rhaenys, Daenerys, choose one each. After a brief moment of silence, Viserys diverted his gaze from the dragon eggs to the two girls, who stood entranced. His intention was clear, to have the three Targaryens, including himself, attempt to hatch the eggs together. He recalled the words of his magical and mystical advisor, Lady Miri, who once said, when the glass candles burn anew, when ghost grass thrives again, when dragonfire scorches the earth, when shadow creatures roam the way of the warlocks, when the blind regain their sight, those who have humiliated the warlocks shall be cursed. These various signs herald the resurgence of magic, suggesting that its power may once again be resurrected. It is evident that dragons and magic share an intimate connection. Yet, the tide of magic has not yet reached its zenith, and sorceresses remain devoid of any true power. Can dragons truly emerge in this age devoid of magic? This contemplation inevitably leads Viserys to reflect upon the well-studied history of House Targaryen. The last dragon of the Targaryens was diminutive, resembling a human infant. Was its fate unjustly sealed due to the machinations of the citadel? Or was it simply born at the tail end of the magical tide, thus condemned to such a fate? If it had been born several decades earlier, might it have ascended to become a sovereign ruler of the skies? Chapter 95. Names at present. Viserys had yet to arrive at a conclusion regarding the connection between dragons and the tides of magic. He had loosened the restrictions, allowing Rhaenys and Daenerys, two young maidens, to choose their preferred dragon eggs. To his surprise, they swiftly made their selections. I want this one. I want this one. The brown-haired girl and the silver-blonde little girl exclaimed in unison, pointing at a pale cream-colored dragon egg adorned with golden stripes, which lay quietly beside the largest black dragon egg. Hey, Daenerys, I said it first. Rhaenys was taken aback that Daenerys had chosen the same egg as she had. The two girls had spoken almost simultaneously, making it difficult to discern whether Rhaenys had indeed been quicker. However, what astonished everyone was that the usually demure Daenerys boldly approached and embraced the pale cream-colored dragon egg, resolutely refusing to relinquish it to Rhaenys. And no, I said it first. The silver-haired girl clutched the dragon egg tightly, stubbornly defending her claim despite her lack of justification. You're being unreasonable, Rhaenys exclaimed, her frustration boiling over as she witnessed Daenerys' unexpected defiance. She could hardly believe that her typically obedient little aunt would resort to such antics at this moment. Humph. You're the one being unreasonable, Daenerys retorted, unfazed by Rhaenys' protests, and mimicked her words in a mocking tone. You, Rhaenys stammered, momentarily at a loss for words as she glared at Daenerys, unable to formulate a response. Oh! In a fit of exasperation, the brown-haired girl nearly broke down. She observed Daenerys displaying an expression that clearly said, I'm being unreasonable, but what can you do about it? This infuriated Rhaenys to the point where she felt like clawing at the walls. Yet, she knew she could not truly confront Daenerys, for she was her own little aunt. Viserys! She as being unreasonable. Feeling utterly wronged, Rhaenys cast a pleading glance towards Viserys, hoping he would intervene on her behalf. Seeing the usually lively and mischievous Rhaenys being bested by Daenerys brought a look of disbelief to Viserys' face, which soon transformed into a smile. Why do you both desire this white dragon egg? Viserys inquired, curious about the reason behind their shared preference for the pale cream-colored egg. Because it's beautiful. The two girls chimed in unison once more, leaving Viserys momentarily blinking in surprise. He had not anticipated that the reason for their choice would be so straightforward. He had assumed that Rhaenys and Daenerys had discovered something about the pale cream-colored egg that had eluded his notice. Since Daenerys has taken a liking to it, why not let her have it? Viserys interjected to mediate between the two girls, recognizing that the task of a child is not an easy one. Thus, he sought a breakthrough from the slightly older Rhaenys. However, Rhaenys did not feel an absolute need for the pale milky white dragon egg. Nor did she wish to truly compete with a little girl over something, having merely felt a momentary annoyance. After all, who among them was not still a child? The brown-haired girl pouted slightly but ultimately acquiesced, relinquishing the pale milky white dragon egg to Daenerys. Very well, then I shall take this one, she declared, pointing to the deep green dragon egg, which revealed various brown spots as it turned, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. Daenerys clutched the pale milky white dragon egg, while Rhaenys chose the deep green one, leaving the largest black egg, reminiscent of a midnight ocean, for Viserys. Why did none of you choose it? Viserys wondered, perplexed by both Rhaenys and Daenerys' decision to overlook the obviously largest black dragon egg. This egg was entirely black and profound, with faint dark red waves and whirlpools emanating from it, possessing an allure that rivaled the pale milky white egg. Rhaenys struggled to lift the deep green dragon egg from her arms but found it as heavy as a solid stone. Meanwhile, Daenerys clung tightly to her dragon egg, refusing to let go. Despite her youth, Daenerys was astute. She understood Rhaenys all too well. She realized that the moment she dared release her grip, Rhaenys would seize the opportunity to snatch it away. Observing that Daenerys remained steadfast in her hold, Rhaenys cast several glances, yet found no chance to act, ultimately pouting in resignation. Then Rhaenys heard Viserys' question and glanced at him, letting out a soft huff, seemingly still displeased with the earlier matter, yet explained. Because you need it more than we do, Viserys. This was the only unspoken agreement between the two girls. Both recognized the greater potential and beauty of the black dragon egg, yet they simultaneously chose to leave it for Viserys, fully aware that he needed it more than they did. Is that so? Viserys pondered, momentarily taken aback by Rhaenys' response. He then turned to observe Daenerys' expression, confirming the same sentiment. After a brief silence, he pressed his lips together and nodded, choosing not to linger on the topic. Instead, he inquired, if they were to hatch, what names would you wish to give them? Viserys deliberately shifted the conversation, perhaps due to his discomfort with emotional displays. In the ruthless game of power in which he found himself ensnared, he could not afford to indulge in excessive sentimentality. Rhaenyra was the first to respond to the question, suggesting that she had long harbored an answer within her heart. Rhaego? Viserys tilted his head slightly and perceived the sorrow reflected in the brown-haired maiden's eyes. And in that instant, he comprehended the truth. Rhaenyra had chosen the name Rhaego for her dragon egg in honor of her father, as well as in remembrance of Viserys' elder brother, Rhaegar Targaryen. Meanwhile, Daenerys wrestled with her own thoughts, contemplating the mother she had never met and the father whose infamous reputation preceded him. After much internal conflict, she finally settled upon a name, Viserion. Chapter 96. The fleet. Daenerys and Rhaenys, the two young girls, each bestowed a fitting name upon their dragon eggs. Rhaenys, wishing to honor her father, Aegon, named hers Rhaego, while Daenerys, having never known her parents or elder brother, found solace in her bond with Viserys, and thus named her egg Viserion. What name do you intend to give your egg? Inquired the older girl, gazing curiously at the deep black egg. Upon hearing this question, Viserys pondered for a moment. He was uncertain whether it was mere coincidence that the white dragon was named Viserion and the green dragon Rhaego. Yet he had no intention of naming his black dragon Drogon. If it were to hatch, Viserys nodded slightly, hesitating before declaring, I shall name it Balerion. At that moment, a small black cat, Rhaenys' pet, happened to pass by the window. It heard Viserys' voice and turned its head in mild confusion, mistakenly believing he was calling for it. The atmosphere within the room paused for a heartbeat, then erupted into laughter. Ha! Brother! Why would you name your dragon egg after a cat? The brown-haired girl chortled, her laughter so uncontrollable that tears streamed down her cheeks. Viserys' expression darkened slightly. Rhaenys, return and transcribe our family history. Of course, Rhaenys was well aware that Balerion was not merely a name for a cat. It was the very name she had given to her little black feline. Moreover, Balerion was also the name of the colossal black dragon ridden by Aegon during his conquest of Westeros. Measuring over 150 meters in length and known as the Black Dread, a true sovereign of the skies. The girl was merely teasing Viserys. However, Rhaenys' knowledge did not encompass the entirety of the significance behind the name Balerion. Listen closely, both of you. Let me enlighten you, Viserys said, resting a hand on the table and exhaling deeply. Balerion is not only the name of a cat and Aegon's dragon, the Black Dread, but it is also the name of a deity from the ancient Valyrian civilization. Meow, the small black cat interjected as it leapt through the window, rubbing its fluffy head against Viserys' pant leg, genuinely believing he had called for it. The silver-haired boy knelt down and embraced the affectionate little creature, cradling it in his arms as he continued his earnest explanation. Though Rhaenys had received a royal education and had been tutored by the finest instructors, her knowledge paled in comparison to Viserys' depth of understanding, driven by a desire to uncover the connection between the Shadowlands and Valyrian civilization. Viserys had diligently perused numerous tomes regarding this once-lost civilization, uncovering many ancient tales of Valyria. The three dragons of Conqueror Aegon I Balerion, one of the 5 dragons that survived the doom of Valyria along with Vhagar and Meleys, which later hatched on Dragonstone. The names of these 3 dragons are all derived from the deities of Valyrian civilization. Viserys was enlightening the 2 girls about the ancient Valyrian gods when a knock resounded at his chamber door. Your Majesty, came the voice of the guard from outside. Sir Geoffrey seeks an audience. The venerable lord, having heard that the young king had returned from Pentos to Andolas, hastened from the port on a swift steed. Viserys paused momentarily upon hearing the news of the old lord's arrival. He set down the black dragon egg, secured the box with a lock, and returned it to its original position. The two girls, witnessing Viserys closing the box, feared he might reconsider, but he merely shook his head. I must attend to a matter first. I shall entrust these 2 dragon eggs to you upon my return. With that, Viserys hastily departed for the Great Hall. In the current political landscape of Andalus, Viserys wielded the majority of power, overseeing all affairs of the city, with the soldiers under his command. Meanwhile, the Old Lord still commanded House Targaryen's fleet, stationed along the coastline and at Dragonstone. Many affairs on Dragonstone were managed by Ser Geoffrey, making him the de facto second-in-command of House Targaryen's influence. His power and stature were deeply entrenched. Even the illustrious Prince Oberyn could not challenge the Old Lord's authority. However, the distance from the coastline to Andalus was considerable, and Viserys had not anticipated the Old Lord's sudden arrival from the port or Dragonstone, suggesting that an urgent matter had arisen. Upon arriving at the great hall of the castle, Viserys found Ser Geoffrey, his hair and beard white, waiting for him. The Old Lord wore a golden insignia on his chest, appearing particularly vigorous. "Your Majesty," he greeted. Prince Oberyn, responsible for commanding 2,000 guards, and Maester Gunser from Dragonstone were also present. This constituted the highest echelon of meetings in Andalus today. "Lord Geoffrey, it has been a while. You seem as splendid as ever," Viserys remarked as he took his seat, acknowledging the Old Lord, the commander of the fleet at Dragonstone, now the nominal hand of the king and concurrently the Minister of Marine Affairs, served not only as a guiding light in Viserys' journey but also as a fatherly figure. Due to their considerable distance, Ser Geoffrey had often returned to Dragonstone to manage affairs, and it had been over 6 months since their last meeting. Nevertheless, the Old Lord remained steadfastly loyal, displaying no hint of disloyalty. "Your Majesty, it has indeed been a considerable while since we last met." The elderly gentleman, with hair now touched by the passage of time, sat in the chair closest to King Viserys' left. His slightly clouded eyes regarded the increasingly formidable youth before him, and the last vestiges of his concern dissipated entirely. "Viserys is more than capable of managing this city on his own. He has not succumbed to arrogance or indulgence despite the loss of control." The old knight then leaned forward slightly, his expression becoming more serious as he reined in his smile and addressed the matter at hand. "Your Majesty, the usurper's new fleet has been completed." Chapter 97. The burning. Has the construction been completed? Upon hearing the words of the Old Lord, Viserys' expression turned slightly serious, yet he did not appear overtly astonished. This was due to the Iron Throne's ongoing collection of intelligence regarding Andals, while conversely, Andals had established numerous inside connections within Westeros. Viserys had firmly established his presence on the continent of Essos, and by now, over a dozen nobles had reached out to him, extending wishes for the king's good health and hoping for the swift return of the royal forces. These nobles belonged to families that had suffered losses and faced unjust distributions of power after the Baratheons seized the Iron Throne. After all, with Robert ascending the throne, he had to allocate the majority of the spoils to those families that had supported his rebellion, which were originally the interests of the families that subsequently surrendered. Thus, while the beneficiaries rejoiced, a sense of resentment naturally brewed among others. This was an unavoidable growing pain in the shifting of power, requiring time for adjustment as they learned to accept the new distribution of wealth in the post-Targaryen era. Regrettably, the embers of House Targaryen had not been fully extinguished. They had launched a counterattack from Dragonstone, delivering a painful blow to the Baratheons, and subsequently regained their foothold on the continent of Essos, exhibiting a formidable resurgence. Due to Viserys' existence, Robert, or rather his acting hand, Jon Arryn, found that the time needed to reconcile the disparities in domestic power dynamics was considerably prolonged. They required more time for the various factions within the realm to completely forget the Targaryens and adapt to the new distribution of power. This perhaps also explains why the Hand ultimately acquiesced to the new fleet's plans, as Robert was fervently intent on eradicating the remnants of House Targaryen. In the months leading up to Viserys' planned departure for Pentos, he received word that the Baratheon royal fleet had been completed. However, unexpected delays stretched on for several more months, indicating that Stannis had thoroughly prepared and was exercising utmost caution. He even disseminated numerous falsehoods to mislead the enemy across the narrow sea, yet the Targaryens were not easily deceived this time. The prior raid had benefited from a convergence of favorable conditions, ultimately leading to a resounding victory that seemed nearly impossible to replicate. A further attempt to ambush Stannis' royal fleet could very well lead to falling into the enemy's trap, resulting in significant losses. The Old Lord, commanding the fleet from Dragonstone for many years, was well versed in the art of naval warfare and approached this matter with measured deliberation. He had hurried from Dragonstone to confer with Viserys about strategies should distract or retreat. The silver-haired youth, clad in a plain coarse tunic and trousers, sat at the center of the grand hall of Andal's castle, one hand propping up his chin, his gaze fixed somewhat vacantly on a quill resting on the table. In the early designs of Viserys, there was already a plan for Dragonstone. The strategy was to retreat to the plains of Andals, establish a stronghold there. And if one day the Baratheons attacked Dragonstone again, to avoid confrontation and relinquish the island to them. This would allow for the maximization of their battle lines, consolidating their forces into a formidable fist, poised to deliver a decisive blow when the enemy pursued them back to the continent of Essos. However, as plans often differ from reality, when the time came to abandon Dragonstone, Viserys found himself reluctant. Despite the passage of years, he had meticulously scoured the island, relocating everything of value. This included dragon bones, dragon glass, and what was thought to be obsidian, as well as stones suspected to be dragon eggs, only to discover upon careful extraction that they were merely stones. Was he truly ready to forsake Dragonstone? Viserys felt a twinge of reluctance and uncertainty. Seated at Viserys' right was Prince Oberyn, casually lounging with his legs crossed, tapping his fingers. Upon hearing Viserys' words, he lifted his gaze, his deep black eyes fixed upon the young king. Clinging to minor interests could very well disrupt the entire grand scheme. Oberyn's insights were indeed sagacious, despite his dark complexion, tousled hair, and unkempt beard that suggested a disregard for appearance. He was not to be underestimated. He was the most learned among those present, a rare and exceptional talent. In his youth, Oberyn had studied in the Citadel, earning 6 chains of office, symbolizing his mastery in 6 disciplines. The scholar Gunter, clad in a grey robe, even addressed Oberyn as senior, for he had only 3 chains to his name. The soldiers of the usurper's navy may not match our elite, yet their ships were sturdier and more formidable. At this juncture, Gunter, sitting beside the old lord, interjected. As the scholar of Dragonstone, he had been managing the island's affairs alongside the old lord and had also assisted Viserys in Andals. Gunter had been busier than most, frequently shuttling between the 2 locations, though he had trained an apprentice to facilitate the dispatch of ravens. I understand, Viserys responded. Having absorbed the consensus of the 3 present at the council, none wished to disrupt the original plan. They should continue to conserve their strength and await the opportune moment to unite with Dorne and return to Westeros. He nodded slightly. Thus, they would wait until Stannis' fleet arrived and then voluntarily relinquish Dragonstone in a strategic withdrawal. Viserys made the final decision to consolidate their forces and remain discreetly vigilant. The old lord also nodded slightly, marking the conclusion of this matter. However, at that moment, the grey-robed scholar seated beside him adjusted the documents in his hands and lifted his head once more. Your Majesty, there is a minor matter. Viserys' gaze immediately fell upon the scholar. What is it? Subsequently, Scholar Gunfer presented a report he held, offering it to Viserys. This concerns an incident that recently transpired in the Iron Islands. A temple dedicated to the 7 was unexpectedly engulfed in flames. However, many believe it may not have been merely an accident. Chapter 98. Ironkind, the great drowned god, has bestowed upon us courage, will, and strength. In the distant Iron Islands, a long-planned revelry seems to be unfolding. A man clad in linen stands bare-chested, wielding a blazing torch and reciting fervent and devout incantations. He subsequently sets ablaze the whole of the 7. These false gods and heretical deities are but a ploy of the storm god, and they must be cast out from the domain of the drowned god. According to legend, the storm god is the eternal adversary of the drowned god. Residing in a palace among the clouds, the storm god battles the drowned god, who dwells in an underwater palace. Their conflicts churn the seas into violent tempests. Yet, akin to the drowned god, only the Ironborn truly believe in the existence of the storm god. The infernal blazes fiercely, thick smoke billowing into the air, intertwined with the flickering tongues of flame. Within the hall, monks and nuns cry out in despair. Some flee in panic, only to be met with the merciless blades of the awaiting Ironborn, their screams echoing in the air. Others remain steadfast within the sanctuary, kneeling before the Father above, their voices raised in fervent prayer, believing that their resounding cries might solidify their faith and quell the rising tide of fear within. They hope that the 7 may unleash divine wrath upon these blasphemers. In truth, signs of such turmoil had begun to manifest a month prior, though few in number. A segment of the Ironborn still held faith in the 7, yet they found themselves beset by misfortune. Whether it was returning home to find their houses burned or discovering their doors wide open and ransacked, The calamities escalated to the point where individuals began targeting the homes of the faithful, hurling stones regardless of whether their occupants were present. A series of assaults against believers unfolded, some even resulting in death. To propagate the teachings of the Seven within the Iron Islands has always been a formidable endeavor. However, faced with these arduous trials, the monks of the Hall persevered in their efforts. Yet, they could scarcely have imagined that matters would devolve into such chaos. A fervent band of drowned god adherents first incinerated the Hall of the Seven on Great White, followed by a brutal assault on the church on Old White, where all monks were slain, and the nuns met with unspeakable horrors. The situation took a sudden and alarming turn, spiraling out of control with astonishing rapidity. On the bustling island of Pike, the monks, invoking the name of the Archbishop from far-off King's Landing, sought refuge from House Greyjoy, requesting military intervention to quell the insurrection and safeguard their sanctuary. Yet, the inhabitants of Pike expelled them, declaring that this was no rebellion, but merely the choice of the Ironborn. Before the monks could escape from King S Harbor, calamity struck anew, rendering their attempts at flight futile. As their resonant prayers filled the air, the encroaching flames gradually consumed them, giving way to piercing cries of despair. At last, the House of the Seven Gods collapsed in flames, utterly annihilated. The Ironborn, a fearless band that had long awaited this moment, surged forward, eager to scavenge the treasures within the temple that had not been consumed by fire. In the ancestral seat of House Greyjoy, Pike, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside the great hall. A tall man with pale skin swiftly entered, his black hair and beard framing a striking visage. His bright blue eye, often referred to as the smiling eye, contrasted sharply with the black eye patch that concealed his other eye, leaving few to know the color hidden beneath whether it still held mirth or was filled with malice. Seated upon the cold throne of the hall was a slender man with disheveled black hair and sharp facial features. His dark eyes gleamed with the tenacity characteristic of all Ironborn, obstinate, fearless, and fiercely competitive. He was Euron's elder brother, the current lord of the Iron Islands. Balon Greyjoy, you are no longer young. Why do you persist in such recklessness? Balon's gaze was steady as he regarded his hasty brother, Euron, who had just rushed in. You speak true, brother, Euron acknowledged, a cold smile revealing his pale teeth. Yet, might I suggest that this endeavor seems a tad hasty? The events that transpired today in the harbor were, in fact, quietly supported by our family. The Drowning God movement, which erupted across the Iron Islands a month ago, was also orchestrated by us. The entire scheme had been devised by Balon and his brothers, and Euron was well aware of the intricacies involved. However, he believed that the fervor of the Ironborn's ancient faith could be stirred gradually, without such undue haste. What Euron did not foresee was the acceleration of their plans. The zeal of the Ironborn began to ferment uncontrollably. With the sanctum in flames and the priests slain, the atmosphere was ripe for chaos. They could no longer refrain from launching their ambitions. We could have continued to use that dragon hatchling on Essos to divert the Iron Throne's attention. Patience is key, Euron remarked nonchalantly, taking a seat beside his brother Balon and plucking an apple from a nearby bowl to take a bite. This was indeed their plan, to utilize Viserys as a means of stall, amassing sufficient strength and even covertly aligning with the Targaryens, inciting a war between the Iron Throne and the Targaryens. Then, amidst their mutual strife, they would ignite a rebellion, proclaiming themselves the kings of the Iron Islands and delivering a treacherous blow. However, Euron did not anticipate that his elder brother Balon would unilaterally advance the plan, resulting in a precarious situation from which there was no easy escape. Once this matter came to light, the forces of King's Landing would undoubtedly levy harsh accusations, demanding the handover of the perpetrator. Yet, should the Iron Islands indeed surrender the culprit, the prestige of House Greyjoy among the Ironborn would plummet, extinguishing the fervor for adhering to the old ways that had been so painstakingly kindled, leaving it utterly extinguished. Humph, what do you understand? Balon merely scoffed. He, too, had not wished to initiate the plan so prematurely. However, grand designs often falter at the hands of mere mortals. Balon had not foreseen that those Ironborn he had discreetly orchestrated would become so fervently indoctrinated. Their zealous devotion to the old ways had spiraled into madness, and in their fervor, they had exerted themselves beyond reason.